Chapter 92 Star Selection, Yi Qianxin's business blueprint. After Yi Qianxin's explanation, Yi Tianlong finally spared his life. Humph. Tell me what you're thinking. Father, move the sword away first. Who taught you to talk like that? Why are you speaking so sarcastically now? Yi Tianlong asked, frowning. Oh, it's nothing. I just played Cho Flying Sword all night and got led astray by the people there, but that's not important. As Yi Qianxin spoke, he glanced at the live stream on his phone screen. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jin Shanshan had stopped bidding against him, and then sent 2 comments in quick succession. A wave goodbye isn't a farewell, Brother Lao, you still have more practice to do. Excuse me, young Master Jin, what are you without your father? Upon seeing the 2 comments Yi Qianxin sent, Yi Tianlong frowned again. Chen Xin, you'd better refrain from saying such rude things in the future. By the way, who is this young Master Jin you mentioned? No one but Jin Shanshan, the son of Jinling Venerable of Jinao Island. He always beat me in the game, and this time I've finally gotten my revenge. Who? The young master of Jinao Island? Yi Tianlong's face turned pale instantly. Why did you provoke him? Our star pavilion can't even compare to a little finger of Jinao Island. A few of their floating cloud immortal ships would be enough for us to make a living for several years. However, Yi Qianxin didn't seem to care at all. Don't worry, Venerable Jinling won't easily get involved in a matter between 2 juniors. Besides, fortunes change every 300 years. Don't underestimate the poor when they're old. Father, you're only 600 years old this year. You have plenty of time to lead our star pavilion to surpass Jinao Island. So, Father, you really have to work hard. The future of Star Pavilion depends on you. As he spoke, Yi Qianxin patted Yi Tianlong's shoulder with an encouraging look. Yi Tianlong nodded subconsciously. Wait a minute. You're telling me to work hard, but why aren't you working hard yourself? Sure, you can pass on the position of sect leader of Star Pavilion to me, and also give me control of Star Pavilion's finances. Then I'll start working hard, okay, Xiao Yi? You little bastard, hey, you're in such a hurry. A few minutes later, Yi Qianxin, his face bruised and swollen, looked at his phone with a silly grin. At this moment, a 9 Dragons Jade pendant had appeared in his game inventory. As a price, he had paid a full 10 million spirit stones. Yi Tianlong, standing to the side, was making a crackling sound with the animal skin belt in his hand, and his eyes were filled with hostility. Start explaining. If you can't explain it clearly, I'll have to apologize to your mother in heaven. Father, although you are the father and have more experience in being a father, you are really not as good as me in doing business. Do you know that although my star pavilion seems to be doing well now, it has actually reached a bottleneck in its development? If we cannot break through this bottleneck, the decline of Star Pavilion may begin. Upon hearing Yi Qianxin's words, Yi Tianlong's expression immediately turned serious. How so? During this period, our Star Pavilion has sold star sand that we couldn't sell in the past few decades or even centuries. It seems like we're making a lot of profit, but in reality, we're mortgaging our future wealth for the next few decades. According to my observation of our Douyin store's sales, daily sales have been declining recently. What does this mean? It means that the demand for star sand among cultivators on the Tianyuan continent is approaching saturation. In the future, our star pavilion will either transform or perish. At the same time, there is another thing threatening us, which is that recently, the growth rate of followers for both the official Star Pavilion account and my personal account has slowed down. Why? Because we have lost our popularity. I specifically spent 10 million spirit stones to buy this 9 Dragons Jade pendant, which will definitely cause a stir on Douyin. There will certainly be people calling me a big idiot, but it doesn't matter, my fame will go up. After Yi Qianxin's explanation, Yi Tianlong finally understood his thoughts, and the way he looked at him gradually changed. It seems you have indeed grown up. Then pass the position of sect leader to me. Get out of my way, or I'll beat you up. Just as Yi Qianxin had expected, the news that he had spent 10 million spirit stones to buy the 9 Dragons Jade pendant in Li Xianxing's livestream was quickly uploaded to Douyin by those watching the spectacle in the livestream. Once uploaded, it immediately became a hot news topic, not only topping the trending search list, but also attracting numerous accounts to promote it, each with an eye-catching headline. Shocking! The most valuable item in the Chocho flying sword has been created. Don't use it yourself if you draw it, it can change your fate against all odds. The young masters of the two major sects fought fiercely, spending lavishly, all for her. The young master of Jinao Island narrowly lost, and the young master of Xingqian Pavilion spent tens of millions of spirit stones to buy this item. The greatest vengeful spirit in the Tianyuan continent has been born. The young master of the Star Pavilion is suspected of being beaten into mental disability by his father. Is it a family misfortune, a moral decline, a lack of intelligence, or a perversion of the heart? Your phone actually contains millions of spirit stones. You can get them with just one small action. Thanks to the tireless promotion by these accounts, the entire Douyin community soon learned that the young master of Xingqian Pavilion had spent 10 million spirit stones to purchase a game item from Chocho Flying Sword. In an instant, Yi Qianxin's name resounded throughout the Tianyuan continent once again, becoming the number one fool in the eyes of everyone. However, precisely because of this, the number of fans, which had stopped growing for both the Star Pavilion official account and him personally, suddenly surged again. In addition, the number of registered users of Chocho Flying Sword also began to rise rapidly. Regardless of whether they liked playing the game or not, they would spend 60 spirit stones to try their luck. 60 spirit stones for 10 million, if they won, they could live a life of ease. Upon seeing this result, Yi Qianxin couldn't help but smile knowingly. Ye Tianlong, standing to the side, showed a pained expression. Child, you've really suffered. For the sake of the sect, you have to bear such a bad reputation and be called the biggest fool in the Tianyuan continent. Oh, so what? We're still number one in Tianyuan continent. By the way, Dad, let me tell you my thoughts. Our star sand isn't selling well anymore, so my idea is that we should stop selling star sand from now on. Not selling stardust? Yi Tianlong was taken aback. But we don't have anything else worth selling. Who says we have to sell our own stuff? We have fame and a number of fans now, so we can help others sell their products. For example, if other sects have unsold goods, we can bring their products to our live stream to sell, and we'll take a cut for each item sold. We'll change the name of our official account to Star Selection. I have a feeling that once this model works, the foundation of our Star Pavilion will far surpass that of Golden Turtle Island. At this moment, Yi Qianxin was filled with boundless ambition. By the way, I don't plan to waste the 9 Dragons Jade Pendant. I'm going to set up a guild to recruit players who are good at playing the Autumn Flying Sword game. I'll give them subsidies, and the reputation they make in the game can also serve as advertising for us. It seems you've really grown up. Then pass the position of sect leader to me. Just as the Yi family father and son were using the popularity of Chocho Flying Sword to help their sect transform, Lin Yi also discovered a surge in the number of Chocho Flying Sword users and a dramatic increase in recharge revenue. He was overjoyed instantly. What exactly is going on? How come it has increased so much in just one day? It seems my decision was right after all. This coordinated move was well done. Ha! There's also a grudge who spent 10 million spirit stones to buy tokens from other players. I wonder how much money this person spent to get them. They must have spent a lot of money. Let me see. When Lin Yi curiously checked the acquisition record of the 9 Dragons Jade Pendant in the background, his whole body turned red. One shot, one kill? No, I need to change the backend data. 0.01 is too high. I need to add another 0, no, 2 more zeros. However, just as he was about to change the data, Ghost Servant number 1's voice came from outside the room. Sect Master, we're back, and we've brought back everything you requested. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly opened the door. The next second, 2 ghost servants appeared in front of him. Along with them appeared a mountain of tobacco leaves, and Lin Yi's eyes lit up the moment he saw them. By the way, Sect Master, we also brought you something else. I'm sure you'll like it. After saying that, Ghost Servant number 1 took out a jade bottle from his storage bag with a look of pride. The moment the stopper was opened, a familiar scent wafted out. In addition, the faint white bubbles inside the bottle and the pale yellow liquid beneath them immediately changed Lin Yi's expression. Chapter 93 Beer. Can spirit stones grow in this soil? That familiar smell, that familiar color. Lin Yi glanced at it and immediately snatched the bottle from the ghost servant's hand, then carefully held it to his nose and smelled it again and again. Yes, it's beer. How come the Tianyuan continent even makes something like this? This is such a wonderful surprise. As he spoke, he looked at ghost servant number 1 with an excited expression. Where did you find this thing? Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, ghost servant number 1 answered without hesitation, at a small market. My brother and I were just thinking of buying something to eat when we found this. We tried it and thought it tasted pretty good, so we figured you would like it too, Sect Master. According to the rogue cultivator who sells this product, he accidentally created it while planting spirit grains, and he calls it wheat juice. I see. Come to think of it, the beer making process doesn't seem that complicated. It's not impossible to make one by chance. I just wonder what it tastes like. As he spoke, Lin Yi took a sip, smacked his lips a few times, and soon a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. The bubbles are dense, the aroma is rich, and there are subtle malt and grain fragrances. The only slight drawback is that the alcohol content is a bit low, which should be due to the fermentation process. But overall, this can be considered a top-quality craft beer. But drinking it like this isn't quite enough to satisfy my taste buds. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of cold air emanated from his right palm. Under the influence of the cold air, the temperature of the beer in his hand dropped rapidly, and water droplets began to appear on the surface of the bottle. After feeling that the temperature was about right, Lin Yi took another big gulp. The moment the cool, mellow liquor slid down his throat, he felt as if he had returned to his past life, to the time when he was eating barbecue and drinking ice-cold beer at a roadside stall. Cool. It's a pity there were no barbecue skewers. With a look of disappointment, Lin Yi put the wine bottle aside and immediately said to ghost servant number 1 with a serious expression, Go and bring that rogue cultivator who brews wine back to me. Yes, Sect Master. Ghost servant number 1 said and was about to turn and leave, but as he turned, he asked another question. Alive or dead? Of course he's alive. If he dies, you'll die out there too. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, ghost servant number 1 disappeared. Sect Master, what about me? Should I go out and do something too? Ghost servant number 2 asked, rubbing his hands together. You want to go out and play again? Oh yes, no, I mean I wanted to help the sect leader share his burdens. I asked you to find some tobacco, and you've been searching for a whole day. What, are you plucking them one by one? Sect Master, your subordinate. Ghost servant number 2 was about to explain when Lin Yi interrupted him. All right, I was just kidding. You two have done a great job this time, so you're allowed to stop reporting to me in person every day from now on. As for now, take all these things with you and come with me to the Bone Spirit cult. After saying that, Lin Yi took the beer and soared into the air towards the Bone Spirit cult. Ghost servant number 2 was overjoyed and quickly followed. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the headquarters of the Bone Spirit cult, the White Bone Abyss. Compared to the scenic charming maiden sect, the Bone Abyss appears extremely gloomy, with only black soil and scattered skeletons on the ground, including those of animals and humans. As Lin Yi approached with ghost servant number 2, the bones on the ground instantly came to life, transforming into terrifying skeletal monsters that bared their fangs and claws, ready to charge at Lin Yi. However, before they could get close, a ball of violent energy appeared in Lin Yi's hand. The next second, these skeletal monsters shrank back into ordinary skeletons. The Bone Spirit cult doesn't even bother with environmental design. Living in places like this, no wonder the disciples of the Bone Spirit cult are all like autistic people. Sect Master, what is autism? Ghost servant number 2, who was following behind, asked with a puzzled look. No sooner had he finished speaking than several enormous skulls appeared in the sky, followed by the Bone Spirit cult leader, Venerable Spirit Bone, appearing before Lin Yi with several disciples of the Bone Spirit cult. This old Spirit Bone pays respects to the Sect Master. It's been a long time since we've been waiting for you. Dressed in a black robe, the Spirit Bone Venerable, who was as thin as a stick, smiled obsequiously at Lin Yi. The Bone Spirit sect disciples following behind him remained silent, wishing they could shrink into their black robes. See these? These are typical cases of autism, Lin Yi said, pointing at them without any hesitation. Old bones, can't you teach your disciples to be a little more positive? Sect master is joking. Those of us who deal with skeletons and zombies all day long dislike sunlight the most. Sect master, I heard from that old man Styx that you assigned a big task to their Xianyin sect. Not only did you earn a lot of spirit stones, but you also got to humiliate those righteous people to your heart's content. Did you come to our bone spirit sect this time with an important task to entrust to us? At this point, Venerable Lingu's face was full of anticipation. Like the Xianyin sect, the bone spirit sect is adept at fighting. Any disciple of the bone spirit sect can control tens of thousands of zombies or puppets, and large-scale battles are basically all done by them. However, in the short video business, they are the worst performing among the major sections. None of their disciples are very capable, and they can't produce any content. They are all as thin as ribs and don't dare to shout out their wares. In addition, the sect lacks a pillar industry. While other sects are already reaping huge profits, they can't even get a sip of soup. You guessed right. I really do have an important mission to give to your bone spirit cult this time. As he spoke, Lin Ye's eyes darted around. As far as the eye could see, everything was pitch black and the terrain was extremely flat, without even a small hill. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but nod. Then he picked up a handful of dirt from the ground, rubbed it with his fingers, and nodded again. It's all high-quality humus, and its fertility is probably even stronger than the black soil of northeast China in my previous life. It would be a waste not to plant something in such good soil. The venerable spirit bone, standing to the side, looked puzzled upon hearing his words. Sect master, is there something wrong with this soil? Of course. This soil can grow spirit stones. Lin Yi sprinkled the black soil in his hand. Long-lasting spirit stone. Venerable spirit bone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Yes. As long as you plant what I gave you, spirit stones will grow here continuously. Go and summon all the disciples of the bone spirit sect. I have an important task to give them. Although he still didn't quite understand what Lin Yi meant, upon hearing that there would be a continuous supply of spirit stones, Venerable Lingu dared not delay any longer and hurriedly arranged for people to be called upon. A dozen minutes later, several thousand bone spirit cult disciples were brought before Lin Yi. Chapter 94 Cigarettes, Addiction. Unlike the lowly and uncouth Xianyin sect disciples, the bone spirit sect disciples all kept their heads down, their faces beneath their black robes as white as bones. Even with thousands of people gathered together, not a single one of them spoke. However, Lin Yi knew that this was just a facade. When they were controlling zombies, puppets, and skeletal monsters to fight, they were all ruthless and perverted. Have all the disciples arrived? Reporting to Sect Master, everyone has arrived, Venerable Lingu said respectfully. That's good. After saying that, Lin Yi took out a megaphone magic device that he had taken from the Four Seas Pavilion from his storage bag. Fellow members of the Bone Spirit sect, are you tired of your current monotonous life? Do you want to better realize your own value? Do you want to contribute to the rise of the demonic sect? Do you want the spirit stones of righteous cultivators to flow into your own pockets in an endless stream? He seized this opportunity today. Upon hearing this, thousands of Bone Spirit sect disciples raised their heads in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Just then, Lin Yi beckoned to Ghost Servant number 2 beside him with his free right hand. Upon seeing this, Ghost Servant number 2 looked around, then pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. He quickly took out a bottle of beer from his storage bag, shielded with magic, and handed it to Lin Yi. After subconsciously taking the beer, Lin Yi suddenly sensed something was wrong. When he slowly turned his head and saw the beer in his hand, his expression froze instantly. Who wants this stuff? What I want is tobacco, tobacco. As he spoke, he slammed a bottle down on Ghost Servant number 2's head, making a thud. After he finished knocking, he didn't forget to take a big gulp. Upon seeing this, Ghost Servant number 2 couldn't help but curl his lip before taking out a tobacco plant from his storage bag. When Lin Yi held the tobacco in his hand, all the disciples of the Bone Spirit sect present, including Venerable Lingu, couldn't help but focus their attention on it. The plant I am holding in my hand is called tobacco. It can be used to make something called cigarettes, which has a certain stress-relieving effect and is addictive. My idea is that, starting today, the Bone Spirit cult should cultivate tobacco on a large scale and then process it into cigarettes for sale to righteous cultivators. My requirements are not high, each of you will be entitled to contract 1,000 mu of land. These words immediately caused an uproar, even among the usually taciturn disciples of the Bone Spirit sect. They never expected that the important task Lin Yu was going to give them would be farming. It's not that there are no cultivators in this world who farm. Some sects rely on growing spiritual herbs and plants for a living, and independent cultivators occasionally grow crops like spiritual rice to earn some spirit stones, but how could they, as dignified cultivators of the demonic sect, suddenly be asked to farm, especially since it was just an ordinary plant like tobacco that wasn't even considered a spiritual plant? Of course, they only dared to think such things, never daring to say them aloud. After all, the one who said these words was the unpredictable and volatile leader of the demonic sect, who would smash someone's head with a bottle at the slightest provocation. Furthermore, they heard from the Xianin sect disciples that their sect leader was of extremely low character. Only Venerable Spirit Bone, the leader of the Bone Spirit sect, spoke up beside Lin Yu with a troubled expression. Sect Master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Even if we don't need the Bone Spirit sect anymore, it doesn't mean we have to go and farm. Moreover, they are planting such common plants. If one person really planted 1,000 acres, he probably wouldn't have time to cultivate. Of course, this isn't me questioning your decision, but the main question is whether these cigarettes made from tobacco can really be turned into spirit stones? At this moment, Venerable Lingu became the mouthpiece for thousands of Bone Spirit cult disciples. Lin Yi seemed to have anticipated his question. Instead of immediately refuting it, he tore a leaf from the tobacco in his hand and used magic to quickly dry it. After drying, he immediately used his bare hands to unleash thousands of sword energies to cut the leaves into thin strips. Seeing this, the members of the Bone Spirit sect thought that Lin Yi was trying to intimidate them, and they were all terrified. But at that moment, Lin Yi took out a piece of white paper from his storage bag and used it to roll the tobacco he had just cut into. More than a dozen cigarettes. Here, have a taste. Under the anxious gaze of the Spirit Bone Venerable, Lin Yi handed him a cigarette, then he handed one to each of the Bone Spirit sect disciples standing in the front row. One of the disciples didn't even flinch before shoving the cigarette into his mouth and swallowing it in 2 gulps. Judging from his expression, the thing clearly didn't taste good. As a result, Venerable Lingu became increasingly convinced that this thing could not possibly earn spirit stones, until a wisp of flame appeared between Lin Yi's 2 fingers. Put one end of the cigarette in your mouth, and when I light it for you, take a deep drag of this. Although Lin Yi's request sounded strange, Venerable Lingu ultimately complied. When the red flame ignited the cigarette in his mouth, sparks immediately appeared at the tip of the cigarette, followed by wisps of white smoke. In the end, all of this white smoke was inhaled by the Venerable Spirit Bone. Slowly savor the sensation before swallowing, letting the smoke naturally enter your lungs, and then exhale through your nose. Yes, just like that. Do it a few times. Don't you feel a sense of euphoria? Come on, take another breath, repeat the process we just went through. Yes, very good. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Venerable Lingu quickly mastered the art of smoking. Before long, he finished a cigarette completely, and even when the last bit of the cigarette butt was burning hot, he didn't throw it away. During this process, his expression changed several times, from confusion to surprise to enjoyment. His brows also went from being tightly furrowed to gradually relaxing. When only cigarette ash remained in his hand, a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, and at the same time, Lin Yi's voice came from the side again. How do you feel? Are you relaxed? Do you feel like your soul is ascending to heaven? A little, but I haven't tasted it yet. Could I have another one? Of course, come on, I'll light it for you myself. As they were talking, Lin Yi lit a second stick for Venerable Lingu, then a third, and a fourth. Soon, Venerable Lingu began to crave the taste and couldn't stop. He even felt that 1 stick at a time wasn't enough, so he smoked 3 sticks at a time. Those Bone Spirit sect disciples who had been given cigarettes by Lin Yi quickly followed suit. Before long, the scene was filled with smoke, and smiles appeared on their faces, a rare sight indeed. A dozen minutes later, Venerable Lingu suddenly looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression. Sect Master, I have a premonition that these cigarettes will become the best-selling product on the Tianyuan continent in the future. Please entrust this great task to our Bone Spirit sect. I beg you. See? I wasn't lying to you. From now on, what grows on this tobacco won't be leaves, but spirit stones. Lin Yi patted the skeleton of the Spirit Bone Venerable with an encouraging look. It is our ignorance that has led us to this, or rather, it is the sect master's foresight that has allowed him to do this. Sect Master, please have a smoke. With that, Venerable Lingu was about to light a cigarette for Lin Yi, but Lin Yi refused. I only sell, I don't smoke. Smoking too much of this stuff is bad for your health, but your body should be fine. Lin Yi said seriously, looking at the skeletons of the Bone Spirit cult members. It's good that it hurts their bodies. They can make money off righteous cultivators and harm their bodies at the same time. This cigarette is amazing. Venerable Lingu's eyes shone brighter than ever. Chapter 95 Responsibility Fields, Guling brand cigarettes. Just as Lin Yi had said before, although the tobacco on this Tianyuan continent had not evolved into a spiritual plant, it was still imbued with a large amount of spiritual energy, making it much more potent than the tobacco in his previous life. If an ordinary person took a puff, they would probably faint immediately. This is why even a powerful cultivator like Venerable Lingu, who was at the Mahayana stage, began to get addicted after smoking dozens of cigarettes in a row, not to mention the other dozen or so ordinary disciples. He took a deep drag and his eyes became glazed over. This feeling is quite wonderful, it makes my mind feel instantly clear and empty. Yes, it feels like floating on the wind, as if ascending to a fairyland. Hiss. Whoa. Indescribable. I inexplicably felt much lighter and my mind became clearer. Huh? You finished smoking all of that? No wonder my fingers felt so warm. After witnessing the performance of the Bone Spirit cult members, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk slightly. It even made the autistic guy talk. No wonder it's the three-piece set of male pleasure. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the Venerable Spirit Bone in front of him. Then it's settled. This matter will be handled by your Bone Spirit cult. Didn't you just say that 1,000 acres is too much? Actually, if you think about it carefully, what is the biggest advantage of your Bone Spirit sect? It's productivity. You can control zombies, right? Turning the soil, weeding, sowing seeds, fertilizing, you can leave it all to the zombies and puppets. They don't get tired, they can work 24 hours a day without any problem, and you don't need to pay them wages. Upon hearing this, Venerable Lingu immediately understood. What the sect leader said makes sense. I forgot about that. I'll organize people to cultivate the land right now. After saying that, he turned to face the disciples of the Bone Spirit cult. With his command, all the disciples summoned their zombie puppets and skeletal armies. There are at least several million people under Lin Yi's watchful eye. The millions of undead began to cultivate the land surrounding the Bone Abyss. At first, they did it barehanded, but Lin Yi found it too slow, so he ordered a batch of farming tools from Burning Flame Valley. Simply shove the plowshare onto the armored zombie, and it will run faster than an ox. The skeleton soldiers also put down their weapons and picked up hoes and other farming tools to turn over the fertile black soil in the Bone Abyss. In less than half a day, the once eerie and bone-strewn Bone Abyss was transformed into a fertile field. To ensure accuracy for each disciple, they even marked out ridges, dividing the land into individual plots, and then assigned plots based on the number of disciples. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Yi strode into the middle of the field. From today onwards, these fields will be subject to a responsibility system, with each person allotted 1,000 mu. You can take 1% of the spirit stones earned from selling the tobacco produced as cigarettes. The higher the yield, the more spirit stones you will receive. The bolder the man, the greater the harvest. Compete with flying swords for speed, and rival the sun and moon for height. As long as you dare to think and act, you can even cultivate a great harvest from farming. Did everyone understand? As soon as the words were spoken, thousands of Bone Spirit cult disciples answered in unison, understood. His eyes were filled with determination and passion, as if he wished he could replace the armored zombie and plow a couple of acres of land himself. The second ghost servant, standing to the side, asked cautiously, Sect Master, are you lying to them? Ha! Lin Yi glared at him fiercely. How can this be called deception? Controlling zombies can improve your proficiency in spell control, and you can also condense your magic power. Over time, your cultivation level will naturally increase. Moreover, once you've earned a large amount of spirit stones, you can even reach the Mahayana stage by taking pills. Go over there and give them the seeds. Okay. At Lin Yi's request, the ghost servant immediately distributed the tobacco seeds that had been prepared in advance to each disciple of the bone spirit cult. They then instructed the zombies and puppets to plant the seeds in their respective fields. Finally, unleash a powerful rain spell to water this fertile black soil, and everything will be done. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the bone spirit sect felt a strange excitement, something they had never experienced before. They suddenly realized that farming might actually be quite interesting. However, at this moment, Linya's face showed a thoughtful expression. I seem to remember there was a spell specifically designed to promote plant growth. What was it called again? Just as he couldn't think of it for a moment, Venerable Lingu spoke first. Is the sect leader referring to the Azurewood reincarnation technique of the Azurewood sect? Yes, that's it. Their sect leader, Venerable Qingmu, met me before. I remember that he could create a huge forest with a wave of his hand, and he could also create a large number of wood spirit puppets. If only we could find that old bastard. I'm afraid your wish will be in vain, Sect Master. Oh? What happened? Did that old guy ascend to immortality? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. No, he was killed by you 200 years ago. Have you forgotten? At that time, 8 Mahayana stage experts from the righteous sects attacked you together, and you killed 3 of them on the spot. Among them was Venerable Qingmu of the Qingmu sect. I see. I did forget. I've killed too many righteous experts under my command. Lin Yi said awkwardly. That's a pity. But even though he's dead, the others in the Greenwood sect should also know this spell. Yes, he could, but the day after you killed him, the Bloodblade sect led a group to slaughter the entire sect, not even sparing their cooks. Oh, is the Bloodblade sect really that wicked? You gave the order yourself. The previous demon lord chose you to take the throne because he saw your ruthlessness. I just didn't expect that you, sect master, would be just as ruthless as you were back then. Ha ha. I have such a bad memory, I've killed too many people. Lin Yi sighed and smiled bitterly, rubbing his forehead. That's true. Sect master, you've killed at least 18 or 20 righteous Mahayana experts. How could you possibly remember such a nobody? Although Venerable Aoki is dead, the Aoki reincarnation technique can still be used. Upon hearing Lingu Zunja's words, Lin Yi was immediately taken aback, and then he instantly realized something. That's right, I used the corpses of those 3 righteous Mahayana experts to refine corpses. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black coffin appeared behind Venerable Lingu. Creak. As the coffin lid opened, a tall man dressed in a blue robe, with skin as hard as iron, stepped out of the coffin. As soon as the man appeared, Lin Yi sensed a vibrant life force emanating from him, which was the aura of the Azurewood reincarnation technique. Needless to say, this zombie at the Mahayana stage is none other than Venerable Qingmu, the sect leader of the Qingmu sect who once died at his hands. Under the control of the spirit bone Venerable, the Greenwood Venerable strode into the field. The moment he raised his hands, the Aoki reincarnation technique was activated instantly. A massive amount of wood elemental power then covered the entire bone abyss. Influenced by the power of these wood spirits, the tobacco seeds that had just been planted quickly took root and sprouted. In less than a minute, it grew from a seed into a mature plant that was more than half a person tall, perhaps. Because the soil in White Bone Abyss is more fertile, the quality of these mature tobacco plants is significantly better than the previous generation. This scene instantly put Lin Yi in a great mood. Great! That's wonderful! With this batch of tobacco, Guling brand cigarettes can officially begin mass production. At that time, I will make sure that all cultivators in the Tianyuan continent are smoking cigarettes produced by my demonic sect. Everyone, start harvesting. Remember to separate the tender leaves on top from the old leaves on the bottom, as they are worth different prices. At Lin Yi's command, all the zombies and puppets picked up their sides and went into the fields to harvest the tobacco that had grown. He himself flew towards the burning flame valley. The tobacco leaves were already available, and the equipment for producing cigarettes also needed to be put in place. He had already decided to build a factory right here in this bone abyss, so that every undead would have a job. By the way, the brewery will also be built here. A beer, a cigarette, and a game of video games. This is much more interesting than being an immortal. Chapter 96 The Industrial Revolution in Burning Valley. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at a place with an environment even harsher than the White Bone Abyss. Everywhere you look, there are exposed metal mines and dumped slag, and even the air is filled with a pungent smell. A few kilometers away from him was a huge active volcano, with thick smoke billowing from its summit and hot lava spewing out from it from time to time. Wow, the pollution here is really bad. PM 2.5 is almost PM 2.5. You can feel like you're inhaling a brick into your lungs with every breath. No sooner had he finished speaking than the voice of Ghost Servant number 2 came from behind him. Sect Master, what is PM 2.5? Why did you follow me here, kid? Lin Yi asked with a surprised look as he looked at Ghost Servant number 2 who had come running up to him. The Bone Spirit sect is so boring. Those skeletons are so unreliable, they won't say a word. When I try to chat with them, they ignore me. Of course, my main concern is for your safety, Sect Master. After all, the Burning Flame Valley is extremely dangerous, and heavenly fire can fall from time to time. No sooner had Ghost Servant number 2 finished speaking than a meteorite with a long, fiery tail hurtled toward their location from the sky. Upon seeing this, Ghost Servant number 2 immediately prepared to shoot down the meteorite. Sect Master, please be careful. But before he could make a move, Lin Yi flicked his finger into the void at the oncoming meteorite. The next second, the meteorite, which was as big as a house, broke apart in midair, and tiny fragments were scattered all over the ground like rain. Seeing this, Ghost Servant number 2, who had just extended one hand, awkwardly withdrew it. I meant, Sect Master, please watch your step, there's a pile of spirit beast dung over there. However, Lin Yi ignored him and casually picked up a meteorite fragment from the ground. After examining it closely, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Is this gold? Or is it pure gold? No wonder the Burning Flame Valley has an inexhaustible supply of various metallic minerals, they all come from outer space. As soon as he finished speaking, several huge figures appeared in front of him. Each of these figures was more than 10 feet tall, with a metallic sheen. When they moved, they made a series of grinding sounds, and occasionally, puffs of white smoke could be seen coming out from behind them. Lin Yi looked closely and realized that these big guys were actually metal puppets that looked like robots, unlike the puppets of the Bone Spirit cult, which are synthesized from flesh and blood and driven by talismans. These metal puppets rely on their internal mechanical structures. Lin Yi could vaguely see the gears and connecting rods under their metal exterior, but what shocked him most was not these things, but the wisps of white steam emanating from them. Holy crap! This is steam-powered. Number 2, did Burning Flame Valley have this kind of thing before? Hearing Lin Yi's shout, Ghost Servant number 2 also hurriedly looked at the several huge metal puppets. Yes, when you called me over to have them customize farm tools, those tools were made from these metal lumps. I found it quite novel when I saw it, so I asked the disciples of Burning Flame Valley, and they said it was made by Venerable Li Hua. While the master and servant were talking, the steam-powered metal robots began to dig at the nearby mine with the buckets attached to their hands. Once their storage space was full, they trudged heavily to the side. Lin Yi, who was following behind them, soon saw something else that surprised him greatly. A train consisting of dozens of carriages. Once all the carriages were filled with ore, the steam train headed straight along the tracks on the ground towards the active volcano that Lin Yi had seen earlier. Good heavens, Burning Flame Valley has even brought about an industrial revolution. What's going on here? In order to find out why the Burning Flame Valley had undergone such a drastic change, Lin Yi hurriedly flew towards the volcano ahead. When they were less than a kilometer away from the volcano, a crimson light shone from inside the volcano and eventually transformed into a tall old man with red hair and beard, whose body radiated a scorching aura. The tall, elderly man was none other than Venerable Li Hua, the master of Burning Flame Valley. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Venerable Li Hua immediately bowed. In respect. Your subordinate greets the sect master. Get up. I have something to tell you, but before that, I have a few things I'm curious about. Please speak, sect master. I will tell you everything I know without reservation. What's with those metal golems over there? Lin Yi asked the question he was most concerned about as soon as he opened his mouth. How did you come up with the idea of using steam as their power source, and how did you come up with the idea of using those mechanical parts to drive them? Upon hearing his question, Venerable Li Hua glanced at the metal puppet and then smiled calmly. All of this is thanks to you, sect master. Yes, it all originated from those novels on tomato-free novels. A few days ago, I stumbled upon these ingenious ideas in one of the novels and thought I'd give it a try. I didn't expect the results to be so good. As he spoke, Venerable Li Hua took out his phone, and Lin Yi quickly leaned forward to take a look. Upon looking at it, I immediately understood. This book is a historical novel that tells the story of the protagonist who travels back to ancient times and gradually builds a modern empire from a refugee in a remote mountain village. It contains numerous scenes where the protagonist leads the natives in researching technology, including the development of steam engines and various machines. Of course, it didn't go into too much detail, it only outlined a general research and development approach. He never expected that Venerable Li Hua could figure out the steam engine and a host of mechanical structures from just a few words. Could this Venerable Li Hua be a mechanical genius? At this moment, Venerable Li Hua spoke again, his words full of self-satisfaction. It's just in time for Sect Master to arrive. Let me show you my latest research findings. With these findings, our Burning Flame Valley's production capacity can be increased several times over. In order to find out what else Venerable Li Hua had created, Lin Yi immediately followed him toward the active volcano. After passing through a tunnel, a vast underground city built inside an active volcano came into view. The underground city was bustling with the busy disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. Because of the unique nature of their cultivation techniques, they need to constantly absorb fire energy and store it in their bodies. For this reason, they also take on the responsibility of forging weapons and magical artifacts for the demonic sect. However, since the demonic sects have not had any major conflicts with the righteous path in the past 100 years, the wear and tear on weapons and magical artifacts has naturally been less. Furthermore, now that everyone in the demonic sect is using a mobile phone, the Burning Flame Valley has also established its own Douyin store and started selling magical artifacts on it. Its revenue is second only to the God of Wealth Temple and the Charming Maiden sect, and they are living much better than the Bone Spirit sect next door. Lin Yi hadn't walked more than a few steps when he was drawn to the scene before him. Inside a workshop, a steam forging machine, driven entirely by steam, was continuously hammering the metal material below. This is a steam forging machine. The heat generated by the Spirit Stone array produces steam, which is then transmitted to the linkage mechanism above by gear and belt transmission, allowing the forging hammer to move up and down. Each hammer blow can generate a force of thousands of tons. This reduces spiritual energy consumption by at least 80% compared to simply using spirit stones, and is expected to save tens of millions of spirit stones annually. At this point, Venerable Li Hua's face was full of pride and self-satisfaction. Chapter 97 Fully Automatic Cigarette Rolling Machine. Looking at the eloquent Venerable Li Hua beside him, Lin Yi suddenly realized a problem. It seemed that the people of the demonic sect were all a little abnormal. The disciples of the Charming Maiden's cult are dissolute, the disciples of the Bone Spirit cult are withdrawn and scheming, the disciples of the Profounding cult are foul-mouthed and ruthless, and the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley are obsessive and like to immerse themselves. In their own world, these things would be perfectly normal on Earth in the past, but in an ancient world like Tianyuan continent, they are considered heretical and demonic. Damn it, I'd become the worst one in the demonic sect. Just as he was thinking this, Venerable Li Hua finished his speech. Sect Master, are you listening to me carefully? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately came to his senses. Yes. Of course. I think your structural design is quite ingenious. However, you can increase the gear ratio a bit more. This will further increase the torque. Although the speed will be slower, it will be able to drive a larger forging hammer. Upon hearing these words, Venerable Li Hua instantly revealed a look of sudden realization. I see, I actually noticed that problem too. When a large gear drives a small gear, the speed is faster, but the force is less. When a small gear drives a large gear, the speed is slower, but the force is greater. May I ask, Sect Master, what is the principle behind this, and why is it like this? Faced with Venerable Li Hua's humble request for guidance, Lin Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue explaining. This brings us to the principle of leverage. As the great master Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall be able to move the entire Tianyuan continent." At the same time, Ghost Servant number 2 felt a sudden itch on his scalp. What is this nonsense? Archimedes? What a lame name. Even a Mahayana cultivator can't move the Tianyuan continent. Isn't he just showing off? 20 minutes later, Lin Yi finally imparted all the physics knowledge he had acquired during his 3 years of junior high and 1 year of high school in his previous life to Venerable Li Huo. As for why high school only lasted 1 year, it's because he switched to humanities in his second year. There was no other way, he failed biology and got single-digit scores in chemistry. If he continued to study science, he wouldn't be able to get into a vocational college. Ahem, alright, let's stop here for today. We can continue our discussion next time when I have more time. Upon hearing his words, Venerable Li Hua was filled with emotion. A single conversation with the sect master is worth more than reading 1,000 years of books. The sect master is not only ruthless, but also erudite and knowledgeable, which I admire greatly. It's nothing. I just enjoy reading. By the way, now that you've already produced so much, the task I'm about to assign you should be even simpler. This time, I need your help to manufacture a machine that can automate the production of cigarettes. Lin Yi immediately stated the purpose of his trip. Cigarettes? What are cigarettes? Venerable Li Hua looked puzzled after hearing the word cigarettes. This is it. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a cigarette he had made earlier, lit it on a passing Burning Flame Valley disciple, and then handed it to Venerable Li Hua. Just as he had taught Venerable Lingu, he quickly taught Venerable Li Hua how to smoke. At first, Venerable Li Hua was a little unaccustomed to it, but after smoking a few sticks in a row, his expression changed. Hiss, whoosh, sect master, this is truly a fine product. As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Li Hua exhaled a smoke ring, flicked off the ash, and then took 2 deep puffs. I think I've got an idea, sect master, please wait a moment. The next second he ran to the side, took out a charcoal pencil and started writing and drawing on a wall. Soon, a complex and precise mechanical structure design drawing was produced. After finishing the drawing, he ran back to Lin Yi. What you want, master, is a machine that can automatically roll cigarettes, cut materials, and pack them, right? Ah, yes, that's right. It would be best to make another batch of machines that can produce cigarette boxes. That's easy, I'll find a few disciples to make it for you right away. After saying this, Venerable Li Hua turned and left. When he returned, he was followed by more than a dozen disciples of Burning Flame Valley. After bowing to Lin Yi, Venerable Li Hua led his disciples to process the food in front of him. In the hands of these disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, pieces of raw metal were melted and shaped by hand. Their hands are welding torches, their eyes are rulers, and each of them is a human lathe. In less than 10 minutes, they created a fully automated cigarette production line by hand like the previous machines. It was steam-powered. Upon seeing this production line, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up, and he turned to ghost servant number 2 beside him and said, "Take out the tobacco." Upon hearing his words, ghost servant number 2, who was hiding to the side playing on his phone, quickly put his phone away and took out a bunch of tobacco from his storage bag. Seeing his appearance, Lin Yi couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled expression. Were you just texting someone? No, how could that be? You're not having an online romance, are you? Your subordinate is utterly loyal to the sect master. How could you possibly? Stop. Give me the things. The next second, ghost servant number 2 took out a bundle of tobacco and handed it to Lin Yi. When he saw that Lin Yi was not looking in his direction, he quickly took out his phone, then he quickly typed a line of text into the chat box. The sect master is currently in Burning Flame Valley and is expected to leave in half an hour. I will try to guide the sect master to Flower Language Island along the way. The message had barely been sent when the other person replied with a thumbs up. Great. After it's done, I'll give you Xiaoqing's private Douyin account. I've already spoken to her. She also wants to find an honest man, and I think you, number 1, are perfect for her. Your Majesty, I am number 2. You guys are pretty good here. The tobacco was dried as soon as it was taken out. Looking at the tobacco leaves in his hand, which had turned a deep yellow, Lin Yi sighed with emotion. No wonder the disciples of Burning Flame Valley all look so old. They look like they're 500 years old even though they're only 50. Remember to moisturize your skin more often in the future, because dehydrated skin ages faster. Thank you for your concern, sect master. Take this over there and let me see the production efficiency of this production line. By the way, it seems that regular paper can't be used for cigarette making, so we'll have to buy some blue too. After saying that, Lin Yi searched on Douyin and found that there were indeed sex-selling paper. After a quick selection, he chose the one that was closest to cigarette paper, and also bought a special slime produced by a certain monster. This viscous substance not only has good viscosity, but also a faint fragrance, making it a special ingredient for incense making. After placing the order together, Lin Yi handed the two materials to Venerable Li Hua. Upon receiving the raw materials, Venerable Li Hua immediately put them into the production line. As the machine started, the raw materials were soon transformed into cigarettes with chopped vapor. It's so much better than the previous batch of shoddy products. However, what Lin Yi saw at this moment was not cigarettes, but glittering spirit stones. The roar of the machines became the echo of the spirit stones. Chapter 98: The Transformation Path of Burning Flame Valley. Small commodity wholesale. In just a few minutes, all the tobacco that Lin Yi took out of the storage bag was transformed into neatly stacked cigarettes. The only difference between these cigarettes and those from the previous life is that these cigarettes don't have filters, but that doesn't matter. The main purpose of the filter is to reduce the tar content and reduce the harm of cigarettes to the human body. He doesn't care whether this thing is harmful or not. Even if it is harmful, it is negligible for a cultivator. The next second he spoke to Venerable Li Hua beside him. Try it. Yes, Sect Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Li Hua picked up a cigarette from the end of the assembly line, lit it skillfully with his fingertips, and then took deep drags. His eyes lit up shortly afterward. Excellent, truly excellent. The fragrance of the burning musk demon slime blends perfectly with the original flavor of this cigarette, and even has a subtle calming effect. I'll have 2 more bites. Phew. This is top-notch, truly top-notch. The flavor seems even stronger than before. Oh? The base flavor is stronger? Is it because of the roasting process? Looking at the expression of enjoyment on Venerable Li Hua's face, Lin Yi casually picked up an unprocessed tobacco leaf, rubbed it with his hand, and found that the dryness and moisture were just right. In that case, design a drying machine for me based on your local environment, preferably one that can control the temperature. Let's design another fully automatic cigarette box production machine, and use wood as the raw material. No problem, Sect Master, it's a small matter. As he spoke, Venerable Li Hua skillfully used 2 fingers to hold a cigarette in his hand and gave instructions to his disciple beside him. Soon, 2 machines were completed. One was shaped like an oven and was used to roast tobacco, while the other end was used to process wood, carving huge logs into pull-out cigarette boxes that resembled small drawers. At Lin Yi's request, the cigarette box was also decorated with exquisite patterns and 2 eye-catching characters. Gu Ling looking at the high-speed machines in front of him, Lin Yi became more and more satisfied with Burning Flame Valley. It was simply a natural-born machine manufacturing plant. He picked up a pre-made cigarette box and tried to fill it with cigarettes. It was just the right size after filling it with 20 cigarettes, and it was very easy to hold in his hand. Sect Master, are you satisfied with these 2 machines? Of course, very satisfied. Lin Yi casually stuffed a whole pack of cigarettes into Venerable Li Hua's hand and patted the 3 machines. In this way, you should have the disciples of Burning Flame Valley expedite the production of 1,000 of each of these 3 types of machines and send them to the Bone Spirit Sect. Once these machines arrive, the Bone Spirit Sect will be able to produce cigarettes at full speed and sell them throughout the entire Tianyuan continent through the 4 Seas Pavilion. Yes, Sect Master. After saying that, Venerable Li Hua took out his phone and sent a message in the Burning Flame Valley's large group chat, tagging everyone. After doing this, he approached Lin Yi with a fawning expression. Sect Master, these cigarettes will definitely become a hit throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. You've given the Bone Spirit Sect such a great way to make money, so why don't you also point out a way for our Burning Flame Valley to do the same? Our Burning Flame Valley stores have recently experienced a sharp decline in sales, and our revenue has also shrunk significantly. Upon hearing Venerable Li Hua's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. Weren't sales doing quite well before? Why did they suddenly drop? Did the product have quality issues and get bad reviews? No, that's not true. Everything produced by my Burning Flame Valley is of the highest quality. But the competition in the magic weapon market is just too fierce. Not to mention the famous Sword Manor and 100 Refinements sect, their fan base is much larger than ours. As for the refining sects like Rongjin Valley and Shinbing sect, which were not well known before, they have hired big internet celebrities and great cultivators to be their brand ambassadors in the past few days. They have also spent a lot of spirit stones to have those big internet celebrities promote them. Furthermore, I've heard that they've made contact with the Star Pavilion, and the Star Pavilion is going to hold some kind of special event for divine weapons tomorrow to help them sell magical artifacts. Our demonic sect can't openly hire spokespeople for promotion like they do, we can't compete with them. With a worried expression, Venerable Lihua took out a cigarette from his cigarette case, lit it, and started puffing away. After hearing his words, Lin Yi also showed a thoughtful expression, just as Venerable Lihua said, as the number of Douyin users increases and its influence grows, all the sects on the Tianyuan continent, except for those reclusive sects that consider themselves superior and unwilling to sell goods on Douyin, have flocked to it. Moreover, the way they sell goods is becoming increasingly aggressive. It's no longer the era where you could just shout a few words and sell your wares. Now, fame and online traffic are everything. In that case, you might as well stop selling magical artifacts altogether. Besides, I have a feeling that it won't be long before they stop selling. With such strong production and R&D capabilities, I think you might as well just sell small commodities. Small commodities? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Venerable Lihua looked puzzled. Yes, small commodities, things that are not used for spiritual practice but can bring convenience and comfort to people. For example, a box containing an ice and frost magic array that can keep food and drinks fresh and cool can be called a refrigerator. For example, a kettle that can boil cold water can be called a hot water kettle. For example, a small box that can project the image on a mobile phone screen onto a wall can be called a projector. You can also find a way to collect the phone's volume into two small earbuds so that outsiders can't hear the sound from your phone. This little gadget can be called an earphone. We will start from 4 aspects: clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and completely change the lifestyle of cultivators on the Tianyuan continent to satisfy their pursuit of comfort. When Lin Yi told Venerable Lihua all his thoughts, Venerable Lihua's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he nodded with a serious expression. Sect Master, you are truly a guiding light for our Burning Flame Valley. What you said makes perfect sense. Since we can't sell magic artifacts as well, we'll produce other things. Although the profit margin of these things may not be as high as that of magic artifacts, the sales volume will definitely be greater. Good that you understand. Then follow what I just said and start with the daily aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The goal of your research and development should be to improve the comfort of cultivators' lives. You can even reduce some of the costs, such as chopsticks for eating, spoons for drinking soup, and spiritual energy stoves and pots for cooking rice. At this point, Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something else. By the way, get the refrigerator out for me first. If possible, we would like to open another production line specifically for producing glass bottles and glass cups. A glass bottle? Yes. The green glass bottle will be of great use to me. After explaining this matter, Lin Yi discussed the cigarette factory with Venerable Lingu via video call. As expected, the cigarette factory was quickly finalized, and given the efficiency of the Bone Spirit cult, the first batch of Gu Ling brand cigarettes would be officially put into production within half a day. Lin Yi will personally take the first batch of cigarettes produced to Whale City to test the waters. Meanwhile, Venerable Lihua immediately convened an emergency meeting with all the disciples of the sect. During the meeting, he conveyed Lin Yi's instructions and proposed the future transformation direction of Burning Flame Valley. It is believed that the small commodity manufacturing industry in Burning Flame Valley will be able to officially start soon. When Venerable Lihua gratefully escorted Lin Yi to the entrance of Burning Flame Valley, Lin Yi suddenly added another sentence. By the way, besides spiritual energy turning into steam, spiritual energy should also be able to be converted into electrical energy. Think about it carefully. Upon hearing this, Venerable Lihua immediately showed a thoughtful expression, and then nodded solemnly. I'm leaving now. I'll leave the rest to you. You shouldn't let me down. After saying those words, Lin Yi took to the AIR.at. This moment, Ghost Servant number 2 spoke up from the side. A sect master, the smell here is too strong, it's making you stink. Would you like to take a soak in the hot springs on Flower Language Island? I'll get you some ice-cold beer and some grilled skewers. Ha! That's a good suggestion, kid. I do stink, let's head to Flower Language Island instead. Ghost Servant number 2, who was following behind, quickly took out his phone and sent 2 words in the Douyin chat interface, done. Chapter 99. The concept of luxury goods, fashion show. Flower Language Island is a lake island located in the heart of the demonic gate. Surrounded by glaciers and snowscapes, Flower Language Island in the center of the lake remains warm and spring-like all year round due to geothermal activity. That's why this small island is covered in flowers, and there's a small hot spring in the center of the island. Linyi used to like to come here and soak in the hot spring alone, which was one of the few pleasures he had after transmigrating. After flying to Flower Language Island, Linyi headed straight for the hot spring. When he saw the spring water with thick steam and hot water in front of him, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This is truly a wonderful place. The people of the demonic sect don't know how to enjoy life at all. After saying that, he took off all his clothes, revealing his flawless physique. With a splash, he plunged headfirst into the hot spring, creating a huge spray of water. Perfect entry into the water, full of slumber, full of slumber. After swimming to a large blue stone, he leaned against it, braced his hands on the stone, and looked up at the distant snow-capped mountains. I wonder when that kid number 2 will be back. If only we had some fruit and snacks and a drink at this time of year, that would be wonderful. As soon as he finished speaking, he vaguely felt something drifting up in front of him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was a bright red, unidentified spiritual fruit emitting an enticing aroma. Wow! I'm so lucky. He picked up the spiritual fruit casually, and without caring whether it was poisonous or not, he took a bite. The sweet juice bursts into your mouth. After he finished eating, he casually tossed the fruit pit onto the shore behind him. I didn't get enough. I wish I could have some more. The next second, several spiritual fruits of different shapes and sizes floated in front of him. Some looked like grapes, and some looked like watermelons. Seeing the fruit floating towards him, Linyi couldn't help but smile bitterly. I wish there was someone else to feed me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a ripple appeared on the water ahead, followed by a dark shadow emerging from the bottom of the pool. A splash. In the instant the water splashed, Bai Qingxian, dressed in a lace suit, emerged from the water and stood right in front of Linyi. Immediately afterwards, Linyi felt his waist being wrapped around, and when he looked up, he met Bai Qingxuan's eyes, which were almost drooling. Junior sister, let's talk this out. You even went to the trouble of setting up an array here to conceal your presence. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that righteous people came to assassinate me. Let's talk this out. How can we talk this out? Senior brother, you've already returned to the demonic sect and you still won't come to see me. Bai Qingxian said reproachfully while hooking Linya's chin. Ahem, I've just been too busy. The demonic sect is such a large enterprise that it needs me to support it. Every time I open my eyes, there are hundreds of thousands of mouths waiting to be fed. Then what do you mean by reading but not replying? Bai Qingxian took out his phone and pointed at the chat interface. Ha ha. I actually saw them all, I just forgot to reply. Is that so? Then tell me, Sect Master, what was that video I just shared with you about? Bai Qingxian said with a teasing expression. It's an adorable spirit cat. Linyi said with certainty after glancing at the video cover. The next second, Bai Qingxian clicked on the video. Immediately afterwards, a group of adorable spirit dogs appeared in the video, accompanied by the text below, quickly check if your Taoist partner has watched the video you shared with them. Upon seeing this, Linyi immediately cursed under his breath. Damn it! Which bastard created this? Ban her account. Also, delete the read receipt feature. After finishing his tirade, Linyi said with a serious expression, Junior sister, you must understand me. The demonic sect is at its most critical moment. All matters of love and affection must be put aside. Don't worry, once the demonic sect unifies the world and I have mastered my divine skills, I will definitely formally become your Taoist partner. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qingxian pursed his lips. Senior brother, you told me back then that you would become my Taoist partner after you became the Demon Lord. That's why I supported your ascension to the throne. But 300 years have passed, and I'm no longer that 180-year-old girl I used to be. I'll be 1,000 years old in a few months. With that, she pinned Linyi against the wall. Seeing this, Linyi quickly changed the subject. Junior sister, you look really good in this outfit today. Did you design it yourself? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxian was first taken aback, then his face lit up with pride. Of course, I designed this especially for myself. I know you'll like it, senior brother. And there's a small knot on the side. Just pull it gently. She pretended to untie the knot, but Lin Yi immediately stopped her. Junior sister is simply intelligent and skillful, with a brilliant mind and quick wit. She can design clothes that are both beautiful and charming. She is truly remarkable. And my junior sister's hair was specially styled today, wasn't it? It's so smooth and silky, with a unique design. And these earrings are exquisite and unique, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Oh, junior sister, what did you use on your face? Your skin is as soft as cream, so delicate and smooth, with a rosy glow. These nails are also as smooth and lustrous as jade, crystal clear. Under Lin Yi's repeated praise, Bai Qingxian touched his hair, his nails, and his earrings, his face full of pride. At this moment, Lin Yi also showed a very serious expression. Junior sister, you are born to do beauty and design. I have an idea. I plan to make you the #1 designer in Tianyuan continent, so that all female and male cultivators in Tianyuan continent will be proud to use your designed products, and open your counter in all the shops of Sihai Pavilion. Senior brother, can I really do it? Bai Qingxian asked somewhat nervously. Of course you can. Lin Yi said confidently, gripping her shoulders. Your designs will be worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, or even tens of millions of spirit stones in the future. They will no longer be simple commodities, they will be rare and precious items, luxury goods. Junior sister, please put on your clothes. Let's go inside the charming maiden sect and talk slowly. Okay, sure. By the way, junior sister, how did you know I would be here? Don't worry, even if you told me, I wouldn't take it to heart. I would even reward him handsomely. Is it #2? No, it's #1, Bai Qingxian replied firmly after thinking for a moment. So it was that kid. It seems #2 was tricked by #1 into revealing information. No wonder he kept sending messages the whole way. I'll reward him properly when he gets back. After saying this through gritted teeth, Lin Yi took Bai Qingxian back to the charming maiden sect. In order to shift Bai Qingxuan's focus to her career, Lin Yi directly shared his knowledge and ideas about luxury goods, haute couture jewelry, haute couture dresses, haute couture storage bags, and related ideas about female cultivator products. This includes perfumes, lipsticks, hair accessories, nail art, colored contact lenses, cosmetics, and more. After saying all this, Bai Qingxuan's ambition exploded, and she immediately led the disciples of the charming maiden sect to start designing and manufacturing, and established her own exclusive brand, Gucci, based on Lin Yi's suggestion. By the way, senior brother, I have another suggestion. You could hold a press conference and have all the female anchors from the Cha Nu School walk the runway wearing the things you designed. A fashion show? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Bai Qingxian was initially confused, but then his eyes lit up. Sect leader, I understand. I'll make the arrangements right away. Taking advantage of Bai Qingxuan's busy schedule, Lin Yi turned and ran, reappearing back at the Bone Spirit sect. Although he had only been gone for 2 or 3 hours, a factory built of huge stones had already appeared on the previously empty land. Chapter 100, The Cigarette Factory completed. Real estate, don't slack off, zombies over there. It's crooked, it's crooked. Let's straighten this stone a bit more. Yes, this is the right position. Okay, put it down. Inside the bone abyss, thousands of bone spirit cult disciples were busy at work. Under their command, hordes of zombies were constantly piling up various building materials, eventually forming a building that covered a huge area. Occasionally, if a zombie is slow, they will lash it out with a long whip inscribed with talismans, causing the zombie to howl in pain. Once the factory's basic structure was complete, Venerable Lingu controlled the zombie like Venerable Qingmu to walk up to the factory. With a clap of his hands, Venerable Aoki caused towering trees to rise from the ground. Some turned into wooden houses, some into factory roofs, and some into foundation logs, becoming raw materials for building factories. In less than 20 minutes, the Guling Cigarette Factory, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, was completed. Seeing this, Venerable Li Hua, standing next to Venerable Lingu, looked on with envy. He took out his cigarette case and offered Venerable Lingu a cigarette, while remarking, "Old Bone, your bone spirit cult is so convenient. These zombies and skeletons can work 24 hours a day without consuming any spiritual power." Snap, a flame flickered from his fingertips. The spirit bone venerable took a deep breath, then said with a dazed look in his eyes, It's all right. I heard that your Burning Flame Valley recently developed a metal puppet that can operate on its own without magic arrays or runes. It should be quite convenient. It is indeed more convenient than the previous puppets, mainly because it is cheaper to manufacture, but it still can't compare to yours in terms of cost. Venerable Li Hua casually lit a cigarette for himself. That was in the past. Now, the righteous path and the demonic sect haven't had any large-scale battles for 100 years, so corpses are hard to find. What we have now are leftovers from before. Those zombies and skeletons will wear down after long-term use. Once they wear down, they have to be replaced, and once they are replaced, they have to be refined all over again. Hey, I have an idea. I'll make a set of metal joints for all your zombies and skeletons, and then apply some animal fat to them. That way, the wear and tear will be greatly reduced, and a zombie can live for at least 100 years without any problem. Alright, then I'll leave it to Brother Li Hua. We'll all work together to earn spirit stones in the future. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, Lin Yi walked up to them. Noticing Lin Yi's arrival, the two quickly threw their cigarette butts on the ground and then stomped them into the mud. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yi waved his hand in response. No need to be so polite. How's the project progressing? Reporting to the Sect Master, as per your request, the basic framework of the cigarette factory has been completed, and we can start production once the machines are moved in. Sect Master, please take a look. As they were speaking, disciples from the Burning Flame Valley flew over and immediately took out machines from their storage bags, working with the Bone Spirit Sect disciples to assemble them. Because it was fully automated, even zombies with extremely low intelligence could master the operation method, and before long, the first production line began production, then came the second, the third, in an instant. A series of rumbling sounds came from the newly built factory, where thousands of zombies and skeletons moved around, packing the freshly produced cigarettes into boxes, making it no less impressive than a modern factory. When boxes of neatly stacked cigarettes were brought to Lin Yi, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. That's right. At this production efficiency, producing tens of thousands of boxes a day is no problem at all. Moreover, I think your Bone Spirit cult has a surplus of labor, so you could do some real estate or something in the future. Real estate? Upon hearing this word, Venerable Lingu and Venerable Li Hua's eyes lit up simultaneously, and the two quickly walked up to Lin Yi. After the series of events that followed, they had come to understand one thing: their sect leader was not only a genius in the demonic path, but also a business genius, capable of earning endless spirit stones with just a casual idea. Sect Master, please have a smoke. Sect Master, please take my ticket. Tell me about this real estate matter in detail. Seeing the two of them being so attentive, Lin Yi smiled slightly. It's not the right time to get involved in real estate now, the overall environment isn't suitable. However, I can give you a general outline of my thoughts. For example, in a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy, a piece of land is fenced off, and arrays are set up around it. Inside the arrays, luxurious cave dwellings are built, each with its own living facilities. In addition, several highly skilled cultivators are hired at great expense as security personnel for this blessed land, and some people with lower cultivation levels are hired to provide convenience services for the owners of these cave dwellings. Of course, such a cave dwelling will definitely be very expensive. We can also build collective cave dwellings specifically for those lower-level cultivators who don't have many spirit stones. They are multi-level cave dwellings, which are more comfortable and safer than traditional cultivation rooms and outdoor cave dwellings. After Lin Yi finished explaining the general idea of real estate, Venerable Lingu and Venerable Li Hua immediately showed expressions of sudden realization. Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! It may not be suitable for sect disciples, but it is very suitable for independent cultivators. However, there is a problem with this matter. Most of those blessed lands with abundant spiritual energy are occupied. How can we open up cave dwellings in those places? At this moment, Venerable Lingu raised his concerns. That's simple. Just give him the demolition compensation and some spirit stones to move out, or you can leave him without spirit stones. Don't forget we are the demonic sect. The sect master is indeed ruthless. I think this real estate business has great potential. I think so too. If this project goes ahead, our two businesses could partner up. We can also involve the Bloodblade sect and let them handle the demolition. As they spoke, Venerable Lingu and Venerable Lihua reached a consensus. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to pack all the produced cigarettes into his storage bag, a figure descended from the sky, and at the same time, Ghost Servant Number One's voice came. Sect Master, I'm back. I've also brought back the rogue cultivator you were looking for. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yi immediately looked towards Ghost Servant Number One with a cold smile. Meanwhile, Ghost Servant Number One was carrying a Foundation Establishment cultivator who was in a coma, and walked towards him with a grin. Sect Master, I have not failed in my mission. When we first met this kid, he was trying to run away. Sect Master, I have performed a great service this time. How do you plan to reward me? A reward? You deserve a reward, you traitor. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi sealed all of Ghost Servant Number One's cultivation and then proceeded to beat him up. The Ghost Servant Number One was beaten so badly he cried for his parents. Wah, it really wasn't me. Still trying to deny it. At the same time, Ghost Servant Number Two was quietly hiding in a corner, holding a mobile phone in his hand. There was another message on the screen. Number One, the sect leader already knows that you were the one who tipped us off, but don't worry, he said he'll reward you handsomely. Upon seeing this message, Ghost Servant Number Two thought for a moment and then replied. Number One received. Chapter 101 The Winery. The coming professional Li Guosu was very nervous. As an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, he doesn't have strong cultivation talent or heaven-defying luck. Fortunately, he grew up in a farming family and has a unique talent for cultivating spiritual plants. By planting spirit rice and spirit wheat, they can barely earn a few hundred spirit stones each month, which is enough to make ends meet. He never imagined that he, a mere farmer, would one day be hunted down by a nascent soul stage expert from the demonic sect. He was knocked unconscious in one encounter, then brought here, and then he saw a scene that terrified him. The nascent soul stage expert who had previously kidnapped him was now beaten into a pulp, unable to fight back at all, and his face swelled up like a pig's head in no time. The only one in the entire demonic sect with such power and prestige is that legendary, incomparably cruel, domineering, ruthless killer and cannibalistic demon lord. That's why, even though he was awake, he still didn't dare to open his eyes. The beating ended, but the sound that followed made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If you're awake, stop pretending. Upon hearing this, Wusu was instantly drenched in sweat. After taking a deep breath, he got up from the ground. Raise your head. Don't worry, I won't eat people or kill you. I invited you here to work for my demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Wusu, who was already extremely nervous, panicked even more. My Lord Demon Lord, please spare me. I'm just a farmer, I don't know how to do anything. Please don't ask me to infiltrate the righteous path, and please don't ask me to assassinate righteous masters. I really can't do such things. As he spoke, he knelt down on the ground with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Ghost Servant Number One, who had a bruised and swollen face. Am I really that scary? Oh no. Ghost Servant Number One nodded first, then shook his head frantically. The sect leader is kind and approachable. That's more like it. Lin Yi nodded slightly. The next second he shouted at Wusu, who was kneeling on the ground, you have 3 seconds to get up from the ground, or I'll turn you into a zombie and make you work in a cigarette factory. As soon as he finished speaking, Wusu scrambled to his feet. Listen up, I'm not asking you to become an undercover agent for the righteous path, I'm asking you to help me brew wine. Brewing wine? Upon hearing this word, Wusu was visibly taken aback. Yes, brew the wort you brewed and sold before. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a bottle of wort that Ghost Servant Number One had given him earlier. Seeing the familiar malt extract in Lin Yi's hand, Wusu finally realized what was happening, and her tense mood eased. I see. So, Lord Demon Lord just wants me to help brew wort? Of course, otherwise why would I capture a Foundation Establishment stage little Karami like you? Any zombie here was a golden core expert in its previous life. By the way, besides this wort, have you made anything else? Lin Yi asked tentatively, looking at Wusu, who looked nervous. Yes. Of course I have. I've been farming for over 100 years. Occasionally, when I have some unsold spirit rice or wheat, I like to make them into special drinks. Besides this wheat juice, I also have rice wine. As he spoke, Wusu took out a bamboo tube from his storage bag. The moment the lid was lifted, Lin Yi smelled a rich aroma of wine. Ha! This smells like rice wine. Bring it over for me to try. The next second, Wusu handed the bamboo tube in his hand to Lin Yi. Lin Yi only took one bite, and his eyes lit up. It really is rice wine, and it's quite mellow. Is there anything else? Yes. I also made a kind of wine by steaming and fermenting 5 different grains. Although the spiritual power of this wine is not as good as that of the spiritual wine brewed with various spiritual fruits and herbs, it is very strong. I can only drink about 5 caddies of it even though I am only at the foundation establishment stage. As he spoke, Wusu took out another small bottle, and the moment the bottle was opened, an even stronger aroma of wine wafted out. Lin Yi took just one bite and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. It still tastes the same, much better than Mauzi. You should try some too. He casually tossed the bottle into the hands of Venerable Li Hua, who, after taking a sip, exclaimed, "Good wine. This is what a man should drink." Although those spirit wines are nourishing, they lack a certain flavor. Then he took a deep drag on his cigarette, his face full of a satisfied expression. Seeing this, Venerable Lingu quickly took a bite as well. It's really good. Having gained the approval of a group of bigwigs, Wusu's face showed a smile. Just then, Lin Yi spoke up again. It's a real waste of your talent to be a rogue cultivator. I happen to be planning to build a winery here, specifically to produce all kinds of wines and spirits that you brew. Starting today, you will be the chief winemaker of this winery, and I will give you a monthly subsidy of 100,000 spirit stones. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wusu's face was filled with disbelief. Lord Demon Lord, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. In the future, I will sell your brewed wine all over the Tianyuan continent. Not only will you receive a monthly subsidy, but you will also get a year-end bonus based on your sales volume. How about it? Are you willing? This time, Wusu nodded firmly without even thinking. I do. Very well, I will arrange for someone to build a factory for you right now, and I will also allocate a batch of spirit stones for you to purchase raw materials. Together, we will make this business bigger and stronger. Encouraged by Lin Yi, Wusu suddenly felt as if he had met a kindred spirit, a thoroughbred horse meeting its discerning owner. Joining the demonic sect seems pretty good. Half an hour later, under Lin Yi's arrangement, the disciples of the Bone Spirit sect built a winery of the same size next to the cigarette factory. At the same time, Burning Flame Valley also produced large-scale brewing equipment. With the addition of a large amount of brewing raw materials purchased from Douyin by Wusu, the brewing business of the demon sect was launched. In just one day, several types of alcoholic beverages were produced and shipped, including the green bottled Guling beer, the transparent bottled Wuling Baijiu, and several types of rice wine and fruit wine. Holding the first batch of samples, Lin Yi immediately returned to Giant Whale City with 2 ghost servants, preparing to conduct a pilot test within the Four Seas Pavilion. 2 days had passed since he left Whale City. Although only 2 days had passed, he quickly sensed the changes within the city. There was still a long queue outside the Four Seas Pavilion, with cultivators everywhere coming to buy the second generation of Heavenly Secrets. As I passed by them, I could hear them discussing novels and trending news on TikTok. Have you heard? The young master of Jinao Island is going to challenge the young master of Xingqian Pavilion to a duel offline. No way, the young master of Jinao Island is a nascent soul cultivator, while the young master of Xingqian Pavilion is only a golden core cultivator. How can they compare? It's not a magic duel, it's a contest of flying swords. The two of them agreed that each of them would find 4 teammates, and then they would face each other in a team competition in Giant Whale City. Whoever loses would post a video on Douyin saying that he is a complete noob and that he is the other's adopted son. Is it really that big of a bet? Otherwise what? These past 2 days they've been spamming the chat with insults about how bad the other team is. I heard the competition is tomorrow, so I have to come and see it no matter what. Me too, this kind of big gossip has to be heard offline. Listening to their conversation, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. Offline competition? That seems like a good gimmick. Why not take this opportunity to promote cigarettes and alcohol, and maybe even start a professional league? We might be able to rake in some ticket sales. Let's do it this way. After saying that, he strode towards the interior of the Four Seas Pavilion. Chapter 102 Special Edition. Shopping Mall. Lin Yi had just entered the Sea Pavilion when Lei Jun greeted him with a big smile. Young master, have you finished your business? All done with work? How's business at the store these past few days? As Lin Yi casually sat down on the VIP lounge chair next to him, he asked a question. The bruised and battered ghost servant number 1 took out a bottle of chilled fruit wine, poured it into a wine glass, and presented it to Lin Yi. Thanks to you, young master, the store's sales have been soaring recently, especially the products that come with the Tianji 2, which sell out as soon as they come out. As a result, the flow of people in the entire whale city has increased by at least 50%. As he spoke, he looked at ghost servant number 2's bruised and swollen face with a curious expression. What's going on, number 1? Upon hearing this question, ghost servant number 1 first glanced at Lin Yi on the recliner, then stammered for a long time, unsure of what to say. How can you be so rude when Manager Lei is asking you a question? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I hit you? As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, ghost servant number 1 hurriedly interjected, I crashed into a wall. I accidentally bumped into a wall while teleporting. Oh, I see. Lei Jun looked enlightened and unconsciously took a step back. Just then, a rogue cultivator who had just bought the second generation of the Heavenly Mystery Cultivator ran over from the side. Manager Lei, let's take a picture together. No problem. The next second, Lei Jun posed for a photo with the rogue cultivator. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Shopkeeper Lei has fans now? Of course. Ever since the last press conference went viral, everyone in the Tianyuan continent with a mobile phone knows Manager Lei. Look, Manager Lei's Douyin account has 1.3 million followers. Ghost servant number 2 leaned over and pointed at the screen. That's true. Most importantly, Manager Lei is approachable. He usually replies to fans' comments and has no airs at all. Common cultivators really like him, Ghost servant number 2 added. Listening to Ghost servant number 2's words and watching Lei Jun's skillful conversation with the client, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod slightly. He is indeed a talented person. Go and call Manager Lei over. Tell him that I have an important task to assign to him. Okay. A few minutes later, in the reception room on the 4th floor of Sea Pavilion, Lei Jun looked at the pile of things Lin Yi took out of his storage bag with curiosity on his face. Young master, what are these? This is a cigarette. Lin Yi picked up a pack of Guling brand cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to Lei Jun just as he had taught Venerable Li Huo and the others to smoke. He quickly taught Lei Jun to smoke as well. After choking several times, Lei Jun finally accepted the taste of tobacco. How are you feeling? It's a bit strange, but it's also a little intoxicating. You get used to it after a while, and you feel more energetic. After carefully considering it, Lei Jun spoke. I plan to sell cigarettes at Sea Pavilion. The one you are currently smoking is the basic version, which I plan to price at 2 spirit stones. There will also be a premium version priced at 5 spirit stones, a deluxe version at 10 spirit stones, and a special edition at 50 spirit stones. As they were talking, Lin Yi took out several different packs of cigarettes from his storage bag. Seeing this, Lei Jun couldn't help but ask in confusion, Young master, what's the difference between this regular version and the other versions? Why is the price so different? Of course they are different. The regular version uses tobacco leaves that naturally fall to the ground during the tobacco growing process, plus the stems in the middle of the leaves. The premium version uses tobacco leaves near the root. The deluxe version uses tobacco leaves in the middle of the stem. And the special edition uses tobacco leaves at the very tip of the tobacco plant. Come on, try them all and you'll see. Under Lei Jun's fearful gaze, Lin Yi gave him one of the cigarettes. After finishing his cigarette, Lei Jun noticed the difference. The special edition is indeed different, but the cost should be similar. The young master wants to do what the previous Tianji 2 did, focusing on scarcity to link cigarettes with status and position, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded with admiration. Indeed clever. The point is to link products with status and identity. Ordinary cigarettes are consumables, while high-end cigarettes should be marketed as luxury goods. Only luxury goods can command high prices. Young master, I think the price should be changed again. The basic version will not be 2 spirit stones, but 1 spirit stone. The premium version will remain the same price, the deluxe version will be raised to 50 spirit stones, and the special edition will be raised to 200 spirit stones. Anyway, ordinary cultivators can't afford the special edition no matter what. This special edition is specifically designed to harvest spirit stones from those high-level cultivators, to make the differentiation bigger, to give them a sense of superiority, and to satisfy their vanity. After thinking for a while, Lei Jun gave his suggestion. His suggestion made Lin Yi look at him with even greater respect. You're selling the basic model for 1 spirit stone, so that ordinary cultivators can afford to smoke and gradually develop their smoking habit, right? Yes, they might hesitate for 2 spirit stones, but they will not hesitate for 1 spirit stone per pack. Once the habit is formed, they will think about gradually improving the quality. Good. Very good. You have the potential to be a capitalist. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a bottle of 5 spirits liquid from the side, and then took out 2 wine glasses and poured 2 glasses of wine. Come, Manager Lei, oh no, I mean General Manager Lei, I'd like to offer you a toast. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun quickly took the wine glass. Bite, the 2 glasses clinked lightly, and Lin Yi was the first to drink it all in one gulp, followed by Lei Jun. After downing a glass of wine, his expression changed slightly. This is 5 spirits liquid produced by the Bone Spirit sect. My idea is to sell it at the Four Seas Pavilion, just like with the cigarettes before. And these wines are the same. In addition, there are all kinds of luxury goods produced by the cult of women, including haute couture fashion, haute couture storage bags, and haute couture jewelry. Of course, I'm no longer planning to sell these at Sihai Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's expression instantly turned panicked. Young master, why don't you sell them at my Sihai Pavilion? Did I say something wrong just now? Your subordinate deserves to die. Just now, the wine glass was placed higher than the young master's. Seeing Lei Jun's flustered appearance, Lin Yi immediately laughed. Mr. Lei is overthinking it. Sihai Pavilion mainly sells traditional goods. If we put cigarettes, liquor, and luxury goods in there, it would seem a bit out of place. Therefore, my idea is to find another place in Whale City and build a large commodity market that specializes in selling these things. A large commodity market? Yes. A market that gathers all high-end goods. But now that many people are used to buying things on their phones, will anyone really go to the mall to buy things? Faced with Lei Jun's questioning, Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. A shopping mall is not just a store, it offers more than just goods. It also provides services and experiences, including dining, entertainment, leisure, and more. In the future, we'll open some milk tea shops, set up cinemas, KTVs, bathhouses, comic conventions, and rice shops, etc. Of course, the most important thing is that the shopping mall can be rented out to earn rent. Let's not talk about that anymore. Since it's still early, let's go to the City Lord's mansion. What are we going to the City Lord's mansion for? Buy the land. Chapter 103 Four Seas Cup Autumn Flying Sword Professional League. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the City Lord's mansion of Giant Whale City under Lei Jun's guidance. The so-called City Lord's mansion is actually an administrative body of the Giant Whale sect in Giant Whale City. The current City Lord, Yu Qingsheng, is not only the City Lord but also an inner elder of the Giant Whale sect, possessing the cultivation level of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Upon learning that it was the manager of Sihai Pavilion who was requesting an audience, Yu Qingsheng immediately took the initiative to greet him. Why didn't you inform us beforehand that Manager Lei was coming? Come, please come in. Thanks to you for helping my daughter buy the Tianji 2 Supreme Edition last time. And my premium edition is something even our sect leader doesn't have yet. When I returned to the sect yesterday to report for duty, the sect leader kept staring at my premium edition, and the other fellow disciples were also very polite to me. Only after saying this did Yu Qingsheng notice Lin Yi standing next to Lei Jun. Who is this? Lord Yu, this is the young master of our Sihai Pavilion. He came here mainly because he wanted to meet you. Lei Jun immediately introduced Lin Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, The three of them entered the inner quarters of the city lord's mansion. After everyone was seated according to their status, Lin Yi gave Lei Jun a wink. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun immediately took out two exquisitely crafted gift boxes from his storage bag. Upon seeing the two gift boxes, Yu Qingxing's eyes immediately lit up, but he quickly concealed his excitement. "Manager Lei, look at you. You came all this way, but what did you bring?" "Of course, these are specially prepared for you, Lord Yu, by our young master. They are all the latest products that our Sihai Pavilion will be launching soon." As he spoke, Lei Jun opened the gift box, revealing what was inside. On the left are two luxuriously packaged bottles of Wulingi liquor and two cartons of special edition Guling cigarettes. On the right are several exquisitely designed pieces of jewelry. Looking at these lifeless things, Yu Qingxing's face immediately showed a hint of doubt. This is a special edition of Guling brand cigarettes, exclusively for top-level cultivators like Lord Yu with profound cultivation. Seemingly worried that Yu Qingxing wouldn't understand, Lei Jun quickly took out a pack from his pocket and handed Yu Qingxing a cigarette, instructing him on how to smoke, just like Lin Yi had done before. Before long, Yu Qingxing mastered a new skill, and the more he smoked, the more excited he became. What a wonderful thing! Everything produced by Sihai Pavilion is indeed of high quality. This small piece has an endless variety of flavors. I like. This is just the premium version. The special edition has an even richer flavor. Lei Jun smiled and lit another one for Yu Qingxing. The reception room was soon filled with smoke. Taking this opportunity, Lei Jun introduced several other gifts to Yu Qingxing. This 5 spirits elixir is an unparalleled treasure brewed by our Four Seas Pavilion's top brewers, and it is extremely precious. These pieces of jewelry were designed by our chief designer from the Four Seas Pavilion. Each piece is unique and crafted with ingenuity, and was specially designed for your daughter, Lord City Lord. After introducing all the gifts, Yu Qingxing's smile never stopped. Just then, Lei Jun pulled out a specially made card from his pocket. This is a shopping card from our Sihai Pavilion. It has a limit of 1 million spirit stones. With this card, you can purchase any item at Sihai Pavilion for no more than 1 million spirit stones. This is too much trouble," Yu Qingxing said, extending his hand while making a polite refusal gesture. "This is really inappropriate," Yu Qingxing said, taking the shopping card. "I can't accept this." Yu Qingxing put the card into his storage bag. "But then again, if I don't accept it, I'll be disrespecting Manager Lei and the young master. I hate refusing people's face the most." After saying that, he shouted loudly to the side, "How can you be so oblivious? The guests have been here for so long and you still don't know how to make tea. Go and fetch the finest spiritual tea I kept in my study. I want to personally brew tea for Manager Lei and the young master." Seeing this, Lin Yi, who was sitting to the side protecting himself with his magic, couldn't help but smile slightly. A dozen minutes later, the two parties had finalized the land purchase agreement, and Yu Qingxing personally selected the best location in the city for Lin Yi to build a shopping mall. Even when he was leaving, he didn't forget to personally escort Lin Yi out of the city lord's mansion. Just as Lin Yi turned around, he suddenly added another sentence to Yu Qingxing. "Lord Yu, I plan to hold the first Four Seas Cup Autumn Flying Sword Professional League in the city tomorrow. I hope that you can attend the opening ceremony and give a speech. There should be many cultivators from all over the country coming to watch the competition." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxing quickly nodded in agreement. When Lin Yi led Lei Jun down the street, Lei Jun couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what is this Sihai Cup Jocho Flying Sword Professional League?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi casually pointed to the side. When Lei Jun looked in the direction the finger was pointing, there happened to be two cultivators sitting at a roadside stall, playing with their mobile phones and flying swords. Every now and then, the two of them would blurt out a swear word. "Damn it, are the other three bots? We were going to win, but you three noobs made us lose. Practice makes perfect. If you've got the guts, turn on the receiver. One-on-one practice? One-on-one practice it is. Whoever loses will change their name to master's name plus the other person's name. Then Lin Yi pointed to another place. There was also a foundation establishment cultivator squatting there, who immediately covered his head and dared not look at the screen after tapping it with his finger. It took a while before he opened his eyes. Holy crap! Another piece of junk. Game God, please, give me a fragment. I'll knock your grandma's door. Who the hell made this stupid game? He cursed as he slashed vegetables on the table with his phone, making a banging sound. Wah, my spirit stones, such scenes are everywhere. 9 out of 10 passers-by are on their phones, 3 are scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, 3 are reading free novels on Tomato, and the other 3 are playing with Jojo Flying Sword. See? Jojo Flying Sword is all the rage right now, and the duel between the young master of Jinao Island and the young master of Xingqian Pavilion has recently become a trending topic. My idea is to take this opportunity to hold the first Sea Cup Jojo Flying Sword Professional League, and use this opportunity to ride the wave of popularity and promote our new products. Integrate the advertising of new products into the competition process. In addition, I will arrange the competition venue in the location of our shopping mall to warm up the mall, which can be said to be killing several birds with one stone. After Lin Yi fully explained his thoughts, Lei Jun's face was filled with admiration. Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! Chapter 104 Innate Earth and Wood Sacred Body, Competition Preview. After Lin Yi proposed the idea of the Jojo Flying Sword Professional League, Lei Jun immediately arranged for people to take action. The first issue to be resolved is the venue for the event. Young Master, this is the land that Lord you sold to us. It was originally a medicinal herb workshop, but it went bankrupt due to poor management. Pointing to a patch of land overgrown with weeds, Lei Jun said respectfully. Lin Yi frowned after glancing at it. It's big enough, but it will take a lot of time to level it, and I'm afraid we won't have enough time. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Lei Jun revealed a smug smile. Please rest assured, young master, I have already made arrangements. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. The next second, more than 10 cultivators dressed in khaki clothes stepped forward from the side. These people weren't highly skilled, the middle-aged man leading them was only at the late golden core stage. When he came to Lei Jun, he kept nodding and bowing. Who are these people? Reporting to the young master, they are from the Earth and Wood sect, a third-rate sect around Giant Whale City. All of their disciples have dual Earth and Wood spiritual roots, and they are most skilled in Earth and Wood magic. They were responsible for building the Four Seas Pavilion before. After you told me about the mall's concept, I immediately thought of them, so I contacted them right away and asked them to come over. This gentleman is Bao Shuangchuan, the current head of the civil engineering sect. As Lei Jun introduced them, Bao Shuangchuan also bowed to Lin Yi with a big smile. So it's sect leader Bao. Your sect's magic system is quite unique. Why did your sect's founder choose the earth and wood elements? As he spoke, Lin Yi offered Bao Shuangchuan a cigarette. To be honest, young master, the earth and wood sect was originally one of the 2 branches of the 5 elements sect. Later, due to internal strife within the sect, our earth and wood branches were separated and established as the earth and wood sect. Bao Shuangchuan said with a smile. I see. Then you must also know about construction techniques. I understand. Of course I understand. To be honest, over the years, when we are busy, we plant some spiritual plants and rice at the sect's headquarters. When we are not busy, we travel between cities to help repair city walls and build houses. When it comes to building houses, there is no one in the entire Tianyuan continent who is more professional than us, the civil engineering sect. At this point, Bao Shuangchuan's face was full of pride. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had a strange expression on his face. Farming when busy, building houses in the city when free? What kind of innate migrant worker physique is this? Of course, he didn't say it outright. Instead, he took out a rough sketch he had designed on the spot from his storage bag and slowly unfolded it in front of Bao Shuangchuan. Foreman, oh no, Master Bao, here's my idea. You guys first level this land, then create a huge recreational plaza. In the middle of the plaza, I want a giant fountain, greenery, statues. Behind the plaza is a gigantic 9-story shopping mall. You're going to design its shape like a whale. Lin Yi originally thought that Bao Shuangchuan would not understand his design, but to his surprise, with just a few words and the extremely abstract design in his hand, Bao Shuangchuan quickly drew a more accurate construction drawing on his own. Looking at the impeccable design drawings in front of him, Lin Yi couldn't help but give Bao Shuangchuan a thumbs up. Talented. Master Bao, you are truly a talent that comes along only once in 1,000 years. Here's what we'll do. Starting today, Sihage will sign a long-term contract with Temumen. We'll pay you a fixed fee every month, and Temumen will be responsible for all kinds of construction projects for Sihage. For each completed project, we will also pay an additional project bonus. For example, for this shopping mall, I will give you 3 million spirit stones for the construction fee. What do you think, sect leader Bao? Upon hearing this, Bao Shuangchuan and the disciples of the civil engineering school behind him all brightened up, especially the ordinary disciples, who were afraid that their sect leader would not agree. As a third-rate sect, their monthly revenue was at most a few 100,000 spirit stones, and it was not stable. If it were stable, the sect leader would not have to personally lead the disciples out to work. Young master, is what you said true? Bao Shuangchuan finally realized what was happening, his face filled with excitement. Of course, if you're worried, we can swear to God. In addition, I can pay you half of the fee in advance as a deposit. As he spoke, Lin Yi gave Lei Jun a wink. The next second, Lei Jun took out a storage bag full of spirit stones and handed it to Bao Shuangchuan. The moment Bao Shuangchuan received the storage bag, he took a deep breath, then turned and shouted loudly to the disciples of the civil engineering sect behind him, "Since the young master trusts our civil engineering sect so much, today we will all show him our skills and let him know that our civil engineering sect builds the best houses in the entire Tianyuan continent. Let's do it!" As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Shuangchuan led more than a dozen of his disciples toward the wasteland. Upon arriving at the wasteland, he crouched down and slapped the ground with both hands. In an instant, the ground within a 1-kilometer radius began to shake violently. Then, cracks appeared in the wasteland, and the originally solid soil began to ripple like the surface of water. The weeds and debris on the ground were swallowed up and buried underground in the blink of an eye. In less than a minute, the originally bumpy wasteland was transformed into a perfectly flat giant square. However, this is only the beginning. With the help of more than 10 disciples of the civil engineering school, the surface soil was replaced by granite slabs. One of the disciples activated the earth's veins to locate the underground water source and used it to create a huge fountain. Another disciple manipulated the underground rock layer, causing a huge rock tens of meters high to emerge from the ground, and then carved the rock into the shape of a whale with his bare hands. Of course, they also fulfilled Lin Yi's request for greening. A female disciple from the civil engineering sect casually took out a handful of unknown seeds from her storage bag and sowed them in the reserved flower bed. Then she formed a hand seal and released beams of green light. Wherever the green light shone, the seeds quickly took root and sprouted, turning into lush green vegetation and beautiful flowers. She even manipulated these plants to grow into all sorts of shapes. In a short while, one after another beautiful and unique little garden appeared around the square and in the central green area. Lin Yi was completely stunned by this series of actions. Professionalism, that's what you call professionalism. Who says studying civil engineering has no future? This is great. At their rate of work, they could probably build the mall for me in a single day. In a moment of reflection, he turned to Lei Jun beside him and said, "Quickly, contact young Master Jin of Jinao Island and young Master Yi of Xingchen Pavilion, and ask them to come over. Also, notify all employees of Sihai Pavilion to come here for a meeting after get off work." After get off work? That's not a good idea. Overtime pay is 20 spirit stones per hour. That's great, I'll contact them now. Lei Jun said, taking out his phone. Lin Yi wasn't idle either. He took out his phone, opened the official account of Qiuqiu Flying Sword, and posted an announcement. The announcement was simple: the official Qiuqiu Flying Sword team, in conjunction with the official Sihai Pavilion team, would be hosting the first Qiuqiu Flying Sword Professional League in Giant Whale City. The announcement also previewed the upcoming League Flying Sword and League exclusive skin for Qiuqiu Flying Sword. After it was released, he immediately hyped up the announcement. Unsurprisingly, this news quickly attracted the attention of many cultivators. They had seen many cultivation competitions, but this was the first time they had ever seen such a formal game competition. Chapter 105 I Want to Go Pro. Several days have passed since the release of Qiuqiu Flying Sword, and in just these few days, the number of registered players has skyrocketed from less than 1 million at the beginning to more than 8 million. Because of its collaboration with Covering the Sky and Yi Qinshin's extravagant purchase of the 9-Dragon Jade Pendant with millions of spirit stones, its popularity on Douyin is rising day by day. A quick scroll through the page reveals numerous game videos uploaded by players, including daily sharing and game guides. Many players with a certain talent in Autumn Flying Sword have chosen to become game streamers like Li Xinxing, dreaming of becoming famous overnight and earning millions a day like him. Even if all else fails, they can still gain a following by leveraging the game's immense popularity, sell some products, and earn a quick fortune in spirit stones. Therefore, When Lin Yi announced the news of the Four Seas Cup Chiu Flying Sword Professional League through the official Chiu Flying Sword platform, it immediately caused quite a stir, and the number of video views and comments skyrocketed. Professional leagues, that sounds interesting. That's not the point. The point is that every team that makes it into the top 10 will receive a prize of at least 1 million spirit stones. My goodness, that means each person can get 200,000 spirit stones. What's 1 million? Didn't you see the rewards for the top 3? Third place gets 3 million spirit stones, second place gets 5 million spirit stones, and first place gets 10 million spirit stones. The Four Seas Pavilion is too generous, 10 million spirit stones. How long will it take me to earn that? The best performing player on the champion team will also receive a champion flying sword specially tailored for them and an exclusive skin. This is the most important thing. In the future, whenever someone uses this flying sword, they will think of that champion player. This is the highest honor. Whoever wins this competition will be recognized as the number one. I can't even imagine how famous they will become. They could probably make a fortune just by doing some live streaming. Start broadcasting? You're thinking too simply. If we win the championship this time, I think there will definitely be sects that specialize in producing flying swords asking them to be their spokespeople, such as Famous Sword Manor and Hidden Sword Valley. Their endorsement fees are astronomical. Most importantly, the official statement also mentioned that special restrictions will be set up during the competition. Once players enter the competition venue, their cultivation level will be uniformly restricted to the chi refining stage to prevent cheating using divine sense spells. This means that even if I am just a chi refining player, I may still be able to beat someone who is a nascent soul player. To surpass the chi refining stage and become a divine transformation expert. Such an opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. Anyone want to form a team? Star Glory 3 or above is fine. The requirements are 1 grade B flying sword and a 3-star completion mark on the chaotic star C map. If you don't meet the requirements, please don't message me. I am the strongest sword god, 1 star, possessing the Class A flying sword bursting nebula. I excel at speed racing. Is there any team that would take me in? The person upstairs is just showing off. For ranking up and getting to sword god rank, look for Xingyun Guild. Interested fellow cultivators can DM me. We offer a service to draw 9 dragons pulling the coffin fragments. Professional and highly skilled. Guaranteed to get 1 fragment for 1,000 spirit stones. Full refund if you don't get it. Any fellow cultivators who need someone to play with? You can see their photos on my profile. Any fellow cultivators traveling from Giant Sword City to Giant Whale City tomorrow morning? My cloud-piercing shuttle can still seat 4 people and will take half an hour. We can split the spirit stones consumed along the way. Lured by the high rewards and honors, cultivators from all over the country were eager to participate, and many rushed to Whale City immediately. Inside a small sect, a young-looking chi-refining cultivator was packing his belongings in his room, while a notice released by the official Chocho Flying Sword sect was playing on his phone. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and a middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator walked in with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing the boys' actions, the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator's face immediately darkened. What are you doing again? Didn't I tell you to cultivate properly? Now only the 2 of us, father and son, are left on Lang Lang Mountain. I have no hope of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. All our hopes are on you. Do you understand this? Despite his father's reprimand, the boy remained indifferent and continued what he was doing. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator instantly flew into a rage. You unfilial son, it's all because I've spoiled you too much that you've become like this. And this phone, I shouldn't have bought it for you in the first place. As he spoke, the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator prepared to snatch the phone that the boy had placed aside, but he was a step too slow, and the boy grabbed the phone directly. The boy then glared at him angrily. Father! You've been telling me since I was little that I have to break through to the Golden Core stage. Break through to the Golden Core stage. You yourself can't even do it, so why do you insist on forcing it on me? You're mediocre, and so am I. Just because you can't achieve your dreams, you expect me to achieve them? I am not your vassal, I have my own ideas. I am telling you now, I don't like cultivation. I just like playing games. I want to become a professional player. I want to become a champion. As long as I become a champion, I can get millions in prize money and become the focus of everyone's attention. What is the golden core? The meaning of life should not be about the length of life. Just like a firefly, it can bloom with a brilliance that other insects can never have in their entire lives in its short life. When the boy hysterically shouted these words, the foundation establishment cultivator who was his father was also stunned, his eyes filled with complex emotions, as if he was reflecting. Just then, the boy finished packing his luggage, grabbed his phone and a low-grade magic weapon flying sword, and turned to walk out of the room. However, just as he was about to take off on his sword, he heard his father's voice from behind. "Xiao Lang, wait a minute." Upon hearing this, the boy didn't even bother to turn his head. "Father, you don't need to try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. I'm going to play professionally." "No, I'm not trying to persuade you. I just want to say that your flying sword is too slow. By the time you get to Whale City, the competition will be over." The moment the boy turned his head, he saw his father summon his flying sword and his father's loving smile. "Come on up, I'll take you to Whale City to register." "Father." In a daze, Shen Lang recalled the scene when his father used his flying sword to carry him through the sky when he was a child. At that time, he thought that he must fly faster than his father in the future. Thinking of this, his gaze suddenly became firm. "Father, just wait and see. I will definitely achieve good results in the competition. Once I win the prize money, I will buy you a brand new flying sword." "Haven't you always wanted to buy the cloud-piercing sword crafted by the famous sword manor? You knew all that?" "My son just cares about me, ha ha ha. I checked your Douyin, TikTok, likes list." "Ahem, you didn't flip to the back, did you?" "No, I'm not interested in any of those older women in black stockings behind me." In the blink of an eye, the father and son rode together on a flying sword towards the direction of Whale City. At the same time, countless streaks of light appeared in the sky, all pointing towards the giant Whale City. Chapter 106 Luxurious Venue. Cosplayer add a few more spotlights directly above the stage, and tilt the loudspeakers to the side a little. Yes, don't change that angle. In the forecourt plaza of Yida Shopping Mall in Giant Whale City, Lin Yi held blueprints in one hand and a megaphone in the other, directing the Sea High Pavilion employees who were working on the project, glancing at the blueprints every now and then. Besides the stage he was setting up, Lei Jun was also leading the people from the civil engineering department to build a grandstand next to it. Considering that many spectators would come during the competition, Lei Jun designed the stands to be semi-circular, with all seats except for the back of the stage. It's called a seat, but it's really just a small cubicle that can only accommodate one person, plus a cushion. He originally wanted to add a seat, but Lin Yi replaced it with a straw cushion for environmental protection and comfort. According to his estimate, if all the seats are filled, it is expected to accommodate 30,000 people. Of course, this only includes seated seats. There are also dedicated standing areas and floating areas. The price will naturally vary for each area. The seated area costs 5 spirit stones, the standing area costs 2 spirit stones, and the floating area costs 1 spirit stone. Thanks to the impressive construction capabilities of the civil engineering team, the spectator area was quickly and basically completed. "Young master, the spectator area is all set up. Is there anything else you need to arrange?" Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Lin Yi, who was directing the stage setup, immediately turned around and nodded in satisfaction, but then he suddenly remembered something else. "Remember to have someone set up an isolation array outside the competition venue to prevent anyone from remotely spying on you and taking advantage of the situation using spells like circular light. Also, set up a VIP seating area near the competition stage and invite elders and leaders from nearby major sects to watch the competition. Oh, and invite Mu Jingxiong too." Lei Jun nodded at first, but then quickly showed a look of confusion. "Young master, why invite the elders and leaders of those sects? Why not sell these VIP seats and earn some spirit stones?" Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "That's superficial. Even VIP seats don't sell for much. With so many people coming this time, security is the real problem. If we were to hire those powerful figures, how many spirit stones would that cost? But it's a different story if you invite the elders and sect leaders of those sects to be the audience. They're sitting right in the front, who would dare cause trouble there? Oh, Lei Jun's eyes lit up, then he suddenly realized. Young master, is this what you meant when you invited City Lord Yu to speak? Of course, otherwise why would I invite such an extra person? As a guest, Yu Qingsheng will definitely bring people from the giant whale sect. If anyone causes trouble on the spot, it will be a slap in the face to the giant whale sect. We don't even need to lift a finger, the giant whale sect will object first. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! I can learn something new every time I follow you, young master. At this moment, Lei Jun's admiration for Lin Yi had reached its peak. As the two were talking, the stage directly in front of them was basically set up according to Lin Yi's design. The stage was designed as a huge isosceles trapezoid, narrow in the front and wide in the back, covering an area of about 200 square meters. Besides two huge loudspeakers, there were two long tables on either side of the stage, each with 5 chairs behind it. This was clearly the area where the contestants would compete. In the center of the stage, there are Qiuqiu flying sword and the official logo of Sihai Pavilion, as well as a stone platform more than 1 meter high, on which a bronze trophy is prominently displayed. The trophy resembles a soaring sword, surrounded by 9 divine dragons vying for the sword, its exquisite design and imposing presence truly remarkable. Although it is only a low-grade magic artifact, if 5 people touch the surface of the trophy together, it will project a phantom image of 9 dragons pulling a coffin in the air, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, which is quite impressive. Moving your gaze further back, you come into view a huge screen-like wall. The wall is divided into 3 sections, and the left and right sides are now covered with huge advertisements for Guling cigarettes and good beer, respectively, with slogans written by Lin Yi himself below: smoke Guling brand cigarettes, savor the myriad aspects of life, drink good beer, be lifelong friends, the only 2 designated sponsors of the Sihai Cup Qiuqiu Flying Sword Professional League. The central screen is currently empty. Lin Yi plans to project the match footage directly onto it. Later. He has entrusted this matter to the Burning Flame Valley. With their research and development capabilities, they will be able to handle it in no time. At this point, the basic hardware conditions of the competition venue were 80% complete, but Lin Yi still felt that it was not quite enough. You can't just watch the game, that's no fun at all. Have you managed to contact all the female cultivators I asked you to? Lin Yi suddenly spoke up upon hearing this. Lei Jun quickly glanced at his phone. Reporting to the young master, we've already made contact. They were initially a little reluctant, but they agreed after I quoted a price. They were basically selected according to your requirements. They are all pure, beautiful, and have long legs. And rest assured, young master, I will absolutely not spread this matter to outsiders, much less to the ears of the Empress. I have also sent away the first and second masters. Only you and I know about this matter. As he spoke, Lei Jun gave him a knowing look. Not bad, you did a good job. Wait, what the hell are you talking about? Do you think I'm going to take advantage of those female cultivators? Lin Yi glared fiercely at Lei Jun. Isn't that true? Rumors on Douyin say that the demon lord sleeps with 100 women every night. Who the hell spread this? It was spread by righteous people. Investigate who spread this false rumor and wipe out their entire clan. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Lin Yi immediately explained his purpose. The reason I asked you to find those female cultivators is that I want them to wear our Guling brand cigarettes and good brand beer uniforms during the competition, and then set up a booth at the entrance of the competition to promote and advertise them. Another part involves traveling around selling iced beer during the competition. Of course, they can also perform on stage before the competition starts and during breaks to enhance the entertainment value of the competition and create a lively atmosphere. After Lin Yi's explanation, Lei Jun finally understood, and his eyes once again showed admiration. By the way, Sect Master, there's another female cultivator here who wants to raise her price a bit. She does have more fans than other female streamers. Should we agree to her offer, or just switch to someone else? Oh, I'd like to see why she's asking for more than others. As he spoke, Lin Yi took the phone from Lei Jun and glanced at the screen. At a glance, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman on the screen, dressed in a long, flowing dress, with an aloof and elegant demeanor. Wow! Her outfit, her appearance, holy crap, she's cosplaying Neilin Yenran. They've even started cosplaying? Okay, she's the one. Also, find 2 more articulate people, 1 male and 1 female, and have them dress up as game characters for me. They can be the hosts during the competition. Chapter 107 Professional League. Day of the match. Under Linya's arrangement and command, all preparations were proceeding in an orderly manner, from venue setup to personnel arrangement, from live music to competition projection, from contestants entering the venue to audience seating. Everything was meticulously planned. To ensure everything went smoothly, Linya even prepared a special event schedule, which included every time point, the tasks of every on-site staff member, and their positions. Here are the speeches of the guests. You will be responsible for handing them over. As the representative of Sihai Pavilion, you will be the first to speak, followed by City Lord Yu Qingsheng, and finally the senior cultivators like Mu Jingxiong. Yes, young master. This is the team registration form. It requires a group of 5 people, and the team leader is responsible for filling it out. It needs to include information about all team members. In addition, they must have their own team name, team logo, and uniform. This is a pledge that promises not to attack other players after losing a match, and not to retaliate against opponents offline in any other way. Young master's arrangements are truly thoughtful. Of course, otherwise there probably won't be a second one after the competition ends, Linyi said earnestly. By the way, these are the competition rules and regulations. This competition is divided into preliminary rounds, qualifying rounds, elimination rounds, and the finals. The competition uses a points system. After explaining the competition format, Linyi added one more point. By the way, any serious violations during the competition, such as swearing, hitting, or using magic to curse others, will result in disqualification. No problem, young master. Just as the two continued to discuss the details of the match, a staff member from Sihai Pavilion rushed over in a hurry. Young Master, Head Manager, Young Master Jin from Jinao Island and Young Master Yi from Xingchen Pavilion have arrived. Please let them in. Okay. A few minutes later, Jin Shanshan, radiating precious light, stepped on a floating magic artifact and led his 4 nascent soul maidens into the competition arena. At the same time, Yi Qinshin and his entourage entered from another direction. Upon meeting, both sides let out a cold snort and then turned their heads away. Humph. Nouveau riche. Humph. Parasite. After scolding the two of them, they looked around. When they saw the lavishly decorated competition venue and the huge stage, their eyes showed surprise. Clearly, as natives, they had never seen such a grand scene before. Just then, Linyi led Lei Jun to the two of them. We are so sorry for not welcoming you properly, young masters. Please offer us some cigarettes. As soon as Linyi finished speaking, Lei Jun hurriedly took out a cigarette case and gave Jin Shanshan and Yi Qinshin a special edition cigarette. Each of the two men paused for a moment when they took the cigarettes, seemingly not quite understanding what the small stick in their hands was. Lei Jun had anticipated this reaction from the two, and quickly pulled out a spirit stone lighter produced by Burning Flame Valley. Bite. The moment the lid was opened, a burst of red flame shot out from inside. Young masters, this is the latest cigarette from our Sihai Pavilion. It has the effect of relieving stress and calming the mind, and it has a unique flavor. I'll light some for you. He then taught 2 young men, both under 180 years old, how to smoke. At first, the two were clearly a little uncomfortable, but after seeing each other smoking, they immediately refused to be outdone and started smoking hard. Before long, they became skilled and gradually became addicted. Seeing this, Lei Jun handed another one to each person, perhaps because they had smoked together. The atmosphere between the two, who were originally at odds, was not as tense as it had been at the beginning. At this moment, Linyi spoke again. I believe the 2 young masters know why I have summoned you. Since you both wish to determine the winner using the Autumn Flying Sword technique, I will take this opportunity to host the 4 Seas Cup. At the same time, I also have a plan, which is to establish the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League to formalize the competition. In the future, it will not be limited to the small city of Giant Whale. I also plan to promote this competition to other cities. Once it is mature, we can hold a 100-city league and make this competition popular among the general public. When Linyi said these words, both Jin Shanshan and Yi Qinshin's eyes lit up. The former thought about making a big splash, while the latter thought about using the event to expand their influence and make a fortune. Upon seeing the two of them like this, Linya's lips curled up slightly, and the next second he continued to coax them, "I would like to invite you two to officially join the alliance and become the founding team of the alliance. To show my sincerity, you two will be directors of the Chocho Flying Sword Professional Alliance starting today, enjoying the management authority of the alliance and the revenue sharing of the competition. When the professional league grows bigger and stronger in the future, when people mention you, you will no longer just be the young master of Jinao Island, but the founder of Jinao Club and the permanent director of Chocho Flying Sword Professional League. And you are no longer the young master of the Star Pavilion, but the founder of the Star Club and a permanent director of the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League." Lin Yi understood exactly what the rich kids wanted. They didn't want money, they wanted to prove themselves. As he expected, the two men took the bait immediately. As for the event revenue sharing, Lin Yi wouldn't mind giving it all to ticket sales since only a small portion of the revenue comes from ticket sales. The real money comes from advertising placements and seating fees. With the young masters of Jinao Island and Xingshan Pavilion already involved, other sects will inevitably want to join the alliance in the future. However, the seats are fixed, so how can they squeeze in? They have to pay money. As for organizing your own competition, that's even more impossible. They're the official body. If they say it's an illegal competition, then it's an illegal competition. Come, young masters, let's toast to our bright future. In the future, let's work together to make the professional league bigger and stronger, so that everyone in the Tianyuan continent can see that we second-generation kids are not just good at relying on our fathers, and we can also prove to our fathers that we are not cowards. As they were talking, Lin Yi poured a glass of baijiu for Jin Shanshan and Yi Qinshin. Each of the two were also deeply moved and inspired by his words. Young Master Qiao is truly a kindred spirit to us. Over the years, everyone only knows me as the young master of Jinao Island. When they mention me, they can only think of me as the son of Venerable Jinling. I have not been happy at all. I'll start by mentioning one. After saying that, Jin Shanshan downed his drink in one gulp. Yi Qinshin, who was standing next to her, was the same. My old man just won't let me take over the position of sect leader. He says I'm too young and easily fooled by bad people. But I won't. I'm so smart. I've made up my mind. Once I've earned enough money, I'll start my own new Star Pavilion. From now on, I'll eat at the same table as my dad. TSK. Ha! This liquor is really strong. By the way, young Master Qiao, I heard you're planning to build a shopping mall here. I think it's a great idea. I happen to have some spirit stones on hand. Could I also benefit from it? Jin Shanshan suddenly said. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi's eyes lit up slightly. He originally just wanted the two silly boys to work for him for free, but now he has a new idea. Oh? Director Jin is also looking to make some investments? That's great. I happen to be thinking of opening in Yida Plaza in another city. Actually, the investment for a single store isn't high, only a little over 10 million spirit stones. I have a dedicated construction team. Let's talk over drinks. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and before dawn the next morning, the gates of Giant Whale City were already packed with people. Not only were the city gates full of people, but even the sky was filled with cultivators from all corners of the world. They came to Whale City for one thing only, to see what the first Chocho Flying Sword Professional League was all about. Of course, not everyone was just there to watch the excitement. A large number of cultivators harbored esports dreams and were preparing to win the championship in this competition and become famous throughout the Tianyuan continent. Shen Lang and his son were among them. Standing in front of the city gate, Shen Lang looked at the slogans on both sides of the gate and the advertisement for the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League hanging directly above the gate, his face full of fighting spirit. I, Shen Lang, am determined to become a professional player and win the championship. Chapter 108. This ticket was totally worth it, although the match announcement was only released for one day. Thanks to Lin Yi's special promotion and the popularity of Chocho Flying Sword itself, the news of Chocho Flying Sword's first professional league has now spread throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. Anyone interested in the matter, or simply wanting to see what the fuss was about, rushed to Whale City immediately, making this previously unknown northern town the hottest city on the Tianyuan continent. The sky had just begun to brighten, and the city's protective formations had not yet been activated, yet the number of cultivators crowding the city gates had already reached tens of thousands. In the distance, countless streaks of light, like shooting stars, continued to converge towards the direction of Giant Whale City. Seeing this, Yu Qingsheng, the city lord of Giant Whale City, standing on the city gate tower, was both excited and a little worried. With so many cultivators from all over the country coming here, they must spend money in the city. As long as they spend money, the Giant Whale sect can get a share. If we're lucky, today's revenue could equal a year's worth in previous years. The concern is that with so many cultivators arriving at once, the Giant Whale sect might not be able to control the situation. Thinking of this, he quickly looked to the side. There, Lin Yi, dressed as a wealthy young master, was fanning himself with a folding fan, watching the cultivators waiting to enter the city outside the city gate. Young master, the prosperity of Whale City today is all thanks to you. I am extremely grateful. If you encounter any problems in Whale City in the future, please feel free to come to me. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly. Lord Yu, you flatter me. If it weren't for your full support, things wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. By the way, did Lord Yu like the cigarettes I sent yesterday? I love it so much. The more you smoke it, the better it tastes, especially after lighting up a couple in the morning. It makes me feel refreshed and all my fatigue disappears, Yu Qingxing said with a grin. If Lord Yu likes it, that's good. Come on, get a few more special editions for Lord Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghost Servant Number 1 took out 4 exquisitely packaged special edition Guling brand cigarettes from his storage bag and handed them to Yu Qingxing. The moment Yu Qingxing received the cigarettes, his face was filled with surprise, and he immediately put them into his storage bag. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Young master is young and promising, with an extraordinary bearing. The more I look at him, the more I like him. It just so happens that I have a young daughter at home, who is 160 centimeters tall and still unmarried. I think the young master is about the same age as my daughter. Before Yu Qingxing could finish speaking, Ling Yi quickly refused. I'm sorry, Lord Yu, I prefer older men. Also, the opening ceremony is approaching, so I need to go back and prepare. Please don't be late, Lord Yu, as you are an important guest at this competition. After saying that, Lin Yi left the city gate tower with Ghost Servant Number 1 and Ghost Servant Number 2. As soon as he stepped off the city gate tower, Ghost Servant Number 1 looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Young master, you are such a good man. You are unmoved by this. It seems that you are also deeply in love with the Empress Yin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi glared at him. What do you know? This old man wants to get my cigarettes and alcohol for free. If I become his daughter's Taoist partner, then I'll have to bring him cigarettes and alcohol to show my respect during holidays. Moreover, I met his daughter at his residence yesterday. She is indeed 160 years old, but she also weighs 160 kilograms. She is about 2.5 meters tall. I suspect that his daughter is a body cultivator. Young master, you are right. Yu Qingxing's wife is a member of the whale shark clan, and their daughter was born with whale shark bloodline. I knew it. This old man is so short and small, how could he have given birth to such a tall daughter? As they spoke, the three of them quickly left the scene and reappeared at Yida Plaza. At the same time, the city gates of Giant Whale City were opened wide, and cultivators from all over the country who had been waiting began to file into the city, making the city lively and bustling in an instant. Under the guidance of the dedicated personnel arranged by the Giant Whale sect, these cultivators who entered the city were quickly taken to the location of Yida Plaza. When they saw the competition venue, they were all shocked. This is the venue for a professional league match. It's so grand and impressive. As expected of a competition hosted by the Four Seas Pavilion, this venue is many times larger than the venue for our sect's grand competition. Look, what's that in the sky? As they spoke, everyone simultaneously raised their heads. At this moment, several floating ferry boats were seen floating hundreds of meters above the competition venue, with a huge poster hanging below each of the ferry boats. Some posters advertised the upcoming professional league, while others promoted various products that Sihage would soon be launching: Gooding cigarettes, Good beer, Gucci haute couture women's accessories. The poster was enormous, and almost everyone who came to the event couldn't ignore it, which aroused strong curiosity among everyone about the products on the poster. Just then, a cultivator with the cultivation level of nascent soul stage, carrying a megaphone, suddenly walked out from the competition venue. Fellow Taoists from all over the world, greetings. Due to limited space, if you wish to enter the inner field to watch the match, please go to the ticket office on the left side of the field to purchase tickets. Seats are limited, so please purchase them as soon as possible. Those who wish to register for this competition, please proceed to the registration area on the right side of the venue to fill out the form and commitment letter. Upon hearing that tickets were required to enter, some monks immediately protested. What's going on? They have to spend spirit stones on a stupid competition? Is the Four Seas Pavilion out of its mind? In other words, why should I spend spirit stones for something that's just something I can glance at? I might as well watch an online livestream. They don't even have the right to stand for a spirit stone. This is outrageous. Let's all boycott them and not go in. Although the cheapest ticket only costs 1 spirit stone, it's not about spirit stones, it's about, just as everyone's emotions were rising, the nascent soul cultivator who had been holding the megaphone spoke again. Fellow Taoists blocking the entrance, please make way, our staff are about to enter. As he spoke, hundreds of beautiful female cultivators dressed in advertising t-shirts, white pleated skirts, calf socks, and bunny ears walked out from the side of the venue. When they appeared before the crowd, the scene instantly fell silent, and the cultivators who had been blocking the entrance unconsciously made way for them. After the group of female cultivators entered, dozens more female cultivators dressed in performance costumes and cosplay outfits quickly followed behind, dazzling everyone present. It wasn't until their figures completely disappeared into the area that everyone realized what had happened. A golden core cultivator suddenly spoke respectfully to the nascent soul cultivator holding the megaphone. May I ask, Senior, what were those just now? Upon hearing his words, the nascent soul cultivator replied without hesitation, it's nothing, just venue staff and performers. They're just responsible for selling drinks, singing and dancing, and keeping the atmosphere lively. The moment he finished speaking, the golden core cultivator in front of him vanished. His voice rang out from in front of the ticket booth on the other side. Excuse me, I'd like a ticket for the very front row of 5 spirit stones, thank you. I want one too, I want one in the front row. Me too, I want some too. Half an hour later, the staff at the ticket window brought out a sign that said the tickets were sold out. No need to queue anymore, they're all sold out. Upon hearing this, a chorus of groans erupted from the crowd. Senior, please sell me one more ticket, even a floating ticket will do, I can keep floating forever. Senior, do you have any tickets for underground places? I know a little about Earth. Earth is a type of escape technique, so I can stay underground. Why, does anyone have any extra tickets? I couldn't get any. In just half an hour, all the tickets were sold out, and the scene was far more popular than anyone had imagined. Just then, fireworks suddenly exploded in the sky, and the loud music from Autumn Flying Sword started playing from the speakers inside and outside the venue. The first Chocho Flying Sword Professional League has officially begun. Chapter 109. A stunning opening ceremony, girl group performance. Young Master, all the audience members have entered the venue. The total number of audience members, including those with seats, standing tickets, and those with floating tickets, is 300,000. All the invited guests were present and seated. The giant whale sect has dispatched more than 5,000 disciples to maintain order outside the competition venue and in the city. So far, no serious incidents have occurred and everything is in good order. Inside the competition venue, Lei Jun and other officials were reporting on the various aspects of the competition to Lin Yi, who nodded from time to time. How's the participant registration going? Reporting to the young master, we have received a total of 3,500 registration forms so far. Some of these are teams sent by various sects and forces, while others are teams organized by individual players. 3,500 teams? That's a lot. It seems we'll have to hold an online preliminary selection first. Tell them to submit their team uniform designs as soon as possible. I'll contact the Charming Maiden sect and have them rush to make them. We'll charge each team 50 spirit stones for the uniforms. Okay. After all the work reports were completed, Lin Yi glanced at the time on his phone. It's almost time. Get ready to go on stage. Remember, you must create a lively atmosphere. Don't worry, young master, leave everything to me. After saying that, Lei Jun turned and left. 10 minutes later, the background music that had been playing throughout the entire competition venue suddenly changed. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of spectators, Lei Jun, the opening host, made a dazzling appearance. Respected seniors of the cultivation world, dear audience members at the venue and viewers in the live broadcast room, good morning. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the entire audience. At the same time, a large number of viewers flooded into the official live stream rooms of Sihage and Xiaoxiu, with the number of viewers soaring to over 1 million, instantly igniting the atmosphere. On this special day, we gather here to witness this grand event. Tens of thousands of the most outstanding swordsmen of the Tianyuan continent will compete for the title of the strongest sword god and win the highest honor. A great master once said that the Tianyuan continent belongs to you and to us, but in the end, it belongs to you. You are like the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and our hope rests on you. This match is a contest of speed, a battle of skill, and even more so, a contest of wisdom and courage. It's not about one person's swordsmanship, but about the glory of the team. Don't judge heroes by success or failure. Fight until you have no regrets and soar through the rainbow. Don't determine who is superior by their cultivation level. Even chi refining can lead to the heavens. Lei Jun's speech ignited the passion of the audience and contestants, especially some young cultivators under 180 years old, whose hearts were quietly sprouting with the seed of esports. In addition, I hope all participants will remember that friendship comes first and competition second, and strive to achieve good results and demonstrate sportsmanship. After reciting the final opening remarks, Lei Jun bowed deeply to the audience, which was met with thunderous applause. As expected, he's going to gain more followers again, but he's not arrogant because he knows it's all thanks to Lin Yi. Even the speech was written by Lin Yi. Young master is truly a man of exceptional literary talent. Following Lei Jun, invited guests such as Yu Qingxing and Mu Jingxiong, senior figures in the cultivation world, also took the stage to speak. The excitement on their faces as they spoke was no less than that of the audience below the stage. Even though they still didn't fully understand what the competition was all about, all they knew was that they were about to make a name for themselves in front of millions of people, and they were so grateful that they wanted to thank the 4 C's. Pavilion and Lin Ye's ancestors for 8 generations. I must participate in more activities like this in the future. In conclusion, the entire opening speech session went very smoothly, all the speakers were very happy, and the elders and leaders of various factions who were seated in the front row to act as security were equally happy. As so many people sitting at the very front, what does that represent? It represents that they are valued, that they have a superior status. The only ones who might be unhappy are the audience members sitting in the stands. That old man is quite the talker. He keeps repeating the same old stories over and over. Who wants to listen to his ridiculous tales about fighting against the demonic sect back then? Exactly, they just keep talking. Let's get started already, he's been talking for half an hour. That old Biden. Shoo. He's in the late stage of the fusion realm. Be careful he doesn't hear you. Just when the audience was getting a little bored, the speech segment finally ended, and then a male and a female host made a dazzling appearance. The man was dressed in all black, with a heavy black ruler on his back. The woman had long, straight black hair, wore a white dress, and had white stockings on her legs. The moment the two appeared, the audience, who had just been feeling a bit bored, immediately perked up. Unlike the previous guests, the two hosts didn't ramble on. After introducing the competition format and rules, they moved on to the next segment. This competition is generously sponsored by Guling brand cigarettes. Smoking Guling brand cigarettes is like experiencing the myriad paths of the Tao. Next, please enjoy the dance performed by the disciples of Huanafeng. As soon as the female host finished speaking, a group of sexy and hot female cultivators flew from the side to the center of the stage and started dancing a hot dance to energetic music. This performance immediately stunned the audience present and those watching in the live broadcast room. Even Lin Yi, who was sitting in the VIP seats below the stage, couldn't help but nod repeatedly. I didn't expect these people to be so quick to learn. I just gave them a few simple pointers on the girl group dance and they immediately grasped the essence of it. As he spoke, he turned to Lei Jun beside him and whispered, "After the competition, we'll talk to the Fantasy Music Club and sign them. We'll create a global dance troupe and have them perform at mall openings or internal events. Or we could just set up an entertainment company and groom them for debut." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Lei Jun, who was watching with great interest, immediately nodded repeatedly. "Young master, what is an entertainment company? And what does debut mean? I'll explain this to you in detail later. Let's watch the performance first. While people were singing and dancing on stage, the female cultivators Linyi had arranged to promote the beer were also busy selling chilled beer in various stands. Brother Daoist, I have the latest beer from the Four Seas Pavilion. Would you like to try it? It's only 1 spirit stone a glass. Within the seating area, a female cultivator with 2 dimples on her face and a beautiful smile held a tray in both hands, on which were placed glasses of ice-cold beer, bubbling and frosty. Faced with her question, the foundation establishment cultivator who was watching the girl group's hot dance on stage was first stunned, and then immediately looked at the tray in front of her. Iced beer? Is it the good beer from the ads? Yes, our beer has a rich and full-bodied flavor and a wonderful aroma. I guarantee you'll love it after just 1 taste. It's really that delicious, then I'll have a cup. After hesitating several times, the foundation establishment cultivator took out a spirit stone and bought a cup. He originally bought it because of the saleswoman's good looks, but after taking a small sip, his eyes lit up immediately. It's delicious. It's ice cold and refreshing. 1 more bite. Glug. Glug, he finished a glass of beer in just a few gulps. Give me another one. Seeing this, other cultivators in the vicinity also became curious about this drink called beer, and soon a large number of cultivators took out their money to buy it, and the reputation of good beer spread. At the same time, in the VIP seats, Lei Jun also distributed a pack of cigarettes to each of the elders and leaders of the various factions. A few minutes later, each of the elders and sect leaders had one, and this scene was captured by the cameraman arranged by Linyi and simultaneously broadcast to the online livestream. Unsurprisingly, viewers from all over the country in the livestream began to show great curiosity about cigarettes and beer. However, this is only the beginning. Chapter 110 Cosplay, intense competition, huge popularity on stage. As the performance by Huan Yanfang came to an end, a series of subsequent programs were also launched, such as a cosplay performance. These cosplayers are mostly internet celebrities found on Douyin, TikTok. Some of them cosplay game characters from Qiuqiu Flying Sword, while others cosplay characters from popular novels, for example, Neilan Yanran, Sun Wukong, and Xu Beiji. Although they had no professional training, their expressiveness far surpassed that of any cosplayer from Earth. For example, the cultivator who cosplayed Sun Wukong was a genuine human-ape hybrid, capable of using Sun Wukong's signature spells. Even the golden cudgel in his hand was a specially crafted magical artifact that could change size at will. When they appeared on the stage, the monks present immediately erupted in cheers. They never imagined that one day the characters in the novel could come to life in this way. Holy crap, you can play like this? Is that person playing Hanli? And that one over there must be Xiao Yan. My god, this actor's portrayal of Sun Wukong is so accurate. This is exactly how I imagined the great sage equaling heaven to heaven. You guys are only finding out now? I saw it on Douyin a long time ago. I remember it was the first one where that woman dressed up as Neilan Yanran in a live stream. Everyone else got their inspiration from watching her live stream. The guy who plays Sun Wukong already has over 800,000 followers. I heard he gets hundreds of thousands of gifts in one live stream. I never expected Hage to invite him too. Why did I only find out about this track now? If I had known, I would have played Hanli too. After all, I have a dark complexion and an average appearance. It's not too late to know now. Just find a popular novel, make an outfit based on the protagonist's appearance, learn the protagonist's lines, and imitate the protagonist's signature move. If you don't make money, come find me. I happen to be good at weapon crafting and various clothing making. If you're interested, we can exchange contact information. I can even make the golden cudgel that the person on stage is using. Just thinking about it would be fun if a group of people dressed up as characters from a novel got together. Without a doubt, after a series of wonderful performances, no one said the tickets weren't worth it anymore. Those cultivators in the livestream who couldn't be there in person were even more envious and cried. Wow! The atmosphere here looks amazing. I really want to go and experience it for myself. Yes, although I can watch it on my phone, I can't imagine how lively I would be if I went to the event in person. Damn it, who was it that said yesterday that you could watch it on your phone and there was no need to go to the scene? If there's a next time, I'll definitely go no matter what. Wow, seeing them gulping down good beer makes me want to try it too. What does it taste like? I'm more interested in the Guling brand cigarettes those big shots were smoking. They looked so elegant when they smoked, it must feel wonderful. Luckily, I have a senior brother who went to the site. I'll have him bring some back with him. After all the performance segments were over, the audition segment began, with 3,500 teams competing on the same stage. The audition rules were very simple. All members of the team had to complete the designated map within a specified time. If a team's total time exceeds the allotted time, they will not be able to advance, no matter how well any member of the team performs. The simple rule eliminated more than 2,000 teams. Some of the teammates who were dragged down by their teammates were so angry that they cursed on the spot. If their magic power hadn't been restricted, these people would probably have started fighting right there. After the preliminary rounds, the qualifying rounds began. The qualifying rounds adopted a one-on-one format, with two teams randomly matched against each other. Only the top 100 teams could officially qualify. The rules were simple, but also more brutal. Before noon, only about 100 teams remained in the competition area. When the competition reached the knockout stage, only 12 of the 100 teams that qualified remained. The number of participants also decreased from more than 10,000 in the morning to 60. With such a fast-paced schedule and such high-intensity competition, not only were the players on edge, but the audience in the venue and those watching the livestream were also thrilled and exhilarated, showcasing the unparalleled charm of esports. In the VIP seats, an elderly man in the early stages of the Fusion realm watched the match replay on the big screen and couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, this competition is really interesting. I even want to play a few rounds myself. After saying that, he flicked the ash off his cigarette. Yes, I'm over 1,000 years old. Watching these young people compete suddenly gives me the feeling of being back when I first embarked on the path of immortality. Sigh, this is much more interesting than the sect competition. Although it's just a game, it's still a kind of training for these young disciples. When we get back, we can let the younger generation in our sect compete against each other in private. Fellow Taoists, how about we have a game? The loser will have to drink a cup of wine as punishment. Great idea. Come on, let me build the room. As they spoke, the sect leaders who had reached the nascent soul stage began to play with their flying swords. Lin Yi, who was also sitting in the VIP seats, couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw this scene, and then he turned his gaze to the stage. At this moment, all 12 teams that have just advanced to the finals have been brought to the stage. Each team wore the same uniform, including the Jinao Island team led by Jin Shanshan, the Xingshan Pavilion team led by Yi Qinshin, and the Tiandao sect team led by Li Xinxing. The first two relied on their financial power. They specifically poached top players from the game's leaderboards, making their entry into the finals a foregone conclusion. The latter relies on their own gaming talent and their influence within the game. The situation of the other 9 teams is much more complicated. Some of them are temporary organizations of various chambers of commerce, while others are organizations of various sects, large and small. The only team that surprised Lin Yi was a team composed entirely of chi refining cultivators. The members of this team are not only less skilled than those of other teams, but they also look much younger, with each of them having a youthful appearance. Which team is this? Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Lei Jun, who was standing nearby, quickly flipped through the list. Young master, this is the Lang Lang Mountain team, a team formed by a group of independent cultivators. A rogue cultivator team? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, then spoke again. Go and sign them all up later, let them join our 4 Seas pavilion, and offer them good terms. Yes, young master. As the two were talking, all 12 teams and 60 contestants on the stage turned their attention to the 9 Dragons Sword Cup in the center of the stage, their eyes filled with desire for the championship. Jin Shanshan was like this, Yi Qinshin was like this, Li Xinxing was like this, and even the young-looking Shenlang was like this. At this moment, they were no longer the young masters of Jinao Island or Xingshan Pavilion, they were just ordinary professional league players. In their eyes, immortality and cultivation are nothing but bullshit. Listen up, everyone. If we win the championship this time, I, the young master, will reward you all with 5 million spirit stones, plus a fully equipped floating cloud immortal boat. Listen up, Star Team. If you help me win this trophy, I will reward each of you with 10 million spirit stones. The championship is mine, be mine. The atmosphere on stage became tense. The audience cheered for their favorite teams, and countless cultivators from the Tianyuan continent stared at their phone screens, eagerly awaiting the final match. On Jinao Island, inside the Jinao Hall, a servant rushed into the main hall in a great hurry. Island Master, the young master has made it to the finals. Did you watch the live stream? Upon hearing this, Venerable Jinling quickly hid his phone and then said in a serious tone, "What finals or not, how dare the young master of Jinao Island go and do those shady things like ordinary cultivators? Go away, don't disturb my peaceful cultivation." After the waiter left, Venerable Jinling immediately took out his phone and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the image of Jin Shanshan on the screen. He's truly my son, he didn't embarrass me at all. At the same time, inside the Star Pavilion, Yi Tianlong led all the disciples of the Star Pavilion to squeeze into the sect's main hall, using magic to project the content on his phone screen onto the white wall above the hall. When the camera focused on Yi Qianxin, he immediately clenched his fists in excitement, and an inner disciple beside him shouted, "It's the young master! It's the young master! The young master has made it to the finals!" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong was initially delighted, then glared fiercely at the disciple. "You're so nosy. It's just the finals of a game competition, what's the big deal?" After saying that, his expression changed again. "Hee, my son may not be good at anything else, but he inherited my intelligence and talent. He can do anything. In a few years, I will be able to hand over the Star Pavilion to him with peace of mind. Given that my son has successfully entered the finals, everyone will receive an extra 300 spirit stones as a subsidy this month. In addition, we will have 3 days off. Let's all cheer for our young master." Upon hearing this, the Star Pavilion erupted in cheers, with everyone cheering for Yi Qianxin through their screens. Outside the competition venue at Yida Plaza, Shenlang's father, Shen Zhongshan, was also looking at his phone screen with a smug expression, pointing at Shenlang on the screen to everyone he met. "Look, this is my son. This person is my son. My son made it to the finals. My son, born to me, Shen Zhongshan, is no good for nothing, he's a gaming genius." As he spoke, he wiped the corner of his eye. Just then, a female nun who was in charge of selling cigarettes outside came up to him. "Fellow Taoist, would you like a cigarette?" Looking at the beautifully packaged cigarettes in the box in front of him, Shen Zhongshan, who hadn't even bought a ticket, directly took out 5 spirit stones and bought a pack of premium cigarettes. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away in the main hall of the Heavenly Tao sect, the current sect leader, Venerable Woman, also emerged from his secluded cultivation place with a smile on his face. No sooner had he stepped out than a group of disciples from the Heavenly Tao sect came to greet him. However, a look of doubt quickly appeared on Master Wohan's face. "Where has my disciple Shenxing gone? By the way, he should be cultivating at this time too. He truly is my good disciple." As he spoke, he stroked his beard with a beaming smile. When the group of Heavenly Tao sect disciples kneeling in front of him heard his words, they looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long while, an inner sect elder finally spoke hesitantly, reporting to the sect leader, "Shenxing is not in seclusion. He is not currently in the sect." "Oh? Not in the sect, then he must have gone down the mountain to train. That's good." He didn't go down the mountain for training, he went to participate in a competition." After hesitating for a long time, the inner sect elder finally told the truth. "Play a match?" Master Wohan looked puzzled until a disciple handed him a phone. The next second, Master Wohan went straight to a red-hot state. Chapter 111. The championship begins at the Yida Plaza competition venue, with the selection of the top 12 players. The finals of the Sihai Cup Chocho Flying Sword Professional League officially kicked off, with the atmosphere and anticipation at the scene were off the charts. The huge whale city was packed with people, all crowding outside the competition venue, holding their phones and watching the live broadcast of the match. Even though the competition had been going on for almost a whole day, they still didn't feel tired at all. Under these circumstances, the two hosts slowly walked onto the stage with microphones in hand. After a day of competition and fierce battles, we have finally ushered in the most anticipated final round. A total of 12 teams have qualified for this finals. In the following period, these 12 teams will choose their opponents by drawing lots. The winners will advance to the next round until the final champion is determined. To better showcase the contestants' skills, all finalists will use competition equipment provided by the Four Seas Pavilion, and all flying swords used will be of the same level. After the host announced the rules for the finals, the expressions of the contestants on stage immediately varied, some showing worry and others anticipation. "Great, Brother Lang. Everyone is using the same level of flying swords, so our chances of winning are very high. Yes, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flying sword technique is really too abnormal. It forcibly sends the opponent back to a certain point in the past. In the previous match, there was an unlucky guy who was sent back to the starting point. Now we don't have to worry about that anymore. Hearing his two teammates' words, Shen Lang, the captain of the Langlangshan team, also showed a confident smile. Our biggest weakness is that our flying swords are not as good as theirs. Now that we've eliminated that weakness, I'm sure I'll win this championship. As he spoke, he looked at his 4 teammates beside him. Even so, we can't be careless. The players from other teams also have some special abilities. Also, are you ready with your championship declaration? Upon hearing this, the other 4 exchanged glances and then nodded firmly. At the same time, members of other teams were encouraging each other and discussing strategies, but Li Xinqing of the Tian Dao sect team looked at his phone with a wry smile. Senior brother, the sect leader has come out of seclusion. He knows you went to participate in the competition. What should we do? Upon seeing the message, he thought about it carefully for a moment, and then replied with a single sentence. We'll talk about everything after my match. After sending the message, he turned off his phone and then looked at the 9 Dragons sword cup in the center of the stage. If I can win this trophy, my mentor probably won't be so angry. If all else fails, buy some cigarettes and alcohol. Yes, that's what we'll do. The 4 Heavenly Dao sect disciples beside him were also in a panic. Senior brother, will the sect leader kill us when we go back this time? If you ask me, let's betray our sect. Nonsense. Li Xinqing glared fiercely at the disciple. Am I, Li Xinqing, the kind of person who forgets kindness and honors his ancestors? As soon as he finished speaking, another disciple next to him looked at his phone screen with a look of surprise. Senior brother, the people from the Dian Holy Land sent me a message. They want to sponsor our team. As long as we change our name to Dian Team and go out to compete under the name of Dian Holy Land, they will not only give us a sponsorship fee of 50 million spirit stones, but also be willing to take us as their true disciples. Upon hearing this, Li Xinqing's expression changed slightly, and he secretly turned on his phone. Without a doubt, the 12 teams standing in the center of the stage at this moment have become the hottest stars in the Tianyuan continent. If you randomly ask a cultivator on the street who the current leader of the Heavenly Dao sect is, no one might know, but they will definitely know that the Heavenly Dao sect has a Qiuqiu flying sword streamer named Li Xinqing. This is traffic, this is fame. All the contestants on stage gained fame far beyond their imagination, and this fame will eventually be transformed into powerful influence, into endless spiritual stones. Young master, we've already contacted the Langlang Mountain team, but they seem a bit reluctant to sign with us. I reckon there are quite a few sects and forces contacting them right now. Inside the VIP area, Lei Jun reported to Lin Yi with a cautious expression. Lin Yi seemed unsurprised by what he reported. That's normal. They're not some grassroots team anymore. Even if they don't win the championship this time, their reputation has already spread throughout the Tianyuan continent. Should we try asking other teams? Lei Jun suggested again. No, it's them. Go talk to them. As long as they're willing to join the Four Seas Pavilion, we can not only give them a high signing fee, but also build a training building specifically for them. From then on, they won't need to do anything except train. Our Four Seas Pavilion will turn them into esports superstars renowned throughout the entire Tianyuan continent as quickly as possible. After saying that, Lin Yi drank the fruit wine in the glass in front of him in one gulp. Tell the host to tell those 2 to stop dawdling and start the competition right away. Okay, I'll pass it on right away. Under Lin Yi's command, the finals began without any delay. Compared to before, the final competition was undoubtedly more intense. When the live broadcast of their match was projected onto the central screen, everyone's attention, including the senior cultivators sitting in the VIP seats, was focused on the screen above. Just then, a majestic and heroic battle song resounded throughout the competition venue, and coupled with the constantly changing lights on the stage, the atmosphere of the competition was immediately heightened. Whenever a competitor makes an amazing play, the crowd erupts in cheers. Whenever a contestant makes a minor mistake, the audience sighs in disappointment, and when they see their favorite team defeat their opponent, they can't help but shout out loud, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere. The two hosts, who were not usually very talkative, suddenly let loose, especially the male host, who became hysterical. As for the contestants, needless to say, the winners hugged and laughed, some even shedding tears of excitement, while the losers were devastated. The emotions of the audience at the scene and those watching the livestream also fluctuated, and all thoughts of cultivation and immortality were put aside at this moment. The allure of esports was on full display at this moment. 2 more hours passed, and soon only two teams remained on the stage, the Jinao Island team from Jinao Island and the Lang Lang Mountain team from Lang Lang Mountain. The former is the infamous pay-to-win old so in the game, representing aristocratic families and sections. The latter is an unknown grassroots contestant, representing the vast number of independent cultivators and low-level cultivators across the world. The former relies on heavy financial incentives and incredible luck, matching opponents with weak opponents in every game, and ensuring that every opponent makes a mistake. The latter relied on his exceptional gaming talent and skills, coupled with Shen Lang's outstanding command and tactical planning, to overcome all obstacles. As soon as the two contestants took their seats on either side of the stage, the deafening sound of war drums filled the arena. Chapter 112. Congratulations to Lang Langshan team, the era of esports begins. On the stage, the members of the Jinao Island team and the Lang Lang Mountain team stood on either side, all of them leaning straight back in their chairs, their hands holding their phones, trembling involuntarily. Even Jin Shanshan, who possesses the cultivation level of a nascent soul cultivator, is no exception. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had seen it all, including battles between Mahayana stage experts, but now, sitting in the competition area, he was nervous, especially when he looked around to the dazzling lights, the roaring audience, the magnificent stage. Everything about it made his blood boil and his heart race. At the same time, Lin Yi, who was sitting in the VIP seat, felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and started searching on Douyin. Before long, he found a background music track called Silver Trace on Douyin and handed his phone to Lei Jun. The background music isn't good right now. Go, change the background music to this one. Although he didn't understand why Lin Yi wanted to change the background music, Lei Jun still did it quickly. A little over a minute later, all the other background music stopped abruptly, and then a burst of rousing background music filled the entire venue. The moment the background music started, the expressions of both contestants on stage, who had been tense, changed instantly. For no apparent reason, they felt their emotions being stirred up, growing more and more excited until their blood was boiling, and they couldn't wait to start a duel with their opponents. They were like that, and the audience and the venue were almost the same. Listening to the melody that kept echoing in their ears, they were all more excited than the last, as if the people standing on the stage had become themselves. Holy crap! What kind of music is this? It sounds so energetic. Yes, it feels like this isn't a game competition, but a life or death duel. Hearing this makes me want to pick a fight. I feel like I've returned to the days hundreds of years ago when I fought against the demonic sects and demonic cultivators. I can't take it anymore, it's giving me goosebumps, and I feel like I need to pee. Go Jinao Island team. Win the championship. Why should Jinao Island team win the championship? I think Lang Langshan team should be the champion this time. You're talking nonsense. If Jinao Island hadn't been rich and had a bit of luck, would they have made it to the finals? They're the weakest team of all. What did you say? What, you want to fight? Are you even capable, you spineless rogue cultivator? I'll smash your grandma's head. So what if he's a rogue cultivator? Fellow cultivators, beat him up. The final battle on stage hadn't even started yet, but the showdown in the audience had already begun. Although their cultivation was sealed, their physical strength was still formidable. They swung their fists and smashed beer bottles in unison. Fortunately, on-site staff arrived in time, which prevented the conflict from escalating further. At that moment, the final championship game officially began. With the referee's whistle, both teams immediately entered the game mode. A group of 10 people rode flying swords on a rugged and complex track, chasing each other. Everyone was giving it their all and dared not make the slightest mistake. The once bustling competition venue was now filled only with rousing battle songs. There was no other sound. From guests to spectators, everyone remained silent. Whether they were chi-refining stage cultivators or nascent soul stage masters, they all focused their attention on the competition. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the final result. Throughout the Tianyuan continent, in all the major sects, cities, and markets, there were figures standing still in place above the North Sea. Two nascent soul cultivators were fighting fiercely over a spiritual herb a second ago, but the next second one of them suddenly shouted to stop. Fellow Taoist on the other side, please stop for a moment. I was watching half of the match, and the championship should be starting by now. Let me finish watching the championship before we fight. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivator on the other side, who had already unleashed his ultimate move, immediately stopped what he was doing. The championship? Now that you mention it, I remember. Let's stop here for now and decide who gets this medicinal herb after the competition. By the way, which team do you support? Of course it's Lang Lang Mountain, that's the pride of us independent cultivators. What a coincidence, I also support Lang Lang Mountain. The atmosphere between the two sides eased instantly under the spotlight. The match was exceptionally intense, with both sides trading blows and employing a variety of skills and tactics. Although Jin Shanshan's incredible luck struck again during this process, under Shen Lang's superb skills and calm command, the Jinao Island team ultimately lost the game by a narrow margin. The moment the final result appeared on the big screen on the stage, the 5 members of the Lang Langshan team simultaneously threw their phones on the table, then stood up in unison. The 5 young cultivators, who were only at the chi refining stage, hugged each other tightly, their faces filled with the joy of victory. Meanwhile, the host's enthusiastic voice could be heard from the side. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles, a single sword's light chills 19 continents. Congratulations to the Lang Langshan team for achieving the final victory and winning the championship of the first Sihai Cup Chocho Flying Sword Professional League. With a general leading an army of thousands, taking something out of a bag is no problem at all. Tonight's championship belongs to Lang Lang Mountain, and tonight's glory belongs to Shen Lang. Let's shout the champion team's name together. The moment the host finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of audience members immediately shouted in unison. Lang Lang Mountain. Lang Lang Mountain. Lang Lang Mountain. The audience erupted in thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Just then, the spotlight from directly above the stage shone on Shen Lang and his 4 teammates. At this moment, they emerge from their cocoons like butterflies. At this moment, they ascend to godhood, adorned with glory and starlight. After 100 years of cultivation, no one cared, but in one fell swoop, they won the championship and became known throughout the world. Even a powerful cultivator at the Mahayana stage would appear dim and insignificant next to them. Meanwhile, Jin Shanshan, who missed out on the championship, and his 4 teammates looked dejected. This was the first time in his life he had experienced failure, but he quickly rallied. Humph. It doesn't matter. The taste of defeat is actually quite good. At least I beat that bastard Yi Qinshin. Next time I will definitely win the championship. Wah! I really want to touch the trophy. The young master of Jinao Island shed tears at this moment. If Jin Shanshan, who came in second place, was in such a state, then the other participating teams were even worse off. Yi Qinshin was the most upset, as he only got third place based on the total score. If he were to abide by the previous agreement, he would not only have to post on Douyin to admit that he was a big dummy, but he would also have to call Jin Shanshan his godfather. As everyone's feelings were mixed, the host spoke again. After 12 hours of fierce competition, the first Sihai Cup Chocho Flying Sword Professional League has finally determined its champion. Next, please welcome Lei Jun, the regional manager of the northern region of Sihai Pavilion, and all the guests present to present awards to the players who have achieved outstanding results in this competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jun led the seniors and powerful figures from the cultivation sects in the front row slowly onto the stage. The 12 teams that participated in the finals and some teams that achieved outstanding performances also took to the stage to receive their awards. Prizes include medals, certificates, cash prizes, and sponsored items such as Guling brand cigarettes, Good brand beer, Wuling liquor, and Gucci brand high-end rings. Lei Jun warmly shook hands with each contestant. When the athletes received their medals, certificates, and prizes, their previously dejected expressions instantly turned into excitement. After the awards were presented to these people, the main event began. Everyone else left, leaving only the champion team, Lang Langshan team, on the huge stage. With a soft sound, a bright beam of light shone directly onto the central podium, making the enormous 9 Dragons Cup shine brilliantly and radiate a unique glow. Please welcome the champion team to the podium and together raise the glory that belongs to you. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, Shen Lang took a deep breath and then led his 4 teammates up the steps of the podium. Finally, the five of them gathered together next to the stone platform. The next second, all five of them simultaneously placed their palms on the base of the trophy. Roar! Suddenly, the trophy shone brightly, and a huge nebula rift appeared above it. Then, a giant phantom image of 9 dragons pulling a coffin tore through the void, leaving an unforgettable scene in the hearts of the audience present and those watching the live broadcast. Click, an excited audience member sitting in the front row took out their phone and captured the moment from the best angle. Half an hour later, the photo topped the trending list on Douyin, accompanied by a text message. Cultivation is no longer the only way out. No one is destined to ascend to immortality. Mahayana has its own scenery, and cultivation has its own romance. The rock rises with the wind and soars 90,000 miles high. Everyone has their own talents. Even if one's cultivation is exhausted, it will return. The era of esports begins today. The photos and videos immediately resonated with countless cultivators, and many began to reflect on whether their daily cultivation was meaningful and worthwhile. At the same time, Ling Yi, who had finished the competition and returned to the Four Seas Pavilion, threw a bag of spirit stones at the person in front of him. Well done! Keep stirring things up in the comments section, let them find their true selves, stop being obsessed with cultivation, and get them to take off their foundation establishment robes and spread the idea that cultivation is useless. Yes, Sect Master, I will do it right away. As he spoke, the person kneeling in front of Lin Yi slowly raised his head, and it was Zhou Wei, who had been entrusted with an important task by Lin Yi earlier. He was extremely excited at this moment, and his eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Yi. At this moment, he deeply realized the difference between ordinary demonic disciples and the great demon lord. What they had done before was at most disgusting the righteous path, while what their demon lord was doing was directly digging up the roots of the righteous path. The demon lord is so wicked. Chapter 113 Huge Impact. New applications. The Sihai Cup Chocho Flying Sword Professional League was undoubtedly a success from a commercial perspective. This competition pioneered commercial esports events on the Tianyuan continent, encouraging more cultivators to register and recharge their accounts, while also establishing the reputation of Guling cigarettes, good beer, and Gucci luxury goods throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. In addition, even the soon-to-open Yida Plaza has successfully made a name for itself. According to incomplete statistics, the sales of Guling brand cigarettes on the day of the competition reached a staggering 80 million spirit stones. A small portion of the sales were made by the audience at the scene, while the majority were taken home as gifts. Good beer sales were equally impressive, reaching nearly 90 million spirit stones, with ticket sales and other miscellaneous revenues. Sihai Pavilion's sales revenue exceeded 200 million yuan that day, making it a very profitable business. Of course, it wasn't just the Four Seas Pavilion that earned spirit stones in this competition. All the participants also received various benefits, especially those contestants who achieved good results, such as the Jinao Island team, the Xinchen Pavilion team, and the Tiandao Sec team, who made it to the finals, became highly sought after. Not only did their fan base skyrocket, but numerous sects and chambers of commerce also approached them. The huge profits made by Sihai also made them see the business opportunities in commercial leagues. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jin Shanshan and Yi Qinshin successively established their own esports clubs, and were inundated with endorsement and commercial promotion offers. Needless to say, the Langlangshan team, who won the championship, received numerous offers of generous terms from various prestigious sects and even Holy Lands. Immediately after the competition, however, they ultimately announced their joining the Four Seas Pavilion that same day. This incident also caused a great sensation, with some people feeling that their choice of Sihai was unwise. They only fell silent after learning about the exorbitant signing fee charged by Sihai Pavilion. Beyond its commercial significance, the impact of this match was unprecedented. A quick scroll through Douyin, TikTok reveals numerous videos and news related to this professional league. Almost everyone is talking about this esports event that is impacting the entire Tianyuan continent. The trending topics were dominated by related terms. The Langlang Mountain team has won the final championship, a victory for rogue cultivators. The Langlangshan esports team signed a record-breaking 50 million yuan contract with Sihai and officially changed its name to the Sihai esports team. The Langlangshan team revealed their average age is under 180 years old. Yi Qinshin, the young master of Xinchen Pavilion, publicly calls the young master of Jinao Island his godfather, enraging Yi Tianlong, the head of Xinchen Pavilion, and the drama of father and son turning against each other unfolds once again. The inescapable Langlang Mountain has finally been escaped. The champion and strongest swordsman, Shen Lang, has a heartbreaking backstory. Shenlang frankly stated that he had never been interested in cultivation since childhood, and that he only felt happy when he picked up his phone from a commoner cultivator who can't even afford 5 spirit stones to a champion team member worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Esports may become the best option for ordinary cultivators. Great talents can emerge from humble backgrounds, dragons can soar from shallow abysses, all other pursuits are inferior, only cultivation is superior. Is this self-imposed constraint or moral blackmail? It's time for us to reflect. Countless cultivators fell into deep thought after watching these videos, especially some rogue cultivators whose cultivation was not high and whose resources were mediocre. Inside a certain third-rate Orthodox sect, more than 10 disciples gathered together. Senior brother, what do you think is the point of us mediocre people cultivating so hard? Anyway, we're unlikely to become immortals in this lifetime. Yes, is it just to live a few hundred years longer? But those few hundred years of extra life are also earned through our dreary cultivation. We stay in cramped cultivation rooms every day and can't even see the sun. Our lifespan is just being consumed day by day. Even if you are lucky enough to cultivate to the Mahayana stage, a single bolt of heavenly lightning could kill you and destroy your cultivation, leaving you with no happiness whatsoever. I think Shenlang's words when he received the award were very true. The meaning of life is not in its length, but in whether it is wonderful. The joy he gained when he stepped onto the podium may have far exceeded the joy of ordinary people when they transcend tribulations and ascend to immortality. I also want to become a professional esports player like him. Even if I don't win the championship, at least I can gain happiness. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'll go and tell the sect leader my thoughts, that I don't want to continue cultivating anymore, and that I want to pursue my dream. I don't like playing games, but I want to make short videos, just in case I become famous. How about we make a short video together? We can film our daily life in our sect. I have a lot of ideas, and we can add some humor to the video. Do you think it's feasible for me to play different roles within the sect all by myself? This scene wasn't limited to just one sect. Ordinary disciples and even inner disciples from various sects were all tempted after seeing a chi-refining cultivator like Shenlang reach the pinnacle of life through a game, especially when they learned that a second professional league would be held next year. Meanwhile, Li Xinxing, having finished the competition, quietly returned to the Heavenly Dao sect with his 4 junior brothers. The moment they landed, bright lights illuminated the main hall of the sect. Amidst their horrified gazes, Venerable Wuhan led a group of elders and inner sect elites from the Heavenly Dao sect out of the main hall. At this moment, Master Wuhan's face was ashen, and the anger in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. Seeing this, Li Xinxing was afraid, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. Master, why did you come out of seclusion so early? You said you were coming out of seclusion, why didn't you let your junior brothers inform me? By the way, Master, I brought back a lot of good things for you from my trip to Whale City. As he spoke, he pulled a bunch of things out of his storage bag. Master, this is the latest Guling brand cigarette from Si Hai Gu. This is a special edition, and ordinary people can't buy it. This is 5 spirits liquid, with a unique flavor, and it can't be bought even with spirit stones. And this is good beer. I also bought Master a Tianji 2 Supreme Edition. However, no matter how many gifts he pulled out piled up, Master Wuhan's expression did not improve in the slightest. Seeing that Master Wuhan's anger was about to burst forth, his expression changed slightly, and then he looked Li Xinxing up and down and said, "You've broken through to the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing this, Li Xinxing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I recently broke through to a higher level by chance. That's not right. With your talent, it's impossible to break through so quickly, and you've also put so much effort into this phone. Upon hearing this, Li Xinxing's eyes immediately lit up, and then a plan came to mind. Master, you may not know this, but this phone may seem to be for entertainment, but it actually contains profound secrets. Last time, I had a sudden enlightenment while playing the game and entered the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, Master, look, I can learn a lot of cultivation knowledge through my mobile phone, exchange cultivation experiences with other fellow cultivators, and temper my mind, which is equivalent to refining my heart in the mortal world. Come, Master, let me light a cigarette for you, and then I'll explain it to you slowly. Master, please have another sip of wine. How is it? Is it delicious? Master, you said you've lived for over 900 years, all for the sect. It's time to live for yourself. Master, please take another puff. As the saying goes, learning without thinking is futile, thinking without learning is dangerous, neither learning nor thinking is disastrous. Half an hour later, Master Wohan was smoking a cigarette while staring at his phone screen and laughing out loud. My disciple Shinshing, what you say makes sense. I spent the first half of my life cultivating and the second half of my life living for the sect. It's time for me to enjoy myself. Heavenly Tao, to hell with Heavenly Tao. I've been pursuing Heavenly Tao my whole life, only to find out in the end that there are such joyful things in the world. Fill it up, fill it up. Okay. As Li Xinxing poured wine and lit cigarettes for Master Wohan, several inner disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect eagerly gathered around. Senior brother Xinxing, we also want to play professionally. Under the dual influence, the number of registered users of Qiuqiu Flying Sword surged. Lin Yi, who was designing the FMVP Flying Sword and FMVP skin in the early hours of that day, received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host! The number of registered users of Qiuqiu Flying Sword has exceeded 10 million. As a reward, you will receive a brand new app, Penguin Video. You will have full background access to the app and will also enjoy 10% of all revenue generated by the app. In addition, the store has added film and television shooting related tools. Please check the details yourself. Ding! Congratulations, host! The number of registered users of Qiuqiu Flying Sword has exceeded 20 million. As a reward, you will receive a brand new app called Zhongmen Jipin. You will have all the back-end permissions of the app and enjoy 10% of all the app's revenue. Before he could react, another system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! The number of registered users of tomato-free novels has exceeded 10 million. As a reward, you will receive a brand new app, Tomato Writer Assistant. You will have full access to the app's back-end permissions. The 3 system notifications in a row completely stunned Lin Yi. Chapter 114, a female-oriented novel, preparing to be filmed as a TV series. As he listened to the notification sounds ringing in his mind, Lin Yi's expression changed repeatedly. It had been quite some time since he last obtained the Qiuqiu Flying Sword. He has also been keeping track of the number of registered users for each app. As of now, Douyin has the most registered users, which is about to surpass 30 million, while tomato-free novels and Qiuqiu Flying Sword are neck and neck. To his surprise, this professional league had such a strong momentum that it directly boosted the number of registered users of Qiuqiu Flying Sword to 20 million. After realizing what was happening, he was overjoyed. I immediately opened the system interface to check the 3 applications that the system rewarded me with. The first one I opened was Zhongmen Zhipin. As soon as the app was opened, a promotional message popped up. To find a sect, talk to the sect leader. Isn't this just a scam from my past life, or rather, a recruitment app? One-click job posting, one-click job seeking? Seems pretty convenient. Lin Yi casually selected the one-click job search option, and several options quickly appeared in front of him. Please select your cultivation level. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, body integration, Mahayana, first tribulation loose immortal, second tribulation loose immortal. Please select your spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, earthly spiritual root, lightning spiritual root, fire spiritual root, water spiritual root, please. Select your job objective: alchemist, weapon refiner, plant grower, talisman master, swordsmith, array master, goo master. After clicking on the refiner, new options will pop up. Please select your desired position: disciple, handy disciple, outer disciple, inner disciple, elder's personal instructor, sect leader's personal instructor, elder, handy disciple, outer disciple elder, inner disciple elder, enforcement elder, transmission elder, sect leader, supreme elder. Please select your desired subsidy range. 0-50 spirit stones, 50 to 100 spirit stones, 100 to 500 spirit stones, 500-1000 spirit stones. Please fill in your past experience, such as the position you held in a certain sect. Looking at the well-designed interface, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod slightly. It looks pretty good. It will be much easier to recruit people in the future. And as long as a sect or chamber of commerce posts a job posting, we can make money. We need to promote this application properly. After saying that, he opened Douyin, TikTok, and used his back-end permissions to place an advertisement for Zhangmen Jipin on Douyin, sending the advertisement out casually. He also made sure to advertise on tomato-free novels as well. After doing all that, he turned his attention to the second app, Tomato Writer Assistant. So far, he has uploaded more than 100 novels to tomato-free novels, which has basically emptied the library of all the novels he read in his previous life. Of course, this doesn't mean he only read a little over 100 novels in his previous life, but rather that he only read a little over 100 completely. Most of the novels he read either didn't finish, or the authors had already made enough money and entered a monthly or yearly update mode, or the authors abandoned them and left them unfinished. At the current update pace, it will probably be another year and a half before his clones can no longer write anything. That's why he also hopes to cultivate a group of online novel authors belonging to the Tianyuan continent. However, previously only he had the upload permission. Now, with Tomato Writer Assistant, he can finally start the era of creation for all. By the way, Tomato Free Novel was released much earlier than Xiuqiu Flying Sword. Given the current number of mobile phones in use, it doesn't make sense that it has only just surpassed 10 million registered users today. Where exactly is the problem? With this question in mind, Linyi opened the backend of Tomato Free Novels, and after some searching, he quickly found the problem. The user gender column clearly shows that male users account for as much as 90%. I see. So all the novels I uploaded were male-oriented, which is why most of the readers were male cultivators, and I missed out on female readers. No wonder the number of registered users wasn't high. But I haven't read many female-oriented novels either. Even if I searched my brain to death with the soul searching technique, I still wouldn't find a single complete female-oriented novel. After much deliberation, he finally came up with a solution. Although he had never read a complete female-oriented novel, the formulas for female-oriented novels were nothing more than a few types. If he couldn't write them himself, then he would let other female cultivators write them. What domineering sect leader fell in love with me? What divorced a Mahayana cultivator and I took half of his cultivation? What a Holy Land young master who was obviously super strong but overly arrogant? What my demonic path partner, the cultivators of Tianyuan continent are all incredibly intelligent. With a little guidance, they should be able to write some decent works. It's decided then. We'll hold an essay contest later, and then select a few good ones to elevate to the top, so that the cultivators of Tianyuan continent know that not only esports can change one's fate, but even writing novels can. As he spoke, a perfect plan formed in Linya's mind. At the same time, his gaze also turned to the last app rewarded by the system, Penguin Video. He felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this app. He vaguely remembered that he had just opened a yearly membership card right before he transmigrated, and he had only used it for 2 days before transmigrating. It took him a lot of determination to open that membership card, and he felt like he had lost out. Besides, he hadn't finished watching several other Chinese animations yet, and he jokingly said that he would never see the ending before he died, which turned out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. If nothing unexpected happens, this place should be empty too. As soon as he finished speaking, he clicked into the application, and just as he expected, the huge application was completely empty. The categories for TV series, movies, variety shows, anime, documentaries, short dramas, music, etc., are all empty. This means he has to fill in the content himself. Alright, it seems like the store has updated some related tools. Let me see what they are. Upon opening the product page, he quickly found the new products added by the system. High-definition camera, various lenses, audio recording equipment, and a computer. Upon seeing the computer, Linyi felt a sudden cerebellar atrophy, followed by overwhelming joy. With a computer, does that mean I can play all those demanding games? He stopped laughing as soon as he realized that the so-called computer only had some basic video editing software installed. It was nothing more than a tool. He was greatly disappointed when he discovered this. Forget it, since computers are already out, games shouldn't be far behind. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he started to make plans. Now that we have Tencent Video and the relevant shooting and production tools, we can start making TV series, movies, and variety shows. Let's start with TV dramas, but what should we film for our first TV drama? As he was thinking, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the only one we'll be making. Chapter 115 Champion Limited, the era of creation for all. The next morning, several new trending topics appeared on Douyin. Point 1 is that Guling brand cigarettes and Good brand beer have officially launched on the Sihai online store. As soon as this trending topic appeared, sales at the Sihai Pavilion official store skyrocketed, and countless viewers who watched the Sihai Cup competition became curious about these two items. Therefore, as soon as they learned that these two trendy products were available, they immediately rushed to buy them. The second trending topic was the official sale of the Champion Flying Sword and Champion Skin for the first professional league of Chocho Flying Sword. The Champion Flying Sword is named Riding the Waves, is a season-limited item, priced at 60 spirit stones, and will be available for a limited time of 7 days. After 7 days, it will be removed from the store and will never return. The Champion Skin is named Rurani Kenshin, a high-quality seasonal skin, priced at 60 spirit stones, and will also be available for a limited time of 7 days. When you have both season-limited items, a phantom image of the champion player Shen Lang and his signature will appear when you appear. When the official Chocho Flying Sword team released this news along with related pictures and videos, countless Chocho Flying Sword players immediately went wild. What is this? The Champion Flying Sword is designed so poorly, it's not cool at all. Holy crap, is this for real? The Champion Sword and Champion Skin are only 60 spirit stones? That's too cheap. What? Only 60 spirit stones. Sorry, I didn't look closely just now. This Champion Flying Sword not only has a cool design, but also top-notch special effects. It's simply a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Worth it. It's such a great deal. Not only does it have exclusive entrance effects, but it also has special unsheathing sound effects. The flying sword technique is also at the level of a grade B flying sword. Plus the special effects after the victory and the champion's phantom, this is definitely at the level of a grade A flying sword. It only costs 60, which is really a great deal. That means a flying sword of this quality is only selling for 60 spirit stones. It's clearly a loss-making business. Buy. I have to buy both. It only costs 120 spirit stones. 120 spirit stones can bring me a lot of happiness. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I've already got it, and it feels amazing. It completely blows away the flying swords sold directly in the store. Fellow cultivators, go for it. Unsurprisingly, the Champion Limited Edition Flying Sword and Champion Limited Edition Skin sold out instantly. As Lin Yi watched the ever-increasing recharge amount, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Buy more, I'm losing money hand over fist. As expected, Tencent's tactics are more effective. As he spoke, he took out a new phone and registered a brand new account, which he named Tomato Writer Assistant. After registering, I casually gave the account a blue V badge. With everything ready, he edited out an official announcement titled Creative Writing for All. The first tomato novel writing competition is coming soon, with 1 billion yuan in royalties up for grabs. Do you also fantasize about traversing the 3 realms and sweeping across the 8 wastelands like the protagonist in the book? Do you often have wild imaginations? Do you have legendary experiences and tortuous stories? Pick up your pen and tell the world the story in your heart. Tomato Free Novels is soliciting excellent stories from all cultivators across the entire Tianyuan continent. No restrictions on novel subject matter or story type. Pursue your dreams and live life to the fullest. Quickly open Tomato Writer Assistant and use your own hands to achieve your dreams. After editing the announcement, Lin Yi casually published it and then used his back-end privileges to push it to every user's mobile phone. After finishing that, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he got up, found a quiet room, and casually made himself a tomato mask and put it on his face. He also took out a phone stand and placed it in front of him. That's right, he's going live again. Last time, he taught a large number of Douyin users how to shoot and produce short videos. This time, he's going to give a simple talk to the cultivators of Tianyuan continent about how to write a good online novel. In this way, the natives of Tianyuan continent can quickly get up to speed and create qualified online novels. If Lin Yi hadn't given them some pointers, he couldn't imagine what kind of rubbish these people would have written. Hopefully, this time we'll produce a few innate web novel saint bodies. Tomato, activate. He started his livestream as soon as he finished speaking. Meanwhile, his earlier announcement through Tomato Writer Assistant quickly attracted the attention of many Douyin users. In the Luofu Holy Land, a group of inner disciples were sitting cross-legged on the ground, appearing to be cultivating earnestly. However, as soon as the elder who was passing on his skills got up and left, they immediately opened their eyes and smiled knowingly. As Elder Tianxian left? Let's go, let's go. Finally gone. I'm so tired of cultivating now, playing on my phone is much more fun. Come on, two of you, let's have a thrilling 5-player squad. The champion flying sword is now on sale, have you bought one yet? I bought it a while ago and was just about to try it out when the elder called me to attend a lecture. Let me tell you, the champion flying sword has incredibly cool special effects, and it only costs 60 spirit stones. Buying it is a steal. Senior brother Yang Lin, did you buy the champion flying sword? How about we duo Q together? Hearing his junior brother's question, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. Forget it, right now I can't even come up with 6 spirit stones, let alone 60. Ha? No way, didn't this month's subsidy just come out? And I remember you saved up quite a few spirit stones before, how could you not have any? Yes, senior brother, you must have saved at least several 100,000 spirit stones over the years. Where did they all go? Faced with the questions from his fellow disciples, Yang Lin became stammering until a disciple who was close to Yang Lin revealed the truth. That goes without saying, he definitely gave all his spirit stones to Fairy Peach Blossom. Last night, Fairy Peach Blossom had a PK battle with another female streamer, and I reckon senior brother Yang Lin turned all his spirit stones into popularity votes. As he spoke, the disciple raised an eyebrow at Yang Lin. Am I right, senior brother? Upon hearing this, the crowd around him immediately booed, while Yang Lin wore an expression of embarrassment and anger. What's wrong? Hong Hong treats me like a confidant, like an older brother. How could I not help her when she's PKING with someone? I can save up the spirit stones when I run out, but she'll be so heartbroken if she loses her PK. As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes he had just bought that morning from his storage bag, only to find that they were all gone when he tried to take one out the next second. He turned his gaze to his junior brother with a grin. Hey, junior brother, can you give your senior brother a cigarette? However, the junior brother shook his head in response to his request. Senior brother, look at yourself now. What's that word on Douyin again? Oh right, it's simp. You're a complete simp right now. I can give you the cigarette, but first think about what you'll do when you run out of spirit stones at the Holy Land Exchange Conference. As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes, took one out of it, and handed it to Yang Lin. After accepting the cigarette, Yang Lin fell into deep thought. How can I get spirit stones? The monthly subsidy from the sect is simply not enough to live on. Maybe I should start making short videos too? Just as he was racking his brains for a way to earn spirit stones, a guest came from beside him. Come and see. Tomato Free Novels is having a promotion. Now we can upload our own novels to it. As long as we upload our own novels, we can not only earn royalties, but also share a prize of 1 billion spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin immediately perked up. Writing novels? Earning royalties? That might be a way to make money. Chapter 116 Tomato's Little Classroom. The soaring number of writers since the launch of tomato-free novels, Yang Lin and his fellow disciples have become addicted to it. Besides watching short videos, I spend most of my time reading novels every day. The first thing I do when I open my eyes is to check if the novel I'm following has been updated. Sometimes he dreams that he travels into the world of a novel and becomes the protagonist, dominating everything in his path, but unfortunately, a dream is just a dream. However, upon hearing his junior brother's words, he immediately realized something and quickly moved closer to the man. He spotted the announcement from Tomato Writer Assistant at a glance, and his eyes lit up instantly after reading it. He was not alone in this. After reading the announcement, they immediately began to discuss it. Can you really earn royalties by writing novels? Of course, this is a verified official account. How could it possibly be a scam? Wow, if we could also register as novel authors, wouldn't we be able to write masterpieces like Wu Cheng'en, Potato, Red-Haired Old Monster, and Martian Old Thief, and then become known to the world? None of that matters. What matters is that we can share 1 billion spirit stones. My God, that's 1 billion. A number I never even dared to dream of. I don't need to earn 1 billion, I'll be satisfied with just 1,000 spirit stones a month. I get a fixed monthly fee for my writing, plus extra tips. If I advance in the competition, I can also get a huge bonus. Wow! I suddenly don't want to be a professional gamer anymore. Being a writer might be more suitable for me. Come on, you don't want to be a professional player, you can't. You can't even reach the gold rank, so what kind of professional player are you? I read online novels for more than 10 hours a day. Writing one myself would be a piece of cake. I could just rush it out. Who knows, I might even be able to write a masterpiece like Journey to the West, and then my name will be known throughout the entire Tianyuan continent, hee hee. Look, it seems like Tomato Writer Assistant's official account is live streaming. Let's see what they're talking about. As they were talking, the disciple holding the phone clicked into the live stream. As soon as he entered the live stream, a man wearing a tomato mask appeared in the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Fan, the editor of Tomato Free Novels. Today, I'll give you a simple explanation of how to write a decent online novel. First, we need to open the Tomato Writer Assistant and create our own writer account. Once we have a writer account, we can upload our novels. Here, I want to emphasize the 3 essential elements of a qualified novel: title, synopsis, and cover. At first, the disciples of Luofu Holy Land didn't take it seriously, but as they listened, their expressions gradually became serious. What is the core of a novel? It is the story. A good story can be unforgettable. And what is the core of a story? It is emotion. You have to use words to evoke the reader's emotions and let them immerse themselves in your story. Avoid writing unnecessary descriptions and plots. In other words, don't fill in the gaps or drag on. Maintain a high-energy plot throughout to create a strong sense of anticipation. What does this mean? It means that each chapter should have a purpose. A chapter without a purpose is just filler. How can you make your story more exciting? You need to use contrast. Take Immortal Breaks the Heavens as an example. In the beginning, the protagonist is suppressed and looked down upon in various ways. Later, the protagonist rises to power, and others' attitudes towards him undergo a dramatic change. Watching Linyi speak eloquently in the livestream, the people from Luofu Holy Land would occasionally show expressions of sudden realization. I never knew there were so many intricacies to writing online novels. I've learned so much. I thought writing online novels was just a matter of writing any story, but it seems that doing anything well is not easy. I feel like I've got an inspiration. I need to register an author account right now and start writing. What if it becomes popular? I've got an inspiration too. I have a feeling that once I write my story down, it will be a huge hit, and then spirit stones will come pouring in. As they spoke, many disciples of the Luofu Holy Land opened the Tomato Writer Assistant and began writing their own novels. Yang Lin patiently watched Linya's live stream, and while watching, he took out his notebook to jot down the creative tips Linya mentioned. Only after the live stream ended did he quietly return to his cave with his phone. A few minutes later, he created a novel called Cultivating Immortals. I Become the Immortal Emperor, and after a little thought, he wrote a brief introduction. A disciple from the outer sect of the Holy Land was bullied by his fellow disciples due to his inferior aptitude. Even his childhood sweetheart, his junior sister, fell into the arms of another. During a training exercise, he accidentally entered the Immortal Emperor's cave and obtained the Immortal Emperor's inheritance and the immortal artifact left behind by the Immortal Emperor. Relying on the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, he rose to power all the way, killing his fellow disciples who had bullied him. His former childhood sweetheart was filled with regret. In the end, he became a generation of Immortal Emperor, whose name resounded throughout the Tianyuan continent. After finishing the introduction, he immediately nodded in satisfaction, feeling a little excited. In the future, I want to become an excellent online novel author like Red-Haired Old Monster, and I want my name to resound throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. After saying that, he buried his head and started typing on the screen with his fingers. Before long, he was completely immersed in the pleasure of writing a novel for him. This is not just a novel, but a world he created himself, and the protagonist of the book is himself. That's why he got more and more into writing from day to night and from night to day, completely unaware of the passage of time. By the time he realized what had happened, it was already the next day, and his novel had already reached more than 50,000 words. Looking at the results of my work on my phone screen, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment came over me. Writing this novel is so interesting. It feels even more enjoyable than reading a novel. It's a pity I have to go to class again. In that case, I'll upload what I've finished writing first. After saying that, he uploaded the chapters he had written one by one. When he saw his book on the Tomato Free Novels homepage, he was instantly filled with excitement and pride. When his first reader wrote a review for him, he was so excited that he trembled, even though he hadn't earned a single spirit stone yet. The same thing is happening in different corners of the Tianyuan continent at this moment. On Dulon Island, at the Mu family's old residence, Mu Jingxiong smoked a cigarette while looking at his phone screen, which displayed a call for submissions for tomato-free novels. As I watched, his expression lit up. Ha! I can write my own story into a novel and let everyone in the Tianyuan continent read it? Is there really such a good thing? After saying that, he turned his gaze to Mu Tianxi, who was standing to the side. My dear grandson, do you think anyone would read it if I wrote a novel about my battle with the demonic sect back then? I don't care about the royalties, I just want more people to know about my glorious deeds. Upon hearing his words, Mu Tianxi, who was playing with his younger sister using the Chocho flying sword, nodded without hesitation. Of course, these are all things you experienced firsthand, Grandpa. They can't be compared to those made-up stories. Ahem, then Grandpa will write it, and the book will be called The Legend of the Demon Slayer. The synopsis goes like this: the war between good and evil begins, and Mu Jingxiong, a young man from the Mu family, leads the heroes of the righteous path to defeat the powerful demons. Inside the main hall of the Heavenly Dao sect, Master Wohan, who knew his lifespan was nearing its end, was also staring intently at his phone screen. Perhaps I can also record my life in the form of a novel, so that even if I die in the future, at least I will have left a trace in this world. Let's call the book The Path to Becoming a Cultivation Master. Once he had decided on a title, he immediately began writing a synopsis. Chu Hong, a poor boy from a mountain village, unexpectedly enters the world of cultivation. Relying on his talent and perseverance, he gradually rises from a rogue cultivator to the head of a prestigious sect. Inside the demonic sect's charming maiden cult, a disciple was also staring intently at the Tomato Writer Assistant app on his phone. In days, a figure flashed through her mind, and unconsciously a blush appeared on her face. Then she wrote a book title, The Overbearing Demon Lord Fell in Love with Me. She was a simple-minded girl from the Holy Land, with ordinary talent and plain looks. He was a ruthless and aloof leader of the demonic sect. A chance encounter led her completely into his heart. For you, what does it matter if he slaughters all living beings and becomes an enemy of the world? Within a single day, the number of registered users on Tomato Writer Assistant surged, and the number of novels on Tomato Free Novels also increased to over 100,000 within a day. Chapter 117 Actor Recruitment, The Rise of Female-Oriented Content. Young Master, the contractor just sent word that they have brought over dozens more disciples from the civil engineering department. Based on the current construction progress, Yida Plaza is expected to be officially completed in about 3 more days. Inside the Sihai Pavilion, Lei Jun, who has now been promoted to regional manager, is reporting on various work matters to Lin Yi, while Lin Yi, leaning back on the sofa, nods from time to time. How are the sales of cigarettes and alcohol? Young Master, the cigarettes, beer and liquor that went online yesterday have all sold out, and the response has been exceptionally enthusiastic. They sold out so quickly. It seems we need to get the Bone Spirit cult to increase their production capacity. As he spoke, Lin Yi picked up his phone and sent a message to both Venerable Lingu and Venerable Liawa. By the way, how's it going with the person I asked you to find? Lin Yi picked up a drink from the table and asked as he drank. Upon hearing his question, Lei Jun quickly took out his phone. As per your request, young master, we have been searching diligently. So far, we have only found 1 monkey demon and 1 pig demon. We have also found 1 Buddhist disciple. Here are their photos. Please take a look. Oh. Let me see. Lin Yi said, taking the phone and looking at the photos on Lei Jun's phone. As he looked at him, his brows furrowed. No, these people don't have the feeling I want at all, especially this Buddhist disciple. He looks like he can fight better than me. He's all over his body with lumps of flesh. What monster would dare to eat him? But on another note, keep his contact information for me. Although we don't need him for this film, there's one later that I think would be quite suitable. Okay, if you don't think any of these are suitable, then I'll keep looking. With that, Lei Jun was about to turn and leave, but Lin Yi quickly called him back. Forget it, this way of searching is too slow. I'll just search online and gather all the interested people in Whale City for interviews one by one. Yes, this method is better. After saying that, Lin Yi waved to Lei Jun. Alright, you don't need to worry about this anymore. You should focus on preparing for the opening of Yida Shopping Mall. After saying that, Lin Yi picked up the drink on the table again and took a big gulp. This tastes pretty good, it's kind of like milk tea, but there are no pearls, tons. Lin Yi finished his drink in a few gulps and then called out towards the door, "You two, get in here." As soon as he finished speaking, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 appeared in front of him. Sect Master, what are your orders? Where did you two buy this? Upon hearing this, Ghost Servant number 1 quickly looked at the drink in Lin Yi's hand. We bought it from a little demon girl in the north of the city. Is it because this doesn't suit your taste, Sect Master? I knew you wouldn't like this kind of thing. How dare they make something so awful? They deserve to die, that is, the two of them sang in unison, completely absolving themselves of any responsibility. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly spoke again, Go, and bring her to see me. Ha? Sect Master, you really want to kill her? That can't be right. Sect Master, perhaps we should let it go. The girl is quite pitiful. Her father is a gambling addict, her mother ran away after giving birth to her, and she has a young brother. Before Ghost Servant number 2 could finish speaking, he felt his mouth being sealed shut by a spell. Who said I was going to kill her? I'm going to help her open a shop. Open a shop? What kind of shop? Ghost Servant number 1 asked cautiously. A milk tea shop. Lin Yi said with a smile. A few minutes later, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 turned and left, while Lin Yi took out his phone, opened the Sect Leader recruitment app, and posted several recruitment notices: recruitment position, main actor requirements, cultivation level above foundation establishment stage, proficient in transformation techniques, those with demon bloodline are preferred, those who enjoy performing and have some performance experience are preferred, salary, no less than 10,000 spirit stones per day, job opening, extra requirements, cultivation level of chi refining level 3 or above, proficiency in any spell, distinctive appearance, no age limit, salary, no less than 50 spirit stones per day, recruitment position, character actor requirements, cultivation level not lower than golden core stage, good temperament and appearance, or priority will be given to great demons such as tiger demon, snake demon, bear demon, carp demon, lion demon, bull demon, and elephant demon who are at least at the transformation stage, salary, no less than 5,000 spirit stones per day. Those interested are welcome to attend the offline audition at Seahai Pavilion in Giant Whale City. Excellent benefits will be offered to successful candidates. After checking to make sure there were no mistakes, he immediately posted the job advertisement. After finishing this task, he casually opened the Tomato-Free Novels app. A day has passed. Let me see what kind of novels these cultivators on the Tianyuan continent have written. Wow, not bad. You've written hundreds of thousands of novels in just one day and one night. You must have a lot of passion for writing. Rebirth, I am the immortal emperor, not bad, not bad. The theme is a bit old, but it's just right for the Tianyuan continent. The path to becoming a cultivation master is well written and realistic. It would be considered passable even in my previous life. Not bad. Legend of the Demon Slayer? What kind of utter nonsense is this? Take it down. Take it down. Sword piercing the sky? You've even learned to ride the wave of trending topics, huh? You're a quick learner. Journey to the West, I am Sun Wukong? Holy crap, fanfiction is already out. Who would do something like this? Wait, what is this? The domineering demon lord falls in love with me? It's number 1 on the female-oriented trending search list. Upon seeing the enormous title in front of him, Linya's expression changed instantly, but at the same time, he also felt a surge of curiosity. He was eager to see how the author wrote about him, and how readers would rate him. Driven by this curiosity, he immediately clicked on the book's comment section. Wow! The Demon Lord is so affectionate. Although he killed so many righteous people, everything he did was for the female lead. He was willing to be despised by the world for her sake. Wah! I cried several times while watching this. Those righteous people are so hateful. They only lost their fellow disciples, but the female lead lost her love. Although I am also a disciple of the righteous path, the Demon Lord is really charming. The Demon Lord is handsome and highly skilled. Although he is very domineering, I inexplicably like him. Keep up the good work, author. It's good, I love reading it, please update soon, author. I hope the female lead in the Demon Lord can have a happy ending in the end. The Demon Lord killed those people to save the female lead, so why won't he explain it to her? It's so frustrating to watch. When will this misunderstanding be cleared up? I really wish I could have a Taoist partner like the Demon Lord, who would always appear out of nowhere at crucial moments. Linya's expression changed repeatedly as he read the comments in the comments section. The temperature gradually returned to normal from the initial redness, until finally there was a little bit of secret joy. Ahem, what kind of nonsense is this? How did I become so love-struck? Oh well, considering the book is of decent quality, I won't bother with it. Besides, this will also improve my image among the righteous disciples. Let's just give her a little support. After saying that, Linya casually gave the book a 1,000-point master's certification. At the same time, a female disciple who was frantically typing away in the Charming Maiden sect was also looking at her gift earnings interface with a look of surprise. My God, someone tipped me with 1,000 God certifications. I'm rich. I'm rich. And so many readers enjoy my novels. I need to speed up the update process even more. By the way, I should record this important event on Douyin. After saying that, she took a screenshot of her earnings screen and casually posted a short video on Douyin. Chapter 118. What did the Demon Lord do wrong? Yuan Shaolu, perhaps because of the immense popularity of this creation by the public, or perhaps because the content of the screenshot posted by this disciple of the Charming Maiden sect was so unexpected, the video she casually posted quickly attracted the attention of a wide range of netizens. The number of views, likes, and comments all skyrocketed. So you're the author of The Overbearing Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me. I just finished reading the latest chapter of this book, and I really love it. I actually came across my favorite author while scrolling through Douyin. Author, please update soon. I registered an account on Tomato Free Novels a long time ago, but I don't really like reading the books there. They're all about fighting and killing. This book, The Overbearing Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me, is more to my liking. The author's writing is really good, keep it up. Wow, 1,000 certified experts. That's 60,000 spirit stones in one go. Add in other reading revenue, and this book has earned over 100,000 spirit stones in just one day. Everyone says you can earn spirit stones by writing novels, and now I believe it. Excuse me, could you teach me how to write this? I'd like to write it too. I remember Fan said that the most important thing to make money writing novels is to follow the trend and seize the market. Since her novel, The Overbearing Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me, became popular, it means that everyone really likes the character of the Overbearing Demon Lord. So, can I write a novel in the same way? The fellow Taoist upstairs has awakened me from my dream. I'm also preparing to start a novel about a demon lord. After this video went viral, it gave more cultivators hope of earning spirit stones by writing online novels. After all, if others can do it, they certainly can too. In addition, a large number of female creators have begun to focus on the theme of Demon Lord. Suddenly, countless novels with the theme of Demon Lord appeared out of nowhere. The Overbearing Demon Lord, don't even think about escaping. The Overbearing Demon Lord's little darling. The Demon Lord is above, I am below. The Demon Lord loves me so much, yet he's too cold. The Demon Lord's pampered wife is too arrogant. Demon Lord, please behave yourself. The Demon Lord's darling in his poem. In addition, a large number of Demon Lord quotes were also created. It's been a long time since I've seen the Demon Lord so happy. You're not allowed to go home today if you don't spend all of this million spirit stones. Women, don't challenge me lightly. Do you know you're playing with fire? Listen to me carefully, from now on only I will have the right to make you cry. In just a few days, the number of female-oriented novels exploded, and the development speed far exceeded that of male-oriented novels. The term demon lord has gradually shifted from being brutal and violent to being aloof and affectionate. The female cultivators were delighted with this, while the male cultivators scoffed at it, and even renowned senior cultivators from righteous sects offered severe criticism. Such behavior is unacceptable. If this continues, the demon lord's image will be completely whitewashed, and the minds of young cultivators will be greatly affected. Cultivation should not be about romance. However, as soon as he posted this statement, the comment section was immediately flooded by female cultivators. What do you know? The demon lord was not in control of his own destiny, he just wanted love. What's wrong with love and affection? Humans are born with 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you don't have love and affection, are you still a human being? Where do you come from if you don't have love and affection? If becoming an immortal requires severing all emotions and desires, then what's the point of cultivating immortality? The demon lord is willing to fight against both the righteous and demonic paths for love. How can you speak of such a person? That very day, the senior cultivator from the righteous sect shut down the comment section and private messages, terrified of being bombarded with negative comments. At the same time that female-oriented novels were flourishing, tens of thousands of kilometers away in the southern wilderness city, a boy of the ape race with obvious demonic features was squatting on the side of the street with his friends. Whenever a cultivator from outside the city entered the city, they would immediately go up to greet him with great enthusiasm. Senior, do you need a servant? I am very strong and can also grow spiritual herbs. Move aside, don't block the way. Senior, do you need me to show you the way? I grew up in this southern wilderness city. No need, you should go find someone else. This young master, after being rejected more than 10 times, the group of demon youths finally returned to the street. The ape youth who had been there earlier remained sitting motionless on the street corner the whole time. Sigh. It's the same again. Another day wasted. Was our decision to leave the tribe really the right one? Yes, although staying in the clan means being bullied, at least we won't go hungry. I haven't eaten for 3 days since I arrived in southern wilderness city. As they spoke, all the demon youths turned their gazes toward the ape youth. Sixth brother, why don't we go back to our clan? This is human territory after all, and they will never trust us demons. Upon hearing this, the ape boy they called sixth brother shook his head. If you want to go back, then go back. There's no way I'm going back. I'm different from you. You are pure demons, while I'm just a half-demon. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing his smooth, hairless hand. Humans don't treat me like a human, and demons don't treat me like a demon. My only way out is to be chosen by a sect like my cousin Chi Tian and become a sect disciple. Sixth brother, if you ask me, you're too ambitious. We little demons have no background and no qualifications. Even demon tribes can't tolerate us, let alone human sections. It's better to find a job and fill our stomachs. By the way, I heard that many human beings have been earning spirit stones by playing Douyin recently. Why don't we give it a try? What's the point of playing? We can't even unlock our phones right now, how are we supposed to play? As they spoke, a little pig demon spread out its hands, or rather, its 2 hooves. On the other side, a leopard demon also spread out its furry paws. Then what did I say? A little snake demon rolled its eyes helplessly. You can wrap your tail around the phone and play with it with your tongue. All right, then I'll go buy one later. The snake demon nodded seriously. How many should I buy? The centipede demon next to the snake demon asked, holding up dozens of his hands with a puzzled look. Xiaolu, who was listening to their conversation, had a thoughtful expression on his face. The next second, he took out the cell phone he had bought when he arrived in Nanhuang City. Having played on his phone for many days, he naturally knew that many low-level cultivators had earned spirit stones through their phones, and he had tried it himself, but he soon discovered that he wasn't cut out for it. He had no talent for making short videos, no skill for playing games, and no substance for writing novels. But he was unwilling to become a servant to human cultivators like his other demon companions. Thinking of this, he unlocked the screen again. Ha! What's this? Is it a new app? Zhangmen Jipin? With a hint of curiosity, he immediately clicked on the application that he hadn't noticed before. His expression lit up at just one glance. Chapter 119 Actor Audition. I want to be a big star. Outside the southern wilderness city, a massive multi-storied ship was steadily anchored. A golden core cultivator emerged from the ship's cabin and immediately grabbed a megaphone, shouting loudly, "Anyone going to Whale City? Anyone going to Whale City? We're just one more ship leaving. From Whale City, one more ship is about to depart. It'll take 2 hours to get there directly. It's fast and smooth, and only costs 10 spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of little demons came out of the city. The leader was Yuan Xiaolu, a little demon of the ape clan, and his demon companions followed behind him. "Xiaolu, are you really going to audition for that actor in Whale City? Little Six, have you thought this through? Whale City is not like Southern Wilderness City. I've heard that the people there don't really like the demon race. If you ask me, Xiaolu, you shouldn't go. We don't even know what these actors do. What if they're scammers? Yes, we should just stay here obediently. I believe that some powerful seniors will eventually take notice of us, just like my second uncle. He is currently guarding the cave for a nascent soul senior, and even nascent soul cultivators treat him with great respect." Despite his friend's attempts to dissuade him, Xiaolu simply smiled calmly. "I've made up my mind. Even if I'm not selected, I still want to give it a try. I've heard that Whale City is much more prosperous than Southern Wilderness City now. It's always good to broaden my horizons. Moreover, I really don't want to spend my whole life as a servant of human cultivators, running errands for them and guarding their caves. But this is the fate of us lowly demons," the little pig demon said with a sorrowful expression. "Fate? I, Yuan Xiaolu, simply refuse to believe in fate." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the ship. Just as he was about to reach the ship, he suddenly turned back to look at his group of friends. Seeing this, his friends thought he had changed his mind. Yuan Xiaolu simply waved at them. "You just wait and see. If I, Yuan Xiaolu, don't make something of myself, I'm not coming back. I hope the next time you hear my name is from TikTok." After saying that, he jumped onto the ship, while his companions exchanged glances and shook their heads. Clearly, they did not believe that Yuan Xiaolu could succeed. Just then, more cultivators from outside entered the city, and they quickly went to greet them. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaolu, who had just boarded the ship, went straight to the golden core cultivator who had spoken earlier. "Senior, we can set off now. Then give me the spirit stones first." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaolu didn't hesitate and took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to the other party. Upon receiving the spirit stone, the golden core cultivator immediately broke into a smile. "All right, go into the cabin now, we'll be setting off soon." Yuan Xiaolu nodded and went into the cabin. A dozen seconds later, he came out with a dark face. "Senior, didn't you say you were only one person short? How come I'm the only one inside?" "Ha? Did I say we were only one person short? You must have misheard. It's okay, it'll be full soon." After saying this, the golden core cultivator picked up the megaphone again and shouted loudly towards the city gate. Whale City, hurry up. We're only one person short of being full. Once we're full, we'll set sail. If you're lying, I'm a grandson." An hour later, the ship, which was carrying more than 50 people, slowly took off and headed toward Whale City. Standing on the deck, Yuan Xiaolu gazed at the receding southern wilderness city and secretly made a vow in his heart. "I will never believe such nonsense as we're just one person away from being full again." Wah! Just then, a boar demon with a wild boar's head and a foul odor was pushed next to him. "Hey bro, you're going to Whale City too, huh?" At first, Yuan Xiaolu didn't want to talk to him, but there was really no other place to squeeze in, so she could only nod. "So what are you doing there, bro?" "I'm going to Whale City to audition for actors." "Ha? You're also going to audition for an actor?" Yuan Xiaolu looked at the pig demon with surprise. "Yes, my uncle told me that the Four Seas Pavilion was recruiting pig demons, and then he told me to go and give it a try, oink oink oink. Oh, I see. That's quite a coincidence. I was also there for an acting audition. What a coincidence, brother. I hope we can both be selected. I heard that actors can earn dozens of spirit stones a day, so I can eat good food every day. By the way, my name is Zhu Tiangang. Let's get to know each other. Yuan Xiaolu, brother Zhu, please give me your guidance. The next second, the hands of the pig and the monkey clasped together, and in a daze, the gears of fate began to turn. And meanwhile, the city of Giant Whale once again became bustling with activity. Outside a pavilion next to the Four Seas Pavilion, a large number of cultivators were crowded together, all staring longingly at an open space in front of them. With this open space is now enclosed by an array that no one can break through, and in the middle of the array are two tables. Next to the table hung a huge sign that read, "Journey to the West Film Crew Registration Point." Just then, the scene suddenly became agitated. They're here, they're coming. Ha! It's Manager Lei personally accompanying them. Who is that person? What Manager Lei? He's General Manager Lei now. That must be the young master of Sihai Pavilion. I saw him inside Sihai Pavilion before. So, how exactly is today's interview going? Who knows? I still don't know what an actor is. What brings you here? It's all for earning spirit stones. If I could become the lead actor, I could earn 10,000 spirit stones a day. Being an extra earns 50 spirit stones a day is not bad. That adds up to 1,500 spirit stones a month, which is more than those from large sections. I hope I can get accepted. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yi arrived at the scene with Lei Jun and a person he had personally appointed to be in charge of film and television production. They then took their seats in the prepared seats. After he took his seat, Lei Jun faced the cultivators who were queuing up and said loudly, "Welcome, fellow Taoists, for your journey from afar. You are also welcome to participate in this interview. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions right now, and our young master will answer them one by one. Everyone, please welcome the young master." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead in clapping, and the employees of Sihai Pavilion also joined in. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Lin Yi slowly stood up. Hello everyone, let me first explain what we are going to do. I believe everyone is familiar with the novel Journey to the West. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. What we're going to film this time is the TV version of Journey to the West. What is a TV version? It's the story from the novel that's brought to life on video. What we are recruiting are actors who can play different roles in Journey to the West. With the popularity and fame of Journey to the West, I believe that once Journey to the West is made into a TV series, it will definitely become a hit throughout the Tianyuan continent. As actors, you will become household names and big stars in the future. So, are you ready to become big stars? These words immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators present, their eyes filled with excitement. Yuan Xiaolu, standing at the back of the crowd, was no exception. He was very familiar with Journey to the West, and Sun Wukong was his idol. So this is what actors do. I must become an actor. I want to become a big star. P.S. Let's do a quick survey. Have a lot of people already started school? Are schools really this outrageous these days? Chapter 120 Audition. The birth of an actor is the first novel published on tomato-free novels. Journey to the West has had an extremely large influence throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. The stories and characters within are widely praised by cultivators on the Tianyuan continent, especially Sun Wukong, who is regarded as a role model by many demons and lower-level cultivators. That's why they were all incredibly excited when they heard that the TV series they were going to film this time was about Journey to the West. When Lin Yi announced the start of the interview, everyone was eager to participate, and soon a chi refining cultivator who came to participate in the interview squeezed in front of Lin Yi. Looking at the young-looking chi refining cultivator, Lin Yi first sized him up before asking, "What position are you interviewing for? Lead actor, extra, or special character?" "Hee, I want to be the lead actor," the chi refining cultivator said shyly. "Oh? You want to be the lead actor? Have you seen Journey to the West? Which role would you like to play?" "Ah. The chi refining cultivator scratched his head, looking hesitant. Seeing his expression, Lin Yi immediately shook his head and casually pulled a bamboo skewer from the table. Judging from your appearance, you're out of luck as a lead actor. How about being an extra? Would you like to be one of the monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain? It'll cost 50 spirit stones a day, including a boxed lunch. The condition is that you're available on call and follow instructions. If you're willing, then you can act. Upon hearing this, the chi refining cultivator's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Okay. Take the bamboo skewers and wait over there. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Don't call me young master, call me director. Next. No sooner had the ordinary-looking chi refining cultivator left than another ordinary-looking chi refining cultivator approached. This time, Lin Yi didn't even ask any questions and just threw him a bamboo skewer. Are you playing a monkey? Play. The ensuing conversation was simple. Are you playing a monkey? Play. A monkey, play, monkey, play. The monkeys are full. In half an hour, Lin Yi recruited several hundred monkeys, mostly ordinary cultivators with no special characteristics or acting skills. Since they were all playing monkeys, they just had to put on the costumes and squat on the mountain. What acting skills were needed? Next. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he suddenly felt everything go black, and then he saw a pair of hairy hands and a dark, black face. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Lin Yi was overjoyed and quickly and politely began to speak. Are you a member of the Bear Demon clan? Upon hearing this, the black bear demon standing in front of him immediately showed a look of surprise. Director, how did you figure that out? That's not important. What's important is that you have a great talent for acting. Please be sure to join our production team. As he spoke, Lin Yi grasped the other man's large bear paw. Director, do I have to play a monkey too? The black bear demon asked nervously. No, you don't need to play the monkey, just be yourself. Come on, go find a steel fork. At Lin Yi's request, a steel fork of magical artifact quality was immediately brought out by the staff of Sea Pavilion. Lin Yi casually tossed it to the black bear demon. Hold on, stand up straight. The honest and simple-minded black bear demon immediately did as he was told. When he stood there with the steel fork, Lin Yi immediately started clapping. Good, very good, you're the one. From today onwards, you will be the special actor for the Black Bear Spirit in the Journey to the West crew. Go wait over there. Upon hearing this, the black bear demon was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. The other cultivators present all showed envious expressions upon seeing this, as the salary of a character actor was much higher than that of an extra. However, they also knew that this was something they couldn't envy. His appearance was something he was born with, someone who was born to be a black bear spirit. After the black bear spirit, Lin Yi quickly found other promising talents: the tiger demon who plays Generaline, the ox demon who plays the ox spirit, the leopard demon who plays the leopard spirit, and the rhinoceros demon who plays the rhinoceros spirit. These monsters basically matched the descriptions of those monsters in Journey to the West perfectly. Each one could play themselves, saving the need for special effects makeup. The world of Cultivation is simply perfect for filming fantasy TV series and movies. Despite his excitement, Lin Yi sighed softly. We've found enough extras and regular actors, but it's so hard to find lead actors. As he spoke, he shouted something towards the front. Next. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin, small figure appeared in front of him. The moment Lin Yi saw the person's face, he was stunned. He was thin and frail, with sunken cheeks, a round head and a hairy face. He looked 3 parts human and 7 parts monkey, except for his bright and piercing eyes, which seemed to sparkle with light. Lin Yi didn't realize what was happening until the other person spoke. Hello director, my name is Yuan Xiaolu and I come from Nanhuang City. I want to be an actor. Upon hearing the other person's voice, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from him and said calmly, Oh? Then tell me why you want to become an actor? Because I want to change my fate, I want to be a big star. I want to tell all the demons in the world that we demons are not just servants and mounts of human cultivators, Yuan Xiaolu said firmly. Upon hearing this, the others who had gathered around were first taken aback, and then burst into laughter. It's hilarious, this little monkey wants to be a big star. With his appearance, I wouldn't even want him to be my servant. He's skinny and small, and his cultivation isn't high. I doubt he can do anything. That's right, what else can the demon race do besides serve as servants and mounts for us humans after leaving the 10,000 mountains? The demon race's defeat at the hands of our human race back then destined them for this fate. I think he looks quite suitable to play the monkey of Flowerfruit Mountain, but unfortunately the monkey roles are already filled. Ha 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 ha, although the human cultivator's words were harsh, the demons present dared not speak out against them. There's no way around it. The demon race on the Tianyuan continent is weaker than the human race today. This has been true in the past, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. Upon hearing the mocking words of the crowd, Yuan Shaolu clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out of their sockets. Seeing his expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk slightly, and then he looked at Yuan Shaolu with a serious expression. Defying fate is very difficult. Changing the fate of an entire race is extremely difficult. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Only by removing that mountain can the human and demon races truly coexist peacefully. But I believe you. As he spoke, Lin Yi took the initiative to extend his hand to Yuan Shaolu. The sudden turn of events left Yuan Shaolu stunned and at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, I vaguely remember a demon pioneer once saying, I want the sky to no longer obscure my vision, this earth to no longer bury my heart, all living beings to understand my will, and all immortals and gods to vanish into thin air. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaolu's expression changed repeatedly, and his previous anger instantly transformed into a strong fighting spirit. The next second, he placed his furry little hand in Lin Yi's hand. Chapter 121 The Four from Journey to the West. Filming begins. Whether it was Yuan Shaolu's good fortune or not, the subsequent actor recruitment became increasingly smooth. Not only did they find the actor for Pigsy, but they also found the actor for Sandy, and incidentally, they also found a Buddhist disciple with a deathly pale face. With that, the main cast was basically finalized, and Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to cast the remaining actors. According to his plan, he did not intend to wait until all episodes were filmed before uploading them, but rather to film and release one episode at a time. But he plans to do this not only for Journey to the West, but also for subsequent TV series. So after the main actors were recruited, he immediately began his second important task, publicity and pre-launch promotion. Although Journey to the West is a very popular IP, TV series are still a relatively new thing, and necessary promotion is still needed. His promotional method was also very simple. He released the actors' costume photos inside the Four Seas Pavilion. Thanks to the combined efforts of the Burning Flame Valley disciples and the Charming Maiden Sect disciples, a magnificent suit of armor was delivered to Lin Yi in just half a day. The chainmail armor, the phoenix-winged purple gold crown, and the lotus silk cloud walking shoes were exactly the same outfit as in the TV series from my previous life. With the superior craftsmanship of the Burning Flame Valley and the Charming Maiden Sect, the entire suit of armor far surpasses the one depicted in the TV series from my previous life in terms of both exquisite detail and magnificent splendor. Although it was only a low-grade magic weapon, Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw it. Awesome! Absolutely so awesome! If I had this kind of style in my past life, I would have made everyone envious. This is simply a work of art. It's a pity the size is not right, otherwise I would have to try it on. As he spoke, Lin Yi touched the armor in front of him with deep affection. Young master, the golden cudgel you requested is ready. It has no other functions, it can only change size. At this moment, Ghost Servant number 1 reached into his ear and took out a small toothpick, turning it into a glittering golden cudgel right in front of Lin Yi. Like the armor, this golden cudgel is also a 100% replica, with top-notch texture and feel. Good, go and call Yuan Shaolu and the others over. Okay. A few minutes later, several actors, including Yuan Shaolu, were brought in front of Lin Yi. The other actors are Zhu Tiangang from the Pig Demon Clan, Lu Sha, a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the human race, and Jiang Lu, a Buddhist cultivator from the White Horse Zen Temple in the western regions. Shu Tiangong's enormous wild boar head and ferocious face are practically a carbon copy of Zhu Beiji from the original novel. Lu Sha had a full beard, a rugged face, and a wooden expression, making him look very honest. Jiang Lu, on the other hand, had delicate skin and was gentle and frail, speaking slowly and deliberately. It was precisely because Lin Yi was drawn to their appearance and temperament that he chose them as the lead actors for Journey to the West. After being brought before Lin Yi, the four of them looked visibly uneasy. Director, is there something you need from us? Yuan Xiaolu asked first. Upon hearing his question, the others also cast curious glances at him, while Lin Yi simply pointed to the armor and golden cudgel on the table. Try it on. Following the direction Lin Yi pointed, Yuan Xiaolu immediately saw the handsome armor on the table. His eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he put on the full set of armor. The moment he picked up the golden cudgel from the table, he instantly became the focus of the entire room, and Lin Yi even shouted 3 times. Okay. This is exactly how the Monkey King Sun Wukong should be. Show off your staff. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Yuan Xiaolu nodded. The next second, he wielded the golden cudgel in front of everyone present with great skill and fluidity that he displayed various stick techniques with ease, earning Lin Yi's repeated praise. He already imagined the huge reaction that would occur once Yuan Xiaolu's official photos as Sun Wukong were released. After Yuan Xiaolu finished his set of staff techniques, Lin Yi had Zhu Tiangang and the other 2 change into their respective clothes. When the 4 of them appeared together as characters from Journey to the West, Lin Yi knew that this Journey to the West would definitely become the most classic TV series in the Tianyuan continent and a childhood memory for countless underage cultivators. He immediately took out his phone, took a picture of each of the 4 people, and also took a group photo. After some simple editing, he used the official account of the Journey to the West TV series, which he had just registered, to post the costume photos of the actors and the promotional posters of Journey to the West on Douyin, and at the same time used his own privileges to generate a wave of popularity. Unsurprisingly, the video went viral within just half an hour, attracting countless netizens and causing the comments section to explode. What? Journey to the West is going to be made into a TV series. Is this true or false? Holy crap! This Sun Wukong is so damn handsome, exactly like I imagined. What is a TV series? You don't even know what TV dramas are? Do you know what short videos are? TV dramas are just extended versions of short videos. I'm so excited. I've already read the text version of Journey to the West several times. I can't imagine how wonderful it would be if the stories in Journey to the West were brought to life on video. I just saw that Sihai Pavilion was recruiting actors for Journey to the West this morning. I didn't expect them to be selected so quickly. I also have a friend who went to work as an extra in the Journey to the West crew. I heard he's playing a monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. Playing a monkey? That's so pathetic. Excuse me, but playing a monkey earns you 50 spirit stones a day. Damn. Are you still looking for monkeys? I'd like to act in one too. When will it be filmed? I want to see it. Immediately, a large number of cultivators were filled with anticipation for the TV series adaptation of Journey to the West, making it a hit even before its release. Seeing the soaring popularity of the Journey to the West TV series, Lin Yi seized the opportunity and immediately led his fledgling crew to start filming around Whale City. As a coastal city, it is naturally surrounded by islands. After searching for a while, Lin Yi found a beautiful island with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The island is covered with dense vegetation and numerous jungles. Most importantly, there is a pool in the very center of the island, and above the pool is a waterfall. Although there is no cave behind the waterfall, that doesn't matter. Go, dig a hole behind the waterfall for me. Ha! Oh! At Lin Yi's command, Ghost Servant number 1 immediately flew to the waterfall and punched a huge, deep cave in the cliff behind the waterfall. The crew members watching were completely stunned. Just a few minutes later, the water curtain cave was completed. Seeing this, Lin Yi first nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the crew behind him and casually picked up the megaphone. All personnel in position. Upon hearing this, the thousands of crew members who had come to this deserted island with him went to their respective posts according to their previous assignments. The cameraman carried the camera, and the extras put on their own costumes. At first, they were a little uncomfortable, but soon they found it quite fun. Some climbed trees, and some picked lice. One of the extras playing a monkey even took out his phone and took a selfie, which he then uploaded to Douyin with the caption, "My onset diary." Being an extra is so much fun, 100 times more fun than training. He had just posted the Douyin video when a sharp shout came from behind him. "Hey extras over there, don't use your phones while filming." Upon hearing this, he immediately trembled with fear. At the same time, Lin Yi's voice came from not far away. The first episode of Journey to the West, The Birth of the Monkey King, is officially starting filming. Chapter 122 has been completed. The filming went exceptionally smoothly. Although Lin Yi had never been a director, he had watched Journey to the West, and more than once, when I was a kid, during summer vacation, I could always find a few channels showing Journey to the West, and it didn't matter which episode one started watching. Therefore, he was extremely familiar with the storyline of Journey to the West. He didn't need to consider anything like storyboards or scripts, he just needed to copy the original version directed by Yang Jie. Aside from occasionally offering some pointers on the actor's acting skills, he didn't have to worry about anything else. The vast majority of shots were completed in one take without the need for special effects or stunt doubles, and all the action scenes were performed by the actors themselves in less than half a day. All the scenes on Flower Fruit Mountain were filmed. Of course, if it were the original version, the first episode would also include a scene where Sun Wukong goes to Fengsuan Mountain to learn martial arts, but Lin Yi did not include it in the film because this would make the plot too rushed, and he didn't want to film only 25 episodes like in his previous life. His idea was to film at least 100 episodes, otherwise, how will we implement member-only features, advanced on-demand viewing, and more ads? Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the megaphone and shouted loudly to the crew members present, "Cut! That's all for today's episode. Everyone can take a break." Upon hearing this, the people present did not seem too happy. On the contrary, they were somewhat reluctant to leave, especially Yuan Xiaolu, who played Sun Wukong. However, considering that this was the director's requirement, they didn't say anything more. They took the initiative to walk to the side, picked up the script that Lin Yi had given them earlier, and began to study it carefully. Occasionally, the actors present would gather together to chat about their acting experiences. Seeing how serious they were, Lin Yi's face also showed a hint of emotion. This is what the entertainment industry should be like. After saying that, he turned to the two young cultivators beside him and said, "Yimao, Ji Zhong, you two come here for a moment. I'm going to talk to you about how to be a good director. Once you've mastered all my directing skills, I'll hand over the entire filming process to you." Upon hearing his words, the two young cultivators standing in front of him immediately nodded seriously. "Young master, please rest assured, we will definitely study hard. Yes, it's good that you have this determination. When you create your own great works in the future, your names will be remembered by the world forever, and you will become world-renowned directors." Encouraged by Lin Yi's words, the two young cultivators he had personally selected became extremely excited. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi shared all his knowledge of filmmaking with the two of them. The two also demonstrated remarkable comprehension during this process, quickly learning to apply what they learned to other situations. When the two of them started figuring out how to make a good film, Lin Yi took out his computer and began post-production processing of the scenes that had just been filmed. He also found two apprentices to learn subtitles, sound effects, and video editing. His goal is to train a qualified team that can independently complete the filming of movies and TV series. After all, as the head of the demonic sect, he can't just keep following the film crew around filming. Fortunately, the cultivators of Tianyuan continent are all incredibly intelligent and quick learners. In just half a day, the entire crew was performing their duties admirably. By evening, the content of the first episode had been made into a finished product. However, this is clearly not enough, because the most important thing is still missing: the theme song. When it comes to the theme songs of Journey to the West, the first ones that come to Lin Yi's mind are Yun Gong Sanin and Ganwen Lu Zai He Fang. There's no way around it, these two are just too classic. The former, as the opening theme of Journey to the West, has a melodious tune that makes people feel like they are in a fairyland, while the latter, as the ending theme, gives people a feeling of excitement and inspiration. Of course, there are also classic interludes such as Daughter's Love, The Great Sage's Song, Pigsy Carrying His Bride, and The Girl from India. It's no exaggeration to say that any one of these songs could be a total nostalgia trip down memory lane. It's time to give the natives of Tianyuan continent a shock with some childhood classics. Speaking of singing, we could create a heavenly voice or happy female cultivator show, which should attract a lot of viewers. With that thought in mind, he greeted the crew and then teleported back to Whale City. He found Lei Jun, who was supervising the construction at the Yida Plaza project site, and went straight to the point. "What about those female cultivators from the illusionary sound pavilion that I had you sign with before?" Upon hearing this, Lei Jun first threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground, then waved his hand to send Bao Shuangchuan and the others away. After confirming that no one was around, he whispered, "Young master, I have rented a courtyard for them to stay in. Would you like to go there? They only perform. What are you saying?" "I wanted to discuss matters related to music with them," Lin Yi said, glaring fiercely at Lei Jun. Discuss music theory? Lei Jun asked hesitantly, then looked up at the moon. Alright then, here is the key to the magic array for their separate residence. Lin Yi casually accepted a jade pendant. These are their photos and ages. Lin Yi, this is a product of the Hahuan sect, that's enough, that's enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi, who was holding the magic circle key, teleported away from the scene. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at a luxurious villa in the east of the city. After explaining his identity and purpose, he was quickly invited inside by the female cultivators of the illusionary sound pavilion. No sooner had he entered than two figures appeared on the big tree outside the courtyard, namely Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2. The two of them leaned on the tree trunk, one on each side, their eyes fixed on the yard. Brother, should we report this to the Queen of the Underworld? Are you crazy? This is something you can talk about. Ghost Servant number 1 said as he picked up his phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at the yard. What's the big deal? The sect leader said he was just discussing music with them. Are you out of your mind? Coming here in the middle of the night to discuss music. Besides, does the sect leader even know anything about music? Forget it, none of us can mention this. No matter how many spirit stones the Queen of the Underworld gives us, we can't reveal a single word. Sometimes lying is a form of kindness. Yes, and the sect master only made a mistake that most men would make. The sect master has devoted his whole life to the demonic sect, and it's time for him to enjoy himself. Just pretend I didn't see what happened today. You have no idea how popular the sect master is among the righteous female cultivators lately. By the way, I recommend you check out this book, The Overbearing Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me. It's really well written. I just recommended it to the Empress Yin. Ha? Why did you recommend this thing? Just as number 1 and number 2 were arguing, melodious music drifted from the courtyard. Tada. 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 After spending the entire night, Lin Yi finally managed to get all the classic music from Journey to the West to be copied by the singers of the Fantasy Music Hall. After he finished recording the music, he immediately uploaded the first episode of Journey to the West to Tencent Video. Chapter 123 of Journey to the West premieres. Let's all watch it together. At 6 a.m., thousands of inner disciples gathered outside the main hall of Lingtai Mountain, a top sect in the eastern region of Tianyuan continent. The current sect leader of Lingtai Mountain, Venerable Longbrow, was scanning his disciples with a serious gaze. The disciples who were swept by his gaze immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. I know you must be resentful of me right now, but what I want to say is that I did all this for your own good. We cultivators should be single-minded in pursuing the Tao, and ascending to immortality is our ultimate ideal. Playing games, writing novels, making short videos, these are all crooked paths. You're still young now, but you'll understand when you're older. These things are just fleeting clouds. After the long-browed venerable finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the disciples of the enforcement hall standing to the side. Come on, go and take their phones. Yes, sect leader. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of menacing disciples from the enforcement hall walked towards the group of inner disciples. Junior brother, hand over your phone. What phone? I don't know. Humph. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Hey, I'll pay, okay? Wah, I finally managed to buy the Supreme Edition. A dozen minutes later, the disciples of the enforcement hall confiscated all the disciples' cell phones. When the phones were brought before the long-browed venerable, he immediately nodded in satisfaction. The next second, he turned his gaze to the group of disciples in front of him who looked as if their parents had died. You don't need to panic. I won't destroy your phones. I'm not completely forbidding you from using your phones either. Although phones have many harmful effects, they also have some benefits. It's unrealistic to completely ban them. Therefore, I have decided that starting today, as long as you complete the corresponding cultivation tasks each day, you will be granted a certain amount of time to play on your mobile phones. The daily time limit is no more than 1 hour for the chi refining stage, no more than 2 hours for the foundation establishment stage, no more than 3 hours for the golden core stage, no more than 6 hours for the nascent soul stage, no more than 12 hours for the body integration stage, and there is no time limit for the Mahayana stage. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingtai Mountain, who had just been acting as if their parents had died, immediately broke into smiles. Great, I can play for 2 hours every day. Hee, I can play for 3 hours every day. Wah, I can only play for an hour a day. I can't even finish reading all the novels I've saved up. How am I supposed to play games? Damn. Looks like I need to train harder, otherwise I won't even have time to play on my phone. What kind of abnormal sect is this? I've never heard of any other sect making such a requirement. Shoo. You don't want to live anymore. I have a bold idea, put away your audacious ideas. No, once I get my phone back, I'm going to expose this on Douyin so that no one will come to Lingtai Mountain and they'll be cyberbullied. A few minutes later, the long-browed venerable rolled up all the disciples' cell phones with his sleeve and disappeared into the sect's main hall. Before long, a voice from an AI, devoid of any emotion, echoed from inside the hall, Chapter 196, the beginningless sutra, covering an area of several hundred feet in circumference. Upon hearing this voice, the disciples in the main hall looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally shook their heads helplessly. The sect leader is listening to a storyteller again. He told us not to use our phones, but he's using them himself. What can we do? They've already said that there's no time limit for the Mahayana path, and he's the only Mahayana practitioner in our entire sect. No wonder he set the rules this way. Oh well, what can you do when he's the sect leader? Without their phones, they had no choice but to obediently go back to their cultivation. Only Zhang Hao had a smug look on his face. After looking around to make sure no one was around, he took out a cultivation manual from his pocket. After opening the cultivation manual, a brand new Tianji 2 Supreme Edition mobile phone was found hidden in the book's inner compartment. Luckily I didn't put my phone in the storage bag like they did, and they would never guess that I have 2 phones. The most basic method is the safest method. How could they possibly not let me use my phone? After saying that, he summoned his flying sword and flew back to his cave dwelling. Upon landing, he immediately went into the cave and closed the door tightly. I wonder if the latest chapter of Against the Gods has been updated yet. I'll read the novel for a while first. As he spoke, he prepared to open the Tomato Free Novels app. Just as I opened the Tomato Free Novels app, a prominent push notification popped up. The epic TV series Journey to the West is now streaming on Tencent Video. The Journey to the West is about to begin. Click to watch. Below the title is a promotional poster of Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Zheng Hao was taken aback. Journey to the West? A large-scale TV series? By the way, I think I saw on the screen yesterday that Journey to the West is going to be made into a TV series. Wow, it's already finished filming so quickly. I have to go and watch it. As a passionate novel enthusiast, Journey to the West was the first novel he ever read, and he has read it 3 times so far. He absolutely loves the storyline and characters, which is why he was already looking forward to the TV version of Journey to the West yesterday. When he excitedly switched to Tencent Video, he immediately saw Journey to the West in the TV series section. With a light tap of my finger, the theme song of Journey to the West, Cloud Palace Melody, gently drifted from inside my phone. With the help of some opening scenes from the TV series, Zhang Hao's interest was instantly piqued, and he felt as if he had entered a heavenly palace. This TV series is quite interesting, and the music is so nice. When the opening theme ended, a line of large gold lettering appeared on the screen, along with a voiceover. The Monkey King makes his debut in the first episode. Immediately afterwards, a turbulent sea appeared on the screen, with a strange rock standing on a reef being constantly battered by the waves. A boom, with a flash of lightning, the strange rock shattered, and a figure covered in long hair leaped high out from within it. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao instantly became excited. Even though there was no indication on the screen, he knew that what sprang out of the stone was Sun Wukong, the future great sage equal to heaven. Is this a TV series? It's definitely not the same as reading a novel. And the filming is so realistic. I wish other novels could be adapted into TV series like Journey to the West. While marveling at it, he began to watch with great interest. Before he knew it, he had finished watching an episode of the TV series. Just as he was about to watch the next episode, he found that there was no more. What happened? Sun Wukong was just about to set sail to learn from a master. How come he's gone? Yes, how could it be gone? Senior brother, quickly find episode 2. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Hao sensed something was wrong, so he casually put his phone on the table and went to the door to open it. The next second, more than a dozen heads appeared at the door of his room. It's clear that these people were hiding by the door and spying the whole time. Hee, don't worry, senior brother, we will definitely not tell anyone that you hid your phone real? Of course, but you have to let us watch with you, otherwise, alright, if you want to see, come in quickly. Don't all crowd at the door, or the enforcement hall will see you. Thank you, senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of more than a dozen people squeezed into Zhang Hao's cave, and soon they were watching the first episode of Journey to the West again. Similar scenes were subsequently staged in other parts of the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 124 Enthusiastic Response. Entertainment reporters, star making outside the Four Seas Pavilion in Giant Whale City, as two Four Seas Pavilion staff members carried a huge display screen out of the store. Passing cultivators and customers who were buying mobile phones quickly stopped in their tracks. At first, they didn't understand what was going on until the two staff members fixed the huge display screen to the outer wall of Sea Pavilion. The next second, the previously dark screen suddenly lit up, followed by the opening theme of Journey to the West, Cloud Palace Melody. When the melodious tune of Yun Gong Sanin resounded through the external amplifiers on both sides of the display screen, countless eyes were immediately drawn to it. The scene instantly became chaotic. Ha! Isn't this the TV series Journey to the West? I just finished watching the first episode this morning. What? It's already out? Yeah, I received the notification this morning. You haven't seen it yet, have you? Let me tell you, the TV series is so faithful to the original. It's completely different from reading the novel. Especially Sun Wukong, I even wonder if he jumped out of the novel. I was too busy this morning and didn't even have time to check my phone. It's starting. Sun Wukong is coming out. Is this Sun Wukong? He really is just like the one described in the novel. To be honest, watching it on a big screen is different from watching it on a small phone screen. Although I've already seen it once, I still want to see it again to find out what it's all about. I'll let you in on a little secret. Sun Wukong went to Fengsuan Mountain to learn some skills, and then followed a monk to the Western Paradise to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures. What is this big screen thing? If Sea Pavilion sells it, I'd like to buy one and watch it at home. Using it to browse Douyin would be so awesome, hee. I think it's called a projector. I heard that as long as you connect your phone to it, you can project the screen on your phone onto this. It was used during the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League. As they were talking, everyone fell silent, and all their attention turned to the big screen. Moreover, as time went on, the number of cultivators gathering at the entrance of the Four Seas Pavilion increased from dozens to hundreds and then to thousands, from young people just embarking on the path to immortality to cultivators who were hundreds of years old. Everyone watched intently as the monkey on the screen leaped and jumped around. Every now and then, a smile would appear on their faces. Even though some of them had already watched it once on their phones, but that didn't stop them from watching it again with the others. Under these circumstances, the first episode of the Journey to the West TV series quickly became a trending topic on Douyin, with numerous entries related to the TV series appearing on the list. The first episode of Journey to the West is a hit. This is what Sun Wukong actually looks like. Journey to the West is a huge hit, and your Monkey King is here. When will the second episode of Journey to the West air? The filming location for Flower and Fruit Mountain has been revealed. The director revealed that Journey to the West may be filmed with more than 100 episodes. A blooper in Journey to the West. The third monkey in the bottom left corner is playing on a mobile phone. The identity of the actor who plays Sun Wukong has been revealed. He comes from humble beginnings, is of mixed human and demon descent, and dreams of becoming a big star actor. Crew members of the TV series Journey to the West revealed that the daily wage is as high as thousands of spirit stones, and there are no restrictions on cultivation level or aptitude. Even ordinary cultivators can become actors. These trending topics quickly propelled the popularity of the Journey to the West TV series to its peak, with a large number of aspiring cultivators flocking to Whale City to apply for acting roles. Discussions about Journey to the West are everywhere, from the streets To the alleys.as the director, Lin Yi naturally noticed this very quickly. At this moment, he stood on the top floor of the Sea Pavilion with his hands behind his back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly as he looked at the cultivators standing at the entrance of the Sea Pavilion watching TV. It seems like Journey to the West is doing well. We need to hurry up and start filming the second installment. We also need to speed up the recruitment of cast and crew. Mr. Lei, make arrangements to buy all the shops next to Sea Pavilion as well. It will be used as the headquarters of Sea Entertainment and a training center for performers. After the training process for performers is standardized, formalized, and the system is mature, we will recruit some trainees. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Lei Jun, who was standing to the side, looked puzzled. Trainee? Yes, recruit a group of children from low-level cultivator families with poor aptitude, low cultivation level, and ordinary family backgrounds. Train them well, make them all big stars, let them earn a lot of spirit stones, and then promote and create a model of a comeback, creating survivor bias. At first, Lei Jun didn't understand, but upon hearing this, he suddenly realized. Brilliant! Young master, that was a brilliant move. In this way, all the poor families and descendants of cultivators from bad backgrounds will flock here to become trainees and actors. No one will want to join a cultivation sect to suffer, and the righteous path will have no successors in the future. However, Lei Jun hesitated for a moment as he spoke. But what? Lin Yi turned his head slightly. However, the shops next door either belong to large chambers of commerce or sections. It won't be easy to get them to give up their land. Moreover, as Giant Whale City becomes more and more popular, both land prices and rents here are soaring. After hesitating for a moment, Lei Jun expressed his concerns. However, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart at all. You're unwilling to give in? Why don't you go find Yu Qingsheng? He's taken so many spirit stones and cigarettes and alcohol from us, it's time for him to do his part. Give them more spirit stones. If they still don't appreciate it, just say they're colluding with the demonic sect. Yes, young master, I understand what to do. After saying that, Lei Jun turned and left. After Lei Jun left, another figure entered the room. Sect master, you wanted to see me. The newcomer was Zhou Wei, the head of a marketing account who came from the Xianin sect. Hearing Zhou Wei's voice, Lin Yi still didn't turn around. You came up with some pretty good trending topics related to Journey to the West. Looks like you've got it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, sect master. I was just following your instructions. How many people do you have under your command right now? Lin Yi suddenly asked again. Zhou Wei thought for a moment and then answered her. There are more than 100 fellow disciples of the Xianin sect, but I also found more than 1,000 people on Douyin. Some of them are disciples of sects, and some are wandering cultivators. They are very well informed and obedient. They will post whatever I tell them to post. I will give them a certain number of spirit stones based on the number of likes and replies to their posts. Not bad, but not enough. My idea is for you to divide the existing staff into two parts. One part will be responsible for social news, mainly reporting on various news and anecdotes that happen on the Tianyuan continent. The other part will focus on entertainment sectors such as games, TV series, and novels. As Lin Yi spoke, Zhou Wei took out his notebook and took careful notes, nodding occasionally. After Lin Yi finished explaining how to be a qualified entertainment section reporter and editor, he began to assign detailed tasks. Your most important task right now is to create stars and guide cultivators on the Tianyuan continent to follow celebrities. And the first star you need to create is the actor who plays Sun Wukong Yuan Xiaolu. Chapter 125. Even a Mahayana stage cultivator can debut. After assigning tasks to Lei Jun and the others, Lin Yi returned to the film crew without stopping. The huge success of the first episode of Journey to the West made him realize that this was a great opportunity to accelerate the development of the cultural and entertainment industry on the Tianyuan continent. So right now he just wants to quickly film the second and third episodes, and once the audience has developed the habit of watching them, he can insert commercials and open memberships. However, when he entered the film crew, he found that the atmosphere on set seemed to be not very good. Imao, whom he had appointed as the temporary director, was frowning and staring at the monitor screen. Crack! No, it's not working. Let's try again. Bodhi Patriarch is a reclusive master, not some ordinary old geezer. Everyone, do it again. As soon as Imao finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Lin Yi standing to the side and quickly stood up to bow. Director, you're back. Lin Yi nodded. What's wrong? Is the filming not going well? Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Imao nodded helplessly. Director, as per your request, we have started filming the scene where Sun Mukon learns his skills at Fangsuan Mountain, but I always feel that something is missing. For example, this scene. The Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain in the novel is a fairy cave. Although the scene we made is quite good, it lacks a bit of the fairy atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately looked around. To film the scenes at Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, he specifically hired people from the Temumen to build a set on this isolated island. Although everything was built according to Lin Yi's requirements and the designs were very exquisite, it was indeed, as Imao said, lacking an ethereal quality, and the buildings were all too new. As Lin Yi looked at the screen, his brows furrowed. That is indeed a problem. Are there any other problems? Yes. This old gentleman playing the role of Bodhi Patriarch does have a certain resemblance in appearance, but his cultivation level is a bit low. He only has the foundation establishment cultivation level and doesn't have the powerful aura of a reclusive master. He can't command the scene. When Imao said these words in a serious tone, Lin Yi was at a loss for words. He really wanted to say that it wasn't like building an atomic bomb, so he should stop there, but when he recalled what he had taught Imao and Ji Zhong yesterday, he held back his words. After all, he was the one who uttered the words striving for perfection and craftsmanship. He just hadn't expected Imao's requirements to be so high. Then it seems we'll have to find new actors and filming locations, Lin Yi said after much deliberation. As soon as he finished speaking, Imao showed a hesitant expression. Director, actually I saw a place on Douyin that would be a good filming location. Oh? Where is it? Lingtai Mountain. With that, Imao took out his phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and pointed to a video, saying that this is Lingtai Mountain, located in the eastern region, hidden in the blessed land of spiritual mountains. It is shrouded in ethereal mist, almost exactly like the Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain described in the novel. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi immediately took his phone and casually opened the video. He couldn't hold back his emotions when he saw the text below the video. I advise anyone who wants to join the Immortal Sect not to come to Lingtai Mountain. Playing on your phone is not allowed here. Refining cultivators can only play for 1 hour a day. I can't stay here any longer. I'm already preparing to leave. Goodness, they've reported their own sect. But not allowing disciples to use their phones is indeed a bad thing. We can't encourage this kind of bad behavior. If you don't use them and I don't use them, who will watch my TV series or play my games in the future? But then again, isn't this person afraid of getting caught for openly reporting his own sect and reducing the number of students admitted? Lin Yi casually opened the comments section. He couldn't hold back when he saw the first comment in the comments section. A user nicknamed Long Eyebrows immediately commented, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask which peak you belong to? And who is your master?" Below this comment, the user who posted the video replied with a drooling emoji. What peak? I don't know. Sect leader, at least change your name and profile picture to try and trick me into talking. Do you think I'm stupid? Long Eyebrows, you traitorous disciple, you've ruined the reputation that Lingtai Mountain has cultivated for thousands of years. The short conversation garnered tens of thousands of likes from netizens. Many cultivators who have just begun their cultivation journey and are considering joining a sect have explicitly stated that they will not consider Lingtai Mountain. After all, while a good sect is important, happiness is even more important. For some cultivators who have developed a dependence on their mobile phones, being forbidden from using their phones 1 second can lead to them turning into monsters the next. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly caught sight of the profile picture of a user with the nickname Long Eyebrows, and his expression immediately froze upon seeing it. Upon opening it, he immediately exclaimed, "So alike! It's just too alike! Director, what looks like? What does it look like? Look at this person, doesn't he look like the Bodhi Patriarch?" Lin Yi said, pointing to the profile picture on his phone. Following the direction Lin Yi pointed, Yimao quickly saw a man dressed in a moonwhite white-sleeved Zen robe, wearing a purple gold lotus crown, with white hair, white beard, white eyebrows, and a long beard reaching his chest. He had a compassionate expression and an extraordinary temperament, looking like a hermit sage. Yimao's eyes lit up at just one glance. Yes. Absolutely right. This is exactly how I imagined the Bodhi Patriarch. Director, who is he? If possible, I would like to invite him to play the role of Bodhi Patriarch. At this moment, Yimao desperately wanted to know the other party's identity. However, Lin Yi's expression turned strange upon hearing his words. This person is probably not easy to invite. He is the sect leader of Lingtai Mountain, a dignified Mahayana stage cultivator. Ha! A Mahayana cultivator. Upon hearing the words Mahayana cultivator, Yimao was immediately dumbfounded. With the reclusive immortals avoiding the world, the Mahayana stage cultivators are the most powerful force in the entire Tianyuan continent, each one incomparably noble and revered by thousands. The idea of hiring a Mahayana cultivator as an actor seems rather unrealistic. However, just when he thought the matter would most likely be dropped, Lin Yi spoke up again. On the other hand, it's not necessarily true that we can't invite them. We can go to Lingtai Mountain to film the scenes at Fangsuan Mountain. Ha! We have to go to someone else's sect to film? Is that really okay? Yimao asked, somewhat uncertainly. Of course, even Mahayana cultivators are human. Humans have desires and needs. What do you think this long-browed venerable needs? This, of course, we need to turn around Lingtai Mountain's reputation. As the leader of a sect, it's impossible not to want your sect to last for thousands of years. You saw that video just now. Lingtai Mountain's reputation has been severely damaged. But if we choose that location as the filming location for Journey to the West, and invite Venerable Longbrows to play Bodhi, Sun Wukong's master, once the second episode of Journey to the West airs, Venerable Longbrows and his Lingtai Mountain will definitely become incredibly popular, and it's not impossible that they will become the most popular sect in the entire Tianyuan continent. In the future, they will not only be able to recruit more disciples, but also establish scenic spots to generate revenue, achieving multiple benefits at once. After Lin Yi's analysis, Yimao suddenly realized what was going on. Now use your phone to send a private message to this venerable long-browed man and tell him that because of his extraordinary temperament and illustrious reputation, he has been specially invited to play the role of the great enlightened golden immortal Bodhi Patriarch in Journey to the West. Okay, director, I understand. After saying that, Yimao quickly did as Lin Yi asked and sent a private message to the long-browed venerable. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Lingtai Mountain, the long-browed venerable, who was listening to an audiobook while cultivating, suddenly noticed a message pop up on his Heavenly Mystery 2nd Generation Supreme Edition. He picked up his phone and a look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. The Journey to the West production crew? Special guest actor? Bodhi Patriarch? After a moment of hesitation, he quickly called out towards the door. Qingxuan, come in here for a moment. I have a few questions for you. Who is this actor? A few minutes later, after listening to his disciple explain the actor's meaning, the long-browed venerable's expression changed repeatedly. So this TV series is really popular? Yes. It's incredibly popular. You could say there are practically no people in the entire Tianyuan continent who don't know about it. I've heard that many people have gone to the island where the flower fruit mountain scenes were filmed, and even the little demon who played Sun Wukong is now famous, the disciple named Qingxuan explained. I see. The long-browed venerable nodded. Then do you think if I were to become an actor, I would also become famous and my name would resound throughout the entire Tianyuan continent? Sect leader, you want to be an actor? That's right. The Journey to the West crew just sent me a private message. They said that I am quite similar to the Bodhi Patriarch. In fact, I think so too. As he spoke, he turned on the front-facing camera on his phone. Indeed, he has the air of an immortal being. The role of Bodhi Patriarch is none other than himself. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree to their request. I'll also experience what it's like to be a star. What's that really popular term on Douyin lately called again? Oh right, it's debut, enter the Tao, cultivate the Tao, debut, anyway, it all refers to the Tao. He immediately replied to Yimao and agreed. He also agreed to the Journey to the West crew's request to film at Lingtai Mountain, because he knew this might be a good opportunity to make Lingtai Mountain famous. Perhaps this will allow them to join the ranks of holy sites. Shortly after he made his decision, an entertainment news story appeared on Douyin. The renowned Mahayana cultivator, the long-browed venerable, the head of Lingtai Mountain, has officially joined the Journey to the West production team and will play the role of Bodhi Patriarch. The news caused an uproar among the cultivators of Tianyuan continent. This is what it means to take off a long gown. Chapter 126. The acting career of the long-browed venerable. After reaching an agreement with Venerable Longbrow, Lin Yi immediately led the entire crew and actors onto the floating cloud immortal boat he had previously obtained from Jin Shanshan, heading straight for Lingtai Mountain in the eastern region. In just a few hours, a magnificent ancient architectural complex, standing majestically amidst the mountains, appeared before everyone. Both the overall architectural style and its secluded and independent atmosphere are very similar to the residence of the Bodhi Patriarch recorded in the original novel Journey to the West. At just one glance, the faces of the people standing at the bow of the ferry boat lit up with joy. As expected of a top sect with a Mahayana stage expert, it is the perfect place to film the scenes of Fengsuan Mountain. Look, it looks like someone is waiting for us down there. Following the gaze of the crowd, one could see that not far below, thousands of young cultivators dressed in uniform Taoist robes were standing neatly on both sides of a stone staircase that stretched from the foot of the mountain all the way up. At the very top of the stone steps, a kind-faced, venerable old Taoist priest with white hair was smiling as he looked at the group. A few minutes later, the floating cloud immortal boat landed steadily in front of the gate of Lingtai Mountain, and the two directors, Yimao and Ji Zhong, immediately stepped forward eagerly. Junior Yimao. Ji Zhong, the junior. On behalf of the entire Journey to the West crew, we pay our respects to Your Excellency. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the crew also bowed. Upon seeing this, the long-browed venerable stroked his beard, and then immediately laughed. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. You have all come from afar and must be tired. Please come in, please come in. As he spoke, he gestured for everyone to follow him into the mountain gate. Just then, Yimao suddenly took out several items from his storage bag. Your Excellency, this is a gift we have prepared for you. This is a special edition of Guling brand cigarettes produced by Sihai Pavilion. This is 5 Spirits Elixir, just a small token of my appreciation. Special edition cigarettes? 5 Spirits Elixir? Upon hearing these 2 words, the long-browed venerable's expression immediately lit up. These are good things. It seems that only the offline stores of Sihai Pavilion sell these 2 items. Yesterday, when I visited my old friend's house, he brought out these 2 items and said that his grandson specially bought them from Giant Whale City as a gift for him. He kept bragging to me, but this special edition does feel more comfortable to smoke than the regular version. Since it's your kind gesture, I'll accept it. After saying this, he swept his sleeves and pocketed all the gifts that Yimao had brought. After receiving the gifts, he became even more kind and benevolent, leading everyone on a leisurely stroll through Lingtai Mountain, occasionally introducing them to various stories about the mountain. In the past, Lingtai Mountain was also glorious. It has a history of more than 8,000 years since its founding. At its peak, 4 Mahayana practitioners were born in the sect at the same time, and it was almost able to join the ranks of Holy Lands. Upon hearing Venerable Longbrow's words, Yimao quickly replied, I have long heard that Lingtai Mountain is full of talented people and is the most prestigious immortal sect under the Holy Land. Today I have seen that it is indeed true. Those 4 Mahayana cultivators from your sect back then must have already ascended to the immortal realm by now. Upon hearing this, the long-browed venerable's expression changed slightly, and then he shook his head with a wry smile. If that were the case, how could my Lingtai Mountain have fallen to such a state? Did those 4 Mahayana cultivators of your sect dissolve their bodies and become wandering immortals? Ji Zhong asked again from the other side. However, the long-browed venerable still shook his head. Dead, all dead, including my master, all died at the hands of the demonic sect. The battle with the demonic sect 800 years ago almost caused the Lingtai Mountain lineage to be severed. Fortunately, my master used a secret method to instill his entire lineage into me, which allowed me to advance to the Mahayana stage within 500 years and preserve the foundation of Lingtai Mountain. Upon receiving this answer, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Yi, hidden in the crowd, also wore a thoughtful expression. Wait, Could this old man be the righteous kid that the original owner let go 800 years ago? I was wondering why his features looked a little familiar. Just as he was thinking this, the long-browed venerable continued to speak. Speaking of which, I once accompanied my master on an expedition to the demonic sect, and even fought against the current demon lord. Although the demon lord was only 200 years old, he was already at the late stage of the integration realm. With his heavenly demon divine art, many Mahayana cultivators were no match for him. Yet I managed to withstand one of his palm strikes, and to this day, my body aches terribly every time the moon is full. As he spoke, a look of regret appeared on his face. Those who heard his words all showed expressions of reverence. I never expected that you, venerable one, would have such a past. I heard that the demon lord never leaves any survivors. I only knew that old Master Mu of Dulong Island fought the demon lord for hundreds of rounds and survived. I didn't know that you, venerable one, had also fought the demon lord and survived a blow from his palm. You are truly admirable. It seems that His Excellency dislikes seeking fame and reputation, and therefore keeps it a secret. Your Excellency, please accept our bow. The next second, everyone bowed to the long-browed venerable. The long-browed venerable was very pleased with this, his face glowing red as he stroked his beard, displaying the demeanor of a great master. Lin Yi, standing in the crowd, looked at him with disdain. If I remember correctly, he was just a little kid back then. Where did that slap come from? By the way, it was his left buttock, and he was spanked while his pants were down. No magic was used, so why does it still hurt on a full moon night? Just then, the long-browed venerable's gaze casually swept over the crew. When his eyes fell on Lin Yi, his expression instantly changed, and his pupils widened slightly. For a moment, he seemed to remember something, but he quickly shook his head and turned to Yi Mao with a smile. Director Yi, when will we start filming? Any time is fine. In that case, let's begin. A dozen minutes later, filming for the second episode of Journey to the West officially began at Lingtai Mountain. Besides the venerable Longbrow, a Mahayana cultivator, the disciples of Lingtai Mountain also took on extra roles. Perhaps it was the novelty, or perhaps it was because everything except cultivation was fun, but these Lingtai Mountain disciples took filming exceptionally seriously. Needless to say, the long-browed venerable is a perfect fit for the role of Bodhi Patriarch, given his strength and status. He brought the character to life with ease. In less than half a day, all the scenes of Sun Wukong becoming an apprentice were successfully filmed. Cut. Filming for Journey to the West Episode 2 is complete. As Yi Mao shouted, smiles immediately appeared on everyone's faces, including the long-browed venerable. Congratulations, Your Excellency. All your scenes have been filmed. Thank you for your hard work. As he spoke, Ji Zhong produced a bouquet of flowers from somewhere and presented it to the long-browed venerable. Even the long-browed venerable was bewildered by this unique ceremony. By the way, this is your payment, a total of 50,000 spirit stones. It's not much, but it's a small token of our appreciation. If the opportunity arises, we would also like to have more opportunities to cooperate with you. Upon hearing this, Venerable Longbrows immediately understood. He looked at the flowers in his hand, then at the storage bag, and finally handed the storage bag back to Yi Mao. Director Yi, I think this filming is quite interesting. I don't need the payment. Could you let me act in a few more episodes? I saw that there are two old immortals, Laozi and Venus, in the later part of Journey to the West. Can I play them? Oh right, there's also Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals. I feel my temperament is very similar to his. Oh, this. Upon hearing the request from the long-browed venerable, Yi Mao was stunned and unconsciously looked at Lin Yi in the crowd. Lin Yi immediately gave him a wink. Of course. In fact, we not only have Journey to the West to film, but also other TV series to be filmed in the future. Really? The long-browed venerable's eyes immediately lit up. By the way, when will the second episode of Journey to the West premiere? Chapter 127 Television Commercials, The Sales Dilemma of the 100 Refinements Sect. After finishing their filming trip at Lingtai Mountain, Lin Yi immediately led everyone back to Giant Whale City. Just like in the first episode, he finished editing and organizing the footage as soon as he finished filming, and then uploaded it immediately at 8p.m.at. This moment, countless viewers had been eagerly anticipating the moment, waiting for a long time when the 10-cent video notification popped up. Cultivators from all over the Tianyuan continent clicked on it. A large number of bullet comments also appeared on the screen. First, I am number 1. Finally, the second episode is here. Although it's not the first time I've heard this piece of music, I still get goosebumps all over my body. We can see Sun Wukong again. Will Sun Wukong learn the 72 transformations and the somersault cloud in this episode? I heard that the Bodhi patriarch was played by a Mahayana cultivator. Is that true? Why is it updating at this time? Will it always be updating at this time from now on? Is there only one episode today? Can't you film more? One episode a day isn't enough for everyone to watch. I've even stopped watching my favorite female anchors and come here specifically to watch Journey to the West. However, just as everyone was looking forward to the second episode, the screen suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, a male and a female cultivator appeared in the middle of the screen. Watch Journey to the West with a C-High brand projector. The big screen makes the experience even better. The official projector for Journey to the West, offering clearer images and more perfect sound quality, giving you a unique experience. Available at the C-Hage Douyin official flagship store. Enjoy a large discount when you buy now. As they spoke, the two leaned back on the sofa, picked up a bottle of good beer from the table in front of them, clinked glasses, took a sip, and then embraced, their faces beaming with happiness. At the same time, the theme song of Journey to the West began to play on the projection screen on the wall in front of them. The scene ends there, and then the theme song of Journey to the West begins to play. This sudden scene immediately stunned countless viewers. Holy crap, what is this thing? A C-High brand projector? Oh. Isn't that the thing hanging on the wall at the entrance of C-High Pavilion? I saw it when I passed by today. A projector? Is it a magic tool that enlarges the phone screen? It looks pretty good. Indeed, mobile phones are convenient, but for things like watching videos, a large screen is still more enjoyable. This thing wasn't even in the first episode. I remember now, isn't this just an advertisement? It appeared during the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League. I didn't expect that there would be advertisements before TV dramas. It doesn't matter, it's only a dozen seconds. Besides, I think this projector is worth buying. It would be quite enjoyable to watch it in my cave during my free time. Only 199 spirit stones? Oh, I misread. That's the smallest size. The largest size costs 1,000 spirit stones. Follow my Douyin account for a chance to win one of 10 C-High brand projectors. Enough talk, let's get started. Undoubtedly, although viewers were somewhat puzzled by the advertisements inserted at the beginning of the film, they were not very resistant to them. On the contrary, they found them quite interesting. The words C-High brand projector were quietly implanted into their minds. Among them, some business-minded individuals have already noticed this advertising model. Inside the main hall of the 100 Refinements sect leader Zhang Xiaoquan was leading a group of elders in a routine meeting. Since the advent of Douyin, their 100 Refinements sect has successfully transformed from a declining sect into an e-commerce sect that relies on Douyin. It has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the sales charts for magical artifacts on Douyin, and at its peak, its fame even surpassed that of famous Swordmanor. With daily revenue reaching tens of millions of spirit stones, they made a fortune, even more so than many top sections. To this end, they spent a lot of money to recruit several well-known weapon refining masters and hundreds of weapon refining apprentices, preparing to continue to expand the scale of production, leave a strong mark on the Tianyuan continent, and incidentally upgrade the 100 Refinements sect to a first-class sect. However, they are now facing a predicament inside the main hall. Zhang Xiaoquan casually picked up a lighter from the table, then picked up a cigarette case from the table. Preparing to pour out a cigarette, however, after searching for a while, he realized that the cigarette box was already empty. Just as he was about to take out another pack from his storage bag, a cigarette was handed to him from the side. "Master, please take my punishment." Zhang Xiaoquan turned his head and saw that it was his disciple Longquan. Snap! After Longquan lit the cigarette for Zhang Xiaoquan took a deep drag and then frowned. Why is it the premium version? Reporting to Master, the special edition is hard to buy. As soon as it's put on sale at the Four Seas Pavilion every day, it's bought up by the elders and sect leaders of the major sections. I heard that they're all using it as a gift now. Aren't we acquainted with Manager Liu of C-High Pavilion? We can order some from him tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoquan said, flicking his cigarette ash. How can I, the dignified sect leader of Balian sect, smoke this premium edition that costs 5 spirit stones a pack like those rogue cultivators outside? And you too, with your net worth of tens of millions of spirit stones, how can you smoke this kind of cigarette? It's powerful, Longquan replied honestly. All right. After saying that, he waved to Longquan. Go and offer cigarettes to your senior and junior masters. Yes, master. Before long, the elders and high-ranking members of the 100 Refinements sect present each had a cigarette in hand and started puffing away. After smoking for a while, Zhang Xiaoquan threw the unfinished cigarette on the ground and stomped on it hard with his toe. Phew! Longquan, give us a report on the recent sales figures for our Douyin store. No sooner had he finished speaking than Longquan stepped forward with his phone in hand. In recent days, the sales of Douyin stores have continued to decline, decreasing by nearly 2/3 compared to 7 days ago. In addition, the store's return rate is gradually increasing. As of today, the number of magical artifacts stockpiled in the warehouse has reached more than 80,000. When Longquan presented a series of data, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned grim. As high-ranking members of the 100 Refinements sect, they have recently tasted the sweetness of success. The higher the sales volume, the more commission they receive. The life I live now is something I never dared to dream of before. Even my smoking starts with the premium version, and I've drunk plenty of 5 spirits elixir. If the sales of 100 Refinements sect continue to decline like this, they may only be able to draw premium versions like Longquan in the future. Upon realizing this, a master craftsman immediately became anxious. Sect leader, what exactly is going on? Why have sales plummeted so drastically? Could it be that there's a problem with the quality of our magical artifacts? Upon hearing this question, everyone present immediately turned their gaze to Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head upon hearing this. It has nothing to do with the quality of the magic weapon. There are 2 main reasons. One is that the magic weapon market is almost saturated. There are only so many cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. In recent years, there have been no wars, so the probability of damage to magic weapons during normal use is too low. Secondly, more and more weapon refining sects are joining Douyin, and their sales methods are also diverse. In particular, a few days ago, the Divine Weapons sect even hired that young master of the Star Pavilion to do a special event for divine weapons. I heard that the event sold several hundred million. Meanwhile, the internet celebrities we rely on, like the Fire Dragon Master, have completely faded into obscurity, and their videos only get a few hundred likes. In short, the pie is only so big. If there are too many people sharing it, each person will get less. We have to find a new way out. Zhang Xiaoquan's explanation immediately silenced the audience. After a long while, an elder couldn't help but speak up. How about we contact that young master of the Star Pavilion and ask him to help us sell some goods? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head. I've already asked. The young master of Star Pavilion's slot fee is too expensive. No matter how many are sold, the minimum is 30 million spirit stones. He also takes 50% of the sales as commission. In addition, he requires that we cannot sell it cheaper than in his livestream on any other channel. After these words were spoken, no one mentioned the matter of live streaming sales again. Just when everyone was at a loss, Longquan, standing to the side, was looking at his phone screen with a bright look in his eyes. Master, I've thought of a great way to make our 100 Refinements sect famous. As he spoke, he pointed to his phone screen, which was playing the 2nd episode of Journey to the West. Chapter 128 Lingtai Mountain Scenic Area. As expected, the 2nd episode of Journey to the West was a huge hit, with over 5 million people watching online simultaneously and over 80 million views in total. This means that some people watched it more than once, and its popularity was no less than that of the first episode. When the 2nd episode of Journey to the West aired, there were practically no people on the streets and alleys of the major cities. They either stayed in their own caves and cultivation rooms watching dramas, or they gathered at the entrance of the Four Seas Pavilion, bringing small stools to watch the large projection screen at the entrance, when they see Sun Wukong successfully learn various skills from Bodhi Patriarch. They cheer in unison, but when the end credits roll, they shake their heads and sigh in unison. Ugh! It's gone again. I'll have to wait until tomorrow. In the next episode, Sun Wukong will return to Flower Fruit Mountain to fight the Demon King of Chaos, right? Let's go watch the live stream after we finish watching the TV series. After watching the live stream, I'll play a few games, and then read some novels. TSK, this is such a comfortable life. I used to think this way. Brother Zhang, I've bought a 70-inch projector. Why don't you come to my house tomorrow to watch TV? I've also bought a refrigerator and chilled some beer. Great! Drinking ice-cold beer, watching TV, and having a few side dishes, this is the life of the gods. Gods? Can gods use TikTok? Do gods have cigarettes? I can live like an immortal during the foundation establishment stage, saving myself hundreds of years of detours. Ha, that makes sense. At the same time, in the Lingtai Mountain Sec Square in the eastern region, several disciples worked together to place a 100-inch projector, which they had just bought from the Sihage Douyin flagship store, at the main entrance of the Sec's main hall. In front of the projector, all the disciples of Lingtai Mountain, whether they were inner disciples, outer disciples, or even menial disciples, were sitting cross-legged on futons. Once everything was ready, a disciple from the enforcement hall approached the long-browed venerable sect leader. All the disciples from the 7 peaks and 6 lineages are present, not one is missing. Upon hearing this, the long-browed venerable nodded slightly. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to begin. Yes, sect leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple from the enforcement hall took out a mobile phone and connected it to the projector next to him. Before long, the previously dark screen lit up, followed by the melodious theme song of Journey to the West. That's right, Master Changmei had only one purpose in gathering all the disciples of Lingtai Mountain here, to have them watch a movie together. Once the TV program officially started, he sat down on a recliner and watched TV while smoking. Whenever he appeared on screen, he watched intently, nodding occasionally to acknowledge his own acting skills. Seeing this, the disciples of the enforcement hall frantically winked at the other disciples nearby. The next second they all started clapping. Excellent! The sect leader acted well. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Who can tell the difference between the sect leader and Patriarch Bodhi now? That's right, I don't think the sect leader is acting. This is clearly the Bodhi Patriarch himself. With an air of otherworldly grace and the bearing of a golden immortal, we admire the sect leader's acting skills. No wonder the Journey to the West production team invited the sect leader to play the role of Bodhi Patriarch. Who else but the sect leader could have such an aura? Although Master Changmei knew perfectly well that his disciple was flattering him, he was still very satisfied when he heard these words, and his old face was full of smiles. Being an actor seems really interesting. On the other side, the disciples sitting below were also staring intently at the screen, but they weren't looking at Master Changmei, they were looking for themselves. I saw myself. Just now, Sun Wukong passed by me, and the one breathing fire was me. I saw myself too, that's me practicing boxing. I'm the one who climbed the tree, I'm on TV too. Why do I only have a back view? Being an extra is quite fun, and I even got 50 spirit stones. I wonder if I'll have another chance next time. Yes, if only we could have our own screen time and lines like the sect leader, we would definitely become famous. If I have the chance, I must go to Whale City to see if I can become an actor. I don't care about the spiritual stones, I just want to get some screen time. Before they knew it, the group from Lingtai Mountain had finished watching the second episode of Journey to the West, but soon after, at the request of the long-browed venerable, they watched it again. Then it was the third time, and the fourth time. By the fourth time, everyone had given up on life. Fortunately, one of the disciples took the initiative to stand up with his phone. Sect leader, Lingtai Mountain is trending on social media. And you're trending too. Upon hearing this, the long-browed venerable immediately stood up from his recliner. Trending on social media? What happened? After saying that, he took out his phone and opened Douyin, TikTok. He quickly found topics related to Lingtai Mountain in the trending searches. He immediately burst out laughing upon seeing it. The filming locations for the second episode of Journey to the West have been revealed. It was actually in the eastern regions, and the scenery there is absolutely stunning. Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain actually exists, a place of immortality, a celestial abode. The actor who plays Bodhi Patriarch, Venerable Long Eyebrows, begins his acting career as he approaches his 1000th birthday. it's never too late to start. He plays a reclusive master in the drama, and is also a top-tier martial artist in real life, stating that he once survived a blow from the Demon Lord. These topics immediately boosted the popularity of Lingtai Mountain and the man himself. I just finished watching the second episode. While watching it, I thought the scenery of Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain was really beautiful. I didn't expect it to be in our eastern region. I have to go and see it tomorrow no matter what. No wonder Journey to the West was filmed here. It turns out it's because of the scenery. It really does look quite similar to the Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain described in the book. I want to go. Are there any fellow Taoists who want to go together tomorrow? I want to take a photo with Sun Wukong at the place where he learned his skills. This venerable long eyebrows is exactly like the Bodhi patriarch in my mind. I wish I could take a picture with this old immortal. We've already been to Huagua Mountain, tomorrow we'll go to Lingtai Mountain. In an instant, the fame of Lingtai Mountain and venerable long eyebrows soared, and many cultivators expressed their desire to visit Lingtai Mountain to take photos and experience the place where Sun Wukong became an apprentice. As for the negative impact of the previous report that Lingtai Mountain did not allow its disciples to use mobile phones, it was simply overshadowed. Good. This movie was worth filming. Now, the fame of Lingtai Mountain is probably even greater than that of those holy sites. In the future, even if I go somewhere, people will be able to recognize me. But what if those foreign cultivators really come tomorrow? Just as the long-browed venerable was filled with worry, one of his disciples suddenly suggested, "Master, this is a great opportunity for Lingtai Mountain to make a name for itself and earn spirit stones. I think we can arrange some disciples to receive the visiting cultivators. Since they're here, they can't just go without food and drink. We can set up a stall to sell some food, drinks, and the sect's specialty spiritual medicines. In addition, we can seal off some areas within the sect, especially the scenes that appeared in TV dramas. People can go in to take pictures, but they must pay spirit stones. We can also provide the clothes that Sun Wukong wore during filming, and rent them out for them to take photos." My disciple even suggested that we arrange for one of our disciples to dress up as Sun Wukong and take a photo with them. Oh, and also hang a sign at the entrance indicating the filming location of Journey to the West, and put a projector at the mountain gate to play the second episode of Journey to the West on a loop. As he listened, the long-browed venerable one's eyes lit up. Okay. We'll do it your way. Just as Lingtai Mountain was gradually developing into a scenic tourist area, Lin Yi had already led the Journey to the West crew to a place in the southern district of Giant Whale City. Looking ahead, there was a brightly lit row of shops, with a huge sign hanging at the entrance. The sign reads Sihai Food Stall, with a smaller line next to it, barbecue, seafood, hot pot, skewers. Chapter 129 Hot Pot and Barbecue, Advanced Service. Outside the Sihai Food Stall, all the cast and crew members, including Yuan Xiaolu, stared at the strange building with curiosity. A little over an hour earlier, director Lin Yi suddenly approached them and told them that he was going to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the enthusiastic response to Journey to the West. They didn't pay much attention to it, treating it as just an ordinary meal, but looking at the Sihai Food Stall in front of them, they suddenly realized that this meal might not be so simple. After all, this place is called Sihai Food Stall, so it must be a property of Sihai Pavilion, and indeed, that's exactly what they suspected. Just as they were filled with doubt, Ghost Servant number 2 and Ghost Servant number 1 walked out of the Four Seas food stall. The two walked along, wiping the red grease off their lips. "Young master, you've arrived. Everything is ready." "Yes, we've tasted it all for you, and it's really delicious, but it's a bit too much for your mouth." Hearing their words, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Now that everything is ready, everyone please go in and take your seats." After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the Sihai Food Stall. As he walked to the door, men and women wearing aprons and dressed in uniform with wooden name tags hanging around their necks appeared at the entrance of the food stall. "Welcome. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Sihai Food Stall." With a whoosh, dozens of people bowed in unison, their faces bearing professional smiles. This display of force completely stunned Yuan Xiaolu and the others who were following behind Lin Yi. However, at this moment, a young man with a metal badge around his neck and the cultivation level of foundation establishment suddenly walked out from the side. No, I've said it so many times, the last Lin in welcome should be drawn out, and the three guangs should be pronounced quickly. Come on, everyone, repeat after me one more time. Welcome, very good. After saying that, the foundation establishment cultivator with the metal badge on his face walked up to Lin Yi with a big smile. Young master. Lin Yi nodded. The employee training is quite good, but the introductory service is still lacking. Remember what I told you before, customers are like immortals. Even if they are just chi refining cultivators, once they enter the door, you have to treat them like immortals. Yes, you're right, young master. I will definitely continue to improve our services and strive to do my best. Alright, consider bringing the crew here today a test for you. Show me all the services I told you about before. Go ahead. Yes, young master. As they spoke, the foundation establishment cultivator led the group of shop assistants to their respective workstations, leaving only 2 waiters to guide Lin Yi and the awkwardly bewildered crew members to their seats inside the shop. After they were seated, Yimao and Ji Zhong couldn't help but ask, "Director, is this also one of the properties of the Four Seas Pavilion?" Of course, this is under the Sea Pavilion catering department. The person you just saw is Sun Tao, the manager of Sea Food Stall. He used to be the owner of a restaurant in Giant Whale City, and later joined our Sea Pavilion. I see. The decor and business model here are truly unprecedented. As they spoke, their eyes began to dart around. In this vast interior space, the ceiling is covered with small, glowing spheres, each refracting colorful light through crystals of different colors. The walls are decorated with a variety of exquisite ornaments, and every 10 meters or so, a Sea brand projector is placed on a pillar. Melodious music occasionally comes from these projectors, adding a touch of atmosphere to the store. Even the dining tables and chairs were not ordinary. The tabletops were decorated with exquisite marble, and the chairs were 2 rows of soft, long sofas, where you could sink your whole bottom into them. As expected of the Four Seas Pavilion, these rare and exotic items are truly unheard of and unseen before. As soon as Yimao finished speaking, a waiter came to their table with a tray. Neatly arranged on the plates were rows of steaming hot towels. Distinguished guests, please have some towels of this. The group was taken aback when they saw the hot towels being handed to them. But that wasn't all. After the hot towels were given, a waiter quickly brought each of them a glass of ice water and some fruit. Throughout the entire process, the waiters were all smiling and extremely polite. Just as they were at a loss, Lin Yi casually picked up the menu from the table. Come on, everyone, don't be shy. It's my treat today. Order whatever you want to eat, and drink as much as you like. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, let's get back to filming tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the previously somewhat awkward crowd suddenly realized what was happening, and the cast and crew members who had been seated at different tables casually picked up the exquisite menus. However, when they looked at the extensive and unfamiliar dishes on the menu, they fell into deep thought once again. Cold edamame salad? Fried peanuts? Grilled eggplant? Giant squid on a hot plate? Garlic oysters? Grilled yellow croaker? What are all these? Fortunately, each dish name was accompanied by a picture of the finished product, so even though they didn't know what the dishes represented, they still developed a strong interest in them. After seeing the pictures, they quickly ordered a huge amount of food. However, Lin Yi immediately laughed after glancing at the dishes they had ordered. What did you all order? Who ordered more than a dozen servings of fried rice? And your table, with grilled dumplings and grilled bread slices, why did you order so much staple food? Never mind, let me order for you. As they were talking, Lin Yi called over the waiter and ordered a large amount of barbecue for each table, including meat, vegetables, seafood, river fish, and all kinds of birds and beasts. After ordering the barbecue, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he ordered a hot pot and a bunch of side dishes for the whole table. Oh, and also give each table 100 bottles of ice-cold beer. And give each table 2 cartons of cigarettes, and put them on Sea Pavilion's tab. After Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, especially the extras who had come along to make a living. For them, these past 2 days have been the happiest time of their lives, with free food and lodging every day, and even free cigarettes. When the waiters brought out the grilled barbecue and steaming hot pot to the table, they were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. The fragrant aroma, the alluring color, and the exquisite design all had a strong impact on their minds. In the Tianyuan continent, whether you are a chi refining cultivator or a Mahayana cultivator, eating is a dispensable matter. It's normal to go without food for 10 days or half a month. If you do eat, it's just a fasting pill. However, if they could, no cultivator would be willing to take the bigger pill. because the taste of that stuff is really terrible, both bitter and astringent. So occasionally, cultivators would choose to eat out to satisfy their appetites, but even the best restaurants were far inferior to the food in front of them. Glug, before they knew it, everyone sitting around the table swallowed hard, and some even took out their phones to take a picture of the dishes on the table. Some even turned around and took a selfie with the table. I posted it on Douyin immediately after filming. A celebratory feast on set, just a simple meal. The director is so generous. Have you all eaten, fellow fans? Just as this rogue cultivator posted his daily routine, Lin Yi's voice rang out from inside the shop. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. I, the director, would like to propose a toast to you all. Come on, let's all raise our glasses. The next second, under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi stood up, holding a beer glass. Chapter 130, a sensation. Tianyuan's culinary delight. The first team building event in Tianyuan continent kicked off at the Sihai food stall. Lin Yi led several hundred cast and crew members to enjoy various barbecues and hot pots while drinking chilled beer. As time went by, the initial awkwardness disappeared instantly, and everyone toasted each other, their faces beaming with happy smiles. The uniquely flavored barbecue made them keep eating, the fragrant and spicy hot pot made them want to eat more and more, and the ice-cold and refreshing beer brought their mood to its peak. As they ate, some of the cultivators started crying. Wow, this is so delicious. I never knew food could be made this good. I've wasted my entire life of the past 100 years. Yes, the bigu pill tastes terrible. Even if you kill me, don't expect me to eat another bigu pill. Damn. Looking back on the past 200 years, what kind of miserable life have I lived? I started cultivating immortality just to live a good life, so I endured all the hardships without any real suffering. Ugh. This is so good, so good. I love hot pot. What's this stuff called again? Duck intestines, right? Duck intestines are so delicious. I prefer tender beef. Come on, let's drink. No, I have to shoot a video and send it to my old friends who have known me for many years. They used to laugh at me for being unambitious and coming here to be an extra. What's wrong with being an extra? No matter how high your cultivation level is, you still have to stay in a dilapidated cave. Can you eat barbecue or drink beer there? At that moment, they felt an unprecedented joy. At the same time, the third installment of the diary fragments posted by the extra and the daily posts by other cast and crew members also quickly attracted the attention of many cultivators from various places. There's no way around it. The popularity of the Journey to the West TV series is just too high, and it's naturally big news when the members of the Journey to the West crew get together for a meal. At first, these netizens thought it was just a simple meal, until they saw the photos and videos that were posted. The photos show a dazzling array of dishes, steaming hot pot, mouth-watering barbecue, and ice-cold beer, all combined with the lively atmosphere, instantly making netizens unable to resist. Where did the Journey to the West crew go to eat? All these dishes look delicious. Yeah, barbecue, hot pot? I've never even heard of them. My mouth is watering. Why did I have to come across these things in the middle of the night? I'm not hungry, but I just really want to eat them. It's been decades since I last ate anything. I've almost forgotten what food tastes like. TSK, is life as an extra really this good? I wish I had become one too. Four Seas food stall? Is it also a business under the Four Seas Pavilion? Why would you do this? How many spirit stones can you earn just by selling food? Never mind, I must go to Whale City tomorrow to try the barbecue and hot pot and see what they taste like. I saw the actor playing Sun Wukong. Could that bald guy next to him be Tang Sanzang, who's about to appear? And is Xu Beiji next to Tang Sanzang? Goodness, does Tang Sanzang smoke and drink? Aren't Buddhist monks forbidden from drinking alcohol? What Buddhism forbids drinking is traditional spiritual wine. Beer is a recent phenomenon, and Buddhism doesn't have any regulations on it. Whale City is too far away. I don't want to travel that far. Is there anyone willing to bring some back for me from Whale City? I'm willing to pay for the travel expenses. The fellow Daoist upstairs is serious. I happen to be going to Giant Whale City tomorrow. We can discuss the price privately. Other Taoists who are interested can also contact me. It would be great if I could order via my phone. I don't like going out. Immediately, cultivators from all over the world became curious about barbecue, hot pot, and the Four Seas food stall, and many cultivators were even preparing to set off for Giant Whale City to personally experience them. This also includes Lu Yun, a food enthusiast. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was a seasoned gourmet even before embarking on the path of cultivation. Even his journey into the path of cultivation was due to accidentally consuming a rare and precious plant. Over the years, he has been cultivating while traveling across the Tianyuan continent, all in search of the best food. Just a few days ago, Ling Yi launched the Douyin Food Festival on Douyin, which gave him an idea to shoot a series of short videos about the food from all over the Tianyuan continent. This method aims to popularize the dietary habits and characteristics of different regions in the Tianyuan continent. 2 days ago, he made a special trip to Tianjin City to find Master Zhou Gang, and today he just happened to arrive in Giant Whale City. He originally planned to start exploring the restaurants tomorrow, but coincidentally, he came across a team-building video of the journey to the West Crew. He was immediately drawn to the various delicacies in the leaked videos. Barbecue? Hot pot? Seafood? Skewers? Are these the specialties of Whale City? No, I have to try it myself, and it would be best if I could film a video about it. After saying that, he quickly got dressed, then grabbed his phone and started looking for the Four Seas food stall in Giant Whale City. He soon found the entrance to Sihai food stall. Looking at the uniquely decorated and stylish Sihai food stall in front of him, he became even more excited. However, just as he was about to enter, 2 staff members stopped him at the door. "Excuse me, sir, our Sihai food stall is not officially open for business yet. If you would like to dine here, please come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was taken aback at first, then quickly explained, "I'm not here to eat. I'm a Douyin, TikTok, video creator filming a series of food videos. Can I just go in and film a video without eating?" Upon hearing his words, the 2 waiters immediately exchanged glances, seemingly somewhat embarrassed. Just as the 2 were at a loss, Ling Yi suddenly walked out of the store. "Shooting food videos? So you're a food blogger?" "Yes, I'm a food blogger, but I'm not good at cooking. I can only eat. If you don't believe me, I have some good videos of my work." As he spoke, Lu Yun took out his phone and opened the video he had recorded. As he looked at Lin Yi, his expression changed slightly, especially when he saw the various descriptions that Lu Yun had written for local delicacies. A brand new idea quickly came to him. The next second, a warm smile appeared on his face. "Your video is well made, but I have a suggestion for you. We can turn the short video into a documentary, and we can call it A Bite of Tianyuan. Tianyuan on the tip of the tongue?" Upon hearing this name, Lu Yun was puzzled for a moment, then his eyes immediately lit up. "What a wonderful name! It's so fitting. Of course, besides the name, I have some other ideas. Come in and let's eat and talk." "Someone, bring this distinguished guest an extra set of chopsticks and a bottle of 5 spirits elixir." Seeing Lu Yun's flattered expression, Lin Yi personally led him to the dining table. Chapter 131 Food Culture. The vision of Shanghai once brought to the dining table, Lu Yun was quickly drawn to the delicious food on it, but when he tried a few skewers of barbecue and a few bites of hot lamb slices, his expression instantly became extremely excited. "Delicious, so delicious. I, Lu Yun, have traveled all over the Tianyuan continent for hundreds of years and eaten countless foods, but I have never tasted anything like this before. May I ask, young master, what seasonings were used for this barbecue? And how is this hot pot made?" Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lin Yi wiped his mouth with a hot towel and began to explain. "These skewers are marinated in advance with spices, and seasoned with salt, pepper, chili powder, cumin powder and other seasonings during cooking, so the taste is naturally good. As for the hot pot, it is even more elaborate. It requires high-quality beef tallow as the base, and scallions, ginger, garlic and other ingredients are added to simmer and enhance the flavor. Then, various chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns and spices are also added." "Wonderful! Wonderful! No wonder the food tastes so good with this cooking method." While praising it loudly, Lu Yun picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. He ate for more than an hour, and the rest of the crew didn't stop either. as if they were trying to repay all the debts they had accumulated over the decades or even centuries to their stomachs. After Lu Yun had finished eating and drinking, he stood up and respectfully bowed to Lin Yi. "Thank you for your hospitality, young master. To be able to enjoy such delicious food is enough for me in this lifetime. No need to be polite. Since you've had your fill, let's talk about the documentary. On behalf of Sihai Entertainment, I'm formally inviting you to join us as the head of our documentary department. And this first documentary begins with Tianyuan, which we mentioned before. My idea is this: we will introduce the food ecology of various places in Tianyuan continent from a third-person perspective, using food as a clue, and using food to connect people, unfolding the different geographical climates, customs and etiquette, cultivation states and other aspects of various places in Tianyuan continent, and comprehensively showcasing the relationship between cultivators and food in Tianyuan continent. You can choose a sect, an individual, or a city as the protagonist and record their daily meals. As Lin Yi explained his thoughts one by one, Lu Yun's expression changed repeatedly, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In days, he found his goal and direction for the rest of his life. After Lin Yi finished speaking, not only Lu Yun, but everyone else present also showed their admiration. "Young master, I understand. I am willing to join Sihai Entertainment. I have a feeling that once the bite of Tianyuan is officially broadcast, it will completely overturn the cultivators' understanding of food in the Tianyuan continent," Lu Yun said with a firm expression. "That's for sure. This documentary will be more than just a documentary, it will be a culinary enlightenment for the cultivators of Tianyuan continent. I want them to understand that the warmth of everyday life is the most comforting thing, and that only food should not be taken for granted. The most comforting thing is the warmth of everyday life, and only good food should not be missed." Alright, just because of what the young master said, I, Lu Yun, must make a great film about Tianyuan. After saying this, Lu Yun picked up his wine glass and respectfully addressed Lin Yi. "Young master, thank you for your advice. I'd like to offer something here." After saying that, he downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. After smacking his lips twice, he picked up the 5 spirits liquid and poured himself a cup. "Young master, let me mention another one. Thank you for treating me to this meal, young master. I'd like to mention something else. I'll punish myself with 3 more drinks." Before long, he finished the entire bottle of 5 spirits elixir by himself. Lin Yi simply smiled indifferently upon seeing this. "Come on, pack a few more bottles of 5 spirits liquor for Director Lu, put it on Sihai Pavilion's tab, and also get Director Lu 2 cartons of special edition cigarettes. This is too much, young master, I must offer you another toast. My parents understand me, but my young master gave me life." Hiccup. More than an hour later, a large number of people in the Sihai food stall were drunk. Only Lin Yi sat steadily in place, occasionally picking up a beer and pouring himself a drink, with no sign of drunkenness on his face. Lu Yun and the others were all dead drunk, with silly grins appearing on their faces from time to time. They hardly looked like cultivators at all. If they had used magic to neutralize the alcohol, this wouldn't have happened. But in their own words, alcohol brings them pleasure, and if they used magic to neutralize it, wouldn't they have wasted their time drinking it? Just then, Sun Tao, the manager of Sihai food stall, arrived in front of Lin Yi with the stall's management team. "Young master, everyone has arrived. What are your instructions?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi casually put down his wine glass. "Sihai food stall will officially open to the public tomorrow. Judging from your service today, you did a very good job. Keep up the good work in the future." After saying that, Lin Yi took out a storage bag and threw it into Sun Tao's arms. "There are 100,000 spirit stones inside. You can distribute them among them." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Sun Tao, was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly in thanks. When they first received the notice to work as waiters at the food stall, they were very reluctant. After all, they were proper cultivators, and they were naturally unwilling to serve tea and water to others, but there was nothing they could do. The Four Seas Pavilion had given them far too much, and the generous red envelope that Lin Yi had casually given them had greatly changed their perceptions. I know that many of you don't really want to be waiters, but what I want to say is that being a waiter is just your starting point. In the future, Sihai Catering will open up all over the Tianyuan continent. We will have countless branches, and as initial employees, you will have broad prospects for development. Now you are waiters, next month you may become intermediate waiters, then senior waiters, gold waiters, even store managers, regional managers, and finally become our partners and enjoy performance bonuses. When Lin Yi spoke these words with great passion, everyone present turned red in the face, their eyes filled with intense hope. What are working people most afraid of? They are seeing the end from the beginning, but now Lin Yi has given them endless possibilities. Young master, please rest assured, we will definitely do our best. That's good. I'd also like to give you a few suggestions. Tomorrow is the official opening, and the store will definitely be packed with customers. There will inevitably be queues. I hope you can put a lot of chairs outside the store and prepare some snacks and drinks. Of course, that's not enough. We can also put a projector at the entrance to show videos and music to customers. Male customers can be invited to play games together, and those who reach a certain level in Chocho Flying Sword can get a discount. Female customers can be invited to do some handicrafts, which can be used to offset spirit stones. We can also give them free manicures. What is nail art? You can search for Qingxian Beauty on Douyin, TikTok, they sell it there. Lin Yi spoke for 1 or 2 hours, and the reason he told everyone so much was that he hoped to thoroughly popularize the culinary culture of his previous life in the Tianyuan continent. After all, how else can we differentiate ourselves and sell at a higher price, selling beef slices that originally cost 1 spirit stone for 5 spirit stones? After he finished speaking, the crew members began to sober up one after another, and finally, they left Sihai food stall under Lin Yi's leadership. It was already 11 p.m. at this point. In my previous life, the streets and alleys would have been bustling at this time, but the city of Giant Whale was already pitch black, with only the Four Seas food stall still lit up, and nightlife was practically non-existent. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately said with a confident expression, "Just wait, give me a few more months, and I'll make this place brightly lit." He had barely finished speaking when Ghost Servant Number 1's voice came from the side. "Young master, if you ask me, why don't we just build our own city? We can open our shop in this Giant Whale city and still have to pay the Giant Whale sect every month. We've spent a lot of money on land recently. Those people have discovered that Sihai Pavilion makes money no matter what we do, and they're asking for higher and higher prices. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have secretly killed them. Build your own city, build it however you want, and don't have to worry about what others think. Yes. Our city of the demonic sect, I think we should call it the demon capital." When Ghost Servant Number 1 and Ghost Servant Number 2 said these words, Lin Yi's expression immediately changed, and he repeatedly muttered the words Magic City. Shanghai, Shanghai, you're a genius. Chapter 132 Advertisement. Paid filming. The next morning, the Journey to the West crew began filming as usual, and Lu Yun, who had just joined Sihai Entertainment, also started working on the project. Appointed as the person in charge of the documentary, he immediately began filming the first episode of the first season of A Bite of Tianyuan under Lin Yi's arrangement. After Lin Yi's guidance yesterday, he had a general idea for the filming and started working in Whale City early in the morning. With 2 assistants, Lin Yi wasn't particularly concerned about this. In his opinion, even if Lu Yun's photos were of poor quality, they would still cause a huge stir in a food wasteland like Tianyuan continent. Just as he was preparing to go with the Journey to the West crew to see the filming locations for the 3rd episode, Lei Jun suddenly found him. "Young master, someone has asked us to place an advertisement." Lin Yi, who had just lifted his foot, immediately stopped upon hearing these words. "Oh? Where do they want to advertise?" "Young master, they want to advertise in the opening credits of Journey to the West. We already have 6 companies contacting us." Lei Jun said, taking out his phone and showing the chat history. Looking at these chat logs, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He inserted commercials at the beginning of the 2nd episode just to test the waters. If the audience didn't mind, he would continue to increase the commercial time. He didn't expect that the people of Tianyuan continent had such a keen business sense. As soon as his commercials were released, people started to contact him. "Young master, how should I reply? Can we accept this advertisement?" Lei Jun asked nervously, holding his phone. "Answer." "Of course I can answer, why wouldn't I?" Lin Yi answered without hesitation. "Which company should we pick up?" "Answer them all." "Ha? There are 6 of them," Lei Jun said, somewhat incredulously. "TCH, what's so special about that?" Lin Yi chuckled lightly. A 10-second ad is only 60 seconds long. A 60-second intro ad is nothing. Besides, who told you that ads can only be inserted at the beginning? They can be inserted in the middle too. Inserting commercials in the middle of a TV series? Isn't that a bit too unethical? Lei Jun said with a hint of trepidation. Then you've never seen a TV series inserted between commercials. Of course, if you don't want to watch commercials, you can also become a member. Becoming a member allows you to skip commercials for free. It costs 3 spirit stones a month or 30 spirit stones a year. Isn't 3 spirit stones a month too cheap? This is just for TV series memberships. There will also be documentary memberships, anime memberships, and premium memberships. These memberships can only be used on mobile phones. If you want to project the content onto a projector, you will need to purchase additional memberships. When Lin Yi finished speaking, Lei Jun was dumbfounded, and a feeling of admiration welled up in his heart. As expected of the ruthless demon lord, I don't think I could come up with such a heinous business philosophy in my entire life. Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. Just then, Lin Yi seemed to remember something and quickly added another sentence. Tell him that we can shoot ads for them for free, but we have to decide the price of the ads. A 10-second intro ad costs 3 million spirit stones and runs for a month. A 10-second in-game ad costs 2.5 million spirit stones and also runs for a month, and an end-of-game ad costs 1.5 million spirit stones per month. Young master, why are the commercials in this movie cheaper than the opening credits? Lei Jun asked, puzzled. Because advertisements in the film are easily criticized, we tell them this price. If they want to invest, they can, if not, the price will only go up later. After saying those words, Lin Yi vanished in a flash, reappearing at the filming location of Flower Fruit Mountain. After filming the scenes at Fangsuan Mountain yesterday, the next scene was Sun Wukong's return to Huagua Mountain. According to the original plot, in this scene, Sun Wukong will defeat the Demon King of Chaos, befriend 6 other great demons, and, on the advice of the Bull Demon King, go to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea to obtain the Rui Jingu Bang, Golden Cudgel, and the Great Sage equaling Heaven set. The filming of the earlier scenes went very smoothly, but a problem arose when filming the scene where Sun Wukong obtains the treasure from the Dragon Palace. The group's original plan was to find any spot in the North Sea and build a temporary Dragon Palace, but they soon discovered that this would not be effective. After all, the East China Sea Dragon Palace in the original novel is full of treasures, and no matter how the scenery is built, it cannot reflect the splendor of the Dragon Palace. Another problem is that not all actors can adapt to the underwater environment. Even the lead actor, Yuan Xiaolu, is no exception. Even after taking a water-repelling pill, he still cannot perform freely underwater. Just when everyone was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly came from the crowd of onlookers. Young master, it's me, Jin Shanshan." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yi, who was discussing a solution with Yimao, immediately looked towards the crowd beside him. Among the large crowd of onlookers, a young man dressed in fine clothes, whose feet were not touching the ground, was waving his hands incessantly. This person was none other than Jin Shanshan, the young master of Jinao Island. Why did he come here? With a hint of doubt, Lin Yi immediately arranged for someone to let him into the film set. When Jin Shanshan arrived in front of Lin Yi, he first looked at the actors who were filming, and then looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of hope. "Young master, as soon as I heard you were filming here, I rushed over immediately. I have a favor to ask of you, and I hope you can agree to it. If you agree, the price is negotiable." Upon hearing Jin Shanshan's words, Lin Yi was first taken aback, and then showed an expression of sudden realization. "Young Master Jin, are you perhaps also looking to advertise?" No, I didn't want to advertise. I just want to act. Can I act in one episode? I won't act for nothing. If you let me act in one episode, I'll give you 3 million spirit stones." Puff, Yimao, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spat out all the tea in his mouth. Even Lin Yi was stunned by what he heard. Young Master Jin isn't wrong, is he? He'll give us 3 million for one episode? Yeah, is there a problem? But you have to let me play a role with lines, a frontal shot, and preferably the lead role, Gilgamesh said seriously. Ah. Lin Yi, who was hearing such a request for the first time, didn't know what to say for a moment. What's the difference between paying to film a movie and paying to work? but when he thought that it was Gilgamesh who said those words, he felt relieved. Gilgamesh was definitely not doing this for the paycheck, it must be for fame and to prove himself. Becoming an actor is indeed the fastest way to become famous. After much thought, Lin Yi finally nodded. After examining Jin Shanshan for a moment, he had already made up his mind. Here's what we'll do, I'll cast you as the fifth male lead in Journey to the West. Besides Sun Wukong and the other three, you'll have the most screen time, and you'll mostly be acting opposite Tang Sanzang. You'll be on screen the whole time, but you'll have a few lines. Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Rapt. Then what role should I play? White Dragon Horse. Chapter 133 On Location Shooting, Merchandise, Figurines. Upon hearing that it was the White Dragon Horse, Gilgamesh's expression immediately changed. Young master, you're not wrong, are you? You want me to play Tang Sanzang's mount? Absolutely not. How can I, the dignified young master of Jinao Island, play a mount? Seeing Jin Shanshan's expression, Lin Yi immediately began to explain calmly. Young master seems to have misunderstood. Who said the White Dragon Horse is his mount? Who is the White Dragon Horse? He is the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, a true second-generation dragon. What is the identity of the Dragon King? He is the water god who governs the four seas and the common master of all aquatic creatures. Although he belongs to the heavenly court, he is actually completely autonomous. He is a powerful regional official and a local lord. He is a very famous figure in the immortal realm. Ordinary people probably can't even see the Dragon King when they ascend to the upper realm. Upon hearing this, Jin Shanshan's expression softened somewhat. That won't do either. The White Dragon Horse is a criminal who has violated the heavenly laws. How can I play such a role? Wrong. Young Master Jin, you're wrong again. Did Little White Dragon make a mistake? It was just a play, a grand play to make Little White Dragon legitimately jump from the Dragon Palace system to another system. Think about it, if the White Dragon hadn't followed Tang Sanzang to the Western Paradise to obtain the scriptures, what would have become of him? At best, he would have been assigned to be a local dragon king in a river or lake, and wherever he went, he would have to bear the name of the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King. But since he followed Tang Sanzang, he didn't have to fight any monsters along the way, nor did he suffer any hardship or difficulty. He was never involved in any trouble, all the dirty and tiring work was done by Sun Wukong and the others. After the successful pilgrimage, his merits were not diminished at all. He was bestowed the title of Guanli Bodhisattva of the 8 heavenly dragons and even entered the dragon transformation pool, meaning he could now eat at the same table as his father. What does this mean? It means that when you're in ranked matches, 4 of the strongest swordmasters carry you, a single player, to a master rank. This. Gilgamesh was completely shaken at this moment, and unconsciously he thought of himself. And young Master Jin, don't look down on the role of Little White Dragon. You only have a few scenes in the whole series, but you can be listed below several main actors in the cast. You only need to show your face a few times, and everyone will think of you as soon as they see the White Dragon Horse. How about it, consider it. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Jin Shanshan finally stopped hesitating. Alright then, White Dragon Horse it is. Everyone, welcome young Master Jin to the group. The next second, the whole audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Hearing the applause, Jin Shanshan's face was also full of smiles. Hee, thank you everyone, thank you everyone. As soon as the applause ended, Gilgamesh immediately took the initiative to ask, Young Master. Call me Director. Okay, Director. I noticed you all looked very worried. Are you having some trouble? I wonder if I can help you. It's nothing, just a small problem. Lin Yi immediately explained to Jin Shanshan the problems they were encountering during the filming. After listening to his story, Jin Shanshan immediately perked up. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. I happen to have an underwater private palace in the waters of Jinao Island. Although it's certainly not as magnificent as the Dragon Palace of the East Sea in Journey to the West, it's still decent. If the director doesn't mind, I can take you to my private palace for filming. Private palace? Upon hearing this unfamiliar and niche term, Lin Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. Yes, I occasionally go there for a vacation. The palace is surrounded by a water-repelling array, so being inside is no different from being on land. In that case, let's go and take a look at young Master Jin's private palace. Several hours later, when the crew arrived at the waters off Jinao Island aboard the floating cloud ferry boat, they were all stunned as they looked at the slowly parting sea and the luxurious palace exposed on the seabed. It was at this moment that they realized that people are truly different. The palace gates are towering, inlaid with huge corals and mother-of-pearls, shimmering with iridescent light. Even the roof tiles are made of extremely rare and exquisite crystals. Entering the palace gates, a wide passageway unfolds before your eyes, with crystal pillars on both sides supporting the dome. All around are various rare and exotic treasures that you have never seen before, each of which exudes a rich spiritual energy. The East Sea Pearl, which is extremely rare outside, is only fit to be used as a light bulb here. When everyone stepped inside, they were all at a loss for words. Director, how about this location? Can we use it as a filming location for the Dragon Palace? Just as Lin Yi was looking around, Jin Shanshan's voice came from the side. Sure. Of course. Even the Dragon Palace probably isn't this luxurious. May I ask, how did your Jinao Island lineage acquire such immense wealth? As soon as the question was raised, everyone else looked at Gilgamesh. Jin Shanshan, on the other hand, remained completely calm. Actually, I don't know either. My family was already very rich when I was born. Our mines were everywhere in the East China Sea. No matter what business we did, we were sure to make money. By the way, I heard from my father that this is a curse from an immortal on our Jin family. A curse? Yes, the curse is that we will be slaves to the spirit stones for all eternity, and we will have nothing but wealth. And this curse has indeed come true. From the time I was born until now, I can easily get everything I want without experiencing anything at all. I also fantasized about experiencing joy and sorrow like an ordinary monk, enjoying the pleasures of success through my own efforts. But what happened? Most of the time, I only felt joy. As a result, I became increasingly numb, and my threshold for happiness grew higher and higher. I was in great pain. At this point, Gilgamesh let out a deep sigh. Everyone present, including Lin Yi, let out a deep sigh. The way everyone looked at Lin Yi seemed a little strange, as if to say, you had to ask, and now look what happened, nobody's happy. Ahem, let's skip that topic. Now that we've found the perfect location for filming the East Sea Dragon Palace scenes, let's officially begin filming. All actors, take your positions, let's start filming. With Lin Yi's command, the crew immediately began filming the scenes of Sun Wukong in the East Sea Dragon Palace and Jin Shanshan's private palace. During this process, Jin Shanshan once again demonstrated his financial power, bringing in a large number of aquatic actors for the production team in one go. They even brought in a few monsters with dragon blood to make cameo appearances. Thanks to his help, the filming of this scene also went exceptionally smoothly. When Sun Wukong donned his great sage equaling heaven costume and wielded his golden cudgel with great flair in the Crystal Palace, filming for the third episode abruptly came to an end. Cut. Filming for Journey to the West Episode 3 is complete. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Jin Shanshan looked at Yuan Shaolu with envy. This armor is so cool. And that golden cudgel. I wish I could have one too. Director, where can I buy one of these? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately realized something. Oh right, how could I forget about that? Journey to the West is so popular, we need to follow up with merchandise, make some figurines and sell them, and also do skin collaborations. It's been quite a while since Chiuchiu Flying Sword has released a new flying sword or skin. It's time for a Journey to the West collaboration. Chapter 134, a new collaboration. The explosive popularity of Lingtai Mountain. As soon as the idea for related merchandise came to mind, Lin Yi immediately contacted Burning Flame Valley and the Maiden Sect, asking them to urgently produce a batch of Journey to the West merchandise. This includes Sun Wukong's golden cudgel, Sun Wukong's great sage equaling heaven outfit, life-size Sun Wukong figurines, and so on. He himself was not idle either. He directly opened the back end of Chiuchiu Flying Sword and developed a Journey to the West crossover Flying Sword, Somersault Cloud, as well as a high-end limited skin Great Sage equal to heaven. When he appears, he will be accompanied by his own music and Sun Wukong's own voice line. Old son, am off. He originally wanted to include exclusive music and voice lines with the skin purchase, but after thinking about it, he decided to sell them separately. This wave of sales should be off the charts. After a slight smile, Lin Yi released a teaser for the new skin using the official account at Jojo Flying Sword. The whole thing only took a few tens of minutes, and by the time he finished, the crew had basically wrapped up their work. That's it for today, let's go home. After saying that, he led everyone away from the Golden Private Palace. However, just as he was about to return directly to Whale City, a dazzling golden light in the distance suddenly caught his attention. At first, he thought it was sunlight, until the large white clouds in the distance dispersed, and he realized that what was so bright it was dazzling was not sunlight, but a magnificent palace complex located above the clouds. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the palace complex shone brightly, appearing like a celestial palace against the backdrop of the sea of clouds. After a long pause, Lin Yi turned to Jin Shanshan beside him and asked, "Where is that?" "Director, you mean that place? That's my home, a cold and lifeless place. I don't go back there anymore. I stay in the club every day and I'm so happy." "Your house? Holy crap, what kind of conditions do you live in? You live so well. I just don't know where we'll be filming the scenes for the upcoming Havoc in Heaven movie. How about we film it at your house?" "Great. That's fantastic. We'll film it right here at my house, exactly like in the original story, and smash my house to pieces. I'll have my dad play the Jade Emperor." "Director, wait for me a moment, I'll go talk to my dad right away." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Shanshan disappeared, only to return a dozen minutes later. "It's all settled. My dad has agreed to film the scenes of Havoc in Heaven at our house. He was quite happy when I suggested he play the Jade Emperor." Upon hearing Jin Shanshan's words, Lin Yi and Yimao immediately exchanged a glance, clearly not expecting things to go so smoothly. Not only did they secure the filming location for Havoc in Heaven, they also managed to find a powerful Mahayana cultivator to play the Jade Emperor. 2 Mahayana actors have appeared in just 3 episodes of the TV series. One can imagine the sensation this news will cause once it is released, and indeed, when the news that Jinling Venerable was going to play the role of the Jade Emperor in Journey to the West was released, it immediately caused a sensation on Douyin. Some expressed support, while others expressed confusion. Those who supported believe that Venerable Jinling has a noble status and profound cultivation, making him a perfect fit for the role of the Jade Emperor. Those who are puzzled wonder why a powerful cultivator at the Mahayana stage would be willing to act in a TV series, until another video went viral. The video was filmed at Lingtai Mountain in the eastern region, and in the video, countless cultivators from all over the country flew to Lingtai Mountain on their swords. The vast Lingtai Mountain was teeming with people. Some were taking photos with their phones, others were posing for pictures with Lingtai Mountain disciples, and still others were buying various local specialties produced on Lingtai Mountain. You can even see Lingtai Mountain disciples dressed up as Sun Wukong and taking photos with tourists. At the end of the video, the person who filmed it even took a group photo with the abbot of Lingtai Mountain, the actor who played Bodhi Patriarch, Venerable Long Eyebrows. The video was posted not long ago, but it has garnered a lot of likes and comments. I sincerely recommend Lingtai Mountain to all fellow Taoists. The scenery is even more beautiful than what was filmed in the TV series Journey to the West. It looks great no matter which angle you take a picture from. The scenery at Lingtai Mountain is absolutely stunning. I even took a photo just like Sun Wukong. Although it cost me 2 spirit stones, it was totally worth it. The photo is below. You must come to Lingtai Mountain if you have the chance. I came this morning and met the Venerable Long Eyebrows in person. I even got his autograph. He was incredibly kind and approachable. Photo.jpg. From the supreme version of the second generation of Heavenly Mysteries. I took pictures of the scenery at Lingtai Mountain, took a picture of myself standing in the same spot as Sun Wukong, got an autograph from the long-browed immortal, and drank the medicinal tea produced at Lingtai Mountain. The taste was amazing. I also bought some local specialties from Lingtai Mountain. I regret not coming here sooner. After seeing it, I want to go even more. Tomorrow, I definitely want to go tomorrow. If it weren't for Douyin, I wouldn't have known that there were so many beautiful sights in the Tianyuan continent. I've wasted all my time in the cultivation room. It's time to travel around properly. Let's make Lingtai Mountain our first stop. Without a doubt, Lingtai Mountain became incredibly popular after the second episode of Journey to the West aired. Not only did it become popular, but it also successfully capitalized on this massive influx of traffic, maximizing its conversion through effective management, and successfully becoming one of the most popular tourist attractions. Not only did he gain unprecedented fame, but he also earned a large amount of spirit stones. When this series of news broke, the eyes of all the major sects and forces immediately turned red. Those who couldn't quite understand why Venerable Jinling, a powerful cultivator at the Mahayana stage, would choose to act in Journey to the West, finally understood. I was so naive. I thought being an actor was just about earning some spirit stones. Now I see that being an actor earns not only spirit stones, but also fame and influence. Lingtai Mountain has really struck gold this time. From now on, whenever the second episode of Journey to the West is broadcast, people will think of Lingtai Mountain. This is much better than advertising. It seems that Venerable Jinling must have thought of this as well, which is why he played the role of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor has much more screen time than Bodhi Patriarch. Realizing this, the major sects immediately got excited. There are quite a few characters and places in Journey to the West. If they could also get screen time like Lingtai Mountain, they might be the next ones to become famous. If they can seize the opportunity, they can achieve both fame and fortune, just like Lingtai Mountain. So they quickly took the same action, contacting the Four Seas Pavilion and volunteering themselves. Some were willing to provide filming locations, some were willing to act in roles for free, and others were willing to provide various props for the production team. This even includes some advanced cultivators at the nascent soul, body integration, and Mahayana levels, as well as some top-tier sections. Unsurprisingly, this information was reported to Lin Yi. When Lin Yi, who had already returned to Whale City, learned of this news, he was not surprised at all. Write them all down. If there are suitable roles, let them play them. It's free anyway, so why not take advantage of it? Okay, director. After the staff member from Sihai Entertainment responsible for external business negotiations left, Lin Yi continued to instruct several post-production editing personnel he had specially trained. After 2 days of training, these people were basically able to take over his work. The third episode of Journey to the West has also completed post-production independently, and it will be uploaded to Tencent Video as soon as the time comes. Just then, an excited Lu Yun arrived in front of Lin Yi with his 2 assistants. Director, I've finished filming the first episode of the first season of A Bite of Tian Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately looked away from the computer and turned to look at Lu Yun with a surprised expression. Oh? So fast. Let me see what you've filmed for this first season. Director, please take a look. As he spoke, Lu Yun opened the video he had made. The video begins with an overhead shot, which then zooms in to show a robust bull grazing on Weed's eyes. As soon as it let out a bellow, the bull turned into a piece of beef and slammed onto the chopping board. A foundation establishment cultivator quickly chopped the beef into small pieces with his sharp knife and then skewered them with bamboo sticks. Then the scene shifts again, with flames rising and the beef being placed directly on the charcoal fire to sizzle. At the same time, a voiceover and background music also started playing. After a day of cultivation, fellow Daoist Chen decided to treat his hungry stomach to a barbecue. Barbecue, the most primitive cooking method on the Tianyuan continent, uses metal as a knife, wood as skewers, water for seasoning, fire for grilling, and earth as a stove, subtly conforming to the principles of the 5 elements, using different spices to bring out the original flavor and aroma of the meat. The sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors of food are just like the myriad flavors of life. Looking at the appetizing scene before him and listening to the deep, magnetic voice coming from inside, Lin Yi suddenly felt an urge to eat. Shocked, he exclaimed in praise, "Great! Very good! After I add background music, I'll upload this first episode to Tencent Video right away." The timeline is set after the third episode of Journey to the West. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi set the broadcast time for A Bite of Tianyuan. After saying that, he personally began the post-processing of Tianyuan's tongue tip. When the familiar music from his previous life started playing, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He could already imagine the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent drooling over this video in the middle of the night. Chapter 135 Product Placement, Nightlife in the Cultivation World. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. On any other day, the streets of Giant Whale City would have been deserted by now. Most people would either be at home playing on their phones, scrolling through Douyin, playing games, or starting their cultivation. However, things are different now. There are still lights on in several places within the vast well city. One place was the entrance to the Four Seas Pavilion, where hundreds of cultivators sat neatly on small stools in the open space, their eyes fixed on the huge projection in front of them. Another place is the Sihai food stall, which just opened today. The food stall is bustling with people, with countless cultivators from all over the country gathering here. The restaurant was packed with people, and the air was filled with the aromas of barbecue and hot pot. Every now and then, a waiter in a uniform with a name tag on his chest would come out and shout loudly to the crowd, "Customer number 321, please come in for your meal. Customer number 321, please come in for your meal." Upon hearing this sound, several sect disciples sitting outside the shop quickly raised their wooden plaques. "Here it is, here it is. It's finally our turn. It's been so hard. Yes, we've been queuing since we came down the mountain, and finally we can taste what barbecue really tastes like. I'm so hungry for it." As they spoke, the cultivators, dressed in identical sect uniforms, walked excitedly into the shop. The other cultivators who were waiting nearby looked on with envy. "When will it be our turn? I really want to eat it too. People inside, please eat faster, and come out as soon as you're done." That's right, that's right. Just as the cultivators waiting outside were getting impatient, several projection screens hanging at the shop entrance suddenly lit up. Upon seeing the suddenly lit projection, the guests waiting outside immediately realized what was going on. "Holy crap, it's 8 o'clock, Journey to the West is about to start airing. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. It's about to begin. It's about to begin." As everyone was talking, the projection screen opened Tencent Video and simultaneously started playing the third episode of Journey to the West. The video started with an advertisement for Sihai brand projectors, and no one said anything about it, but as soon as the projector ad ended, they immediately realized something was wrong, because a new ad popped up. 100 Refinements Sect Brand Magic Artifacts, a 3,000-year-old brand with guaranteed quality, 3-year money-back guarantee, 5-year warranty. Choose 100 Refinements Sect when buying magic artifacts, a well-known trademark in Tianyuan continent. The problem of foundation building keeps recurring, but one by Kaitang foundation building pill is enough. Which sect excels in fire magic? Look no further than Qihuang in the western regions of Tianyuan. Qihuang sect has focused on fire magic for 5,000 years, making it the best choice for cultivators with fire spiritual roots. To learn sword cultivation, go to Hidden Sword Valley. There are 3,000 sword cultivators with strong sword skills and 30,000 flying swords made of star steel. We do not produce spiritual herbs, we are merely transporters of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spring Breeze brand spiritual flowers and herbs. After several commercials, all the viewers were completely bewildered. What's going on? Why are there so many more ads now? Yes, yesterday it was only a 10-second ad, but today it's suddenly become 70 seconds. What does become a member to skip ads mean? It doesn't matter, I think these ads are quite interesting. Indeed, it's catchy and more interesting than cultivation. The main feature is starting, the main feature is starting. As they spoke, the familiar theme song from Journey to the West began to play. No one paid much attention to the advertisement, but the catchy slogan and the brand it represented had unknowingly seeped into their hearts. At the same time, whether they were customers waiting outside the store or eating inside, everyone turned their attention to the projection closest to them, not daring to blink. Especially those cultivators who were eating felt a sense of comfort and relaxation for no apparent reason. While enjoying barbecue and beer, they watched TV with happy smiles on their faces. Just as I was watching TV, another commercial popped up. No gifts this holiday season, except for heavenly mystic crystals. Tiangshuanmen reminds you to watch the exciting content to come. When this advertisement popped up, everyone's faces immediately darkened. What the heck? Why are there commercials in the middle of the TV? I mean, it's one thing to have ads at the beginning, but why are there ads inserted in the middle as well? What kind of bullshit heavenly profound crystal is this? What kind of bullshit heavenly profound sect is this? I hate it so much. This is the first time I've ever hated a sect this much. Tianxian sect, right? I'll remember that. The crowd watched the rest of the story while cursing when they saw Sun Wukong obtain various treasures from the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas and acquire the Rui Jingu Bang, golden cudgel. Their expressions immediately brightened. It felt as if they themselves had obtained the treasure, not Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong donned his new equipment and appeared on camera in a brand new guise, everyone spontaneously cheered. So handsome, Sun Wukong is so handsome. This is what the Monkey King should look like. This outfit is just too cool. I wish I could have a set of equipment like that. I used to think that flying swords were the coolest, but now I suddenly realize that sticks are pretty cool too. If someone designs a magical artifact based on Sun Wukong's appearance, I will definitely buy it. Yes, that's right. I also want to get a set of magical artifacts like that. For example, I could make my flying sword look like a somersault cloud. It would definitely sell like hotcakes. Fellow Daoist, are you serious? I am a weapon refiner. If I made a flying magic weapon in the shape of a somersault cloud, would anyone really buy it? It's packaged. If you get it ready today, I'll place the order tomorrow. Hey, fellow Daoist, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to eat? Why bother eating? I'm going back now to figure out how to refine the somersault cloud. If I'm late, I won't even be able to eat hot shit. Undoubtedly, the airing of the third episode of Journey to the West once again made Sun Wukong a fan favorite, and also allowed many cultivators to see business opportunities. At the moment the end credits started playing, many people instinctively looked away from the projector, because under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be anything after that, but this time it was clearly beyond their expectations. After the end credits song of Journey to the West ended, a new advertisement appeared. Sihai Food Stall reminds you that an exciting program is about to begin, and you have been automatically redirected. Next up is the first episode of the first season of A Bite of Tian Yuan. As soon as the voice came out, everyone who had been looking down at their phones immediately looked up again. Just then, the screen switched, and then a melodious piece of music started playing, accompanied by music. A series of mouth-watering food photos flashed by, finally settling on a line of large characters, Tian Yuan, on the tip of your tongue. As soon as these words appeared, countless cultivators watching Tencent Video showed curious glances. A Bite of Tian Yuan? What's that? A new TV series? Chapter 136. I'm so hungry I could cry. Forget cultivation, let's eat midnight snacks. In the heart of the southern region, within the Seven-Shou sect of Seven-Shou Mountain, seventh-generation disciple Song Ningxue was gathered with several of her fellow disciples in a small courtyard in a bamboo grove. Not far in front of them was a 75-inch projector. The projector was playing the ending theme song of Journey to the West. That's it? The timing was perfect. Sun Wukong just got the full set of equipment and the third episode is already over. He'll be causing havoc in heaven soon, right? Yeah, just like those novelists, they deliberately cut off the chapters at the most exciting part. Otherwise, how can we entice you to keep reading if we don't end the chapter at the most exciting moment? That's called leaving a hook. You wouldn't understand. Hey, senior sister, how's your novel coming along? Your royalties from yesterday should have come out by now, right? How much was it? As they spoke, the female cultivators in the courtyard all turned their gazes towards Song Ningxue. Upon hearing their words, Song Ningxue smiled mysteriously. Guess, 500? Too few, 5,000? It's less too. Oh my god, senior sister, your royalties must be tens of thousands. It's barely passable. When Song Ningxue said this, the female cultivators in the courtyard immediately erupted in an uproar. Wow, senior sister, you're amazing. Can you teach us too? My novel only gets a few dozen reads a day. Yes, senior sister, which book did you write? Can you teach us how to read it? Could it be that novel, The Demon Lord's Beloved, which has become incredibly popular these past few days? I think it must be that adorable baby book that came knocking on our door. Lord Demon, please have some self-respect. Alright, stop guessing. I'm not going to tell you which book I wrote, because it's too embarrassing. Song Ningxue said, her face turning red, just as Song Ningxue's fellow junior sisters were desperately trying to uncover her true identity. The background music from A Bite of China started playing on the TV. Ha! What's this again? Tian Yuan on the tip of the tongue. Could it be a new TV series? It doesn't look like something out of a TV drama, there's so much food on this. It looks quite interesting. Let's wait and see. Anyway, it's still early, and there's no rush to cultivate. As they spoke, the group of people, their faces full of curiosity, began to watch the television intently. As they watched, they became deeply attracted to the content on the TV, especially when various barbecue cooking processes were shown. The fragrant grilled meat sizzled under the heat of the charcoal fire, with drops of oil constantly glistening on its surface. Grilled squid until it curls up, grilled oysters until they bubble, grilled prawns until they turn bright red and curl up with a dazzling array of seasonings and accompanying narration. Even through the screen, they could almost smell the aroma of barbecue. Glug, the group swallowed hard, then exchanged glances. Do you remember when was the last time you ate something? About 10 years ago, I don't remember. I haven't eaten anything since I joined the sect. I've been taking fasting pills, and I get 1 bottle every month. Me too. I've almost forgotten what real food tastes like. I only see streamers eating when I'm scrolling through Douyin. Master said that mortal food contains impurities, and eating it will affect one's cultivation. What if we eat a little less? Eating a little less shouldn't have much of an impact. Besides, if we don't let Master know, it won't have any effect. As they spoke, the group exchanged smiles and then turned their gazes to Song Ningxue. Seeing the expectant expressions on their faces, Song Ningxue knew exactly what they were thinking. All right, your senior sister will treat you to this. But it seems that this barbecue is only available at the Four Seas food stall in Giant Whale City. It takes at least 3 hours to get to Giant Whale City from our 7-show sect. Before Song Ningxue could finish speaking, a female cultivator with her hair in a bun took out her phone. Senior sister, we don't necessarily have to go by ourselves if we want to eat barbecue. Yesterday, when I was scrolling through Douyin, I saw someone say that they were going to Giant Whale City. If we want to buy barbecue and other food from Sihai Pavilion, we can ask them for help. We only need to pay for some travel expenses. Let me look around and see if I can still find him. As she spoke, she began her search. I've got it, that's the person. I'll ask him if he's still in Whale City. Senior sister, he's still here, and he's right here at Sihai food stall, look. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators of the 7-show sect present all showed excitement on their faces. He even sent me a picture of the menu, which I shared in our group chat. You guys can see what you want to eat. Don't send it to the main group, or we're doomed. Don't worry. A dozen seconds later, everyone, including Song Ningxue, focused their attention on their phone screens, where a large menu was displayed. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes on the menu, and listening to the Bite of China program playing on the screen next to me, my mouth watered uncontrollably. I'd like an order of tender roast beef. An order of roast pork belly, an order of roast fish, an order of roast pig's trotters. I'd like an order of grilled lamb chops, an order of grilled tendons, and an order of grilled prawns. I'd like 1 roast chicken, 1 roast mushroom, and 1 roast pork tenderloin, and another one. I'll have another order of roasted chicken wings, roasted chicken feet, roasted eggplant, and roasted squid. This whole roasted lamb looks pretty good too. Let's just order this much, it's not good to eat too much. Before long, everyone had ordered the food they wanted, and they also ordered drinks and juices. After Wanzadu had compiled all the dish information, the other party replied with a few more messages. Is this a gathering of the entire sect? Give me 3 hours, and I'll definitely deliver it within 3 hours. But let's agree on the delivery fee in advance, 40 spirit stones, no bargaining. If you agree, I'll place the order. Upon seeing these messages, the woman with the bun immediately looked at Song Ningxue. Senior sister, he wants 40 spirit stones for delivery, is that all right? Upon hearing this, Song Ningxue nodded without hesitation. No problem, but you have to make it clear to him that he should put the things outside the mountain gate, without touching the sect's protective formation, and without letting the disciples guarding the mountain find them. Okay, senior sister. No sooner had she finished speaking than the girl with the bun haircut replied to the other person's message. At the same time, in different corners of the Tianyuan continent, every cultivator who had read A Bite of Tianyuan was drooling. The appetite that had been suppressed for decades or even centuries exploded at this moment. I can't take it anymore, I really want to eat barbecue. Cultivators should follow their hearts, otherwise they will inevitably develop inner demons. It seems I have to go to Whale City. Why do I have to see this in the middle of the night? Hold it in, I just need to get into a cultivation state. Cultivation my ass. I'm not cultivating anymore, I need to get something to eat. How can I enjoy the barbecue from Seahai Food Stall without leaving home? Just as these cultivators, whose appetites had exploded, were itching to rush to Giant Whale City, a Golden Core cultivator at the Four Seas Food Stall was also glancing at his phone every now and then. A message pops up almost every few minutes. They all asked him to buy barbecue for them. Oh no, how did so many people suddenly appear? How am I supposed to handle this all by myself? How about I hire a few more people? We'll give them the lion's share of the delivery fee, and I'll just take a small commission? It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Chapter 137 Explosive Popularity, Food Delivery Platforms. Inside the Seahai Food Stall, it was already past midnight. Under normal circumstances, most cultivators should have gone home to their respective families. However, with the popularity of the TV series A Bite of Tianyuan, more and more cultivators have been tempted, so the number of people waiting outside the store has not decreased at all, but rather has been increasing. The faces of the barbecue chefs in charge of the grilling also grew increasingly grim. At first, they were able to maintain their smiling service, but later they simply couldn't smile anymore. If they weren't all highly skilled in martial arts, they probably would have been exhausted to death from grilling skewers. Even so, they gradually felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. As the manager of Seahai Food Stall, Sun Tao was sweating profusely with anxiety. Manager, the customer is starting to rush the order again. Manager, a customer just placed an order for several thousand spirit stones worth of barbecue and wants to take it away. Manager, the barbecue chef says they can't keep up with the demand. Okay, why are there so many people all of a sudden? If more people come, we won't be able to finish grilling them even by tomorrow morning. Just as Sun Tao was at a loss for what to do, Lin Yi appeared outside the Seahai Food Stall with Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2. He was stunned by the bustling scene before him at first glance. Wow! There are so many people. There must be several thousand of them. Are they all here for barbecue? Upon hearing his words, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 also quickly glanced at him. That must be it, otherwise why would someone come here in the middle of the night? Wanla, with so many people, what's the point of us eating? But if we want to eat, it's simple. Young master, just say the word and the two of us will kill them all. Cough cough, why kill them? They just came out for a late night snack, why kill them? But thinking about it, it makes sense. After eating pig swill their whole lives, who could stand suddenly eating bran? Even fine bran is pig feed, Ghost Servant number 1 said sheepishly. You talk too much. If you say another word, you'll be grilling skewers here for a month. After saying that, Lin Yi led the two to the food stall. Sun Tao, who was wiping his sweat inside the stall, happened to see him and immediately ran out. Young master, you finally arrived. We're overwhelmed. There are just too many customers, and the chefs can't keep up. What are we going to do? Too busy? Just add some more staff. We really can't spare any more people. We're all busy. I almost went up and grilled skewers for the guests myself. Upon hearing Sun Tao's words, Lin Yi quickly looked around and, just as he had said, all the staff at Seahai Food Stall were busy. Some were serving dishes to customers, some were cleaning up the stalls left by departing customers, and some were serving drinks to customers. It seems like it's time to open a branch, but the most important thing right now is to recruit some employees. Yes, that's what we were thinking too, but where are we going to recruit employees in the middle of the night? As soon as Sun Tao finished speaking, Lin Yi laughed and pointed to the cultivators queuing outside, saying, why can't we recruit them? Aren't there plenty of people? Oh. But those are all guests. Guests can also become employees. The next second, under the watchful eyes of Sun Tao and the others, Lin Yi walked to the entrance of Seahai Food Stall. Fellow Taoists who have come to support us, I wonder if any of you are looking for a job? The Four Seas Food Stall is in dire need of manpower, and the benefits are excellent. When Linyi uttered these words, the group of cultivators sitting at the door waiting for their seats reacted in various ways. The vast majority of them had expressions of disdain on their faces. What a joke! I have cultivated diligently for decades and finally achieved the foundation establishment stage. How could I possibly serve tea and water to others? In other words, I should use all my skills to slay demons and monsters. Why should I be relegated to the kitchen? I can earn at least 300 spirit stones a month in my sect. But as a service worker here, I'm afraid I won't even get 100 spirit stones a month. The main problem is that they have to smile at the guests and shout welcome when the guests enter. Isn't this trampling on human dignity? How can we aspiring cultivators do such a thing? My ideal is to enter a top sect, become a great cultivator revered by thousands, and one day control thousands of flying swords with my mastery of the art of manipulating objects. Fellow Daoist is right. My fire magic can incinerate mountains and boil seas. Just as the group of cultivators were dismissing Linya's temporary recruitment, Linya casually found a wooden plaque and wrote on it, "We are hiring a receptionist, with a minimum salary of 600 spirit stones per month and 4 days off per month, hiring waiters/waitresses, with a minimum salary of 800 spirit stones per month and 4 days off per month, hiring kitchen helpers, with a minimum salary of 800 spirit stones per month and 4 days off per month, hiring barbecue chefs, with a minimum salary of 1,000 spirit stones per month and 4 days off per month. In addition, we will provide extra subsidies based on store performance, with a minimum of 300 spirit stones per person per month. In addition, each store will award 5 outstanding employees each month, with each person receiving a reward of 1,000 spirit stones." After writing it, he simply placed the signboard to the side, making it clear to everyone present. The once noisy and chaotic scene instantly fell silent, with everyone staring blankly at the words on the sign, their eyes filled with disbelief. After an unknown amount of time, a foundation establishment cultivator patted another cultivator beside him. "Brother Lu, my eyesight isn't very good. Could you help me see how many spirit stones it costs to be a receptionist at the front desk per month?" It seems to be 600, no, with the subsidy it should be 900 spirit stones." "Where are the waiters?" 800, plus subsidies it's 1,100 spirit stones, and the barbecue chef gets 1,300 spirit stones." "Hiss. 1,300 spirit stones a month, Brother Lu, do you think I can be a barbecue chef? I'm good at fire magic and my fire control is top-notch. I should be able to grill hundreds of skewers at a time. Didn't you just say your fire magic could burn mountains and boil seas?" "Burning mountains and boiling seas is an ideal, but grilling skewers and roasting meat is life." "I can see that clearly." After saying this, the previously arrogant foundation establishment cultivator hurriedly raised his right hand and ran to Linya's side. "Young master, I would like to apply for the position of barbecue chef. I have the 3 spiritual roots of water, fire, and earth, and my specialty is fire magic. My fire control skills are first class. I can grill to the desired doneness. Let me demonstrate for you." With him as the leader, the independent cultivators who had been waiting in line immediately followed suit. "Young master, my swordsmanship is first-rate. I can unleash hundreds of sword energies with a wave of my hand, and I can cut up a cow in a few seconds. Young master, I am skilled in the art of manipulating objects, and I can carry dozens of plates at the same time without any problem. Could you pay me the wages of 2 people? Young master, I'm a naturally cheerful person." Within just a few minutes, no fewer than several hundred people had signed up. Linyi naturally welcomed all these people. Even if they weren't needed at this store, they would be useful after opening a branch, and these people are indeed talented. For example, the one who claims to be good at fire techniques has first-class grilling skills. With a simple outstretched palm, flames erupted from his hands, simultaneously grilling hundreds of skewers without a moment's delay. The skewers remained perfectly intact, while the meat on each skewer was cooked through in mere seconds, a feat truly embodied in the art of grilling skewers. The man who claimed to be skilled in manipulating objects was no slouch either. With just a thought, hundreds of prepared dishes floated around him. With a hand seal, the plates containing the food landed precisely in their corresponding positions. He truly did the work of several people by himself. With their addition, Sihai food stalls' supply capacity finally caught up. The cultivation world is indeed full of hidden talents. If that one who is good at fire magic were to join a sect, he would surely become a great figure in the future, and might even become a formidable enemy of the demonic sect. The same goes for that one who is good at manipulating objects. If he were to join a sword cultivation sect, learning the 10,000 swords returned to one technique would be a piece of cake. No, such talented cultivators must be kept here firmly. In a few days, we will promote them and give them a raise. After making a decision in his heart, Lin Yi prepared to take his two ghost servants to a place to sit down and have a good late-night snack, but at that moment, a group of rogue cultivators gathered together caught his attention. You two will be responsible for delivering the orders to the northern region, a total of 10 orders. I will give you 15 spirit stones for each delivery. You take care of the orders for the eastern region. There are 15 orders in total. I will give you 18 spirit stones for each order as a delivery fee. You two will be responsible for the orders in the southern region, a total of 20 orders. Since the distances are a bit far, I will give you 20 spirit stones per order for delivery. Don't worry, this kind of thing will definitely happen every day from now on. Just work with me, and I guarantee you'll earn at least several thousand spirit stones a month. Hearing the conversation between the cultivator and the others, Lin Yi was stunned on the spot. Holy crap, what kind of innate divine body is this? Could this person's surname be Wan? Chapter 138 Hungry for American Takeout. Catching all three undoubtedly, the broadcast of A Bite of Tianyuan ignited the craving for delicious food in the hearts of cultivators across the Tianyuan continent. If nothing unexpected happens, soon a large number of businesses will follow the Sihai food stall model and vigorously develop the catering industry. They may even send people to Sihai food stall to learn cooking techniques. With the learning ability of cultivators, it won't be long before they can fully master the cooking methods of the Four Seas food stall. However, Lin Yi was not worried about this at all. He even planned to let Sihai Pavilion sell various seasonings directly to the public. He knew that only by making the pie bigger could more people get a share. Moreover, it can create more jobs, allowing those low-level cultivators who originally harbored lofty ideals to enter the catering industry and better maintain the stability of Tianyuan continent. But what he didn't expect was that this group of people would come up with a takeout service so quickly. Although he thought their takeout delivery method was very primitive, the fact that they could come up with this subcontracting method at the very beginning of the catering industry was already a genius achievement. It's worth noting that Sihai food stall only opened for business today, and he himself hasn't even prepared to open a takeout service yet. According to his original plan, he intended to wait until the catering system gradually matured before starting the online takeout business. He used the delivery function of Douyin stores to deliver takeout to customers as quickly as possible, but after seeing the behavior of the group of people in front of him, he changed his mind. Bring that person into the private room to see me. After saying that, Lin Yi walked into a private room that had just been cleaned up. Ghost servant number 1 nodded first, then immediately strode towards the golden core cultivator. Before he could react, he was knocked unconscious on the spot and carried into the private room. Young master, I have brought the person over. As soon as ghost servant number 1 finished speaking, Lin Yi looked at him speechlessly. No way, are you crazy? It's just a short walk, why don't you just call him over? Oh, right, I'm used to it. I'll wake him up. After saying that, ghost servant number 1 cast a spell to awaken the golden core cultivator. When the golden core cultivator opened his eyes and saw Lin Yi and the two ghost servants beside him, a look of vigilance and fear immediately appeared on his face. Seniors, have I offended you in some way? No, I just saw you placing orders and I was a little curious. As he spoke, Lin Yi gestured for the golden core cultivator to sit opposite him and poured him a beer. Perhaps realizing that Lin Yi meant no harm, the golden core cultivator gradually calmed down. I wasn't ordering for myself, I was ordering for other fellow Taoists who couldn't come to Sihai food stall. I was just earning money from delivery. However, I didn't take any extra spirit stones from those people. They gave them voluntarily, and I still have the records on my phone. As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened Douyin, TikTok, and a group chat immediately appeared. I in the group chat right now. People are still occasionally reciting dish names and asking about prices. Upon seeing the message in the group chat, Lin Yi immediately showed a knowing expression. I see. You do have a good business sense, you even came up with this idea. Hee hee, you flatter me, senior. I'm just making a little money. May I have your name? Replying to senior, my surname is Wang and my given name is Xin. Wang Xin? What a nice name. Hearing this name, Lin Yi became even more interested in the golden core cultivator in front of him. Let me also introduce myself. I am the young master of Sihai Pavilion. My surname is Qiao. I am very interested in your model and would like to invite you to join Sihai Pavilion and work for me. The moment Lin Yi revealed his identity, Wang Xian's expression changed. If we were to say which force has the greatest reputation on the Tianyuan continent nowadays, it would undoubtedly be the Four Seas Pavilion. It can be said that even the reputation of the major Holy Lands is far less than 1/10,000th of that of the Four Seas Pavilion, especially after Sihage launched mobile phones, the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League, and things like cigarettes and beer. The young master of the Four Seas Pavilion is undoubtedly a big shot, and such a big shot is now sitting right across from him, and even just poured him a drink himself. Just as Wang Xian was greatly shocked, Lin Yi continued, if you're willing to join our Sihai Pavilion, I can make you the head of the takeout department under the Sihai Pavilion catering department, with a monthly salary of 200,000 spirit stones and year-end performance bonuses. How about it? Think about it. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly picked up the beer on the table and took a big gulp. 200,000 spirit stones. For a month? Yes. This is just the beginning. Once you join the Four Seas Pavilion, your future achievements will be limitless. I'll join. Wang Xian nodded without even thinking. Alright, starting today, you will be the head of the Sihage Takeaway Department, responsible for the delivery services of Sihage catering brands. Your first task is to recruit more riders. Rider? It's for delivering food. Let me tell you how to make food delivery, order taking and delivery more efficient and faster. As they spoke, Lin Yi told Wang Xian everything about his past life, including how he ordered and ate takeout, and what he knew about takeout platforms. Wang Xian also grasped the concept quickly and soon understood it. Young master, you mean we should wear the same clothes, ride the same flying swords, and have the same delivery boxes, right? Yes. Choose bright yellow for your clothes and flying sword. It would be best to carry a flag on your back so that people can immediately recognize you as our Sihage Takeout. However, Sihage Takeout is a bit of a mouthful, so we need to change it to a more catchy name. Let's call it Elime. Hungry Beauty? What a strange name, Wang Xian murmured. Our slogan is hungry for food delivery, super fast delivery of everything. The two chatted for 1 or 2 hours. When the conversation ended, Wang Xian was full of energy. After expressing his gratitude to Lin Yi, he immediately began recruiting riders. After he left, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 walked up to Lin Yi with puzzled expressions. Young master, is it really necessary to do this food delivery business? If you want to do delivery, why not have Sihai Food Stall open a store on Douyin? That way, customers can place orders in real time and the food can be delivered to them as quickly as possible. Yes, why bother? As soon as the two finished speaking, Lin Yi glared at them. What do you two know? Of course I know that would be faster, but it only improves the customer experience and doesn't increase our profits by even a little bit. But it would be different if we added full-time delivery drivers. We can leave this task to them without paying any labor costs. The delivery fee is paid by the customer, and we take a cut of the delivery fee. Not only do we not have to spend a single spirit stone, but we can also earn spirit stones. Of course, the most important point is that we can recruit a large number of cultivators with promising futures to work as delivery drivers, giving them a stable job so they have endless orders to complete every day. They can earn spirit stones for each order they complete, and withdraw the money on the same day. In this way, once they start, they won't be able to stop. From then on, they won't have time to think about cultivation or fighting. If this continues, they will lose all fighting spirit, essentially cutting off the vital force of the righteous path. Once we monopolize the food delivery market, we can also force delivery drivers to buy our uniforms, our standard flying swords, and delivery boxes, which will generate new revenue. After Lin Yi explained, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 immediately understood, their faces filled with excitement and admiration. Young master, your move is truly brilliant. We were so shallow. We ate the merchants, then the customers, then the delivery riders. If we want to become qualified demonic cultivators, we still have a lot to learn from you. But would anyone really choose to leave a large sect and become a delivery man instead? Upon hearing Ghost Servant number 2's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. This requires the Xianin sect to exert its efforts. At that time, I will have the Xianin sect find a role model and create an inspirational figure who earns 100,000 spirit stones a month by delivering food. At the same time, we will promote the idea that delivering food is free and unrestrained, and no worse than joining a large sect. As long as it is promoted properly, there is no need to worry about those young cultivators who are inexperienced in the ways of the world not being swayed. After saying that, Lin Yi raised his wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. At that time, I will restrict restaurants from selling on the Douyin platform. If they want to start a takeout business, they must go through us, so we can make another profit from them. Meanwhile, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2, standing to the side, were completely convinced. The sect leader is really too wicked, he has no bottom line at all. No wonder only you can cultivate the heavenly demon divine art. Chapter 139 Journey to the West Merchandise, pirated. The next day, 12 hours had passed since the airing of the third episode of Journey to the West and the first episode of A Bite of China. During those 12 hours, a large number of news articles and videos related to this topic appeared on Douyin, many of which made it to the top of the trending topics list. The most popular item is undoubtedly the collaboration skin between Qiuqiu Flying Sword and Journey to the West, after the official teaser video was released. The Journey to the West Limited Edition Flying Sword Somersault Cloud and the Journey to the West Limited Edition Skin Great Sage Equal to Heaven were officially launched in the Qiuqiu Flying Sword shop at midnight. Both are available for a limited time in the store, and although the prices are quite high, it does not dampen players' enthusiasm for buying them, especially among paying players and streamers. Almost everyone owns ASET.Li, a top-rated streamer on Qiuqiu. Fei Jin started his live stream early in the morning. Tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream as soon as it started. Host, I am a qi refining cultivator who has just embarked on the path of cultivation. I urgently need an introductory magic weapon. Can you lend me 9,800 spirit stones? Host, my mother is seriously ill and urgently needs a creation pill to cure her. I also need 9,800 spirit stones. Hello, host. I have a fellow Taoist who has been from a very poor family since childhood and has never had a decent set of clothes. Today is his birthday, and I would like to buy him a nice outfit. Could you lend me some spirit stones? I need 10,800. Damn it! Why did you ask for an extra 1,000? I want to use the extra 1,000 to buy a few packs of good cigarettes for my fellow Taoist to try. Host, don't worry, I don't know anything about the Somersault Cloud or the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. I don't want 9,800, but I've never had any relatives since I was a child. I want to feel the warmth of family. Can you call me by my nickname? By the way, my nickname is Ifu. I advise everyone to be more rational. Games are all illusory, you can't eat or drink them. Moreover, playing games affects cultivation. Life is only a few hundred years long, how can you waste it on such meaningless things? I suggest you give me your accounts. I'm a useless person with mixed spiritual roots, I'm not afraid of wasting my time. Looking at the hilarious comments on the screen, Li Xinxing's expression remained unchanged. Compared to the harsh environment within the game, these people are already considered to have toned it down. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The limited edition Journey to the West Flying Sword Somersault Cloud and the limited edition Great Sage Equaling Heaven Skin have been officially released. I have already tried them out for you. The Somersault Cloud is excellent in both feel and special effects, and it is worth getting. The Great Sage Equaling Heaven Skin is even cooler. But I'm sure many fellow cultivators will ask again, the Somersault Cloud and the Great Sage Equaling Heaven Skin are so expensive, what if we don't have spirit stones to buy them? Actually, I've already thought of that for everyone. This time, I've partnered with the Jiuhua sect to prepare 100 Somersault Cloud gift packs, which include the Somersault Cloud and the Great Sage Equaling Heaven Skin. Now, just click the little yellow card at the bottom of the screen to purchase any item from the Jiuhua sect to participate in the lucky draw. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream immediately went wild. Holy crap, it's Hiroko! You've killed a fellow cultivator. Damn. Why have all my favorite live streamers started selling products lately? In the past, the ultimate goal of cultivation was ascension. Now, the ultimate goal of cultivation is live streaming e-commerce. Fine, I'll buy it for the somersault cloud and the great sage equaling heaven skin. In just half a day, the sales of somersault cloud and the great sage equaling heaven skins far exceeded those of the champion flying sword skin not long ago. It's just that Lin Yi didn't disclose the final sales figures. If he had, the entire Tianyuan continent would probably have exploded. Besides the flying swords and skins from the collaboration between Journey to the West and Chocho flying swords selling like hotcakes, related merchandise has also quickly become popular on Douyin. Inside the livestream room of a certain weapon refining sect, a male and a female cultivator are showcasing their products. Are you still using traditional flying swords as your flying magical artifacts? If you're tired of the monotonous appearance of flying magical artifacts, you can try our latest flying magical artifact. Our flying artifact is a 1:1 replica of the somersault cloud. Not only does it have the same appearance, but its flight speed is also top-notch. Let me show you. After saying that, the male anchor jumped onto the floating cloud next to him. As you can see, this somersault cloud flies very smoothly, and its speed is no slower than flying on a sword. Most importantly, we have added lights to it, and you can adjust the colors as you like. The next second, the originally white somersault cloud turned red, and a second later the red somersault cloud turned yellow, and finally it kept flashing like a carousel. Did you all see that? It's incredibly cool. Riding our somersault cloud through the sky, you'll be the most dazzling star in the entire Tianyuan continent. By the way, we've also installed a sound system from Sihai Pavilion on the somersault cloud. You can connect to your phone and play your favorite music while flying. Let me demonstrate it for you. As he spoke, the streamer took out his phone. At the same time, the somersault cloud beneath him emitted bursts of energetic music. How about it? With the lights and music, isn't the atmosphere amazing? Imagine yourself riding a colorful cloud across the vast sky, with beautiful music playing in your ears. How wonderful that would be. As for the price, it won't be too expensive. I'll give you a number, 129,800. Bring the 7-colored somersault cloud home. You think it's too expensive? How is it expensive? You can't even come up with 129,800? Fellow Daoist, you need to seriously reflect on whether you have worked hard and cultivated properly over the years. Overnight, countless sects specializing in weapon crafting began forging somersault clouds, resulting in a proliferation of all sorts of somersault clouds. Fueled by the immense popularity of Journey to the West, the first batch of sects to produce the somersault cloud all made a fortune. Besides the somersault cloud, Sun Wukong's armor and magical artifacts were quickly copied, and even his golden cudgel became a best-selling artifact with sales soaring. When Lin Yi saw these messages on Douyin, TikTok, early in the morning, he was so angry that his face turned red. What's going on? What's happening? How could these people act so quickly and clear out the surrounding area so fast? Holy crap, this guy selling the somersault cloud sold 50,000 units? And the golden cudgel sold over 30,000 units too. Can they even produce that many? Damn it, all these spirit stones should have been mine. Piracy, it's all piracy. This is a serious infringement. Don't they have any awareness of copyright? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi suddenly realized that the Tianyuan continent really didn't have anything like copyright, let alone copyright law. Realizing this, he immediately felt a sense of powerlessness, like punching cotton, unless he went to their door right now and killed them all. No, this matter cannot be left like this. How dare you infringe upon the rights of our demonic sect? I'll make you pay the price. After saying that, he took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Wei. A few minutes later, the male streamer who privately sold somersault clouds and mocked customers became a trending topic. The trending topic was a clip of him mocking customers during a live stream. Chapter 140. This actually works? The great entertainment era begins. You think it's too expensive? How is it expensive? You can't even come up with 129,800? Fellow Daoist, you need to seriously reflect on whether you have worked hard and cultivated properly over the years. Inside the main hall of the Spirit Weapon sect, a huge projection screen was playing a video from Douyin, TikTok, which was the same video that the Spirit Weapon sect streamer had previously used to sell the somersault cloud. As he watched, the Spirit Weapon sect master's face darkened. The next second, he glared angrily at a young cultivator standing at the entrance of the main hall. This young cultivator was none other than the live-streaming e-commerce host, who was also the Spirit Weapon sect master's personal disciple. Li Qi. Tell me why you said such a brainless thing. Do you know how much impact your words have had on our Spirit Weapon sect? Li Qi panicked immediately after being yelled at by his master. Master, I didn't mean it. I didn't know this would escalate to this extent, and there was nothing wrong with what I said. No problem? You still say there's no problem? This matter is now in the top 10 of the trending topics. I don't even dare to open the comments section. It's all people cursing you and the Spirit Artifact sect. As he spoke, the sect leader of the Spirit Artifact sect picked up the phone on the table next to him and opened his Douyin, TikTok, app. Look, in just 10 minutes, I received over 1,000 private messages, all of them cursing me. Some people say that I'm so old and haven't broken through to the integration stage yet, so I must not have been working hard to cultivate. In addition, all the somersault clouds that our shop sold yesterday have just been returned. Even the magic items we sold before have been returned in large numbers. Those that weren't returned have all added negative reviews. How are we, the Spirit Artifact sect, supposed to sell things on Douyin in the future? The more he talked, the more agitated he became. In the end, he sat back down on the stool, looking exhausted, and let out a long sigh. It's ruined. The reputation of our Spirit Artifact sect is completely ruined. Master, to make up for the losses, you should quickly start a live broadcast, and then sincerely apologize, preferably while crying, and sincerely admit your mistakes to the netizens. What if they insult me? Li Qi asked with a worried expression. You'll have to take the criticism. If necessary, you can kowtow to the audience. Huh? Kneeling like that? That's not a good idea. What's wrong with that? We finally made it into the top 10 trending topics. Let's hold an apology meeting. To express our apology, the somersault cloud, originally priced at 129,800, will be sold at half price. Anyway, even at half price, we'll still make a profit, just less. All other products will also be sold at a discount. By the way, so many people hate you now, I'll just put a price on it, 1 helicopter for you, 1 slap for you on Douyin. Master. This is too insulting. I don't agree. Li Qi said resolutely, but as soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of the Spirit Artifact sect raised 2 fingers. We'll split the reward 20 out of 80, you get 80, and the sect gets 20%. Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expression immediately changed. Master, would someone really spend 1,000 spirit stones to slap me? Of course. Look at these comments. These rogue cultivators are practically cursing your ancestors for 18 generations. Even if I don't fight during the livestream, you'll still get beaten up when you go out in the future. It's better to let them vent their anger during this livestream. Okay then, but what if someone tips Carnival? Fine, then let's change it to 1 kowtow per Douyin account and 1 slap per Carnival. A dozen minutes later, the online apology meeting of the Spirit Artifact sect officially began. Because of the instigation of the Xianin sect, Li Qi had become a public enemy and the target of countless rogue cultivators and low-level cultivators' verbal attacks. The moment the live stream started, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream room, and the barrage was full of all kinds of highly aggressive words. As previously agreed, Li Qi immediately came up and apologized with tears in his eyes, his attitude extremely sincere. The sect leader of the Spirit Weapon sect also took this opportunity to stand up and express his failure to teach his disciples, and subtly implied that 1 Douyin account could make Li Qi kowtow to him, but 1 Carnival would make him slap Li Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, the gifts in the livestream took off immediately, with Douyin's number 1 account receiving non-stop gifts and frequent carnival-like events. Seeing this, not only was Li Qi stunned, but even the sect leader of the Artifact Spirit sect was greatly surprised. After the initial shock, he turned his back to the camera and looked at Li Qi. My good disciple, a man has spiritual stones under his knees, now is the time to cash in on them. If we can get through this, we'll drink 5 spirit elixir with every meal and smoke the special edition every day. Master has made his move. He slapped Li Qi across the face as soon as he finished speaking. Fellow Taoists, today I will teach my unfilial disciple a lesson on your behalf. As long as you keep giving me gifts, my slaps will not stop. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jinwu, for the 10 carnivals. The apology meeting lasted an hour and a half, during which the Spirit Artifact sect received nearly 100,000 Douyin accounts, over 20,000 carnivals, and all the discounted items were sold out. Meanwhile, cultivators from all over the Tianyuan continent vented their anger. Even though Li Qi's face was swollen from being beaten, he still had a big smile on his face when he was carried out of the live broadcast room. Although he was beaten, he helped the Spirit Artifact sect resolve its public opinion crisis and also earned more spirit stones than he could have earned in a lifetime. The beating was definitely worth it.as for kowtowing, that's nothing. 800 spirit stones for one kowtow. If this news gets out, there probably won't be many cultivators in the entire Tianyuan continent who could refuse. At the same time, Lin Yi, who was in the Sihai Entertainment office, also received a message from Zhou Wei. What? The Spirit Artifact sect survived the cyberbullying? And even made a fortune? How did they do that? Their public relations skills are so strong? No, Sect Master, please watch this video. When Zhou Wei sent Lin Yi the live video of the Spirit Weapon sect's apology meeting, Lin Yi's expression changed instantly, especially when he saw the scene where Li Qi was kowtowing and being slapped. Hiss. Could a human possibly come up with such a PR strategy? If the eyebrow pencil kid in his previous life could do this, he wouldn't have been scolded for so long. Awesome. People in the cultivation world really know how to have fun. Sect Master, is it still necessary to target them? Forget it, they've already lost all sense of shame. They deserve to make that money. Let them be. After ending his chat with Zhou Wei, Lin Yi once again appeared thoughtful. It seems we need to resolve the copyright issue in a different way. Right, let's just send them a letter informing them that if they want to continue selling Journey to the West merchandise, they must obtain proper authorization, and all unauthorized items must be removed from the shelves. Let's make some royalties off them while we're at it, that's what we'll do. Once he made up his mind, he immediately arranged for someone to handle the matter, while he himself continued to hold meetings with Yimao and other people from the film and television sector. On the blackboard next to it were several lines of large characters, TV series, movies, variety shows, documentaries, animation, and novel adaptations. That's right. He's no longer satisfied with just one Journey to the West. As for TV dramas, he plans to bring over a few more classic dramas from his previous life, such as Investiture of the Gods and Chinese Paladin. Of course, they are not only for male cultivators, but also for female cultivators, such as The Journey of Flower, The Untamed, and Eternal Love. In terms of films, this includes, but is not limited to, Green Snake, Legend of Zhu, The Monkey King, A Chinese Odyssey, A Chinese Ghost Story, and so on. In terms of variety shows, he plans to produce shows like If You Are the One and The Voice of China. Besides the documentary series A Bite of Tianyuan, he also plans to make a documentary about monsters. Regarding animation, considering the situation in Tianyuan continent, he plans to first create a Naruto anime to test the waters. If the effect is good, he will then localize One Piece and other anime series. As for novel adaptations, he doesn't plan to adapt the novels from his previous life, but rather adapt novels created by local authors from the Tianyuan continent. He wants to create a few gods first, so that more cultivators can be encouraged to join in the creation of novels. A new era of entertainment is about to begin for the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 141 The Four Seas Entertainment Development Plan, comic. Inside the Sihai Entertainment office, several key personnel, including Yimao, Ji Zhong, and Lu Yun, were present, along with a few newly recruited managers. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Yi, who was sitting at the top of the conference room, spoke first. Now that everyone is here, let me first introduce our new colleague who just joined us today. The first one is Xiao Gang, the head of the film department. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a golden core cultivator with a slightly ugly appearance and a thin figure stood up. The man next to him is Chen Lang, the head of the variety show department. This time, it was a foundation establishment cultivator with a youthful appearance who stood up. Next to Chen Lang is Wu Dao, the head of the animation section. The next second, a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard and a refined demeanor slowly stood up. His cultivation level was also slightly higher than the previous few people, reaching the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The last one is Qin Hao, the head of the novel department. After introducing everyone, Lin Yi went straight to the meeting's main topic. I believe everyone has seen the popularity of Journey to the West today. It is safe to say that even hundreds or thousands of years from now, the story of Journey to the West will still be passed down on the Tianyuan continent. It is not just a TV series, but also a memory of a generation on the Tianyuan continent. As directors, staff members, and actors, your names will surely be remembered for generations to come, just like Journey to the West. Upon hearing this, members of the Journey to the West production team immediately showed expressions of pride. As Lin Yi said, although only 3 episodes of Journey to the West have been broadcast so far, they have become quite famous in Tianyuan continent because of their high popularity, especially the lead actors and the 2 directors. They have never had such fame before. This is just the beginning. As more episodes of Journey to the West are broadcast, their fame will continue to rise. The others present all looked on with envy. Life is nothing more than fame and fortune, and the entire Journey to the West crew had achieved all of that in just a few days. At this moment, Lin Yi continued speaking, precisely because the TV series version of Journey to the West has achieved unprecedented success, we must strike while the iron is hot. After saying this, Lin Yi took out several pre-written scripts from his storage bag and threw them in front of Yimao. These are several new TV drama scripts. Take some time to digest them over the next few days, and then arrange for filming to begin simultaneously. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yimao quickly began to look through the scripts in front of him. Investiture of the Gods and Chinese Paladin are brilliant. The stories are truly ingeniously and wonderfully designed. If they could be made into TV series, they would definitely be a huge hit. Ha! Why are the Journey of Flower and Eternal Love all about love and romance? Will anyone even watch them? Of course there are. There are quite a few female cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. That's right. After reading all the scripts, Yimao's expression became increasingly excited. He could already imagine how popular these scripts would be once they were all adapted into TV series. Based on these scripts, if you were to assemble a team and recruit actors yourself, could you manage to do it well? Yes. Please rest assured, director, I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Yimao immediately stood up and assured him. After explaining things to Yimao, Lin Yi took out several other scripts from his storage bag and tossed them to Xiaogang. The script titles are Green Snake, Legend of Shushan, A Chinese Odyssey, and A Chinese Ghost Story. Like Yimao, Xiaogang's eyes lit up immediately after reading the scripts, clearly captivated by the stories. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The fantastical and bizarre story, combined with a poignant love story, is sure to attract a large audience. Moreover, this A Chinese Odyssey is also very interesting. It boldly innovates on the story of Journey to the West and is full of laughs. As they spoke, the people in the conference room passed around the script that Lin Yi had taken out, and from time to time they exclaimed in admiration, but when it came to the variety show script, everyone looked puzzled, their faces showing a hesitant expression. After a long pause, Chen Lang, the head of the variety show department, hesitated before speaking. Director, do you really think anyone will watch if you are the one? Of course, I'm not questioning your decision, but I just feel that this format of matching couples is a bit too straightforward. Although the others did not speak, their expressions clearly showed that they thought so too. Lin Yi, however, had an indifferent expression. Those who cultivate should be open-minded and carefree. Why should they be so taboo about matters between men and women? A spiritual partner is not only an aid on the path of cultivation, but also a companion in daily life. The most important thing is that they are compatible with each other. Instead of being coy, you should boldly reveal all your qualities on stage. If you're a good match, you can become partners. If not, there's no need for further discussion, just turn off the lights. After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Chen Lang suddenly understood. I see, I understand now. You should post a public recruitment notice on Douyin, recruiting suitable male and female cultivators. The female cultivators must be beautiful, and the male cultivators must not have an ordinary background. Please rest assured, director. Lin Yi then went on to explain some important points about Tianyuan good voice. When it came to the animation project, Wu Dao took the initiative to raise a question. Director, may I ask what exactly the animation project I'm in charge of is? When Mr. Lay contacted me yesterday, he only told me that he wanted me to draw, but I only have a vague understanding of what you mean by animation. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me. As soon as this question was raised, everyone else present turned to look at it with curiosity, clearly showing that they were also very curious about this so-called anime. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't mince words and patiently explained to everyone. The so-called animation is actually very simple. It is just comics that move. As for comics, you can think of them as using drawings to express a certain plot. They are similar to novels, only the form of expression is different. After saying that, he looked at Wu Dao. I heard from Mr. Lay that you have entered the Tao through painting and created your own unique method of cultivating the Tao of painting. Could you use a series of images to depict the scene of two people fighting with swords? Upon hearing this, Wu Dao nodded immediately. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, a calligraphy brush appeared out of thin air in his hand. He picked up the brush and casually waved it in the air, and two inkwash figures appeared in midair, each holding a long sword. Immediately afterward, he swung his brush again, and two figures raised their long swords and charged at each other. After several paintings, a traditional Chinese ink cartoon was presented to everyone. Now all you need to do is add text dialogue to the two characters, and a comic strip will be complete, Lin Yi said again. Upon hearing this, Wu Dao immediately did as instructed, adding corresponding lines to the two figures in the painting. Upon seeing this, the people present suddenly realized what was going on. So this is what comics are like. We can start with comics, and then use technology to turn them into animation. I happen to have a comic script here, see if you can draw it. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out the script for the Naruto cultivator that he had prepared beforehand. When Wu Dao took it, the expression on his face changed slightly. A Naruto cultivator? That's a rather strange name. Although the name is strange, cultivators on the Tianyuan continent should like it. The story tells of Mingren, a young cultivator from the Mai sect, who gradually grows from an ordinary cultivator with low cultivation to the 7th sect leader of the Mai sect. Listening to Lin Yi's narration, Wu Dao immediately became very interested in the story of this Naruto cultivator. Chapter 142 Naruto Cultivators, the Green Snake. Male and female cultivators charge forward. When the meeting ended, everyone present felt they had gained a lot and their horizons had been broadened. Wu Dao, in particular, realized for the first time that painting could be so interesting and that it could also convey stories. After the meeting ended, he immediately turned around and went back to his studio to start creating the Naruto manga content according to the plot provided by Lin Yi. Recalling the content of the script, he was also extremely excited and did not put pen to paper for a long time. Konoha sect, Sharingan, Byakugan, Summoning Jutsu, Bloodline Limit, Sage of Six Paths, Celestial Beasts, what an amazing and unparalleled setting. If such a story could be brought to life as a manga under my pen, I would surely be remembered for generations to come, and perhaps my art would even improve once again. I will definitely draw it well. After saying that, he began to meditate seriously. Several minutes later, he put his magic pen on the white paper. With just a few strokes, a unique ink painting comes to life on the paper. The paper depicts a ferocious and terrifying nine-tailed fox demon, accompanied by the text, "In the past, a powerful demon beast wreaked havoc in the land of fire. The people, unable to bear the disturbance, reported it to the Konoha sect. In order to subdue the demon beast, the 4th sect leader of the Konoha sect sealed it away at the cost of his own life." The scene then shifts to a second ink painting, showing a child with a beard and wearing a monk's robe being chased by several people on swords. At the same time, Yimao and Xiao Gang also hurriedly started their work. In addition to continuing to film the sequel to Journey to the West, the former is also responsible for training the cast and crew, as well as initiating new TV series projects and recruiting new actors. He even plans to establish an entertainment training class immediately. Yimao, in his capacity as the director of Journey to the West, posted actor recruitment information on Zhangmen Jipin and Douyin with the precedent set by Journey to the West. As soon as the recruitment information was released, a large number of cultivators immediately submitted their resumes. Among them were independent cultivators, but also disciples of sects and some highly skilled cultivators. Some were there to earn spirit stones, while others were there to seize an opportunity to become famous. Xiao Gang, like Yimao, was in charge of film projects, but movies and TV series are essentially the same, and the shooting process is also basically the same. In order to better complete the task assigned by Lin Yi, Xiao Gang did not start working on multiple projects like Yimao, but instead took it one at a time. The first film he was going to shoot was Green Snake. So he soon posted a notice recruiting actors. On the afternoon of the same day the announcement was issued, two women with snake demon blood arrived at the entrance of Seahai Entertainment. One of them wore a white dress, and the other wore a long blue dress. Accompanying them was a bald Buddhist monk with a resolute appearance and bulging muscles. As the three of them walked through the gates of Seahai Entertainment, they exchanged a smile and a slight nod. Liu Yun, the head of the documentary department, was also busy. The hit first episode of A Bite of Tianyuan boosted his confidence, while Monster World presented him with an unprecedented challenge. After leaving the meeting room, he immediately took out his phone, found a contact on Douyin, and made a video call.
Fellow Daoist Zhongxiang, it's me. Don't call me Director Liu or anything like that, that's too formal. Weren't you compiling the illustrated catalog of 10,000 demons? I happen to have a job related to demons and beasts.
Yes, it's a documentary specifically about monsters, filming their daily behaviors and habits, including what they eat, what they drink, what their habits are, and how they mate and reproduce. Trust me, as long as you film the monster world well, you will definitely become famous throughout the Tianyuan continent, much better than your so-called 10,000 demon records. Hurry up and come to Giant Whale City, I will introduce you to the director. It's settled then. As soon as the call ended, Liu Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
With fellow Daoist Zhongxiang's help, this world of demon beasts is definitely no problem.
Now I should think carefully about what to film for the second episode of A Bite of Tianyuan. After saying that, he opened Douyin, TikTok, to search for inspiration, and soon he found the content to shoot for the second episode. Meanwhile, Xinhao, the head of the novel adaptation department, also opened tomato-free novels after the meeting. As per Linya's request, he now needs to select two novels from among many for film and television adaptation. It must be one male-oriented novel and one female-oriented novel, and the male-oriented novel cannot be selected from those highly popular novels. After much deliberation, he finally selected two films that he personally felt were of decent quality and had a relatively high level of popularity. The male-oriented novel is titled Rebirth, I Am the Immortal Emperor, while the female-oriented novel is titled The Overbearing Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me. Although the latter has the suspicion of whitewashing the Demon Lord, there's no way around it. This book is now number 1 on the female-oriented popularity chart, with over 3 million readers, making it the undisputed progenitor of Demon Lord novels. After making the decision, he immediately sent a message to the authors of the two books through the tomato-free novels platform.
Hello, I am the head of the novel adaptation department at Seahai Entertainment.
After a series of evaluations, we are very optimistic about your work. Your work has extremely high adaptation value, and we sincerely hope to cooperate with you to jointly develop the film and television rights of your work. As soon as the message was sent, Yang Lin, who was typing away in the sacred land of Luofu, saw the message notification on his phone.
Seahai Entertainment? Film and television adaptation? What does that mean?
Wait, are they going to adapt my novel into a TV series like Journey to the West? Great! Great! I knew writing novels had potential.
And there are copyright adaptation fees too. I'm rich.
Why would I need to cultivate? Cultivation would only delay my novel writing. After saying that, he burst into laughter. No, I have to tell my readers and fans, as well as my fellow disciples, about this good news. I'd feel restless if I didn't take advantage of this opportunity to show off. The next second he immediately opened Douyin and posted the news. The news caused an uproar in the tomato-free novels author community. Some undecided newcomers who had just entered the field suddenly became determined to write novels. Meanwhile, some cultivators who had not yet entered the circle were extremely envious after seeing that someone's novel could be adapted into a TV series like Journey to the West and could earn tens of millions of yuan in copyright fees. I immediately opened Tomato Writer Assistant and registered a writer account. In a fit of anger, I typed a few hundred words, and then my mind went blank and I couldn't think of anything else. Undoubtedly, the adaptation of TV series, movies, animations, documentaries, and novels is progressing very smoothly. Only Chen Lang, who was in charge of the variety show segment, was at a loss. It wasn't that he didn't know how to film variety shows, but rather that he didn't know which variety show to film first. Lin Yi gave him 3 different options: If You Are the One, Tianyuan Good Voice, and Male and Female Cultivators Forward.
Fine, let's draw lots. Whichever one we draw, we'll pick first.
After saying that,
He wrote the names of the 3 variety shows on 3 separate slips of paper and tossed them high into the air. A few seconds later, a piece of paper unfolded in front of him, with the words male and female cultivators, charge forward clearly written on it.
This is the one we've decided on.
As per the director's request, the obstacle course must be as exciting as possible, so we need to design the course carefully. As he spoke, he took out his phone, found a contact on Douyin, TikTok, and made a video call.
Brother Zhao, aren't you the most skilled at creating restrictive mechanisms? I'd like to ask for your help. For the first challenge, I want to design a fast accelerating track.
If you fall off the track, you'll fall into a pool of water.
Yes, the pool is home to some aquatic monsters, like black water crocodiles. For the second level, I want to create a moving blade array. For the third level, I want to build a giant stone mill.
Chapter 143 Ancient Name Milk Tea Shop. The soon-to-open Yida Plaza Sihai Entertainment's various projects are progressing rapidly, with project managers working non-stop, and the boss, Lin Yi, is also busy. Accompanied by Lei Jun, he arrived at the location of Yida Plaza. It has only been a few days since I last visited this place, but in those few days, Yida Plaza has already undergone tremendous changes. Looking around, the former wasteland has been transformed into a grand and stylish plaza. Complete with a whale statue, a musical fountain, and uniquely designed garden landscapes, each one a sight to behold. The most eye-catching feature is a massive single building in front of us, which is about tens of meters high and looks like a whale leaping out of the sea. The exterior walls are all made of transparent glass, and under the sunlight, the whale reflects 7 colors, making it a truly magnificent sight. On the side of the whale are 4 enormous, gold-plated characters, Yida Plaza. Clearly, this giant whale is the main feature of Yida Plaza. Upon seeing the main structure of Yida Plaza, Lin Yi felt as if he had returned to his past life.
Young master, as of today, the basic renovation of Yida Plaza is nearly 80% complete.
The lighting and water supply systems are also fully completed. Only some interior decorations remain to be finished.
As Lei Jun led Lin Yi toward Yida Plaza, he gave a brief introduction.
There's no need to rush the interior decoration.
We can wait until the shops inside are rented out before we start decorating.
The tenants can cover the decoration costs, and we'll prioritize decorating our own shops.
Okay. By the way, how many shops does our Sihai Pavilion have now?
Lin Yi asked Lei Jun as he played in the water next to the musical fountain. Upon hearing this question, Lei Jun quickly took out a drawing.
Currently, the following shops belong to Sihai. On the first floor, there are Gucci brand jewelry, Gucci brand women's clothing, Gucci brand cosmetics, Wulingi liquor counter, Guling brand cigarette counter, and also Gumming milk tea, which you arranged to come in last time.
There's a small commodity market on the second floor selling products from Burning Flame Valley. On the 5th floor, there is Sihai food stall and hot pot. The 6th floor has reserved space for a movie theater as you requested.
The 7th floor is Sihai foot massage. The 8th and 9th floors have also been reserved. The top floor is a small rooftop garden for customers to land. After listening to Lei Jun's introduction, Lin Yi immediately nodded in satisfaction. The arrangement is reasonable. Let's go in and see how the construction is progressing.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi lifted his foot and walked into Yida Plaza. As soon as he reached the entrance, his gaze was drawn to a shop next to the door. Inside the shop, several female demons with distinct demonic features were busy at work. Some were brewing tea, some were cutting fruit, and others were making dairy products. The girl in the lead had a pair of rabbit ears on her head and wore a pink apron. She hopped around as she walked, and her big eyes constantly scanned every employee in the store, occasionally pointing out their mistakes. No, you've added too much tea leaves.
The milk tea will be bitter.
I've said it so many times, you can't add 3 spoonfuls of sugar, you can only add 2 spoonfuls at most.
Add more ice, try to fill it up with ice. The opening is just around the corner, so you all better take this seriously. If anything goes wrong when it opens, you're all going to get back to your tribe.
As she was speaking, her expression suddenly froze, and then she looked at Lin Yi outside the shop with a look of surprise.
Young master, what brings you here?
I've come here to see if you've tried all the recipes I mentioned. As he spoke, Lin Yi walked to the counter of the milk tea shop. The shop assistants who were busy with their work stopped what they were doing and bowed to Lin Yi.
I've tried them all, and they all taste great. The rabbit demon girl nodded excitedly. then picked up a bamboo tube from the side and personally mixed a cup of milk tea for Lin Yi. Young master, here is your bubble tea. The tapioca pearls are made from tapioca flour. Please try it and see how it tastes. After she finished speaking, she took out a straw made of small bamboo from the side and inserted it into the bamboo tube. Lin Yi took the milk tea, first taking a small sip, and then drinking several large mouthfuls. That's the taste, that's right, that's the taste. I never thought I'd get to taste bubble tea again in my lifetime. Xiao Wu, you really have a talent for making bubble tea. Hearing Lin Yi's praise, the rabbit demon girl's face also showed an excited expression. Young master, you flatter me. If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have imagined that there are so many ways to make milk tea. Oh, by the way, I've also developed a few fruit teas, you can try them too. And I've also made the lemonade you requested. The next second, the rabbit demon Xiao Wu quickly made several more cups of different milk tea. With each sip, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a look of emotion on his face. This tastes much better than the milk tea I had in my previous life, and it's all natural with no additives, no technology or fancy processing. The best part is that I don't have to worry about gaining weight no matter how many cups I drink, and I no longer have to choose 30% sweetness. Full sugar milk tea is so delicious. As he spoke, he simultaneously stuffed all 6 straws into his mouth and drank all 6 different cups of milk tea in one go. Ah! That's awesome. After letting out a long breath, Lin Yi casually took out a handful of spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. Xiao Wu panicked after seeing this. Young master, this is unacceptable. How can I accept your spirit stones? Hey, let's keep things separate. I'm not the kind of person who eats without paying. I'm leaving. Patting his belly, Lin Yi turned and walked into the mall. As soon as he entered the mall, shops appeared before him, the layout of which was no different from the malls in his previous life. Further inside is a huge atrium plaza paved with tiles. Above the atrium plaza, a dazzling luminous array, like a small sun, provides a stable light source for the entire mall. Combined with the luxurious decorations around it, it resembles a magnificent palace that blends modern and classical elements. Lin Yi became more and more satisfied. Technology has its advantages, and cultivating immortality has its wonders. Those bumpkins have never seen such a scene before. It will dazzle them. Young master is right. Not to mention those cultivators outside, even I feel like I'm dreaming every time I come here, Lei Jun chimed in with a beaming smile. If I could, I feel like I could stay here all day. That's exactly what we want. Shopping malls offer one-stop service, including eating, drinking, and entertainment. Once people get used to this kind of ultimate enjoyment, who would want to suffer by going deep into the mountains and caves? My future idea is to open Yida Plaza all over the Tianyuan continent, so that all cultivators in the world can enjoy the convenient services we provide, and they will never be able to do without us again. After saying that, Lin Yi looked at Lei Jun with a solemn expression. Are you confident that you can accomplish this grand plan with me? Upon hearing this, Lei Jun was instantly thrilled to have. Good. As long as you do your job well, the demonic sect can have 8 sects or 9 sections. You can be Boss Lei or Venerable Lei. As he spoke, Lin Yi patted Lei Jun on the shoulder. Get ready, I'm going to hold a Journey to the West fan meeting at Yida Plaza, and also hold the opening ceremony at the same time the day after tomorrow. Chapter 144 Standing Stars, Lingtai Mountain Culture and Tourism. With the airing of the 3rd episode of Journey to the West, the show's popularity on the Tianyuan continent has reached an unprecedented level. As the lead actor, Yuan Xiaolu has undoubtedly become the first generation of idols in the Tianyuan continent. Many young cultivators even traveled thousands of miles to Giant Whale City to chase after their idols. Just then, Yuan Xiaolu finished filming the scenes for the 4th and 5th episodes of Journey to the West. He had just stepped off the floating cloud ferry boat when a group of men and women holding signs surged up from all directions. These people included both humans and demons, with demons making up the majority. Of the moment they saw Yuan Xiaolu, they started shouting wildly. Xiaolu, Xiaolu, I love your portrayal of Sun Wukong so much. Can you give me your autograph? Xiaolu is so handsome, and his fluffy body is so cute. Little Six, look here. God Yuan. Xiaolu smiled at me. Xiaolu smiled at me.
Little Six, you are the pride of our demon race. In an instant, hundreds or even thousands of people surrounded Yuan Xiaolu and the rest of the crew, their faces filled with fervor. In a nearby street-side restaurant, several elderly cultivators shook their heads repeatedly upon seeing this scene. These young people nowadays, none of them know how to cultivate themselves properly. They're either playing on their phones or playing games. They're so enthusiastic about an actor. People's hearts have changed. That's right, they call this idol worship. It's just a waste of time. They're ruined. If this continues, all these young cultivators will be ruined. When I was their age, I was either cultivating or hunting monsters in search of various opportunities. If my child becomes a fan of celebrities like this in the future, I'll break his legs. The monk's phone vibrated as soon as he finished speaking. After glancing at it, he opened Douyin, TikTok, with a smile. The next second he was redirected to a live stream where a middle-aged woman with the beauty filter turned up to the maximum was posing seductively. After a few pleadings, he showered her with gifts without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, several entertainment news items related to Yuan Xiaolu also quickly appeared on Douyin. Yuan Xiaolu was injured during filming but endured severe pain to complete his scenes. Yuan Xiaolu's acting skills amazed director Yimao, who exclaimed that she was a genius. Practicing for 12 hours straight, just to perfect a fight scene, it's a combination of talent and hard work. When a fan accidentally fell, Yuan Xiaolu personally bandaged his wound and appealed to fans not to be overly obsessed with celebrities, saying he was just doing what an actor should do. These entertainment news items immediately generated a huge response, with countless fans and viewers of Journey to the West leaving comments below after reading them. Xiaolu is really hardworking. Even when he was injured, he insisted on finishing filming. In my heart, Sun Wukong is Xiaolu, and Xiaolu is Sun Wukong. Wah, I'm so touched. Xiaolu, you must get better soon. I also went to see Xiaolu in Whale City today. He is really down to earth and very patient with every fan. I originally just liked the character of Sun Wukong, but now I'm starting to like the actor himself. After a few news articles, Yuan Xiaolu's personal fan count skyrocketed, gaining over 1 million fans in just one day. Besides Yuan Xiaolu, the actors who have appeared in the Journey to the West series have also gained a lot of fans. For example, the actor who plays Bodhi Patriarch, Long-Browed Venerable, gained 500,000 fans in 2 days. Previously, his Douyin profile stated that he was the head of Lingtai Mountain and a Mahayana cultivator, but now he has changed it to the actor who played Bodhi Patriarch in Journey to the West. In the past, he would always be in the main hall of Lingtai Mountain to comprehend the Great Tao in order to ascend to immortality as soon as possible. But now, he waits at the entrance of the sect hall early in the morning to interact and take photos with tourists. Just as he saw off a group of tourists who had come to visit Lingtai Mountain, an inner disciple of Lingtai Mountain ran towards him excitedly. Sect leader, great news! You and our Lingtai Mountain are trending on Douyin. Upon hearing this, Venerable Longbrow was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly teleported to the front of the inner disciple. What's trending? Tell me quickly. This is it. Our Lingtai Mountain was just selected by a travel blogger as one of the top 10 blessed lands worth visiting in the Tianyuan continent. Look, the inner disciple said, handing the phone to the long-browed venerable. When the long-browed venerable watched the video, he was overjoyed. Ahaha, good, good. I never thought that Lingtai Mountain would have such a day. I wish the ancestors of all generations could see this. It seems that my decision was right. Tomorrow, film a few more videos of the beautiful scenery of Lingtai Mountain and post them on Douyin. Be sure to promote Lingtai Mountain more. Yes, sect leader. However, I feel that simply filming beautiful scenery is not enough. This promotional video should be made more interesting. I think we can find a few outstanding female disciples, add some dance elements, lure them in, and then switch to a promotional video of the scenery of Lingtai Mountain. Upon hearing the disciple's suggestion, the long-browed venerable instinctively frowned. Are you sure this will work? This disciple is certain. Okay, if your promotional video gets 1,000 likes, I'll give you a day off. If it gets 10,000 likes, you'll get a 5-day break, and if it reaches 100,000 likes, you'll get a 10-day break. What if it reaches 1 million likes? The inner disciple asked tentatively. If you can reach 1 million likes, there will be no limit to how much time you can use your phone every day from now on. Upon hearing these words from the long-browed venerable, the inner disciple instantly perked up. Sect leader, you said it yourself, you can't go back on your word. Do you think I, a dignified Mahayana cultivator, would deceive a golden core cultivator like you? The long-browed venerable said disdainfully. Hee, sect leader, just wait for the good news. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple grabbed his phone and ran off in a flash. After he left, the long-browed venerable took out his phone and occasionally smiled as he looked at the trending topics about himself. Just then, a private message popped up, sent by email. After reading the private message, a look of doubt appeared on his face. A fan meet-up? It sounds like a lot of fun to interact with fans face-to-face. It's in Wales City, which isn't too far. I guess I'll go. As he spoke, he made a decision in his heart. At the same time, the official accounts of the Journey to the West TV series and Tencent Video also simultaneously released announcements about this offline fan meeting. This news immediately attracted a lot of attention, and many fans of Journey to the West were full of curiosity and anticipation for this offline fan meeting. Before they could even process the news, the official account of CH also released the opening announcement of Yida Plaza, along with a promotional video for Yida Plaza. Chapter 145. The bustling Yida Plaza. Opening Day is the official mobile phone retailer and the organizer of the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League. CH Pavilion is undoubtedly the most influential organization on the Tianyuan continent. Without exception, this is why the opening announcement released by CH Pavilion immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators. The video, shot from an overhead angle, shows the entire journey from the perimeter of Yida Plaza to the main building of Yida Plaza, from the building's exterior to its interior, from the exquisitely decorated shops to the dazzling array of goods, from the Grand Central Plaza to the elegant rooftop garden, all accompanied by graceful background music. The modernity and extravagance of Yida Plaza are on full display. The natives of Tianyuan continent had never seen such a scene before, and they were in an uproar after watching the promotional video. Is this the soon-to-open Yida Plaza? What a strange shape and what a magnificent building! The venue for the Chocho Flying Sword Professional League was here before. At the time, it didn't seem special. I didn't expect it to change like this in just a few days. CH Pavilion always manages to come up with some novel items. Although the building's shape is strange, it is indeed beautiful, especially the exterior walls, which look crystal clear and have an indescribable beauty. Putting everything else aside, the sheer size of this building is unmatched by any other, and its interior is so luxurious. What is the purpose of this building? There are shops inside, probably used to sell things. So this is Yida Plaza. It seems that the fan meeting for Journey to the West was held here. Since I don't have anything to do the day after tomorrow, I might as well go and have a look around Yida Plaza. For C's foot bath? What is that? Judging from the name, it must be a foot bath? What's so special about washing feet? We have to fish again? What's the point of that? CH Cinema? What a strange name. No way, I have to go see it the day after tomorrow no matter what. I'm here just for the offline fan meeting for Journey to the West. Are there any Shaolu fans here? Let's go to Yida Plaza together the day after tomorrow to support Shaolu. Join the group quickly, we'll have matching clothes and signs. As expected, the moment the promotional video was released, everyone's anticipation for Yida Plaza was immediately heightened. Time flew by amidst everyone's anticipation, and soon it was time for the opening day of Yida Plaza. Early in the morning, countless streaks of light, like shooting stars, rushed towards the city gate of giant Whale City. Upon landing, they immediately transformed into male and female cultivators of varying cultivation levels. Some of them were in groups, some were alone, some wore the same sect uniform, and some were dressed casually. Among them was a blond young man riding a modified version of the somersault cloud, blasting music as he slowly descended from the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Dad, that man's somersault cloud is so cool. I want to buy one like his too. His hair color is also very unique. A young chi refining cultivator glanced at the colorful somersault cloud and immediately spoke to a nascent soul cultivator beside him. Upon hearing his words, the nascent soul cultivator immediately glared at him. What's so cool about that? Have you ever seen a proper cultivator use this? If you dare to do that again, see how I deal with you. Okay, I won't do it. While placating his father, the chi-refining cultivator secretly glanced at the modified somersault cloud not far away, his eyes filled with envy.
Humph. Old-fashioned. If you won't let me do it, I'll do it secretly.
I'll ask him on Douyin how he dyed his hair.
Yellow is too monotonous.
It would be great if his hair could be multicolored. It would be best if he could create various styles.
I remember there's a kind of ointment that can hold hair in place. I'll try it when I get back.
Just then, a group of young cultivators dressed in matching long robes and holding signs flew over from not far away. At first, everyone thought they were disciples of some sect, but after a closer look, they realized that they were not wearing sect uniforms, but custom-made clothes with Sun Wukong's image printed on them, and the signs they were holding were covered with Yuan Xiaoliu's name.
Others held up posters featuring Yuan Xiaoliu as Sun Wukong and banners with slogans of support.in.
Addition, each of them held a staff that resembled the golden cudgel. Upon seeing this group of people, the expressions of everyone present varied. Before they could even begin to discuss it, the city gates of Whale City burst open, and the crowd that had been thronging the city gates immediately surged into the city. In no time, the city of Giant Whale was overflowing with people. With crowds everywhere in the streets and alleys, these people split into 3 groups as soon as they entered the
city.
One group went to Sihai Pavilion to queue up to buy the Tianji 2nd Generation Supreme Edition and Sihai brand projectors. A group of people headed to Sihai food stall to sample its barbecue, hot pot, and other delicacies. Another group headed towards Yida Plaza, and the number of people going to Yida Plaza was the largest. Before we even got close to Yida Plaza, celestial boats appeared in the sky, each with a giant banner hanging below it.as. The celestial boat flew over the heads of the crowd. Flyers immediately rained down from the sky, filled with various opening promotions. The people who were seeing this for the first time were immediately filled with curiosity. When they arrived in front of Yida Plaza, they were immediately stunned by its enormous scale and cool design. They instantly felt like country bumpkins entering the city, and the long-browed venerable was one of these country bumpkins. As an invited guest, he set off from Lingtai Mountain early in the morning with 4 disciples, and went straight to Yida Plaza after entering the city. He even went to great lengths to disguise himself so as not to be recognized. However, at this moment, he was staring in shock at the huge Yida Plaza in front of him, just like the disciples beside him.
Wow!
This Yida Plaza is truly extraordinary. I've never seen a building like this before. Yes, it's much better than the main hall of our Lingtai Mountain sect.
Could the entire outer wall be made of glazed tiles? It's so translucent.
The flowers, plants, and trees over there have been trimmed into the shapes of animals. It's really interesting. Sect leader, let's go in quickly, there must be more fun things inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-browed venerable, having regained his senses, glared at his disciples.
Look at your ignorant and uncultured appearance.
My Lingtai Mountain is a recognized blessed land, naturally beautiful and spiritual.
How can this kind of place compare?
Don't make a fuss when you go inside, or you'll tarnish the reputation of Lingtai Mountain. After reprimanding several disciples, the long-browed venerable took out his phone and handed it to a disciple standing nearby.
Come on, take a picture of me.
The next second he walked to the musical fountain and posed for a photo. A few minutes later, the venerable long eyebrows, who had taken more than a dozen photos, finally stopped and casually posted them to his Douyin account. After finishing this task, he put his hands behind his back and continued walking towards the entrance of Yida Plaza. Just as he was about to enter, he caught a glimpse of the ancient-style milk tea shop next to the entrance.
Huh? What's this? Ancient name milk tea shop? Looks like it sells tea.
I'll just have to try the tea from Giant Whale City and see how it differs from the spiritual tea from my Lingtai Mountain. After saying that, he walked straight toward the ancient milk tea shop. Chapter 146. The Mahayana Venerable One addicted to milk tea, Plumashini. A few minutes later, on the recommendation of the shop assistant, the long-eyebrowed venerable successfully purchased a cup of bubble tea with ice and full sugar. The moment he took the bubble tea from the clerk, his brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes were filled with suspicion.
This is tea from Whale City? Why is it so strange?
It has no spiritual energy at all, and it has so many random things added to it.
But thinking about it, it makes sense.
After all, Whale City is a wild and desolate place in the northern region, so it probably doesn't have any good tea. Let's just treat it as a way to quench our thirst. With a look of disgust, he brought his mouth to the straw and took a small sip. His expression was extremely solemn when he took the first sip, but that solemnity vanished instantly after the cool and sweet milk tea entered his mouth. Ha! It tastes like tea, smells like milk, and has a hint of sweetness and coolness. The flavor is quite unique. I'll have another bite. Glug, glug. After taking a deep breath, the expression on his face gradually turned into one of enjoyment. It's delicious. Although this bubble tea doesn't have the spiritual energy of spirit tea and can't bring any improvement in cultivation, its sweet taste is unforgettable. Glug, glug. In just a few gulps, the long-browed venerable finished the entire cup of bubble tea, even shoving all the tapioca pearls into his mouth. That he was still a little unsatisfied after finishing his drink, so he quickly ordered a second one, and then a third. Just as he was about to drink his fourth cup, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Is that fellow Taoist long brows ahead? Upon hearing this sound, the long-browed venerable, who was chewing on a pearl, quickly swallowed it and turned around to look behind him. At a glance, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, his whole body gleaming with precious light, and his face solemn. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the long-browed venerable was first taken aback, and then couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. It's fellow Taoist Jinling. What brings you here? I almost forgot, you also acted in Journey to the West. Your portrayal of the Jade Emperor was truly excellent. This must be your son. He's recently made quite a name for himself in the Tianyuan continent. Many of our Lingtai Mountain disciples are his fans. As soon as the long-browed venerable finished speaking, Jin Shanshan, who was following behind the middle-aged man, respectfully bowed to the long-browed venerable and said, "A junior Jin Shanshan pays respects to the venerable one. Your portrayal of Bodhi Patriarch is also very vivid. When I was on set, I often heard the director praise your acting skills, saying that your Bodhi Patriarch did not seem like acting, but rather that the real Bodhi Patriarch was brought to life. He told me that I should learn more from you." As soon as Jin Shanshan finished speaking, the long-browed venerable burst into laughter, his face full of smugness. Fellow Taoist Jinling, you have truly raised a fine son. Jinao Island has a worthy successor. After a round of mutual flattery, the long-browed venerable pointed to the milk tea shop next door and said, "Since we've met, it must be fate. How about I invite you two, father and son, for a cup of tea?" Tea? I've never liked tea since I was a child, Jin Shanshan politely declined. Upon hearing this, the long-browed venerable smiled mysteriously. The tea here isn't ordinary tea. With that, he turned and walked to the counter of the milk tea shop, saying to a clerk, "Give me 2 full sugar, iced pearl milk teas, large, no, extra large." Seeing this, Jin Shanshan and his son couldn't help but look at each other, seemingly not understanding what was so good about tea, until the long-browed venerable handed each of them a cup. After taking one bite, the expressions of the father and son changed instantly, especially those of Gilgamesh. Holy crap, this stuff tastes amazing. It's incredible. Upon hearing this, Venerable Jinling immediately slapped him on the back of the head. How dare you speak so rudely, young master of Jinao Island? Sorry, Dad, I just got into the habit of talking like that when I was playing games, and I couldn't control myself. To be honest, this tea is much better than your immortal tea that costs 1,000,000 spirit stones per ounce. Your immortal tea has no taste at all except that it can slightly improve one's cultivation and put one into a state of enlightenment. I've already thrown up from drinking it. Is this your reason for pouring all of Lao Tzu's immortal tea into the fish pond? Well, that also turned all the fish in the pond into giant monsters, so it's not a waste. Hearing the conversation between the father and son, the long-browed venerable immediately stopped laughing and could only gulp down a few mouthfuls of milk tea to cover up his embarrassment. A few minutes later, the three of them left the milk tea shop with their takeout milk tea. As he walked, the long-browed venerable suddenly thought of something. Ha! Where did my disciples go? Upon hearing this, Jin Shanshan, while gulping down a cup of fruit tea, pointed to a shop on the right side of the mall entrance. Your Excellency, do you see those as the ones you're looking for? Following the direction of Jin Shanshan's finger, the long-browed venerable indeed saw 4 cultivators dressed in Lingtai Mountain attire surrounding a machine. The machine was made of transparent glass on all 4 sides, and inside were a large number of dolls, which were mostly characters from Journey to the West, including Sun Wukong, Zhubeiji, Tang Sanzang, and various monsters. They are all small, only a few tens of centimeters long, covered in fur,
and each one is cute and adorable. There is also a claw on top of the machine that can be raised, lowered, and moved. At that moment, the four Lingtai Mountain disciples used the joysticks on the outside of the machine to control the claw to move back, forth, left, and right. When the claw came above a Sun Wukong doll, one of the disciples quickly pressed the button. The claw slowly descended the next second and finally grabbed the Sun Wukong doll. Upon seeing this, the four disciples of Lingtai Mountain immediately shouted excitedly, "Got it! Got it! Ha, I'm definitely better." However, their joy was short-lived, as the claw suddenly released its grip, and the Sun Wukong doll fell back to its original position. Holy crap! How could this happen? What kind of broken machine is this? What a waste of one of my spirit stones. I suspect that this thing can't be caught at all. Yes, that's definitely it, this thing is just a scam. As soon as he finished speaking, a cheer erupted from a nearby machine. Following the cheers, one could see a little girl who looked no more than 7 or 8 years old excitedly taking a huge tiger plush toy out of the machine. Instantly, the faces of the four Lingtai Mountain disciples turned ugly. With a determined effort, one of the disciples pulled out a handful of spirit stones from his storage bag. I refuse to believe I'm inferior to a child. After saying that, he put another spirit stone into the machine, and the mechanical claw inside the machine started moving again. A few more minutes passed, and after spending a full 20 spirit stones, the disciple finally managed to grab a Sun Wukong doll. The moment he received the doll, his face lit up with unprecedented excitement. I got it! I finally got it! The venerable Longbrow, who witnessed the entire event, immediately shook his head helplessly. He spent 20 spirit stones to get a doll that's not even worth 1 spirit stone. I don't know what he's so happy about. This is practically robbery. Upon hearing this, Venerable Jinling smiled broadly. You can't say that. What you buy with money is completely different from what you earn through your own efforts, just like my good-for-nothing son. Ha! Where's my son? There it is. The long-browed Venerable pointed casually, and the Golden Spirit Venerable saw Golden Flash standing in front of the claw machine. Perhaps he was desperate, because he strode directly up to the staff member in charge of the claw machine. I'll buy this machine. Name your price. Is 100,000 spirit stones enough? Damn it, this broken machine, I'll buy it and catch as many as I want. Clearly, Gilgamesh chose to spend money rather than work hard. At the same time, more and more cultivators flocked to the entrance of Yida Plaza. They were soon attracted by the milk tea shop and claw machine at the entrance. Just like Venerable Long Eyebrows and others, before long, everyone had a cup of milk tea in their hands. When it came to 10 a.m., the previously closed mall doors and barriers were opened. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a group of nascent soul cultivators walked out of the mall in neat rows. They were all wearing identical dark blue uniforms, with an armband on their arm that clearly read security guard. As soon as the security guards appeared, they immediately lined up on both sides. Then, several figures slowly walked out from inside Yida Plaza, and the one leading them was none other than Lei Jun. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lei Jun slowly spoke, "Welcome to Yida Plaza, customers from all over the world. On behalf of all the staff of Yida Plaza, I would like to express my gratitude to you. To express our gratitude, all shops in Yida Plaza are offering a 10% discount today. Spend 500 spirit stones or more and you will get one chance to win a prize, including the Tianji 2 Supreme Edition, a Seahai brand projector, as well as genuine Journey to the West merchandise and a life-size Monkey King figurine." Upon hearing this, cheers erupted from the crowd, and then, like a zombie siege, everyone swarmed into the Yida Plaza. Once they entered the mall, they were immediately struck by the scene inside. Chapter 147: The Female Cultivators Spending Power. I only browse, I don't buy. Is this the interior of Yida Plaza? It's truly extraordinary, the interior is so bright. At the main entrance of Yida Plaza, Song Ningxue, dressed in the long dress of a seven-show sect disciple, was looking at the interior of Yida Plaza with shining eyes, her eyes filled with curiosity. They originally came to Giant Whale City specifically for barbecue during their day off, but on their way to Seahai Food Stall, they received a flyer for the opening of Yida Plaza. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, the group arrived at the Yida Plaza and were immediately drawn to its unique architecture. Glug glug. While sipping her milk tea, Song Ningxue's eyes lit up as she looked at a huge shop located on the left side of the mall entrance. Junior sisters, look over there, what are they selling? Upon hearing this, the 7 Shosek members, who had been looking around, immediately looked in the direction Song Ningxue pointed, and they immediately saw a uniquely decorated shop. A huge sign hangs above the shop, with 4 large characters written on it, Gucci Women's Clothing. However, what attracted them at this moment was not the signboard, but several wooden puppets standing at the main entrance of the shop, which were dressed in exquisite and unique women's clothing, bathed in the light from above. These women's costumes were particularly eye-catching, and when combined with the various accessories worn by the dolls, they created an indescribable beauty. After seeing the clothes worn by these wooden dolls, Song Ningxue and the others looked at their own sect uniforms, which could only be described as plain, and immediately felt disgusted with their uniforms. After thinking it over carefully, Song Ningxue spoke first. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, her fellow students nodded frantically and then swarmed into the Gucci women's clothing store. As soon as I entered the store, a stylish and well-dressed young woman with exquisite makeup and an employee badge on her chest greeted me.
Greetings, ladies. I am your sales assistant here. Please feel free to try on any clothes you like.
However, Song Ningxue and the others had no time to pay attention to the sales assistant at this moment. As soon as they entered the store, they were attracted by the dazzling array of exquisite clothes. Song Ningxue walked straight to a haute couture gown displayed in a glass case. Looking at the gorgeous long dress in front of her, which was as fluffy as snow and adorned with sparkling gemstones, she was completely captivated. When this scene came into the view of the saleswoman, the corners of her mouth immediately turned up slightly, and she walked gracefully to Song Ningxue's side. You have excellent taste, my lady.
This is our store's prized possession, designed by the top designer by Qin Xian. It's the only one of its kind in the entire Tianyuan continent. If you like it, I can let you try it on. I like it,
Song Ningxue said without any attempt to hide her feelings.
Alright, I'll get it for you right away.
As they spoke, the saleswoman opened the display case with a big smile on her face. A few minutes later, Song Ningxue, now dressed in a haute couture gown, stood in front of a huge floor-length mirror, looking at herself in the mirror, who looked like a celestial being descended to earth. Song Ningxue could no longer contain her joy. Having embarked on the path of immortality for over 200 years, she had never been this happy, not even when she first formed her golden core.
I never knew I could be this beautiful.
Your beauty is undeniable, but it was only sealed away by your previous mortal attire. Now, with this haute couture gown, your unparalleled beauty has truly been revealed. Upon hearing the sales assistant's words, Song Ningxue was even happier, but her eyes quickly dimmed. Unfortunately, I can only wear the sect's standard uniform while in the sect, so even if I buy this outfit, I won't have the chance to wear it outside. She sighed as she spoke. Seeing this, the sales assistant quickly explained, Fairy, you can't think like that. We women adorn ourselves not to please anyone else, but to please ourselves. We wear clothes not to show off to others, but to show off to ourselves.
Just like the orchid in a deep valley, it is beautiful even when no one visits it. Pleasure yourself?
Upon hearing these 4 words, Song Ningxue fell into deep thought for a moment, and then a smile bloomed on her face again.
I understand, you're right, I'll buy this dress. How many spirit stones? Thank you, the total is 18,000 spirit stones. With the grand opening discount of 10%, I'll give you 16,200 spirit stones. If you buy another item, I can give you an additional 20% discount.
By the way, we also have a high-end custom-made storage bag here, which has a more unique design than traditional storage bags. As they spoke, the smiling saleswoman led Song Ningxue to the side. An hour later, a group of female cultivators from the 7 Show sect, carrying large and small bags, dressed in beautiful women's clothing, high heels, sun hats, and scarves around their necks, strode out of the Gucci women's clothing store. When their figures appeared inside the mall, they instantly attracted the attention of a group of cultivators.
The male cultivators stared wide-eyed, while the female cultivators' eyes shone brightly. Wow!
Their clothes are so beautiful. The designs are so exquisite. I never knew clothes could come in such a wide variety of colors. The storage bags they were carrying were also quite unique. Father, I also want to buy clothes like theirs to wear. Husband, let's go into that shop and browse around.
Don't worry, I'll just look and not buy anything.
If I do buy something, I'll only buy 1 or 2 items.
Okay then.
Hey, there's a stool over there. I'll sit down for a bit and play a game while I'm at it. In an instant, a large number of female cultivators began to flock into the Gucci women's clothing store, while the male cultivators all sat on the benches at the entrance, some scrolling through Douyin, some reading novels, and some playing games. Occasionally, female cultivators dressed in new clothes would come to them. My husband, do I look good in this outfit? The male cultivator nodded frantically without even looking up. Beautiful, beautiful, this outfit suits you so well. So which of these two should I buy? Buy both, buy both. The male cultivator said perfunctorily while controlling his Chocho flying sword character. Alright, give me your storage bag. A few minutes later. What? 2 pieces of clothing for 1,800 spirit stones. It wasn't all for myself, I bought things for you too. What is that? Here, take this custom-made storage bag for me. Look how well it suits you. Is this really for me? The male cultivator pondered, looking at the pink storage bag adorned with patterns in his hand. After finishing their shopping, Song Ningxue and the others arrived at the entrance of the second shop, Gucci Beauty. After being persuaded by the sales assistant, they not only got their nails done, but also bought a lot of beauty products such as lipsticks and eyeshadows. Even if they are already beautiful without makeup, no woman can resist becoming more beautiful, whether she is a mortal or a cultivator. When they finished walking around the first floor, they realized that more than 3 hours had passed without them noticing. Just as they were about to go up to the second floor, a group of people gathered in front of them instantly caught their attention. Chapter 148 Worldwide Trendy Toys, Figurines, and Blind Boxes. At the entrance of shop number 24 on the first floor of Yida Plaza, hundreds of male and female cultivators are gathered, all craning their necks to look into the shop, their faces full of anticipation. Seeing this, Song Ningxue and the other disciples of the Seven Show sect, who had just finished making a purchase, immediately became interested. Senior sister, what does this shop do? There are so many people queuing up. No matter what they're selling, we can't buy anymore. We just bought too much stuff, and it's already cost me the spirit stones I've saved up over the years. That's right, but it's really hard to resist when you see those beautiful clothes and sparkly jewelry. This store has a really unique name, for World's Trendy Toys. Maybe we should just take a look and not buy anything? That's settled then, just look, no buying. As they spoke, the group exchanged smiles and then immediately moved to the end of the line. Just then, a young-looking female cultivator excitedly ran out of the shop carrying a life-sized chibi version of Sun Wukong doll. Shortly after her, another male cultivator walked out of the shop carrying a metallic-looking figurine of the Monkey King. He laughed as he walked. I got it. I finally got an authentic Monkey King statue, and it even has Yuan Xiaoliu's signature. Awesome! Seeing this, Song Ningxue and the others vaguely guessed what kind of goods this shop called Sihai Trendy Toys was selling. However, when it was actually their turn to enter the store, they were still deeply attracted by the dazzling array of goods inside. Looking around the nearly 1,000 square meter shop, you can see all kinds of peripheral products, most of which are related to Journey to the West, such as figurines of characters from Journey to the West, some miniature and some life-size. The most popular item was a nearly 2-meter-tall pure metal Sun Wukong figurine, whose design was almost identical to the Monkey King from the TV series. Clad in golden chainmail, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, Monkey King's staff, and with a somersault cloud beneath his feet, almost every male cultivator who enters the shop, regardless of age or cultivation level, stops before this statue of Sun Wukong. Some of the young male monks were so tempted that their mouths were practically watering. A boy who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old immediately grabbed an older cultivator and said in a coquettish tone, "Dad, I want to buy this, please buy it for me." What's the point of buying a bunch of junk? I'm not buying it. This isn't some junk, it's the great sage, my idol. If you buy it for me, I promise I'll cultivate diligently when I get back. This is too expensive. It costs more than 8,000 spirit stones. If you want to buy it, go to Douyin. There are many shops on Douyin that sell it, and the price is less than half of what you pay here. That's different. Sihai Pavilion said that everything sold elsewhere is pirated, only this one is genuine. Besides, the statue here has Yuan Xiaoliu's signature. If I buy a pirated one, the great sage will be unhappy. On the other side, a young cultivator holding a child looked earnestly at the infant still in his arms and said, "Son, you really want to buy it, don't you? You opened your eyes? Opening your eyes means you agree. I will do whatever it takes to fulfill your wish. After saying that, he found a shop assistant standing nearby. Hello, I'd like to buy a statue of the Monkey King. What? The Monkey King can have two forms? His golden cudgel can light up? And it even has voice acting. It's worth it, it's such a great deal. Besides the popularity of figurines and statues, other Journey to the West related products are also selling very well. Magical implements similar to the Golden Cudgel and the Somersault Cloud, as well as various Q-version plush toys. As they looked around, Song Ningshui and the others walked to a counter. When they saw the items displayed inside, they immediately looked puzzled. What is this? It's a round card with characters from Journey to the West printed on it, and each round card has a different character printed on it. Although I don't quite understand it, it seems quite interesting. Such a small sign costs 1 spirit stone, that's a bit expensive. Hey, there's something different here, the victorious fighting Buddha? Oh well, since I'm already here, I'll just buy this one. Maybe it'll appreciate in value in the future. How is that possible? How could something so worthless possibly appreciate in value? Huh? Blind boxes? What are these? These little boxes can actually block divine sense detection and can be opened to get all kinds of Journey to the West characters. 6 spirit stones each, let's buy one. A few minutes later, Song Ningshui and the others had a bunch of peripheral products in their hands. Although the price of each item was not particularly high, they each had more than a dozen items before they realized it. During this process, they also discovered a large number of Chocho flying sword peripheral products. Some flying swords that are well known in the game can be found here as replicas. In fact, in the most conspicuous place in the Chocho flying sword section, they even saw the famous Supreme Emperor level flying sword 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin. The 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin floats in midair, occasionally releasing phantom images of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin in bursts of dragon roars, looking extremely cool and stylish. Every customer passing by the Chocho flying sword section couldn't help but stop and look at it, their eyes filled with longing. But they could only look, because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was priced at a whopping 688,888 spirit stones, which was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, it is only a low-grade magic artifact, and it is useless except for its appearance. However, just when Song Ningshui and the others thought that this thing would never sell, a very arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Wrap up this 9 dragons coffin for me, this young master has it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned their gaze in one direction. At a glance, they spotted Jin Shanshan, dressed in luxurious attire and standing atop a floating magical artifact. However, no sooner had Jin Shanshan finished speaking than another voice came from the side. Wait, this young master also wants to know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qinshin, who was also dressed as a rich young master, walked out from another direction in the crowd. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this my godson? If my adopted son wants it, just tell me, and I'll buy it for you. Jin Shanshan looked at Yi Qinshin with a provocative expression. Yi Qinshin, however, was not angry upon hearing this. You were just lucky last time, but you might not be so lucky next time. After saying that, he turned to the shop assistant and said, 1 million spirit stones, I'll buy this 9 dragons coffin. I'll offer 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. In front of all the customers present, the two raised the price of the 9 dragons coffin to 8 million. In the end, Yi Qinshin successfully acquired the 9 dragons coffin, originally priced at 680,000 yuan, for 8.88 million yuan. However, the very next second after the shop assistant handed him the 9 dragons pulling coffin flying sword, another shop assistant placed an identical 9 dragons pulling coffin in the same spot. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Qinshin was stunned, while Jin Shanshan laughed so hard she almost fell over. Adopted son, oh adopted son, you really are the biggest idiot in the Tianyuan continent. No sooner had he finished speaking than a large hand slapped him on the back of the head. How dare you speak like that? Chapter 149. Foot massage is also a way. Ascension is impossible. The person who came up with the idea of Yida Plaza is truly a genius. Women's accessories earn spirit stones from female cultivators, while peripheral figurines and cigarettes and alcohol earn spirit stones from male cultivators. What a brilliant idea to concentrate all these shops in one place.
In the atrium on the first floor, Venerable Jinling stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the bustling shops around him with a sigh upon hearing his words. Gilgamesh, who was riding on a somersault cloud, wearing golden chainmail, holding a golden cudgel in his left hand and a milk tea in his right, also nodded.
That's really impressive. How many spirit stones must they earn in a day?
He had barely finished speaking when Yi Qinshin's voice came from the side. It seems that young Master Qiao was not lying to us before.
Investing in Yida Plaza is definitely a surefire way to make money.
Venerable One, I see that there are still quite a few empty shops on this floor.
Have you ever considered opening a shop from Jinao Island here?
In the past, the immortal boats of your Jinao Island were only supplied to those senior powerful figures. If you were to develop some low-end versions to provide for those mid to low-level cultivators, it might open up a new market. It would be best to provide test drive services so that cultivators of lower and middle levels can also experience the comfort of the immortal ship. Upon hearing this, Venerable Jinling's eyes lit up instantly. Nephew's idea is brilliant. No wonder you've made such a name for yourself at such a young age. I heard you can sell over 100 million spirit stones in a single livestream now, which is much better than my brat. As he spoke, Venerable Jinling glared fiercely at Jin Shanshan, who was drinking milk tea. Gilgamesh, however, spoke with a look of indignation. TCH.
Dad, didn't you see yesterday's trending topics?
There were counterfeit pills he was promoting during his livestream, and he's getting a lot of flack for it now.
Oh? Is that so?
Yi Qinshin gave an awkward smile.
It's because my people didn't do a good job with quality control.
That medicine St. Hall dared to sell inferior goods as superior ones. However, I have already compensated the customers who bought counterfeit products. I also found some marketing accounts to help control the comments.
This storm should subside soon. Look at them, and then look at yourself.
Venerable Jinling looked at Jin Shanshan with a look of disappointment and frustration.
What's wrong with me? If you like him so much, why don't you make him your son?
Jin Shanshan said sarcastically. Before he could finish speaking, a large slap landed on the back of his head.
Ouch! You hit me again. Oh well, I'm too lazy to argue with you.
While rubbing the back of her head, Jin Shanshan looked at the sign next to her.
Let me see what else is fun in here. For C's foot bath? This is a foot bath place, right? Let's go get a foot bath. Are you guys going?
Upon hearing Jin Shanshan's words, Yi Qinshin, Venerable Jinling, Venerable Changmei, and the 4 disciples of Lingtai Mountain exchanged glances. In the end, Venerable Changmei was the first to nod.
Since there's still a while before the fan meeting, let's go there and rest for a bit. With a touch of curiosity, the group soon arrived at Sihai Foot Massage, located on the 7th floor of the mall. They initially thought this was just an ordinary foot bath place, but when they went inside, they discovered that the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Looking around, the interior is filled with pavilions and towers, exuding an ethereal atmosphere. Young women dressed in cheongsams and high heels, with veils and exquisite makeup, stand in 2 rows. The moment they stepped into the shop, the women bowed in unison and said, "Welcome to Sihai Foot Bath." Is this really a place for foot baths? The same question popped into everyone's minds at once. A dozen minutes later, in a huge artificial hot spring, a group of people, including Venerable Jinling and Venerable Changmei, both at the Mahayana stage, leaned against the edge of the hot spring, wearing jade number tags on their hands and having hot towels on their faces. Not far away, a group of fairy maidens were dancing gracefully, and a group of musicians were playing beautiful music on various instruments. Every now and then, plates of washed fruit would float to their side, and not far behind them, there was plenty of food and wine available for them to help themselves. There was also a giant projection on the wall in front, showing the second episode of A Bite of China. But at this moment, Venerable Longbrow and the others felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. After quite a while, the Venerable Longbrows finally removed the hot towel from his face, grabbed a cup of iced milk tea from the shore, and gulped it down. It's a pity that I've lived for nearly 1,000 years and only now realized that there are such enjoyable things in this world. Even the immortal realm is probably no better than this. No sooner had he finished speaking than Venerable Jinling, who was not far away, also pulled off the hot towel from his face. Yes, I have countless spirit stones, but I never thought that life could be so comfortable. If cultivating immortality cannot bring me physical and mental happiness, then it's better not to cultivate immortality at all. The path of immortality is the path, and the path of walking is also the path. Hearing their conversation, Jean Shanshan casually picked up a glass of ice-cold beer and gulped it down. That's right, what's so great about becoming an immortal? You just lock yourself up all day to cultivate, isn't that just putting in the hardship without any real effort? You older generation are the same, you don't know how to enjoy life at all. If you ascend to the immortal realm, I guarantee you won't have these things. If you ask me, Father, you should just dissolve your body and become a wandering immortal. Even a wandering immortal of the first tribulation can live for tens of thousands of years. A wandering immortal? Upon hearing these two words, Venerable Jinling couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression on his face. In the past, only those cultivators who were not confident in surviving the heavenly tribulation would dissolve their bodies and become scattered immortals during the Mahayana stage. Many proud and arrogant cultivators looked down on rogue immortals, and he used to be one of them. But now he is starting to consider this issue. Firstly, he was worried about Jean Shanshan, and secondly, what Jean Shanshan had just said seemed to make a lot of sense. Ascending to the immortal realm is certainly tempting, but everything there is unknown. It's better to stay in the mortal realm and enjoy its wonderful life. While Venerable Jinling was pondering this seriously, Venerable Changmei was also moved. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but he was certain that there would be no milk tea in the immortal realm, no TikTok, and certainly no foot massage. He was a revered Mahayana cultivator, a veteran actor, and an old immortal in the Tianyuan continent. After ascending to the immortal realm, he might only be able to guard the gate. He was the rulemaker on the Tianyuan continent. If he were to ascend to the immortal realm, he might end up becoming a rule follower like the disciples of Lingtai Mountain. Or should I just disintegrate into a wandering immortal when the time comes? A footbath shook his dream of ascension. At the same time, a large number of videos about the interior experience of Yida Plaza also appeared on Douyin. Some people shared photos of their newly purchased women's clothing and various exquisite jewelry. Some people shared their newly done nail art and makeup. Some people shared their experiences and winnings from playing the claw machine. Some people praised the ancient milk tea, while others showed off the various merchandise and figurines they bought from Sihai Trendy Play. Many cultivators even started live streaming the entire process, leading cultivators from all over the Tianyuan continent on a tour of Yida Mall, experiencing the Four Seas foot bath and tasting the hot pot. The live stream alone made cultivators in other places extremely envious. At noon, the journey to the West Fan meet and greet held in the central atrium of the square pushed the popularity of Yida Plaza to its peak. At that moment, Lin Yi, who was checking the revenue report, suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host! Tencent Video has surpassed 20 million registered users. Reward, console game Black Myth, Wukong. Chapter 150 Black Myth Wukong, the creative idea of an internet cafe. Inside the conference room, Lin Yi, who was listening to the revenue report, suddenly heard a notification from the system. His expression changed instantly, and he was stunned for a while before he remembered to check the system interface. Holy crap, no way, it really is Black Myth Wukong? Isn't this thing still under development? Could it be that this thing has already been released on Earth? That must be it. Great, wonderful. In his excitement, he immediately addressed the group of employees in the conference room that concludes today's meeting. Please send me the revenue figures for each store later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi got up and left the conference room. When he reappeared, he was already back in his room. The first thing he did after returning to his room was to carefully check his phone, and as he did so, something came to mind. Look at my brain, Black Myth. Wukong isn't a mobile game. How could it possibly appear on a mobile phone? As he spoke, he took out the desktop computer he had previously bought from the system store for post-production of TV series and movies. Sure enough, a new icon appeared on the previously empty computer screen, and this icon corresponded to Black Myth, Wukong. The moment he saw this icon, he couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought that the game I couldn't play in my previous life on Earth would actually be the one I got to play after transmigrating to the cultivation world. On the other hand, I played it without spending any money, so isn't that playing a pirated version? This is a game that someone worked so hard to develop. What should I do? But don't worry, I'll take the money for you. Your goal is to export Dragon Kingdom culture to the whole world, and my goal is to export Dragon Kingdom culture to the 3 realms. After excitedly rubbing his hands together, he opened the game and became a chosen one.
He was initially worried that the computer configuration sold by the system was not good enough to run Black Myth Wukong, but after playing for a while, he found that the computer had no problems at all and ran smoothly. In order to better experience the game, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level, intending to complete the game as an ordinary person. As soon as the game started, an opening CG appeared on the computer screen. After watching it, he got goosebumps. In a daze, he remembered a journey to the West-themed game he had played before, Dojanshin. The CGs of the two games were similar, but the production of Black Myth Wukong was undoubtedly more exquisite, almost reaching the level of a movie. Yet he was then deeply attracted by the game's excellent production and exquisite graphics. Of course, during this process, he will be confused because he gets lost, frustrated because he is killed by the boss with a sliver of health, and even so angry because he can't beat a boss after several attempts that he punches through the monitor, like the ghost with the big head. Fortunately, the computers sold in the system store were cheap, and they came with Black Myth Wukong pre-installed on them. This allowed him to successfully complete the first chapter after losing more than a dozen computers. Looking at the fallen black bear spirit, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and simultaneously withdrew his spell, Wind Spirit Moonshadow. This spell has no other function than to predict what will happen in the future within a certain period of time, such as predicting the boss's attack pattern in the next few seconds, while also slightly improving one's own intuition and reaction speed. One life to beat it. What an exhilarating battle! This game isn't that hard, is it? I've only been playing for a short time. Wait, 10 hours have already passed? Forget it, it's not a big problem. After all, I cleared the game with a mortal body, which is already quite remarkable. I don't believe there are any ordinary people who are faster than me. Even if they are faster than me, it's impossible for them to clear the game in one life. After saying that, he stood up from his chair and casually smashed the dozen or so computer corpses on the ground into powder with a single palm strike. A dozen minutes later, he arrived at Yida Plaza, which was already the second day of its official opening. After a day and a night of fermentation, the popularity of Yida Plaza has reached its peak, with the number of customers coming and going more than double that of the first day. As a last resort, the mall management had no choice but to limit the number of people entering and exiting. Not only was the area outside the mall packed with people, but the shops inside were also overflowing with people. When Lin Yi entered the first floor of the mall, he was startled by what he saw. Inside the Gucci women's clothing store at the entrance, hundreds of female cultivators were buying women's clothing and accessories as if they were free.
This one is mine. What do you mean it's yours?
I saw it first and I really like this dress.
There's no way I'm going to give it up. I'll give you 3,000 spirit stones, and you can give me this dress. Is that really true, fellow Taoist?
I'm the kind of person who loves to help others achieve their goals.
Actually, I don't really like this dress that much. You can have this one, and I'll go look at some others. Excuse me, this dress is mine. How can it be yours if you didn't pay?
But I put this dress on when I went in to try on new clothes, so I left it outside.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry.
Lin Yi initially thought there was some kind of discount event, but upon closer inspection, he realized there was no discount event at all.
Wow, the purchasing power of female cultivators is truly impressive. It seems we should release more products related to female cultivators in the future. It's a pity we didn't release games like Miracle Nikki, otherwise we would have made a fortune.
After saying that, he continued walking forward. All the shops he passed along the way, like Gucci women's clothing, were crowded with people, especially in the High trendy toys section. There's almost no room left. Dolls, figurines, statues, blind boxes, merchandise, badges, you buy whatever you see. What's even more outrageous is that some people openly sell their purchases at the entrance of High trendy toys.
Anyone interested in the hidden item figure?
It just came out, 50 spirit stones.
Yuan Xiaolu personally signed the poster.
Only 100 copies were signed at yesterday's meet and greet.
100 spirit stones each, no bargaining.
The hidden badge of the victorious fighting Buddha has been sold for 200 spirit stones. A complete set of badges, excluding the hidden ones, 1,200 spirit stones.
Anyone interested? These people really know how to make money.
They buy a badge for 1 spirit stone and then resell it for 200 spirit stones. They buy a figurine for 6 spirit stones and then sell it for 50 spirit stones.
I, who own a shop, don't even earn as much as these resellers. Wait, what are those people over there doing? Shaking his head, Lin Yi looked at the area not far from Sihai Chaoan, where a group of young cultivators dressed as Jocho Flying Sword, Journey to the West, and other novel characters were spontaneously gathering together every now and then. Passing monks would go and take photos with them. One of the chi refining cultivators, dressed as Sun Wukong, not only enthusiastically took photos with the customers, but also took out a peach from his storage bag and gave it to them after taking the photos. He himself seemed to thoroughly enjoy the process. Good heavens, what kind of innate dual-wielding ape body is this? Very good. I hope that one day the trend of anime will sweep across the Tianyuan continent. After saying that, he walked straight up the mall and eventually arrived at the empty 8th floor. He hadn't known what to do on the 8th floor before, but now he had an idea. It would be a real waste not to use such a large space to open an internet cafe. Chapter 151 Sihai Internet Cafe Game Demo. A few minutes later, Lei Jun, who had received the call, arrived in front of Lin Yi, along with Bao Shuangquan, who was now the head of the engineering department of the Sihai Pavilion project. Young master, please feel free to give any instructions. Upon seeing bread and dumpling, he greeted them respectfully, and even offered Lin Yi a cigarette. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to open an internet cafe on the 8th floor. This is my general renovation plan. Lin Yi refused the cigarette offered by Bao Shuangquan and casually took out a design sketch, which depicted the basic structure of a typical internet cafe from his previous life. It includes a bar, a main hall area, private rooms, and a lounge area. When Bao Shuangquan took the abstract drawing he had made, he was first taken aback, and then looked puzzled. May I ask, young master, what is the purpose of this internet cafe that requires so many tables and chairs? Upon hearing this question, Lei Jun, who was standing nearby, also showed a curious expression. Internet cafes are naturally for relaxation. Cultivators these days face so much pressure, they need to release it, Lin Yi replied seriously. I see, I understand now. Young master, please rest assured, I will complete the renovation of this internet cafe as soon as possible. Just as Lin Yi was explaining the details of the internet cafe's renovation, a familiar voice came from the entrance on the 8th floor. Father, let's go and discuss with Sihai Pavilion and ask them to open a Sihai foot massage shop on our Jinao Island as well. Oh right, and a milk tea shop too. I'd like to open one on Jinao Island. I also want to open a hot pot restaurant there. No, how about I just open in Yida Plaza on Jinao Island? Why not? You seemed to enjoy washing your feet yesterday. No customers? What do I need customers for? Can't I just set up a private shopping mall to serve myself? Hearing that arrogant and familiar voice, Lin Yi knew who it was without turning around. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Jin Shanshan, riding his somersault cloud, along with his father, Venerable Jinling, Venerable Changmei, and others, appeared at the corner of the 8th floor. It's clear they haven't left the mall since they entered yesterday, and they even spent the night at Sihai Foot Massage. At the same time Lin Yi saw them, Jin Shanshan, who was clamoring to open in Yida Plaza in his own home, also saw Lin Yi. His eyes lit up instantly, and he floated to Lin Yi's side at top speed. Young Master Chiao, President Lei, I was just talking about investing in opening in Yida Plaza on Jinao Island, and I didn't expect to run into you here. This Yida Plaza is so much fun. I don't want to leave. There's food, drinks, and entertainment. At that moment, his golden eyes were shining. At this moment, Yi Qianxin also quickened her pace and ran over. Young Master Chiao, I've invested in the Yida Plaza project. I'm willing to spend any amount of spirit stones. I have a feeling that the consumption pattern of Tianyuan continent will change from now on, and the cultivators of Tianyuan continent will usher in a brand new lifestyle. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yi wasn't surprised at all. Young masters, please don't worry. We have already made plans for opening the store. We will provide you with comprehensive opening guidance, staff training, and product supply. All you need to do is donate spirit stones. That's great. I want to open 10 stores. No, I want to open 100. I want to open Yida Plaza in the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan. Jin Shanshan said excitedly. After saying this, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly glanced at the empty 8th floor. Young Master Chiao, your appearance here at this hour, are you perhaps planning to open some new and unusual shops on this 8th floor again? That's right, I'm planning to open an internet cafe here. Lin Yi didn't hide his thoughts and said it directly. Internet cafe? Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Yes. I wonder if the two young masters have time. I have a new game here that I would like you to try out. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the two immediately exchanged glances, both seeing interest in each other's eyes. Is it a game like Autumn Flying Sword? No. It's even more fun than the Autumn Flying Sword. Lin Yi said with a mysterious smile. A dozen minutes later, Jin Shanshan Yi Qianxin, along with Jin Ling Venerable, Changmei Venerable, and others, were led by Lin Yi to the central plaza of the mall, because a fan meeting for Journey to the West was held in the central plaza yesterday. Promotional materials and a small stage are still set up in the middle of the plaza. Behind the stage, a huge projection screen is playing clips from Journey to the West. When Lin Yi led Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin onto the stage, the attention of the cultivators who were taking photos and checking in was immediately drawn. Ha! Aren't those young Master Jin from Jinao Island and young Master Yi from Xingchen Pavilion? Why are they still in the mall? I saw them yesterday. Of course they're still here. I ran into them at Sihai Foot Massage this morning. Brother Lu, you went to Sihai Foot Massage? Was it fun there? Hee, I won't tell you, you'll find out when you get there. Are those two planning to fight here? I've heard they've never gotten along. It can't be that bad. Amidst everyone's speculation and doubts, Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin, who came onto the stage, were also full of questions. Lin Yi then had tables and chairs brought over, and they were seated on the left and right sides of the stage. Then, to their astonishment, Lin Yi took out two computers from his storage bag and placed them in front of them. Young Master Chiao, what is this? This is a computer. The game you'll be playing later will be on this computer. Let me give you a brief introduction to the game you're about to play. It's called Black Myth, Wukong, a single-player game derived from Journey to the West. In the game, you'll play as the Chosen One, embarking on a new journey to the West and battling various monsters from the classic tale. Unlike mobile games, you need to use a mouse and keyboard to control the game. This key controls the character forward, this key controls the character left mouse button for light attacks, right mouse button for heavy attacks. After Lin Yi finished explaining the general story background and basic gameplay of Black Myth, Wukong, Jin Shanshan, and Yi Qianxin were completely intrigued. The number of cultivators surrounding the stage also increased, forcing the shopping mall to deploy a large number of security guards to cordon off the stage area. Just then, the large screen at the back of the stage slowly lit up, and the computer interfaces of Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin were simultaneously projected onto the left and right sides of the large screen. Everyone present could clearly see the large characters on the screen. Black Myth Wukong. Ha! What are they doing? Is it a new game? Why aren't they playing it on their phones? Black Myth, Wukong? Could it be a game related to Journey to the West? I know Wukong, but what is Black Myth? It looks quite interesting. Amidst the curious and expectant gazes of the onlookers, the two entered the game one after the other. The moment the opening CG was projected onto the big screen, everyone present was captivated, and the thousands of people in the audience fell silent. Chapter 152. The Shocked Natives. Extremely popular in the atrium of Yida Plaza shopping mall, countless eyes were fixed on the large screen in the center. As natives of another world, they had never seen such a well-made opening CG, comparable to an epic movie. When Sun Wukong rode his somersault cloud soaring through the sky, they immediately got goosebumps all over their bodies. Just yesterday, the TV series Journey to the West also aired the scene of Sun Wukong causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace. The CG clips resonated strongly with them, and they were unable to extricate themselves from the scene for a long time. Seeing the audience's reaction, Lin Yi, who was also standing on the stage, couldn't help but smile. Humph. A bunch of wild boars, they've never eaten such fine bran before. You guys are really lucky. You've only just entered the internet age and you're already playing such amazing AAA games. I wonder if you'll even be able to play those 2B and 4M games in the future. I really want to take pictures of these natives' reactions and send them back to the internet in my past life, so they know that the games from China have not only gone beyond the country, but have also broken down the dimensional barrier. Just as Lin Yi was feeling sentimental,
Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin officially started the game. Although it was their first time playing PC games and they weren't very familiar with the key bindings and various controls, they were not ordinary people and were quite young. After getting beaten up a few times, they quickly grasped the essence of the game and found enjoyment in it. Every now and then, a smile would appear on their faces, especially after they controlled their game characters to kill the first mini-boss, Gu Huiyuan. The two of them shouted out in excitement almost simultaneously. Ha, this game is so much fun, much more playable than Qiuqiu Flying Sword.
Indeed, it's a completely different feeling.
The impact of the attacks, the sound effects, the visuals, it's all incomparable to Qiuqiu Flying Sword.
This is the kind of game a real man should play. How about we have a contest to see who can kill the next big monster first?
The loser will still have to call the other godfather, just like before. As soon as Jin Shanshan made this suggestion, he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. Turning around, he saw Venerable Jinling's murderous gaze. Startled, he quickly changed his words. The loser should wash the other person's feet. That shouldn't be a problem, right?
All right.
The loser has to wash the other person's feet. Charge! As they spoke, the two of them each controlled their game characters to attack the next boss. Meanwhile, the other cultivators watching around the stage were also deeply attracted by the game's content, and they were all itching to play.
Wow, this game is so fun. It looks so exciting. The story in this game seems different from Journey to the West. So is Sun Wukong dead? Watching them play makes me want to play too. Where can I play this? Do I need to buy that thing called a computer to play it? Why don't I see any computers for sale at Sihai Pavilion? I'll go to Sihai Pavilion later to ask how much this computer costs.
I'll buy it if it's not more than 1,000 spirit stones. Stop talking, they've defeated the second big monster.
Quick, dodge.
Ouch, I got stabbed for no reason.
I definitely dodged it. Don't be a coward, go up and fight him.
I've been fighting for so long and I've only managed to get a little bit of health down.
It's driving me crazy. Maybe I should just go up and fight him.
Those two are really terrible, one more awful than the other.
There's nothing we can do. It seems like you can't use spirit stones in this game.
If you could, this monster would probably have been killed by them long ago.
Ha! I can't use spirit stones.
I was thinking that if I couldn't win, I could use some spirit stones to buy some powerful equipment or something. Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin were playing the game, but the cultivators below the stage were anxious, wishing they were the ones on stage. Their expectations for Black Myth Wukong gradually increased. When Lin Yi saw their appearance, a slight smile appeared in his eyes. So far, the only game available to cultivators on the Tianyuan continent is Qiuqiu Flying Sword. Compared to Qiuqiu Flying Sword, Black Myth Wukong is simply a game of overwhelming power. It would be strange if they didn't like it. This is why he brought Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin to the central square to let them try out Black Myth.
Should I sell them computers or not? If I do, they won't come to my internet cafe anymore.
No, this doesn't seem to conflict. Back in my college days, everyone had a computer, and the internet cafe next door was still doing incredibly well. We can raise the price of the computer slightly and lower the internet fee slightly. That's the decision. As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to the large screen. At this moment, Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin were still controlling their game characters to fight against the game boss. All their attention was focused on the game, and they were completely unaware of the passage of time. Not only them, but also the cultivators watching from the sidelines. And as time went on, more and more cultivators joined the crowd. Some of them originally came to buy clothes with their partners, but they became fascinated as they looked at the clothes. Some came specifically to check it out, and were also deeply attracted by the game's content. During this process, many streamers also picked up their phones and started live streaming, showcasing the grand occasion to other cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. As expected, when Jin Shanshan and Yi Qianxin's live stream of trying out Black Myth Wukong at Yida Plaza appeared on Douyin, it instantly aroused intense curiosity among countless cultivators. The opening CG video for Black Myth Wukong even topped the trending search list on Douyin.
What kind of event is Yida Plaza organizing this time? Please let me know. Is this Journey to the West? Journey to the West is now a game? Damn, this game looks really fun. Can any fellow cultivators tell me what the game is called? It's called The Vanishing Eyeball. Can't you see the big words in the top left corner? Can I play this game on my phone? You can't use your phone, apparently you need a magical device called a computer. Damn it, I have to buy new magical artifacts again. I hope they'll limit the purchase again. I still haven't been able to buy my second generation Supreme version of the Heavenly Mystery. I hope computers aren't too expensive, otherwise I'll have to go back to mining. Black Myth, Wukong, the protagonist is the great sage, then I must buy it. I'll sell everything I own to buy it. No, I have to go to Yida Plaza again. When will Yida Plaza open in the southern region? I wish there was one in my city. At Sihage, when will the computer be available for sale? I want to play Black Myth, Wukong. Almost without Lin Yi's deliberate promotion, the popularity of Black Myth Wukong gradually increased in the Tianyuan continent. At that very moment, Lin Yi, who was in the atrium of Yida Plaza, announced a major piece of news in front of all the customers. Dear customers and fellow Taoists, computers will be available for sale at all of Sihai Pavilion's shops tomorrow. Also, Sihai Internet Cafe is expected to officially open on the 8th floor of Yida Plaza the day after tomorrow. If you want to be among the first to play Black Myth, Wukong, you can come to Sihai Internet Cafe to experience it. On the opening day, recharge 500 spirit stones for internet access and receive 500 spirit stones free. Upon hearing this news, the assembled cultivators were immediately thrown into an uproar. Chapter 153 Trial Experience, Franchise Model Black Myth, Wukong became an unsurprisingly popular hit, and even the Sihai Internet Cafe, which had not yet opened, became a place that countless cultivators longed for. Lin Yi could almost imagine how lively Sihai Internet Cafe would be at that time, but at the same time, a brand new problem had to be faced. The Yida Plaza in Giant Whale City alone was obviously not enough to satisfy all the cultivators on Tianyuan continent, therefore, establishing Yida Plaza in other cities and regions is now urgent. In the past, he might have had to handle this himself, but now it is obviously unnecessary. Looking at Jin Shanshan and Yi Qinshin, who were completely engrossed in the game not far ahead, Lin Yi already had an idea. He turned to Lei Jun beside him and whispered to draft a statement in the name of Sihai Pavilion, saying that Yida Plaza is open to franchising. Any chamber of commerce or sect that can come up with the funds can be supported by Sihai Pavilion to open Yida Plaza. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's face immediately showed surprise. Young master, why should we open up franchising? This Yida Plaza is simply a money pit. Yesterday's revenue alone was over 200 million spirit stones. Even after deducting all costs, we still made over 100 million a day. Why share such a surefire way of making money with others? Faced with Lei Jun's doubts, Lin Yi smiled calmly. Of course I know how profitable Yida Plaza is, but even if we don't open up franchising, do you think others won't imitate us? They can imitate our architectural style, our business model, and even our products. It's only a matter of time. Lei Jun was speechless for a moment. Instead of doing that, we should open up franchising so that everyone can make money together. Once the major sects and chambers of commerce join us, if anyone else dares to pirate our products, it will be damaging their interests, and they will be the first to object. Of course, the most important thing is that as long as they join, we can use their money to make money for us. At this point, a sinister smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Using their money to make money off us? Lei Jun clearly didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but after a little thought, he suddenly realized, young master, I understand. This move is brilliant. If we operate it ourselves, we still have some risks, but franchising is like sharing the risks with the franchisees. Good that you understand. When you announce the franchise information later, please also include the revenue figures of each store in Yida Plaza yesterday, and emphasize that only one Yida Plaza is allowed in a city. Understood, I understand. I will arrange for someone to take care of it immediately. After nodding repeatedly, Lei Jun turned around and called over a nascent soul cultivator who looked mature and composed. Once the mature and composed nascent soul cultivator came to Lin Yi's side, he immediately began to introduce him. Young master, this is the one I recently promoted. He is in charge of the operation of Yida Plaza. His surname is Wang and his given name is Lingjian. Your subordinate, Wang Lingjian, greets young master. Wang Lingjian? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi was taken aback. After sizing up the other party, he nodded in satisfaction. Great name, great looks. In that case, Yida Plaza is yours to manage. Do a good job. As he spoke, Lin Yi patted Wang Lingjian on the shoulder with an encouraging look, and Wang Lingjian was naturally very excited. Please rest assured, young master, I will definitely manage your Yida Plaza well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's expression immediately became serious. No. Yida Plaza doesn't belong to me, it belongs to everyone. Don't treat it as my Yida Plaza, you should treat it as your own Yida Plaza. Alright, you can go ahead and get busy. After casually dismissing the overly enthusiastic Wang Lingjian, Lin Yi took out dozens of computers from his storage bag and opened them up for trial play. This action instantly ignited the atmosphere, with countless cultivators rushing forward, all eager to experience the groundbreaking game, Black Myth. Wukong. If Lin Yi hadn't stipulated that no spells or cultivation could be used, and that each person could only use one life, a fight would probably have broken out on the spot. Even so, there were still hundreds or thousands of people queuing up behind each computer, all waiting to deliver takeout to Tiger Vanguard. Those who played well applauded, while those who played poorly booed loudly. Is what you're doing wrong? With your skills, you shouldn't be playing games anymore. Go back and focus on your cultivation. Foundation establishment is your top priority right now. That's right, don't buy groceries tonight, they'll be delivered to your door when you get home. Why don't you stop suppressing your cultivation and use magic? The great sage won't blame you. TSK, you must be a Buddhist cultivator, right? This big-headed guy hit you so many times, and you couldn't bear to hit him back even once. Is it because you don't want to kill? I think if other people only need to spend 1,000 spirit stones to buy a computer, you should spend at least 10,000 spirit stones, because this game is enough for you to play for a lifetime. The great sage should be very happy to see you, because he sees the shadow of his junior brother in you. Ha! Isn't this game called Black Myth, Wukong? Why are you playing Black Myth, Zhu Beiji? Looking at these extremely foul-mouthed cultivators, Lin Yi turned around and gave Lei Jun a word of advice. Tell Bao Shuangchuan to set up a spirit-blocking array inside the internet cafe. Are they afraid players will cheat using magic? No, I'm afraid they'll fight inside the internet cafe and smash it up. In addition, set up an octagonal cage area in the internet cafe. Is it for casual gamers? No, it's for them to beat up the foul-mouthed guy. Clearly, under the meddling of the Xianin sect, the quality of the younger generation of cultivators on the Tianyuan continent has declined rapidly, and it is only a matter of time before everyone becomes like a demon. While a group of cultivators were queuing up at Yida Plaza to experience Black Myth Wukong, Wang Lingjian also released an advertisement for Yida Plaza's investment and franchise opportunities through the official account of Sihai Pavilion, and also showed some of Yida Plaza's revenue from the previous day. This news immediately triggered a flurry of activity from numerous sects and large forces. This alarmed a host of first-rate sects, top-tier sects, and even some holy lands. Of this naturally included Li Xinqing's Heavenly Dao sect. After seeing the news released by the Four Seas Pavilion, he immediately sought out his master, Venerable Wuhan. At this moment, Master Wuhan was sitting by a fish pond, scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, while watching the floats on the water. Master, this is big news. Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't disturb my nest. With that, he picked up a baiting spoon, scooped up a spoonful of corn, and threw it into the pond. Seeing this, Li Xinqing couldn't help but curl his lips. Master, what kind of fish are you fishing for? A dignified nascent soul cultivator. One spell from you could drain the pond dry. Upon hearing this, Master Wuhan immediately glared at him. What do you know? Is fishing really just about catching fish? Even a dignified Mahayana cultivator like Venerable Deng Gang enjoys fishing all day long. After saying that, Venerable Wuhan picked up his phone, which was playing a fishing tutorial video. In the video, a cultivator at the Mahayana stage is seen casting his line and fishing on the vast ocean. During the process, he also earnestly explains the techniques that should be paid attention to when fishing. As he watched, Venerable Wuhan suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Seeing this, Li Xinqing quickly asked, Master, why are you looking at the sky? Have you sensed some heavenly secret? No, I was checking if the takeout had arrived. It looks like it has.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a yellow streak of light shot towards them from the distant horizon. Upon seeing this, Master Wohan casually picked up his phone and shouted in the Heavenly Tao sect's large group chat. Open the sect's restrictions. My disciple Xinqing's takeout has arrived.
Ha?
Li Xinqing looked completely bewildered. Chapter 154 The Transformation Path of the Heavenly Tao Sect, filming completed by Green Snake. Hello, this is your Elim delivery. Please check the food. If there are no problems, please pay the balance. Beside the fish pond on the back mountain of the Heavenly Tao Sect, a golden core cultivator dressed in a bright yellow uniform respectfully took out a pile of food from his delivery box. This included 3 cups of milk tea, a dozen bottles of iced beer, a dozen bottles of Wulingi liquor, a dozen packs of cigarettes, hundreds of skewers of grilled meat, a hot pot, and a large amount of side dishes. Upon seeing these items,
Master Wohan first nodded, then turned to Li Xinqing and said, "A disciple. Give me the money." Ha? Why do I have to give it to you? You're a top streamer, earning millions of spirit stones a day, and you're still arguing with your master about these things? You're so stingy. Okay, I'll give it to you, alright?
As he spoke, Li Xinqing helplessly took out his storage bag and then settled the remaining amount for the takeout. After the golden core cultivator who delivered the food left, Venerable Wuhan immediately spread a large amount of food on the stone table next to him and began to eat heartily. A skewer of grilled meat, a sip of iced milk tea, and a broad smile on an old face. It smells delicious.
What they say on TikTok is absolutely true. This milk tea with barbecue is simply amazing. Disciple, sit down and eat with us.
As he spoke, he picked up another bottle of ice-cold beer and took a big gulp. Tianyuan continent is getting better and better. We can enjoy so many good things without leaving home. In the past, I would go into seclusion for years or even decades, wasting all my time on cultivation.
I never had a single good day.
In the end, I'm still stuck at the peak of the fusion stage.
Oh well, never mind. I'll just enjoy the rest of my days.
I've heard that Yida Plaza is even more fun, with a place called Four Seas Foot Bath, where even the great vehicle Venerable lingered.
My disciple, how about we go to Yida Plaza tomorrow?
At this moment, Master Wuhan was completely free. He only wanted to enjoy the present moment in the remaining days. Seeing this, Li Xinqing poured himself a glass of wine.
It's good that Master has figured it out. Isn't the purpose of cultivating immortality to be carefree and happy? I salute Master.
With that, he drank the 5 spirits liquid in the cup in one gulp. By the way, Master, I came to see you this time because of the Yida Plaza.
I just saw the announcement from Sihai Pavilion. As long as we can provide spirit stones and a venue, Sihai Pavilion can support us in opening Yida Plaza. Yida Plaza is now the most profitable place in the entire Tianyuan continent. It earned more than 200 million in just one day yesterday. Our Tiandao sect has always lacked industries.
We only have a few medicine gardens and shops.
To put it bluntly, the Tiandao sect doesn't even earn as many spirit stones as some third-rate sections. But if we join Yida Plaza, it will be different. And Master, aren't you nearing the end of your life?
If we can earn more spirit stones, we can ask Venerable Pudu of the Holy Land of Lingshan to help you reincarnate and live a second life.
If we buy a true spirit pill, we can preserve your memories of your past life.
Upon hearing this, Master Wuhan, who was picking up food with his chopsticks, was immediately stunned. In the past, he would not have cared about life and death, and would have accepted death as fate. But after a few good days, he suddenly became reluctant to die.
To be reincarnated and live a second life, how wonderful! If there is an afterlife, I will definitely not spend all my time on cultivation.
As he spoke, his eyes grew brighter and brighter.
Good disciple, can Yida Plaza really earn that many spirit stones?
Of course, Master, please allow me to explain in detail. This is what I'm thinking. Under Li Xinqing's persuasion, Master Wuhan finally agreed to let Tiandao sect join Yida Plaza, and even contributed the sect's savings accumulated over thousands of years as support. Similar things have happened in places such as Jinao Island, Xingchen Pavilion, Balian sect, Shishio sect, Feisha Island, and Luofu Holy Land. Representatives from all sides brought a massive amount of spirit stones to Whale City, hoping to obtain the franchise rights and related support for Yida Plaza. When Lin Yi learned of this news from Lei Jun, he was not surprised at all. Very good. As long as those who come to join meet the requirements and have enough spirit stones, we will agree to their terms. The franchise fee is just a token amount, but you must stick to the conditions I told you before. Also, inform Bao Shuangquan and ask him to recruit more disciples for the civil engineering sect. If possible, set up a special academy to recruit more young cultivators in the civil engineering department and tell them that the future of civil engineering is very promising.
Yes, young master. After Lei Jun turned and left, another figure walked into his office.
This person was Xiao Gang, the head of the film department of Sihai Entertainment.
Director, the entire filming for the movie Green Snake has been completed. Would you like to take a look?
Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, who had been propping his feet up on the desk, immediately perked up.
Oh? Is it that efficient?
After you gave me the script, I started looking for actors and suitable filming locations without stopping. The filming has been going on non-stop for the past few days, and we finally finished filming all the scenes this morning. As he spoke, Xiao Gang took out a computer and started playing a sample video in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi initially thought the first draft would be very rough, but as he looked at it, his expression changed slightly, especially when he saw the actresses who played by Suzhen and Xiaoqing. One was dignified and elegant, and the other was charming and alluring. Although their acting skills were a little immature, their emotions were very full. Fahai felt the same way. That cry of "Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon" made his heart tremble violently. Needless to say, the special effects were completely unnecessary. The actors themselves were incredibly talented, all the spells were real, and the fight scenes were all real. Well done, so well done that it can be released directly with just a little editing. Where did you find all these actors? As soon as Lin Yi asked the question, Xiao Gang immediately gave his answer. They all came to us on their own initiative. The actors who played the Green Snake and the White Snake were originally powerful demons in the transformation stage, while Fahai was a Buddhist cultivator in the Golden Body stage. After reading the script, they were deeply attracted by the plot.
I see, it seems they've found the real person.
With a look of emotion, Lin Yi also finished watching the movie Green Snake as quickly as possible, because the plot and shot composition were copied from the original, and the actors perfectly matched their roles. Even though the acting was a bit immature, the final product was still perfect and in no way inferior to the original version from the previous life. In that case, let's make this the first movie to be released in theaters.
The cinema in Yida Plaza is already built.
Having made up his mind, Lin Yi immediately edited a trailer based on the original film and posted it on Douyin under the account of Sihai Pictures. Under his behind-the-scenes manipulation, the trailer unsurprisingly garnered an extremely high number of views.
Chapter 155 4C Cinema, a different movie-watching experience thanks to Lin Yi's behind-the-scenes efforts. Almost all Douyin users saw the trailer for the movie Green Snake at the same time. At first, they thought it was just an ordinary short video, but as they watched, they were deeply attracted by the exciting clips in the trailer, whether it was the stunning appearance of the Green Snake and the White Snake, the classic scene of Fahai unleashing the Great Heavenly Dragon, or the final flood of Jinshan Temple. All of these piqued their keen interest. In less than 10 minutes, the number of likes and comments skyrocketed. Green Snake? What's that? And what's this movie about? Is this going to be another TV series like Journey to the West? They've already written that it's a movie, and you're still talking about a TV series. Whatever it is, it looks amazing, especially the two female succubi inside. They're so beautiful. Indeed, although I don't know these two demon women, their looks are in no way inferior to those big internet celebrities. It will be shown at Sihai Cinema. Is it the Sihai Cinema in Yida Plaza? When I went there yesterday, Sihai Cinema was not open yet. I was wondering what Sihai Cinema was for. Why isn't it being streamed on Tencent Video? Do I have to travel all the way to Whale City just to watch this movie?
Perhaps the viewing experience is better on Sihai Cinema than on a mobile phone, or there may be some other experiences. Don't worry, I've heard that the major sects are already in talks with the Four Seas Pavilion about opening Yida plazas in the cities under their jurisdiction. It won't be long before Yida plazas are all over the Tianyuan continent. Really? Our Blackrock City will have its own Yida Plaza in the future? That would be wonderful. Based on what's shown in this trailer, I think this movie called Green Snake shouldn't be too bad. I'll go see it just for the two beautiful demon girls in it. I will go to Sihai Cinema to watch it tomorrow. I will tell you all then whether the movie is good or not. Please wait for my news. In just half a day, the news that the movie Green Snake was about to be released on Sihai Cinema spread throughout the Tianyuan continent. However, unlike previous Journey to the West adaptations, most people don't have particularly high expectations for this one. Firstly, the Green Snake IP is far inferior to Journey to the West, and secondly, most people have never had an offline movie watching experience before, so they are not quite sure what the difference is between watching a movie in a theater and watching it on a mobile phone. However, a considerable number of people, such as Sun Miaozhu, are still full of curiosity and anticipation for it.asa Rogue Cultivator. Her life originally consisted of cultivation and planting spiritual herbs and plants. But her lifestyle completely changed after she got a mobile phone. She can not only sell the medicinal herbs and plants she grows more conveniently through her mobile phone, but also enjoy a more colorful life. She has two favorite things to do in her daily life: reading female-oriented novels and watching TV series, even though there is only one TV series, Journey to the West, available to watch right now. What sets her apart from others is that she likes to comment on and analyze the plots and content of novels and TV series after reading them, and then share her analysis on her Douyin account. Thanks to her unique perspective and engaging commentary style, her videos have garnered impressive viewership, and her fanbase has grown rapidly. To date, she has 200,000 followers. While not a major internet celebrity, she occasionally receives small advertising offers, with the earnings from a single ad exceeding the spirit stones she earned from cultivating spiritual herbs for a year. That's why she enjoys doing this more and more now, and she got excited the moment she saw the news that the movie Green Snake was about to be released. Great! We were just saying we didn't know what to watch after finishing Journey to the West. I definitely have to go to Sihai Cinema tomorrow. Judging from the trailer, this movie is definitely of good quality. I will post a review and a commentary as soon as the movie ends. It will definitely be a hit and may even gain more fans. No, I have to get to Whale City as soon as possible, and it would be best if I could spend the night in Yida Plaza so that I can grab movie tickets as soon as possible tomorrow. Having made up her mind, she immediately closed her cave dwelling and then rode her flying sword to the giant Whale City at top speed. That day, she spent a fortune sleeping at Sihai Foot Massage. The next morning, as soon as the mall opened, she rushed to the ticket counter of Sihai Cinema and said to the staff at the ticket window, "I want a ticket to the movie Green Snake." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff behind the window took out a seating chart. The ticket price is 6 spirit stones. Fairy, please choose your seat. We also have beverage and snack sets here, only 2 spirit stones. A beverage and snack set meal? What kind? Under Sun Miaozhu's curious gaze, another staff member took out a large cup of chilled drinks and a large box of popcorn. As soon as the popcorn was taken out, a rich aroma of caramel hit Sun Miaozhu's nostrils, and she immediately swallowed. This is soda, and this is popcorn. Would you like some? As soon as the staff member finished speaking, Sun Miaozhu quickly nodded, "Want." Okay, Fairy, enjoy the movie. Just to confirm, your seat is in Hall 3, Row 9, seat number 13. Also, since you are a first-time audience member, we have some Green Snake merchandise for you to give away. After saying this with a smile, the staff member took out a special movie ticket and handed it to Sun Miaozhu, along with a Green Snake doll. She casually put away the movie ticket, then hugged the soda and popcorn to her chest. Looking at the Green Snake doll in her hand, Sun Miaozhu, who had initially thought the movie ticket was a bit pricey, suddenly felt that the spirit stone was well spent. Thinking of this, she quickly ran to the poster at the entrance of the movie theater and took a selfie with her phone. Add the caption, "The movie is about to start." She then posted the selfie to her Douyin, TikTok, account before heading towards the ticket gate. Following the signs inside the cinema, she quickly found her theater, number 3, and was surprised by its appearance the moment she stepped inside. Before entering the cinema, she had been wondering what the inside of the cinema would be like. In her imagination, the inside of the cinema should just be a large projector with a bunch of people sitting around on small stools watching the projector. However, what she saw was completely different from what she had imagined. At first glance, the huge theater has hundreds of seats arranged in a tiered pattern, and at the very front of the theater is an enormous projection screen, dozens of times larger than the 100-inch TVs sold by Sihai Pavilion. She couldn't even imagine how enjoyable it would be to watch videos on such a big screen. When she found her seat and sat down, she was surprised to find that the seat was so soft that she was completely enveloped in it. The grooves on the armrests on both sides of the seat were perfect for holding a soft drink and popcorn, which was many times better than the futon and stone bench in her own cave. This chair is so comfortable. I have to check if Sihei's online store sells it.
Oh, there really is one. So this thing is called a genuine leather sofa.
A single one costs 500 spirit stones, and a set costs 2,000 spirit stones.
Wow, watching a movie while sitting on a 500 spirit stone sofa, it's worth it. It's such a great deal. I want to get one for my cave after the movie ends. She wasn't the only one with this sentiment. The other cultivators who entered the theater afterward also reacted the same way, looking around as if they had never seen anything like it before the movie even started. He had already taken dozens of photos and posted them in various group chats and on his Douyin, TikTok, account. Within minutes, the huge theater was packed. Just as everyone was marveling at the novel setup in the theater, the lights above the theater suddenly went out, while the large screen in front of them slowly lit up amidst a melodious melody. The enormous Sihai pictures appeared first. At this moment, Sun Miaozhu and everyone else in the theater finally realized the difference between watching a movie in a theater and watching a video on a mobile phone. The huge screen, the surround sound effects, and the unique viewing atmosphere in the theater were completely incomparable to holding a mobile phone. Once the movie officially started, the previously noisy theater instantly fell silent, with everyone turning their attention to the large screen in front of them. Before long, they were all immersed in the world of the movie. Chapter 156 Film Review. Top-notch reviews. Inside the number 3 screening room of Sihai Cinema, Sun Miaozhu was completely immersed in the movie world of Green Snake. The beautiful visuals, captivating plot, and moving performance kept her eyes glued to the big screen. Except for the occasional reach into the box for popcorn, she would be moved to tears by the genuine affection between the white snake and Su Xian, and would be furious at Fa Hai's cold-blooded ruthlessness. She would also breathe a sigh of relief when the green snake stabbed Su Xian to death with her sword. When the movie ended and the theater lights came on, she felt a sense of loss and couldn't shake off the movie's plot for a long time. She felt as if she wasn't watching a movie, but rather experiencing a different life from someone else's perspective. A series of thoughts kept flashing through her mind. Are humans necessarily good, and are demons necessarily evil? Can romantic love truly surpass 1,000 years of cultivation? Do those who cultivate themselves really have to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires like Fa Hai? At this moment, her worldview began to waver, and a flash of inspiration appeared deep within her consciousness. Click, a soft sound from Redantian instantly brought her back to reality, and when she looked in the direction of the sound, her eyes immediately lit up with surprise, because her realm, which had stagnated for so long, had actually broken through at this moment. It was only a matter of time before she advanced to the next realm. At first, she didn't quite understand why this was happening, but after a little thought, she had the answer. It seems that the reason I couldn't break through the bottleneck before was not because I didn't have enough magical power, but because my state of mind was not perfect. Sitting in meditation all day long is no different from building a cart behind closed doors. When I watched this movie, I unconsciously felt as if I had entered the world of the movie and thought from the perspective of the movie character. After realizing this, she was immediately in a good mood. She turned her head and looked at the other people in the theater and was surprised to find that many of the audience members were just like her, still unwilling to leave even though the movie had ended. Some people looked thoughtful, while others wiped away tears. They waited until the staff entered the theater before leaving in an orderly fashion. Sun Miaozhu did the same, but unlike the others, she went straight to the cinema's rest area after leaving the theater, found an empty spot, and started recording a video with her phone. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Miaozhu. As you all know, today Sihai Pavilion launched its first theatrical film, Green Snake. I was fortunate enough to buy a movie ticket and was able to enter the theater to watch the film as soon as possible. Now let me share my feelings. Overall, the experience of watching a movie in a theater is completely different from watching a TV series on your phone. First, there are no commercials during the movie. Second, the plot is more engaging. And third, the viewing experience is much better, sitting on a soft sofa, eating popcorn, drinking a soda, and looking at a huge screen in front of you. In a video of about 10 minutes, Sun Miaozhu talked about her viewing experience, the quality of the film, and her evaluation of the plot and content from beginning to end. In short, it can be summed up in 2 words: absolutely amazing. From various angles, we can talk about the visuals, then the music, then the actors' performances, and finally the plot and overall theme. At the end of the video, she added a sentence with a solemn expression. I think this movie is more than just a movie, it's about creating a world. By watching it, you can experience a different life, which is equivalent to going through the mortal world. I strongly recommend it to fellow practitioners who are lacking in spiritual understanding. After watching the movie, my previously insurmountable bottleneck immediately loosened up. With that, her video shooting ended. After some simple editing, she released the video and tagged it with Green Snake thanks to the buzz generated by yesterday's trailer, and the fact that she was the first to post a video as a viewer. Her video views quickly skyrocketed, including many cultivators who were still debating whether to spend spirit stones to watch the film at the 4C cinema. After watching the video, these people quickly shared their opinions. Thank you for sharing so generously, fellow Daoist. I've always been curious about the difference between watching a movie in a theater and watching it on my phone. Now I finally know. There are so many benefits to watching a movie in a theater. Happy water? Popcorn, what kind of novel foods are these? I have to try them. Are those movie theater seats really that comfortable? If so, I'd definitely buy one. I already really wanted to go, but after reading your review, I'm even more eager to go. I just don't know if I can still buy tickets for today's movie. Watching a movie can break through a bottleneck? Really? I've just hit a bottleneck in my cultivation recently, so it seems like I absolutely have to watch this movie. I just finished watching the movie Green Snake, and it was really good. The plot was even more dramatic than the TV series, the visuals were beautiful, and the characters were very well developed. I especially loved the white snake. Here's my movie ticket JPG. The movie theater screen is really big, and the viewing experience is really good. I strongly recommend that all fellow cultivators go see it if they have the time. Also, a word of advice to fellow cultivators with children: don't bring them to see it. If you must bring them, I suggest casting a freeze spell and a silence spell on them at the beginning of the movie. Clearly, Sun Miaoju's video has sparked great interest in the movie Green Snake among many people, and many have decided to go to Sihai Cinema to watch the film and experience a different visual experience. At the same time, a large number of videos and news related to the Green Snake appeared on Douyin, and many cultivators who had already seen the movie joined the discussion, with several of them even trending on social media. The hit film Green Snake raises profound questions about the relationship between humans and demons. Tickets for today's movies at Sihai Cinema are completely sold out, and tickets for tomorrow and the day after are also fully booked. Tickets for the movie Green Snake are in extremely high demand, with unscrupulous merchants buying up large quantities and reselling them. Middle-class seats are being sold for as much as 100 spirit stones each. The 4C's pavilion strongly condemns this behavior. A person was found recording videos with a mobile phone inside Sihai Cinema. After being discovered, the person attempted to escape but was eventually subdued by security guards from Yida Plaza. Sihai Cinema reminds everyone that supporting legitimate content is the duty of every righteous person. A groundbreaking masterpiece, the profound meaning behind the Green Snake prompts deep reflection: should cultivators sever all emotions in love? How can humans and demons achieve peaceful coexistence? The actors who played Green Snake and White Snake returned to the 10,000 Mountains and received a warm welcome from the Snake Demon King. Several demon kings expressed their desire to establish more connections with the human race and seek new development. Driven by these trending topics, the popularity of the movie Green Snake has skyrocketed, almost catching up with the currently airing Journey to the West. Chapter 157, Box Office Success, Mobile User Count Reaches a Bottleneck. Young Master, great news! Today, the Green Snake movie is a box office smash, with every show sold out. Tickets for the next few days are also completely sold out. The revenue from movie tickets alone has reached 10 million spirit stones. If we add the various merchandise and snacks and drinks, the revenue has exceeded 20 million spirit stones. In Linya's private office, Xiao Gang, the head of the film department and theater chain, excitedly reported the day's revenue and box office figures to Lin Yi. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi's expression remained completely calm. If he would have been happy to hear that he earned 20 million spirit stones a day before, now that the demonic sex businesses are growing and its earning power is increasing, 20 million spirit stones is no longer a big deal for him. He was not at all surprised by the success of the movie Green Snake. In the past, when the entertainment industry was mature, this movie was able to be sought after by countless people.
In Tianyuan continent, which can be described as an entertainment desert, it would be strange if this movie didn't become popular, but in order not to dampen Xiaogang's enthusiasm, he still earnestly encouraged him. Excellent. You deserve great credit for achieving such results. As a reward, I will give you 1/10 of the film's box office revenue as a personal incentive, and another 1/10 as an incentive bonus for the filming team. This applies not only to this movie, but also to other movies in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiaogang was overjoyed, his face filled with excitement, and he almost lost control of his emotions. Based on the current situation, it is estimated that the Green Snake movie will definitely gross over 50 million spirit stones, or even more. Even if it's only 1/10, he could still get 5 million spirit stones, a number he never dared to dream of before. After the initial excitement subsided, he immediately knelt down in front of Lin Yi with a thud. The director has treated me so well. From now on my life belongs to you, director. You are my second parents. But just as he knelt down, a gentle force lifted him up. The next second, Lin Yi's voice rang out from in front of him. What would I do with your life? All you need to do is focus on making good movies from now on. And you must remember, you are not making a movie for me, you are benefiting the entire Tianyuan continent. Human lifespan is ultimately finite, but the lifespan of a good work is infinite. Your name will remain on the Tianyuan continent forever along with your work. Isn't this another form of immortality? Upon hearing the words immortality, Xiaogang's expression shifted, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. A dozen seconds later, he seemed to understand something, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Yes, if I make enough good movies, these movies will be passed down, and my name will be remembered by the world. Even if I die, what does it matter? After achieving enlightenment, a burst of spiritual light surged into his mind, and a mysterious change occurred within him. Sensing this change in himself, Xiaogang, filled with excitement, knelt down in front of Lin Yi again and kowtowed deeply. Thank you, director, for guiding me and showing me the path I should take next. Lin Yi, who also sensed this change in him, frowned slightly. What's going on? I just drew a picture of a pie and he figured out something? At this moment, Xiaogang also stood up again. Director, I just scheduled a few auditions for actors, so I won't bother you any longer. Actor auditions? Are we already starting filming the second season so soon? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Yes, this time I'm preparing to film a Chinese ghost story, and the people who came for the interview today are a few ghost cultivators. Oh, okay, then go ahead. As he spoke, Xiaogang turned and left Lin Yi's office. After he left, Lin Yi opened Douyin, TikTok, and started looking up information about the Green Snake. Unsurprisingly, the movie Green Snake not only became a box office hit, but also received rave reviews, with videos and reviews praising the character everywhere. He even stumbled upon the Douyin accounts of the actors who played the Green Snake and the White Snake. Taking advantage of the movie's huge success, the two transformed from ordinary demons into internet celebrities with hundreds of thousands of followers, becoming idols worshipped by countless demons. As a result, the snake demon tribe deep in the 100,000 mountains has also become a popular destination for countless demons and human cultivators. The actor who played Fahai was even more so. He openly advertised his own sect, the Vajra sect, inviting cultivators from all corners of the world to visit the Vajra sect, clearly intending to follow the path of Lingtai Mountain in developing tourism. Upon seeing this content, Lin Yi's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Good, very good. At this rate, the entertainment industry in Tianyuan continent will soon take shape, and with another wave of fan culture, how can the younger generation of Tianyuan continent not be ruined? After saying that, he picked up his phone and inquired about the progress of each department's work. The heads of each department responded quickly. In addition to filming Journey to the West, the TV drama division has also officially started filming Chinese Paladin and The Journey of Flower, which are expected to be launched on Tencent Video in 2 days. The first 10 episodes of Naruto have been drawn by the animation department, and the first episode of the anime has also been completed. It will be released online as soon as the voice acting is finished. The first episode of the first season of the documentary series Wraithworld has been completed and is ready for release. The design and construction of the challenges for the first variety show in the variety show department, male and female cultivators rush forward, have been fully completed, and the recruitment phase has begun. The novel adaptation department is preparing for an author meet and greet. Considering the long production cycle of TV series, it was ultimately decided to adapt these two novels into short dramas and release them on Douyin. All projects are progressing smoothly. It's easy to imagine that once all these projects are implemented, the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent will have even less motivation to cultivate. During the day, I scroll through short videos and read novels. In the evening, I watch a few episodes of TV series, watch some variety shows and anime, have a late night snack, and drink a little wine. Oh wow, another day has passed. By the way, I wonder how many mobile phone users there are in the entire Tianyuan continent now. It seems like there hasn't been a significant increase for quite some time. Suddenly realizing this, Lin Yi immediately checked the backend of Douyin.as, one of the earliest and most comprehensive applications. The number of Douyin users basically represents the number of existing mobile phone users. Upon opening the backend with curiosity, an exceptionally striking number appeared before him: 49,868, 745. He was somewhat surprised when he saw the number, not because he thought it was too much, but because he thought it was too little. The Tianyuan continent has a population of 10 billion, with 100 million cultivators. He didn't expect anything from mortals, who couldn't even get spirit stones. Yet, less than half of the cultivators owned mobile phones, which puzzled him. Surely the other half couldn't all be in seclusion, could they? He was counting on the reward for reaching 50 million Douyin users. With this question in mind, he immediately contacted the God of Wealth and asked him about it. The God of Wealth, upon hearing his question, quickly provided an answer. Chapter 158: The Great Qian Immortal Dynasty, PC version now available for sale. Sect Master, you may not know this, but the number of cultivators on the Tianyuan continent is theoretically 100 million. However, this 100 million actually includes a portion of barbarian cultivators. Barbarian cultivators make up about 10 million of them. They basically do not interact with the humans of the four major domains and form their own system. In addition, there are some cultivators who live in the far north and rarely interact with the four major domains. There are also some cultivators who live on islands in various parts of the sea, where resources are abundant and they can be self-sufficient. They rarely come to the land. These two groups make up about 10 million people. Then there is the Great Qian Immortal Dynasty located in the central region. They are independent of the four major regions and have always kept their country closed off, not allowing external goods to enter. The Great Qian Immortal Dynasty should also have more than 10 million cultivators. On the other end of the phone, the God of Wealth explained earnestly, and Lin Yi finally understood after listening to his explanation. I forgot about that. That won't do. We can't let such a huge market go to waste. You need to quickly arrange for someone to find a way to sell the phones to the barbarians in the far north, and those cultivators at sea are no exception. These are all potential users. Yes, Sect Master, I will arrange for someone to take care of it right away. Don't forget the demon race either. Although the demon race is not as numerous as the human race, the demons are all long-lived, and they were defeated by the human race in the past. They should still be holding a grudge, which is also an unstable factor. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the ghost God of Wealth nodded in deep agreement. What the sect leader said makes sense. I heard that 100 years ago, the demon race produced a golden rock king. He was not only exceptionally talented but also very ambitious. Over the years, he has been working hard to conquer various tribes of the demon race, trying to establish a kingdom of 10,000 demons. If he really unifies the demon race, it is possible that there will be another war between humans and demons. Oh? Is that so? Then we need to sell the phone to the demon race even more. We need to contact a few demon race distributors and find a way to sell the phone there. Sect Master, please rest assured, I will arrange for someone to take care of it immediately, Ghost God of Wealth assured, patting his chest. As for the Great Qian Immortal Dynasty, upon hearing these four words, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of a mysterious and special country, a country dominated by cultivators, whose predecessor was the Huangji sect. One of the righteous sections later, Lin Jingtian, the third sect leader of the Huangji sect, founded the Daqian Immortal Dynasty in order to better cultivate the Huangji Jingshi Gong. Unlike ordinary cultivation sects and aristocratic families, in the Great Qian Immortal Dynasty, as long as you have the aptitude for cultivation, you can obtain cultivation techniques issued by the Immortal Dynasty, and you will also receive a monthly subsidy of spirit stones. It can be said that the whole country is engaged in cultivation. The great Qian immortal dynasty once attempted to unify the Tianyuan continent, but was dealt a severe blow by the combined forces of the cultivation sects of the four major domains. It had to pay a large amount of spirit stones and rare treasures to avoid being destroyed. Because of this, the great Qian immortal dynasty simply stopped associating with the cultivation sects of the four major domains and went about its own business. Of course, this is what is said on the surface, but in reality it is not like that.
Back then, Lin Jingtian had two sons.
After the country was almost destroyed, one son was sent to Tianyuan Holy Land as a hostage, while the other son disappeared from the world. As for the great Qian immortal dynasty, we also need to find a way to sell mobile phones.
Aren't they closed off from the world? We'll use mobile phones to open their doors.
Yes, sect master. After giving instructions, Lin Yi immediately hung up the video call, then got up and walked to the window, staring straight south, lost in thought. The next second, 9 golden dragons appeared in the palm of his right hand. Heavenly demon divine art and imperial supreme world shaking art, 2 great divine arts of good and evil. No wonder they are so powerful. I wonder if they can rival the immortals of the upper realm after I forcibly use spirit stones to perfect these 2 divine arts. And that old bastard from the great Qian immortal dynasty, who wants to use the power of the whole country to ascend to immortality and create an unparalleled immortal artifact. Watch how I destroy the foundation of your country. As he spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Just as Lin Yi was secretly making plans, a large number of escape lights appeared again outside Giant Whale City. Each streak of light represents a cultivator, whose cultivation level varies and whose age varies. In no time, they landed outside the city gate. After undergoing the necessary checks, they headed towards the Sihai Pavilion as quickly as possible, their eyes filled with anticipation and eagerness. There was only one thing that could motivate these cultivators from different regions to be so enthusiastic: buying computers. Despite the soaring popularity of the movie Green Snake, they did not forget about the sale of the computer. Especially those cultivators who experienced Black Myth, Wukong at Yida Plaza yesterday, although most of them only experienced it for a few minutes or a dozen minutes, were still deeply attracted by the game's excellent production and smooth combat experience. When I go to sleep at night, I think about how I'll beat up to 2 once I get my own computer. I've even secretly come up with a combo plan in my mind, just waiting for the computer to be in my hands. I finally made it to the day the computer went on sale and came over as soon as possible. Those cultivators who had never played Black Myth, Wukong also gained a deep understanding of this unusual game through various videos on Douyin. In addition, the game itself has a strong connection with the popular IP Journey to the West, so they naturally developed a strong interest in the game. I want to be among the first to jump into the game and experience it for myself, to see if the bosses are really that hard to beat. However, when they arrived at the entrance of Sihai Pavilion, they discovered that they hadn't even bought the computer yet, and the first hurdle had already begun. Looking around, the entrance to Sihai Pavilion was packed with people everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, underground, on the trees, on the rooftops, wherever there was room to stand.
Holy crap! How come there are so many people?
It was supposed to go on sale at 6 p.m., and it's not even 6 p.m. yet.
When did all these people arrive?
A golden core cultivator looked completely bewildered upon seeing the sea of people ahead. Upon hearing his words, another cultivator standing not far in front of him rolled his eyes at him.
Is it possible that these people haven't left Whale City since yesterday? Is this really that outrageous? Is it worth it just to play a game?
Of course it's worth it. This isn't an ordinary game, it's about the great sage equal to heaven. I've heard that if you can complete all the chapters, you can become the great sage equal to heaven.
I can't wait. I tried it out at Yida Plaza yesterday, and it was really fun.
Unfortunately, I hadn't mastered the controls yet and died at Guanji's hands. I'm determined to get my revenge once I get my computer today. Listen to me, take down the big guy first, then go after Guanji. That will make things easier.
Fellow Taoist, please don't try to deceive me. If I'm lying, you're my son.
Fortunately, although there were many people in line, Sihai Pavilion had already taken this into account and set up dozens of sales stalls outside the pavilion, where people could exchange spirit stones for computers. But then the second challenge arrived: not enough spirit stones.
What? This computer costs 18,000 spirit stones. That's way too expensive.
Indeed, that's enough to buy 2 Tianji 2 Supreme Editions.
Damn.
I really want to play Black Myth, Wukong, but the price is just too expensive. I don't have enough spirit stones. What should I do?
How about we pool our money to buy one?
We can take turns playing the game, and whoever dies gets to play next.
Fellow Daoist, what a good idea. Never mind, anyway, Sihai Internet Cafe is opening tomorrow. I heard you can play games there, and the internet fee is cheaper. Alright, I'll go to Sihai Internet Cafe tomorrow and give it a try.
Don't wait until tomorrow, go to Yida Plaza now and wait there, otherwise you'll have to queue again tomorrow.
What you say makes sense, fellow Daoist. I'm doomed. Today is my last day off. I have to go back to the sect tomorrow. What am I going to do? Me too. Tomorrow our sect will begin a 2-week training program for new disciples. Is it too late to leave the sect now?
While some complained bitterly, others who had already bought computers couldn't wait to take them back to their respective caves or find a nearby inn to stay in, and then began their journey as chosen ones. Chapter 159: The Birth of an Internet Addict. Despite the computer's price of 18,000 spirit stones, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. In just one day, more than 200,000 units were sold in Giant Whale City alone. The total number of buyers across all cities exceeded 3 million, and this was only because of the long queues and the high price of the computers. Some cultivators with low strength and young age simply cannot afford to buy their own computer. Take Liu, for example. As a newly recruited disciple of the Giant Whale sect, he is only 16 years old this year. A year ago, he passed the entrance test of Giant Whale City and became an inner disciple of the Giant Whale sect. Although he was exceptionally talented and possessed a single earth elemental root, he was, after all, a mortal. After a year of training, he had only managed to accumulate a few hundred spirit stones, which was far beyond his means to afford a computer priced at 18,000. At this moment, his fellow disciples were in the same predicament as him. Inside the courtyard of the Giant Whale sect's inner disciples, a dozen or so inner disciples of similar age to Liu were gathered together. In front of them was a pile of scattered spirit stones, which they had scraped together to buy a computer. Even though everyone had taken out all their spirit stones, they were still far from the number 18,000. But just as everyone was looking worried, a disciple with a large head suddenly spoke up. Liu, why don't we go deliver food? I heard that you can earn more than 10 spirit stones for each delivery. If we work hard, we can earn several hundred spirit stones a day. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the disciples of the Giant Whale sect present lit up.
Really? Is delivering food really that profitable?
Of course, I have an elder who used to be a rogue cultivator. I heard a couple of days ago that he started working for ele.me delivery. Sometimes he can earn more than 20 spirit stones per order. He worked for a day and a night and earned more than he used to in a month.
Most importantly, it's safe.
In the past, he would either go to dangerous places or fight with monsters to earn some spirit stones.
Now he doesn't need to do that at all. He just needs to deliver the food on time.
At this moment, another disciple spoke up.
No, I asked. There are cultivation level restrictions for delivering food.
Our sword flying speed is too slow at the chi refining stage.
We can only take short distance orders.
In addition, we need to buy special delivery boxes and standard flying swords to deliver food.
If you ask me, let's become extras.
I heard that Sihai Film and Television has 2 new TV series about to start filming. One is called Chinese Paladin and the other is called The Journey of Flower.
They are currently recruiting extras. If we are selected, we can earn at least 50 spirit stones a day. If we perform well and are noticed by the director, we might even become a big star. If I really become a big star, I will leave the sect. Come on, even extras don't get to film every day, and you think you can be a big star? Dream on. Why don't we write novels? Isn't that author of Rebirth, I Became the Immortal Emperor, also a disciple of a sect?
I heard he earned tens of millions of spirit stones from royalties and copyright fees. No, writing novels is not as good as making short videos and becoming a live streamer. I heard that the construction site of the civil engineering sect is currently recruiting part-time disciples. They can earn dozens of spirit stones a day and they need anyone who knows earth, wood, metal, and water magic. I've heard that being a security guard is quite lucrative, and the work is relatively easy. In an instant, the inner disciples of the giant whale sect thought of every possible way to earn spirit stones, but Liu remained silent. After everyone had finished their discussion, Liu finally spoke. The methods you mentioned can indeed earn spirit stones, but have you considered this issue?
We don't have that much time. Besides the necessary cultivation, we also have to attend lectures from several elders every day, plus some sect tasks. We simply don't have much free time at the end of the day.
Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had just been excited, immediately fell silent. After a long while, one of the disciples cautiously spoke. Why don't we leave the sect? I used to think that joining a sect was the only way out, but now I think there are actually many options if we don't join a sect. We are still young, and even if we have to give up our cultivation and start over, it won't be a loss. Anyway, as long as you have spirit stones, you can buy any kind of cultivation technique.
Retreat from the clan.
Upon hearing these two words, the eyes of the group of young disciples who had only been in the sect for a year lit up instantly. As that disciple just said, in the past they only thought about cultivation. Cultivation was their only goal, and becoming a high-ranking cultivator was their ultimate ideal. But now it's different, becoming an internet celebrity, blogger, live streamer, novelist, extra, professional gamer, delivery driver, security guard, construction worker, or waiter/waitress, any of
these can support you and allow you to live comfortably. Admittedly, they were tempted at that moment. Even Liu was tempted, but he quickly shook his head and no.
As soon as Liu finished speaking those two words, all the other disciples turned to look at him.
Senior brother Liu, have you already developed feelings for the sect?
Well, the sect has treated us well, and it would be heartless of us to talk about leaving now. As they spoke, everyone lowered their heads in shame, but Liu's next sentence made them freeze in shock. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that we don't have any savings right now, so it would be unwise to blindly quit the sect. My suggestion is to wait until we have some savings before considering this matter. Our immediate priority right now is to figure out how to play Black Myth, Yukong. Given our current situation, buying a computer is definitely not realistic, but fortunately we have another way.
What road? A dozen heads crowded around Liu at the same time. By bypassing the sect's protective formation, go to the internet cafe in Giant Whale City.
Liu said, emphasizing each word. When?
Tonight. Several hours later, night officially fell. As a major sect in the northern region, the Giant Whale sect, like other sects, fully activated its protective formation.
This was partly to prevent attacks from sea beasts and partly to prevent spies from the demonic sect from infiltrating the sect. If one wants to freely enter and exit the sect's protective formation, one must either carry a token specially approved by an elder to pass through the mountain gate, or one can only open a temporary passage using the waste token of a patrolling disciple. Apart from these two methods,
even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to break through the sect's
protective formation. However, at this moment, in a pile of rocks outside the Giant Whale sect, more than a dozen disciples wearing the Giant Whale sect's standard long robes were crouching behind the rocks, and the leader was Li Yu. At this moment, he held a compass-like magical artifact in his hand, his eyes fixed intently on the compass needle. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he pointed to an old tree not far ahead, saying, "That's the place. Everyone dig a hole under that big tree, and we can bypass the sect's protective formation and head straight for Giant Whale City." As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples of the Giant Whale sect rushed forward. A dozen minutes later, they slipped through the loophole in the sect's protective formation and escaped from the Giant Whale sect under the cover of night. Chapter 160. My first experience at an internet cafe. Marrow in the night sky. More than a dozen disciples of the Giant Whale sect rode on their swords, their faces full of excitement.
Ah, this is so exciting. I never thought we would actually crawl out through the loophole in the sect's protective formation.
Yes, thanks to senior brother Liu, otherwise we would have to wait half a month to get out of the sect's protective formation once a year.
Senior brother Liu, how did you know there was a loophole in that place? As they spoke, everyone turned to look at Liu. It was just a coincidence. I recently watched a live stream by a formation master on Douyin. He taught me a lot of ways to break formations, so I taught myself a bit and even bought some of the magical artifacts he was selling. I never thought I would actually use them. You can even learn this from TikTok?
Of course, these days, people on Douyin will teach anything to gain traffic and earn spirit stones.
As long as you're willing to spend money, even high-level cultivation techniques are possible. There are also people on Douyin who specialize in teaching cultivation. They can provide specialized training. If you want to learn alchemy, weapon crafting, or swordsmanship, that's no problem. They can also answer your questions after class. Then there's even less need to worry about not being able to cultivate after leaving the sect. Look, we've arrived at Whale City. As they spoke, a huge, brightly lit city appeared not far in front of them. This city was none other than Giant Whale City, which was under the jurisdiction of the Giant Whale sect. Just a month ago, it was unknown and had only a few 100,000 permanent cultivators. It was a city gate among unpopular cities, but now it has become the most popular city in the entire Tianyuan continent, with millions of cultivators coming and going every day. Originally, the city gates of Giant Whale City would be closed late at night, and the city gates would be completely dark, because there was really no nightlife. The only thing the cultivators in the city could do was cultivate, day after day, but since Sihai Food Stall opened, the situation in the city has undergone a complete 180-degree reversal. Many monks who were originally staying at home went out to the streets to eat late-night snacks and drink beer. Besides the Sihai food stalls, a large number of restaurants and tea houses also started to engage in late-night snack business, and barbecue stalls and hot pot restaurants sprang up like mushrooms. After rain.so, when Liu and his group entered the city, they found that the city gates were full of people. These people gathered in twos and threes and sat down at the night market stalls, eating barbecue and seafood, and drinking iced beer. Not far away, a large projection screen was playing Journey to the West and A Bite of China. What attracted them most was a barbecue restaurant, not because the barbecue was particularly delicious, but because there was a computer at the entrance of the restaurant connected to a projector. The image above clearly shows Wukong from Black Myth. A sign on the side reads, "1 life for killing a ghost, half price on meals. No spells, magic, or divine sense are allowed." This barbecue restaurant is clearly riding on the popularity of Black Myth, Wukong, and it has to be said that this marketing tactic is really impressive. At least Liu and the others were deeply attracted. "Senior, how about we chip in and have a barbecue together? We can also get a taste of it here beforehand. I think it's a good idea. If I can beat the game in 1 life, I can even get a discount. Shall we play for a bit?" The group exchanged smiles and then headed towards the barbecue stall. They ate for several hours, not leaving the barbecue stall until 5 a.m. the next morning. However, instead of returning to Giant Whale Gate, they went straight to Yida Plaza, or more precisely, to Sihai Internet Cafe located inside Yida Plaza. When they arrived, they discovered that even though they had arrived early, there were still quite a few cultivators gathered outside Yida Plaza, especially young cultivators like themselves, who were obviously all there to get into Sihai Internet Cafe as soon as possible. As soon as the mall opened, they rushed into the Internet Cafe as quickly as possible. Upon entering the Internet Cafe, they were shocked by what they saw. Rows of long tables were neatly arranged with brand new computers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Wow, so many computers. No wonder it's an asset under the Four Seas Pavilion. How many spirit stones must that be? So this is what an internet cafe looks like. This is so cool. There are also many small cubicles next to it, which are also filled with computers. There are also food and milk tea vendors there. What's that sofa area for? Just as Liu and the others were looking like country bumpkins, a staff member from the internet cafe dressed in a maid outfit and wearing bunny ears came up to them. "Greetings, fairies. Welcome to Sihai Internet Cafe. Our main hall area is 1 spirit stone per hour, 5-person private rooms are 2 spirit stones per hour, and single private rooms are 5 spirit stones per hour. Also, today is our first day of business. If you become a member, you can enjoy a bonus of 50 for every 100 you recharge, 150 for every 200 you recharge, and 500 for every 500 you recharge. Would you like to consider becoming a member? If you become a member today, you can also get a free drink." Upon hearing this, Liu and the others immediately exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of attraction in the other's eyes. "Get one? Let's do it." As they spoke, they each took out a handful of spirit stones. A few minutes later, they took their seats in the lobby area. At this moment, they were like wolves that hadn't eaten for a long time, staring at the computer in front of them with gleaming eyes. Several disciples couldn't wait to open Black Myth,
Wukong and prepare for a great battle. However, Liu suddenly spoke up at this moment. Please pay attention to the time.
This afternoon is the martial arts competition for the new inner disciples. We must return to the sect before 3 o'clock. If we are late, it will be difficult to explain. Damn, I almost forgot about this if you hadn't mentioned it. We need to start playing now, or we'll be missing out. Don't worry, it's 10 o'clock now. I can definitely finish defeating all the big monsters in the first chapter by 3 o'clock. Finally, I can have computer freedom today. As they spoke, the disciples of the Giant Whale sect each started their own games, ready to dominate the battlefield, but it's clear that not everyone has a talent for gaming. At 10:10, a major battle with the guards took place. At 10:20, the first encounter with D2 occurred. At 10:25, the encounter with D2 occurred again. At 10:30, the encounter with D2 occurred once more, and at 12 o'clock, Guang Ma was killed. At 12:20, a great battle was fought against the white-robed scholar. At 12:30, another battle against the white-robed scholar was fought. At 13:40, the shout for Guangji was uttered. After an unknown amount of time, Liu, the most talented of them all, successfully killed Tiger Vanguard of Chapter 2, and then looked at his fellow disciples beside him. At a glance, some people were still hitting the big head, while others were stuck on the white-robed scholar, all of them with red faces and thick necks. TCH. A bunch of noobs, and they said they'd finish the first chapter. However, the monsters in this game are indeed quite strong, and their fighting styles are all unique. If you can apply the combat techniques in this game to actual combat, you will definitely achieve remarkable results. As he spoke, some battle scenes from the game began to flash through his mind. By the way, I don't know what time it is now, it shouldn't be 12 o'clock yet. As he spoke, he took his phone out of his storage bag. When he saw the time on his phone, he jumped up from his seat, his face turning deathly pale. Only 2 words came to mind: spicy pills. Damn! How did it get to 3 o'clock already?
Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Giant Whale sect, who were still engrossed in the battle, all stopped what they were doing. A disciple who was about to kill D2 was also stomped to death by D2 on the spot because of this pause. Chapter 161. This isn't a game, this is cultivation. Lord Yu, our 4C's pavilion is currently developing rapidly and is short of manpower in many places. If there are suitable disciples in the Giant Whale sect, Lord Yu may recommend them to work in our 4C's pavilion. Inside Yida Plaza, Ling Yu was strolling around with Yu Qingsheng, the city lord of Giant Whale City. Yu Qingsheng, standing to the side, wore a fawning and obsequious smile. Although he is the city lord of Giant Whale City and an elder of Giant Whale sect, he was previously not highly regarded as an elder. The reason he came to Giant Whale City to become the city lord was because he was ostracized after losing the internal power struggle. Being the city lord is never a pleasant job. He has to deal with the mundane affairs of the city all day long and has no time to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, unless he passes away, he will have to sit in the position of city lord for the rest of his life, but things are different now. With the 4C's Pavilion series of operations in Giant Whale City is now famous throughout the Tianyuan continent. As the city lord, he is not only famous, but also has an endless supply of spirit stones, an endless supply of 5 spirit elixir, an endless supply of special edition cigarettes, and even uses the Ultimate Edition mobile phone. Even the leader of the Giant Whale sect doesn't have a better life than him. All of this was brought about by Lin Yi, and he wished he could worship Lin Yi as an ancestor. Hee, it's their good fortune that the young master would take a liking to the disciples of my Giant Whale sect. I'll go back today and inform the sect to send more elite disciples over. I'm not bragging to you, young master, but although my Giant Whale sect is not a top-tier sect, it has always been known for its strict discipline. Every disciple is self-disciplined, of noble character, and has lofty aspirations. Oh? If that's the case, then our 4C's Pavilion can sign a long-term agreement with your sect, and in the future, outstanding disciples of your sect can all work in various departments of our 4C's Pavilion. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Yu Qingsheng's eyes lit up. If this agreement can be reached with the 4C's Pavilion, then as the one who facilitated this matter, he will naturally have accomplished a great feat, and his influence within the sect will greatly increase. Just then, the two unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Sihai Internet Cafe, and could see the lively scene inside even through the door. A large number of cultivators are engrossed in their computers, battling various monsters in the game. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingsheng couldn't help but sigh. These young cultivators are all hopelessly addicted to games. If this continues, they'll likely never achieve anything significant. I wonder how their teachers and sects discipline them. As soon as he said that, Yu Qingxing realized something was wrong and quickly smiled awkwardly at Lin Yi. Young master, I'm not saying this game is bad, I'm just saying that spending too much time playing games will affect your cultivation.
Young master, your original intention was certainly not like that.
It's just that these children are too young and can't control themselves. Faced with his explanation, Lin Yu was about to say something when he saw more than a dozen young men with youthful faces, wearing uniform sect attire, rushing out of the internet cafe.
Ha!
The clothes these people are wearing look so familiar. It does look somewhat familiar. Yu Qingxing stroked his chin, as if trying to recall where he had seen this outfit before. Then the voice of Ghost Servant number 1 came from the side.
Isn't this the clothes of the giant whale clan? There are whales on the sleeves. The giant whale sect.
Yu Qingxing's eyes widened immediately upon realizing what was happening.
They really are disciples of my giant whale sect. How could they be here at this time?
That goes without saying, he must have sneaked out to play games, Ghost Servant number 2 added from the side.
Impossible.
Yu Qingxing immediately raised his voice.
Our giant whale sect has strict rules and absolutely forbids disciples from leaving the sect without permission.
No sooner had he finished speaking than he flashed in front of Li Yu and the others and blocked their way.
Wait, are you disciples of the giant whale sect?
Suddenly stopped by Yu Qingxing, Li Yu, and the others were taken aback at first.
After scanning Yu Qingxing's appearance, they instantly realized what was happening and panicked. Fortunately, Li Yu quickly came up with a clever idea and said arrogantly, so what if we are? Do you know who we are? You dare to stop us?
Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxing was stunned and felt somewhat uncertain.
Could he be a direct disciple or descendant of some elder?
With this thought in mind, his attitude immediately softened considerably, and his tone was no longer as stern as before.
How could I possibly know who you are? I don't know, that's good. We have some urgent business to attend to, so we'll be going now.
The next second, taking advantage of Yu Qingxing's momentary daze, Li Yu led a group of giant whale sect disciples around him in a swagger. As soon as they reached the corner, they rushed downstairs at top speed. Only after their figures disappeared did Yu Qingxing realize what had happened. He shook his head with a wry smile and said helplessly, "Those brats. I apologize for the embarrassment, young master. I will report back to my senior brother, the sect leader, and ask him to strengthen the management of the disciples to prevent such incidents from happening again." Lin Yi shook his head as soon as Yu Qingxing finished speaking.
It's a small matter. Who doesn't like to play when they're young? Besides, it's better to guide than to block. The more you forbid them from playing, the more they want to play. And games aren't entirely without benefits.
For example, Black Myth, Wukong can train disciples' reaction speed and concentration, while also training their mentality and improving their resilience. As he spoke, Lin Yi pointed to the interior of the internet cafe. After being killed by the same monster several times, a young cultivator broke down completely and started cursing loudly. Meanwhile, another cultivator was in the same situation, but he was much calmer. Not only did he not lose his temper, but he was also repeatedly pondering the techniques and summarizing his experience. Playing games is like cultivating immortality. There will always be various setbacks and hardships. However, most sect disciples do not have the opportunity to accept hardships. As a result, if they encounter setbacks in the future, their mental state will inevitably be unstable, and they may even develop inner demons, causing their cultivation to regress.
It may seem like you're playing a game, but isn't it also a way to temper your mind?
As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Yu Qingxing's face showed a thoughtful expression, and his eyes unconsciously turned to the cultivators playing games in the internet cafe. Just as Lin Yi said, at this moment they were all completely focused, with no distracting thoughts in their minds.
I see. It seems that this game is not just about entertainment.
Compared to aptitude and talent, mindset is equally important. No wonder this internet cafe prohibits the use of magic and divine sense, forcing them to experience the game as mortals. Looks like I need to get a computer to play Black Myth, Wukong, and toughen up my mental state. Hearing his self-talk, Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 could barely suppress their smiles. At this moment, Lin Yi added another sentence.
It's good that Lord Yu understands.
Here's what I'll do. I'll donate 2,000 computers to the giant whale sect in my personal capacity for the disciples' daily training.
It's just a small token of my appreciation. How can this be?
Young master, you've gone to so much trouble again. But don't worry, I will definitely suggest to my senior brother, the sect leader, that the disciples of the giant whale sect use this computer to train properly.
I will not let you down.
Young master, as a token of my gratitude, please have your feet washed.
Let me invite Lord Yu.
I can't accept that. I'll take it without hesitation.
You too take Lord Yu to see high foot massage and put it on my tab.
Yes, young master. Just as Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 were taking Yu Qingxing to get a foot massage at public expense, Chen Lang also found Lin Yi. Director, the first batch of contestants, 4 male and female cultivators charging forward, have arrived.
We are ready to start recording. Would you like to come and watch?
Oh.
Recording starts today? Come to think of it, I haven't even seen the track you designed yet. Is it difficult? It's not too difficult.
We didn't dare to make it too challenging for the first episode, Chen Lang replied with a smile.
I see. Let's go then.
A dozen minutes later, Lin Yi was taken by Chen Lang to the breakthrough point for male and female cultivators outside Giant Whale City. When Lin Yi saw the racetrack not far away, he immediately gasped.
This is indeed an obstacle course program, not the 18 levels of hell? Chapter 162. Is this a challenge?
This is hell. In Lin Yi's memory, Boys and Girls Rush Forward was a variety show with a long history. It was airing when he was in junior high school, and it was still airing a few years after he graduated. While other variety shows air at night, this one airs right around lunchtime. It also has a sister show called Happy Forward Rush, which successfully revived its popularity by riding a wave of internet traffic, attracting many internet celebrities to take on the challenge. Lin Yi's initial idea was to turn male and female cultivators Rush Forward into an entertainment obstacle course program similar to these two variety shows, but after seeing the track in front of him, he realized that things were not so simple. Looking ahead, not far ahead lay a vast expanse of water, in which one could vaguely see ferocious aquatic monsters. These monsters had red eyes, and if someone were to accidentally fall in, they would probably be torn to pieces on the spot. The challenges are set above the water, arranged from front to back, including a sword array, a sea of fire, a giant stone mill, a giant axe swinging back and forth, a large iron ball rolling irregularly on a fixed track, as well as thunder traps, ice traps, and even a huge fighting cage in the middle.
The finish line is set on a cliff thousands of feet high.
Only by climbing the cliff with your bare hands and ringing the bronze bell on the cliff face can you successfully pass the test. Compared to the previous levels, Lin Yi felt that this last level was relatively easy, until Chen Lang said the following words: Young master, to appropriately increase the difficulty, I specially commissioned a master craftsman to design a magical artifact for the challenger. Once this artifact is worn, one's cultivation level will be suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, and one will be unable to use spells, magical artifacts, or storage bags, and can only use physical strength.
What? Foundation establishment realm? Does the young master think it's too high? It can be lowered.
I'll set it to the Qi refining stage for the official competition, Chen Lang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately looked him up and down. He now suspected that Chen Lang was a member of the demonic sect, who had specially designed these challenges to kill righteous cultivators. Thinking of this, he added another sentence. What if they fail to pass the test? Young master, there's no need to worry. In addition to the magic artifact we just gave you, I will also give each challenger a blood escape talisman and a Vajra talisman. When they are hit by a fatal blow, they will immediately escape. Of course, they can also choose to crush the Vajra talisman and give up the competition.
We will arrange for someone to send them out of the competition area. After listening to Chen Lang's explanation, Lin Yi nodded. Since we won't die, let's make it a little more difficult then. That's what I was thinking too, Chen Lang chuckled. Young master, the first batch of contestants has arrived. Shall we begin recording?
Let's begin. With Lin Yi's command, the recording of the first episode of Male and Female Cultivators Charge Forward officially began, and 12 cultivators dressed in different styles appeared on the stage. 6 men and 6 women, all of whom looked quite young, were incredibly excited as they walked onto the stage. They seemed more like they were there to receive an award than to complete a challenge. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask Chen Lang, who was standing to the side, with a look of curiosity, "How did you manage to recruit people for such a dangerous obstacle course show?"
"It's easy.
I just arranged for someone to set up a stall on the main street of Whale City and told them that as long as they successfully completed the challenge, they could get 1,000 spirit stones plus a computer and refrigerator made by the Four Seas Pavilion."
"They came eagerly," Chen Lang said casually.
"Didn't you tell them the difficulty of the level?"
Chen Lang shook his head.
"Didn't they tell them that they can't use their cultivation level when attempting the challenges?"
Chen Lang shook his head again. Lin Yi, however, chuckled.
No wonder.
He could already imagine the expressions on the faces of the people on stage later. While Lin Yi was waiting to watch the show, Ma Ho, who was standing on the stage as a contestant, excitedly took out his phone, opened a sect chat group called Shiri Sect, and sent a message to the group with a few taps.
"Fellow senior brothers and sisters, senior uncles and senior aunts, I, Ma Ho, am about to become a big star. Today you will see me on 10-cent video.
And I will also receive 1,000 spirit stones, plus a computer and a refrigerator." After sending the message, he turned on his camera, took a picture of himself on the stage, and sent it to the sect's group chat. Before long, the group chat exploded with excitement, everyone envying Maho's luck. Upon seeing these messages, Maho became even more smug. He had only come to Giant Whale City for a visit during his vacation, and also to buy a batch of cigarettes and alcohol for the sect's elders and leader to take back with him. As I walked down the street, I spotted a stall from
afar.
The stall advertised that if I successfully completed the challenge, I could win 1,000 spirit stones, a computer, and a refrigerator. Without thinking, he rushed to the booth and signed up. When he learned that it was for filming a program and would be broadcast on 10-cent video, he became even more excited. He's already fantasizing about what it would be like to become famous overnight. He wasn't the only one with this idea, the other 11 people were basically the same. When they saw that they could get big computers, big refrigerators, and small spirit stones, they eagerly signed up without even looking at what it entailed. Once on stage, they didn't pay attention to the track. Instead, they took cool photos and coolly informed their relatives, friends, and teachers until a male and a female host walked onto the stage with microphones. After a brief introduction, the two began to describe the levels.
"All contestants, please look ahead.
The first challenge you will face is called Speed of Life and Death.
There is only one thing you need to do: run with all your might."
Upon hearing this, the contestants all looked unconvinced, until the host said the next sentence. "After you start running on the track, we will release the 6th-tier demon beast, the Sawtooth Tiger, from the iron cage above. This Sawtooth Tiger has been hungry for 3 days. Of course, in addition to running, you also need to watch your step.
The track you are on can change at any time. If you step into a hole, you will fall into the water.
We have released 1,000 fifth-order demonic beasts, black water crocodiles, into the water, and they have also been starving for 3 days." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all 12 contestants changed instantly, and Maho almost dropped his phone. Next comes the second stage, the Spiral Blade Formation, the third level, the Endless Stone Mill, fourth challenge, Escape from the Inferno, level 5, Extreme Cold and Freezing. The sixth level is filled with rolling thunder, climbing to the 18th peak. After the introduction of all the challenges, every contestant on stage was trembling with fear. However, having come this far, there's no turning back now. Moreover, if they can truly overcome these challenges, they will not only receive a reward worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, but also have the opportunity to become famous overnight, and perhaps even start live streaming e-commerce. Perhaps they had all thought of this, because the 12 people who were originally timid made up their minds instantly. The competition officially began, and the cameramen who were flying through the air on their swords took their respective camera positions. Chapter 163. This is absolutely perfect for body cultivators. I in the audience, Lin Yi's gaze never left the competition area since the challenge began. There's no way around it. This challenge is just too exciting and thrilling, more than 100 times more thrilling than the one in my previous life. If the challenges in my previous life had been designed like this, they would probably have become the #1 variety show in the world. Of course, even in a cultivation world like Tianyuan continent, this is quite explosive, and the difficulty of passing the trial is probably greater than the sect trials of most sections. Furthermore, the restriction on the use of spells and mana makes it even more difficult. He even doubted that anyone could possibly get through it, and indeed, most players
were forced to use the Vajra talisman in the early stages. Several other contestants also suffered fatal injuries and were teleported back to the starting point by the blood escape talisman when they barely made it to the 8th level. Just when Lin Yi thought that the first batch of challengers would be wiped out, a nimble figure caught his attention. On the challenge track, a female cultivator with cat ears moved nimbly and agilely, dodging attacks as if she had a premonition. Coupled with her extraordinary speed, she finally managed to reach the summit and ring the bronze bell.
This girl is quite interesting.
Judging from her appearance, she must be a demon, and a cat demon at that.
Sure enough, without using magic or mana, demons are much stronger than humans.
As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Chen Lang chimed in, "That's right. Apart from being bad at magic and chi cultivation, the demon race is better than the human race in every other aspect, which is why they have always been dissatisfied with the human race."
Young master, should we ban the demon race from participating in the competition from now on?
Otherwise, it will be too easy for them to get the rewards.
No.
Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand.
We cannot have racial discrimination.
Whether it is the demon race or the human race, they are all beings on the Tianyuan continent and enjoy equal status. Not only should we not ban demons from participating in the competition, but we should also treat demons equally. In the future, there must be at least 3 demon participants among the contestants. Only in this way can we reduce the hatred between humans and demons and fill the Tianyuan continent with love. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Lang immediately felt a deep sense of respect. Meanwhile, one person on the male track completed all the challenges and successfully reached the summit to ring the bronze bell. Upon hearing the bell, Lin Yi immediately looked over and saw a lean young man standing atop the peak. I never expected that there would be someone among the human race who could complete all the levels.
This person is no ordinary person.
Young master, this person seems to be a physical cultivator, so even though he has abstained from magic power and spells, his physical body is still much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators.
No wonder. It's good that someone succeeded.
It means our level design is fine, and it can also inspire those who come after us and give them some hope. As the two talked, the recording of this episode came to an end. After awarding the winners and contestants with the corresponding prizes, the production team immediately began post-production. Once the post-production editing was completed, it was immediately uploaded to Tencent Video, and at the same time, a trailer was released on Douyin to attract traffic. Unsurprisingly, this first variety show on the Tianyuan continent quickly attracted the attention of many cultivators. I and the Rising Sun sect, an inner disciple who had just completed his physical training, took out a bottle of beer from his storage bag and chugged it down, complaining to his fellow disciples beside him, "Tell me, how come our huge Sunrise sect doesn't have a single person who knows ice magic? Iced beer and room temperature beer really taste completely different." As soon as he finished speaking, another disciple nodded in deep agreement. "Indeed, that's what happens when we're body cultivators. But I've heard that the Four Seas Pavilion sells a magical artifact that can make ice, called a refrigerator. You can put food and drinks in it and it will be chilled in a short time.
Didn't junior brother Maho go to Whale City to buy some? Just have him buy a refrigerator.
Message him right away, I can't wait to drink an ice-cold beer." At this moment, another disciple of the Rising Sun sect, who looked like the Hulk and had bulging muscles all over his body, suddenly looked at his phone screen with a surprised expression.
Junior brother Maho just sent a message in the group chat. He said he went to participate in the recording of some program and told us to keep an eye on Tencent Video, saying he would appear on it.
He also said that he not only won 1,000 spirit stones this time, but also a computer and a refrigerator. Upon hearing this, the group of Rising Sun sect disciples who were sweating profusely in the training ground instantly gathered around. Computer, refrigerator, 1,000 spirit stones. Quickly open Tencent Video and see what he's been up to, how he managed to get so much stuff.
As they spoke, the members of the Rising Sun sect simultaneously took out their phones and opened Tencent Video.
Before long, they found the newly launched male and female cultivators charging forward video. Upon seeing this strange name, they immediately exchanged a glance.
What is this? A TV series? A movie? It doesn't look like one. Never mind all that, let's click in and take a look first.
The next second, everyone clicked on the male and female cultivators rush forward level. At first, Their expressions were very calm, but when they saw the level description, they vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Once the challenge officially began, they all grinned from ear to ear.
Holy crap! Holy crap! What is this thing? It's being chased by a 6th tier monster right from the start? And all the monsters below are 5th tier monsters?
My god, if that rotating blade array cuts me, I'll be covered in bruises.
It's this piece and that piece, isn't it?
This huge stone mill rotates so fast, if it were to fall, it would be crushed into a piece of paper. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
It's so exciting, so incredibly exciting. I was holding my breath for these people even through the screen.
Suddenly, I feel like the rewards for completing the game are just so.
This is an entertainment program. What is our daily training?
Even the SEC's annual exam isn't this difficult, but it looks quite challenging.
I suddenly want to give it a try. Look, it's junior brother Maho.
For a moment, all the disciples of the Rising Sun sect were completely absorbed in this extraordinary challenge video, and did not notice a figure appearing behind them. This person was none other than Qin Tianju, the inner sect elder of the Rising Sun sect, who was in charge of supervising the daily training of the disciples. As a body cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he not only possessed extraordinary martial prowess but also an exceptionally volatile temper, and he couldn't stand his disciples cheating or shirking their duties. However, just as he was about to make his move, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Maho participating in the challenge on everyone's phone screens. As I watched, his expression lit up.
Who came up with this cultivation method? It's ingenious.
Chapter 164 goes viral, I'll report it to my master. Holy crap.
Junior brother Maho made it through.
I thought he was going to fall off at the 7th level, but he actually made it through. Without using magic, relying solely on physical strength, junior brother Maho is quite something.
TSK, it's not enough to just have brute strength to pass this test.
You also need super reaction speed and super predictive ability.
If you hesitate for even a second, you may fail. Can I just tough it out with my bare body? Can you withstand that 40-meter-long broadsword?
Although it's just an ordinary low-grade magic weapon, you can withstand it once or twice without any problem, but if you make too many mistakes, you won't be able to withstand it. At the very least, you'd have to be at Elder Qin's level. I estimate he can brute force his way through without getting hurt. That's for sure.
Elder Qin's physical strength is said to be comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual weapon.
On the training grounds of the Rising Sun sect, a group of disciples were staring at the screen, discussing and debating, when Qin Tianju suddenly spoke up from behind them. After watching for so long, do you want to give it a try? Upon hearing this, no one had a chance to react. Forget it, this is a bit too difficult. Although no one will die, it would be quite embarrassing to fall into the water.
Exactly, what if we fall into the first level? That would be incredibly embarrassing. Oh? What if I force you to go? They're forcing us to go?
Wait, that voice. The group of people who had just realized what was happening instinctively turned around, and in just one glance they saw Qin Tianju's smiling face. They immediately put their phones away and prepared to continue refining their physical bodies. However, Qin Tianju stopped them.
Don't be afraid, I won't make things difficult for you, and I certainly won't make you do extra training today.
Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Qin Tianju's next sentence made their legs tremble.
But I have another request, all of you here, sign up for this male and female cultivators charge forward event and each of you must win a refrigerator. If you fail to pass the test, your training will be doubled when you come back. And you can't drink beer or smoke for the next 6 months. Don't resent me.
I've taken a look, and this track is quite ingeniously designed, making it very suitable for training. This is a test of your training results, and also an exercise in all aspects of your abilities. Upon hearing this, a chorus of wails erupted from the crowd.
Wanla! Isn't this a death sentence? But some people realized something. Wait a minute, if we do this, we can go down the mountain openly and legitimately. That's right, let's go. If we fail, we can just treat it as a trip down the mountain. If we succeed, we can even get a prize. Yes, if junior brother Maho can do it, we definitely can too. Sign up now. Sign up now. After realizing what was happening, the members of the Rising Sun sect immediately found the registration channel for the male and female cultivators forward rush and submitted their registration information. At the same time, other cultivators were also discussing the first episode of the male and female cultivators program. This show is so exciting. It's even more exciting than Journey to the West. It's not just wonderful, it's terrifying. If the 81 tribulations of Journey to the West were designed to this extent, even Sun Wukong wouldn't be able to protect Tang Sanzang. I want to know how they convinced these contestants to participate in this. It's terrifying. I'm not bragging, but if I were in that situation, I'd fall into the water on the very first try and scream for help. This is simply a nightmare for us magic cultivators. Without magic power and spells, I can't even get past one level. Let me put it this way, even the punishments we use to punish disciples who betray us are not this terrifying. What genius came up with this? You can kill me with one blow, but you can't scare me. 18 levels are too few. I suggest changing it to 80 levels. Each level should not only require you to pass the level, but also allow you to encounter a demon king. 2 people actually cleared the level. They're practically gods. I, Lu Chengye of the Tianding sect, think this challenge is very simple. I request to sign up. Everyone, wait for my good news tomorrow. If I don't go, I'm a grandson of everyone. Anyone could be the guy upstairs, but it just can't be Lu Chengye. I think my senior brother has the ability, so I just signed him up on the official account of the male and female cultivators forward march. I'll report this to my master. He always says I lack experience, so I'll give him some experience today. When I saw the prize, I even said I would try to win a computer. But after watching the challenge video, I realized that staying alive is more important. Without a doubt, male and female cultivators rush forward, the first variety show on the Tianyuan continent, was a success. With its unique program format and terrifying level design, it instantly aroused the interest of countless cultivators. After all, watching others suffer is a kind of pleasure, and the ultimate pleasure at that. You don't have to register yourself, but you must register your fellow disciples. Under these circumstances, the production team, which originally needed to go out on the street to scam contestants, received hundreds of thousands of registration information in less than a day. Some, like Su Rizong, wanted to hone their skills through the competition, while others were just doing it as a prank for their friends and family. The latter group made up the vast majority. This part is also very easy to judge, because in this part of the registration form, you can even see that a Mahayana master who is over 1,000 years old has registered to participate. In addition to these 2 categories, there is a third category inside the Fire Cloud Cave of Crimson Flame Mountain. Looking at his live stream room with only a few hundred viewers, Trueman Fire Dragon had no choice but to shut down the live stream. Not long ago, he was one of the first internet celebrities on Douyin, and one of the earliest live streamers with tens of thousands of followers, reaping all the benefits. But as more and more cultivators flocked to Douyin and new internet celebrities emerged, he, as an original internet celebrity, gradually became forgotten. One reason is that his video content is too monotonous, and another reason is that he has run out of work. The bizarre magical artifacts were all shown in the early stages, and they were so bizarre that the later artifacts could not surpass them. Even if you can create bizarre magical artifacts, it's not as fast as those beautiful female cultivators showing off their legs to gain followers. This is why the viewership of his videos has been declining. Of course, Fire Dragon Master didn't care about making spirit stones or anything like that. What he cared about was the feeling of being the center of attention. Is there really no way for me to become popular again? Suppressing his disappointment, he started scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, hoping to find inspiration for a new video. This scrolling led me to a compilation video of male and female cultivators charging forward. When he saw the video, an idea immediately popped into his head. Should I try to pass this level myself? No, if I try to pass the levels in the usual way like these people, I won't get much traffic. This black myth, Yukong, is so popular, why don't I get a great sage outfit and wear it before passing the levels? That way, I'm guaranteed to become popular. Once he made up his mind, Master Huolong immediately got to work. At the same time that the male and female cultivators were making great success of their charge forward, other projects of Sihai Entertainment were also launched one after another. The first episodes of the TV series Chinese Paladin, the TV series The Journey of Flower, the anime Naruto, the documentary Monster World,
and the short drama The Overbearing Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me were released on Douyin. Chapter 165 The Development of the Mobile Phone Market. Tiger Demon Stronghold. Outside a demon clan stronghold in the 10,000 mountains of the Tianyuan continent, a group of merchants were slowly walking towards the stronghold. When the group reached the outside of the fortress, the leading merchant took off his hood, revealing a huge rat's head with a small braid tied on top. At the same time, a merchant behind him also took off his hood, revealing a similar rat head.
Rat 78, we're almost in the territory of the Tiger Demon clan. Are we really going to sell our phones there?
These tiger demons are now the main force of the Golden Rock King's faction, and they have always been very hostile to human goods.
What if we anger them and they eat us in a fit of rage?
Another rat-headed man said with a worried expression.
You two cowards, what do you know?
Among the many demon strongholds in the 100,000 mountains, the Tiger Demon clan is the richest. Moreover, not a single cell phone exists in their entire stronghold, indicating huge consumption potential.
If we can capture the Tiger Demon clan's market, won't our commission be low?
Upon hearing the word commission, the rat demon's tiny green eyes immediately lit up. According to the agreement between Sihage and them, for every mobile phone they sell in the demon territory, they can not only get the full profit from the sale, but also receive a certain commission if the demons make purchases through the mobile phones.
Let's go, let's hurry into the city.
I don't believe that the Tiger Demon clan can really resist all temptations as rumored. After saying this, Rat 78-9 strode firmly toward the Tiger Demon city. After passing a series of rigorous checks, Rat 78-9 successfully led his 18 brothers into the stronghold. Upon entering the city, they saw groups of tall, imposing tiger demons. Unlike the demon race living within human cities, the tiger demons living in the Tiger Demon stronghold still lead the most primitive life. To preserve their wildness and fighting prowess, they reject all pleasures
and do not engage in farming.
Their days consist of fighting and hunting, with most living in caves and a small number in rugged stone houses. For this reason, they became one of the most powerful fighting tribes under the Golden Rock King. After searching through the group of tiger demons, Rat 78 fixed his gaze on a tiger demon boy wearing armor with an extraordinary air. Although this tiger demon youth is young, his cultivation has already reached the level of a demon general, comparable to a human nascent soul.
Cultivator, so his family background must be quite good. After giving his brothers a wink, he quickly followed.
Young master, please wait a moment.
I am a traveling merchant from out of town, and I have some fine items with me. I wonder if you would be interested.
Upon hearing this, the tiger demon youth with the character, King, on his forehead immediately looked down at Rat 78. After seeing his appearance clearly, the tiger demon youth's eyes were full of disdain.
Humph.
It's you lowly rats again. Instead of focusing on cultivating and reviving the demon race, you're always thinking about these opportunistic schemes. This young master has absolutely no interest in those things of the human race. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave, but Rat 78 did not intend to give up and jogged after him again.
Young master, listen to me.
This time, what I'm selling is no ordinary item, but an incomparably powerful treasure.
With this treasure, you can have anything you want.
As he stopped, the tiger demon boy grabbed Rat 78 by the collar and lifted his small body high, then stared at him with his apricot yellow tiger eyes.
You audacious scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? How could such a treasure possibly exist in this world? Young master, how many lives do I have to lie to you? Put me down, and I'll take out this treasure right now. If I'm really lying to you, you can just eat me.
After listening to Rat 78's explanation, the tiger demon youth put him down with some skepticism.
Take it out, I want to see what kind of treasure it is. Look closely, this is the treasure.
With a chuckle, Rat 78 took out a cell phone from his storage bag and then respectfully held it above his head with both hands. When the tiger demon boy saw what the phone looked like, a look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. That's it?
Young master, you mustn't underestimate this thing. This thing is called a cell phone.
It's a powerful artifact created by the human race by gathering countless great powers. It has the power to reach the heavens and the earth.
Let me show you.
While talking, Rat 78 or 99 gave a brief introduction to the phone's functions in front of the tiger demon boy, and even bought a few bottles of beer from Douyin in front of the tiger demon boy. Young master, look, this is the product I bought from the human race using this treasure.
It's called beer. Please try it. Sizzle Rat 78 handed the beer in his hand to the Tiger Demon Boy by directly opening the bottle cap, and at the same time opened a bottle for himself and gulped it down. Perhaps seeing that Rat 78 had also drunk some, the Tiger Demon Boy followed suit and poured the beer in his hand into his mouth. After downing a bottle of beer, his expression immediately changed. To preserve the wildness of the Tiger Demon clan, they endured extreme hardship, eating only raw meat and drinking only raw water. Having lived a life of hardship, he had never drunk anything like this before, so he immediately asked Rat 78 for 2 more bottles. During this process, Rat 78 even gritted his teeth and bought him the cheapest bottle of 5 spirits elixir. After downing a few bottles of wine, the Tiger Demon Boy smacked his lips while excitedly looking at his phone. He just watched as Rat 78 conjured up that whole bunch of stuff from such a tiny gadget, but he quickly calmed down. No. My father taught me not to indulge in pleasure. Pleasure will only numb us and make us forget our hatred. The demon race will never have a chance to rise again. With that, he gritted his teeth and handed the phone back to Rat 78, then turned around to leave. Seeing this, Rat 78 panicked and quickly stepped in front of the Tiger Demon Boy again. Young master, please don't be in a hurry. If you don't want to buy these pleasure items, we can also buy other things here, such as magical artifacts, weapons, ores, and cultivation techniques sold by humans. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger Demon Boy who had just turned around stopped and turned his head to look at Rat 78 with an incredulous expression. Weapons? Ores? Cultivation techniques? These things are sold here too? Of course, as long as you have spirit stones, you can buy anything on this thing called Doin. Your purchase of alcohol is for enjoyment, but your purchase of weapons and martial arts techniques is for the benefit of my demon race. Moreover, you can see on Doin that you can learn about the current situation of the human race in real time. If you want to defeat the human race and avenge our previous defeat, you must first understand the human race. The reason why the demon race lost to the human race before was because we did not understand the human race enough. As the saying goes, learn from others' strengths to overcome them. Blindly closing ourselves off will only widen the gap between our demon race and the human race. Before Rat 78 could finish speaking, the Tiger Demon Boy grabbed him by the collar again and lifted him up, his face full of excitement. Learn from others' strengths to defeat them. That's a very good point. Come on, I'll take you to see my father. If it's really as you say, we should not only buy this phone, but every member of our clan should have one. Chapter 166 The Fierce Tiger King. The fall of the Tiger Demon clan. Inside the royal residence in the center of Tiger Demon City, Rat 78 lay sprawled on the ground, his face filled with terror. Not far in front of him, a burly man, 2 meters tall and exuding a terrifying aura, sat steadily on a stone bench. This imposing man is none other than the current king of the Tiger Demon clan, the fierce Tiger King. Tiger King held his phone in one hand, staring intently at it, occasionally swiping the screen with his carrot-sized finger. I had heard about this phone from other demon kings before, but I only saw it in person today. I never imagined that the human race's weapon refining skills had reached such a level. It's truly incredible. It seems that our understanding of the human race is still stuck hundreds of years in the past. After saying this, Tiger King turned his gaze to Rat 78, who was lying in the middle of the yard. You said, a teacher uses skills to subdue others? Upon hearing this, Rat 78 trembled at first, then stammered, that's what a petty person said. What you say makes a lot of sense. The Tiger King nodded slightly. Our demon race has been preparing for war all these years, but the human race has also made progress. This small magical artifact has so many powerful functions, you can imagine how powerful the high-level magical artifacts of the human race must be. Moreover, the human race has come up with such a cruel cultivation method. If you hadn't brought the cell phone, we would have been kept in the dark. As he spoke, he looked at his phone again, where a clip of a male and female cultivator charging forward was playing on the screen. The cultivation methods of our demon race are still too gentle. If we could cultivate in this way, what would we have to worry about if the demon race did not prosper? Ha! There are even people from my demon race participating. Haven't humans always been hostile to us demons? No sooner had the Tiger King finished speaking than Rat 78 or 99 hurriedly explained, Lord Tiger King, in the past, the human race did indeed reject the demon race, but now it's different.
Now, the demon race can also obtain respectable jobs, act in TV series and movies, and open shops. Seemingly to enhance the credibility of his words, Rat78 immediately instructed Tiger King to open Penguin Video on his phone. At first, the Tiger King was just looking at the current situation of the demon race living in the human territory, but as he watched, he became attracted by the plot of Journey to the West. By the time he realized what had happened, more than 30 minutes had passed. To cover his embarrassment, he quickly put his phone aside. It seems that the status of our demon race among the human race is indeed much better than before. There are so many demons in this TV series, even Sun Wukong is a demon. Lord Tiger King, besides Journey to the West, there's another movie called Green Snake. The two main characters are also demons. I heard they come from a snake demon tribe, Rat78 added at this point. If Your Majesty the Tiger King wishes to see it, I have a pirated version that I secretly filmed. I would charge others for watching it, but I can give it to you for free, Your Majesty the Tiger King. As soon as Rat78 said this, Tiger King immediately became interested. That's good. Movies and TV series are also part of the human race. Through these, we should be able to better understand the human race. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. After saying that, he took out a storage bag from the side and threw it in front of Rat78. I'll buy your phone. There are 10,000 spirit stones in here. Is that enough for you? That's enough. That's more than enough. 10,000 spirit stones can buy 3,000 mobile phones. How about this? Consider this phone a gift from me, and I'll get you another 3,000 mobile phones. As he spoke, Rat78 hurriedly took out a bunch of cell phones from his storage bag. Upon seeing this pile of cell phones, Tiger King's second son, Humang, who was sitting on the side of the yard, immediately lit up. From a personal perspective, he is still very interested in mobile phones, especially the novel videos on Douyin and the various strange and unusual things sold there. However, having received a strict education since childhood, he did not allow himself to indulge in pleasure, but things are different now. This phone seems to be more than just a tool for enjoyment, it's a channel for understanding and learning about the human race, and it can also be used to purchase a large amount of rare resources from the demon race. After thinking about it this way, his psychological burden immediately lessened considerably. When he saw his father, Tiger King, staring at his phone for a long time, he finally felt relieved. Since father doesn't think there's a problem, then there must be no problem. Just then, Rat78 added another jab. This phone may seem like a fun gadget, but everything has two sides. Just like martial arts techniques, if you use the same technique to do good, it becomes a divine skill. If you use it to do evil, it becomes a demonic skill. Many human cultivators have achieved sudden enlightenment and made great progress in their cultivation by playing on their mobile phones. If they can play, why can't we demons? We don't play on our mobile phones for pleasure, but for the rise of the demon race. Upon hearing this, not only did Humang's eyes light up, but even the fierce Tiger King showed a thoughtful expression. After a long while, the Tiger King waved his hand and said, "Give me another 100,000 mobile phones." Tiger King is wise. Rat78 was overjoyed. The profit from the price difference of mobile phones was small money. If the entire Tiger Demon tribe used mobile phones, the future commissions would be the real money. A dozen minutes later, Rat78 left the royal compound with a big smile on his face and several bags of spirit stones, while Tiger King also received a full 100,000 mobile phones. Looking at the mountain of cell phones in front of him, Tiger King immediately said to Tiger Mang beside him, "Xiao Mang, have someone distribute these phones to the clansmen in the stronghold later." Upon hearing this, Humang nodded first, then a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. "Father, do you really want all the people to use this mobile phone? Aren't you afraid they'll become obsessed with it and lose their ambition?" "Ha, every one of my tiger demons is a born warrior, with a will as hard as steel. How could we be so easily influenced by external things?" The fierce Tiger King laughed with a disdainful look. "Moreover, I think what that rat said makes sense. We must fully understand the human race and regard them as our masters in order to completely defeat them. Didn't our Tiger Demon clan also learn from the Cat Demon clan before? Since this mobile phone has been so widely adopted by humans, there must be a reason. Perhaps it holds some secret or trick. After all, humans are so intelligent, they couldn't possibly create a magical artifact that would affect the future of humanity.
The reason I, as their father, have every member of the race use a mobile phone is that I hope to find the secret hidden within it as quickly as possible. I see. Hu Mang suddenly realized. Father is indeed far-sighted. Perhaps this phone is a treasure used by human cultivators to improve the overall strength of human cultivators. Allow me to go back and study it carefully. That would be best. Your elder brother is currently a hostage in the Golden Rock Royal Court. Remember to arrange for someone to send a batch of cell phones to your elder brother as well. Father, please rest assured. After saying this, Hu Mang casually picked out a mobile phone and ordered people to distribute the other mobile phones to each household. He also sent a clansman to take 1,000 mobile phones to the Golden Rock Royal Court. After everything was arranged, Hu Mang, unusually, did not go to the arena to hone his fighting skills. Instead, he returned to his private stone house, picked up his phone, and prepared to explore the mysteries of the phone. Looking at the icons on his phone, he clicked on Douyin and completed the registration as prompted. I want to see what the human race uses this for. There must be some unspeakable secret. As soon as he finished speaking, a cat-eared girl dressed as a maid appeared on his screen, holding up 2 cat paws. Meow 1 machine, meow arigato. At the bottom of the screen, there was a line of text that read, "You might like this." As he looked at it, Hu Mang's face turned red, and he had nowhere to put his big paws with paw pads. Its will, which could not be shaken even by swords and axes, crumbled at this moment. Chapter 167 The Tiger King addicted to online shopping. New application. While Hu Mang was engrossed in the suggestive videos on Douyin, Meng Huan was also engrossed in watching the Journey to the West TV series. After watching all the currently updated episodes in one go, he had an expression on his face that showed that he was still not satisfied. This Sun Wukong is truly a model for our demon race. His havoc in the Heavenly Palace was really exciting to watch. It's just a pity that there's no sequel. I wish I could have seen the rest of the story. There are other TV series, like Chinese Paladin. I wonder if they're as exciting as Journey to the West. By the way, Manger once said that the human beer is very delicious. Why don't we buy some and try it? A few minutes later, after a series of trial and error, Tiger King successfully placed an order for a whole case of beer at Sihei's Douyin store. After downing a bottle of beer, he suddenly felt that he had wasted the previous few centuries. What kind of life is this, for our Tiger Demon clan, one of the royal families of the demon race? It's not a bad thing to enjoy yourself occasionally. How can our iron will be corrupted by such external things? After saying that, he downed another bottle of beer and then happily started watching TV. Perhaps at first he was trying to learn from the strengths of the human race and explore the mysteries of mobile phones, but as he looked at them, he forgot about that. During this process, he gradually learned how to shop online. They had everything: delicious food, drinks, and fun activities, beer, peanuts, popcorn, milk tea, beverages, and ate treasure porridge. Damn, these humans really know how to enjoy life. I need to buy self-heating hot pot? What's that? I'll buy some and try it. This instant noodle looks pretty good. Half an hour later, the area around the Tiger King's throne was piled with all sorts of packages, all of which he had bought in the Douyin livestream. They have everything they need, from food and drinks to daily necessities and entertainment. Although it cost him over 100,000 spirit stones, he didn't feel bad at all, because the Tiger Demon tribe didn't lack spirit stones at all. Since they mainly obtained energy from flesh and blood, they didn't consume too many spirit stones on a daily basis. He casually picked out a large package from the many packages beside him, and after opening the wooden crate, a huge single sofa appeared in front of the Tiger King. After plopping down on the sofa, Tiger King immediately wore an expression of enjoyment. This sofa is so comfortable, 100 times more comfortable than my old stool. As he spoke, he glanced at the huge stone chair he had been sitting on, and he was truly fed up with its cold, hard texture. It's changed. Without saying a word, he smashed his original stone chair into powder with a single palm strike, and then placed the sofa on top of it. And you know what? It's even more enjoyable to play on your phone after curling up on the sofa. Oh, right, and this too. His gaze swept over the numerous packages, and he quickly spotted a large projector he had just purchased. After connecting it to my phone as instructed in the manual, the content on my phone screen was projected onto the projection screen. A big screen like this is much more comfortable. This phone is still too small for me. Looking at the phone screen, which was only slightly larger than his finger, Tiger King muttered to himself. And while we're at it, let's try this self-heating hot pot to see if it's any good. As he spoke, he pulled out a whole box of self-heating hot pots from among the many packages. He casually opened the wooden crate, and an iron box appeared in front of him. The iron box has 2 layers. The upper layer contains a pile of pre-prepared ingredients and a pot bottom, while the lower layer is a simple heating array driven by spirit stones. Simply turn on the switch to heat the upper layer, pour clean water into the upper metal box, turn on the switch, and soon a steaming hot pot is ready. It's simple and convenient. After just one bite of the Tiger King, hot tears streamed down his face, partly from the spiciness and partly from the memories it brought back. Every tiger demon born into the tiger demon tribe is instilled with the idea from childhood that the tiger demon race must eat raw food and drink blood. Only in this way can they maintain their wildness and ensure the fighting power of the tiger demon race. His grandfather told his father this, and his father told him this, and he has been following this ancestral teaching for hundreds of years, but that doesn't mean he wasn't curious about the taste of food outside. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, he had secretly tasted cooked food brought by traveling merchants from outside. At that time, he was extremely surprised that food could be so delicious. As a result, he was beaten half to death by his father that time, but this hot pot meal reignited his childhood memories. Now that his father was gone, he had become the ruler of the Tiger Demon clan, and no one could control him anymore. This bite is not only making up for what I lacked in my childhood, but also rewarding myself for my childhood. A thought vaguely formed in his mind. Perhaps the reason why the demon race has always been discriminated against by the human race is because the demon race is uncivilized and still lives a primitive life. No matter how strong they are, they cannot gain the recognition of the human race. If the demon race could live like the human race, the demon race would not be inferior to humans. Perhaps it's time for the demon race to make some changes. Thinking of this, he immediately took another big bite of hot pot and drank a sip of beer. At that moment, he felt extremely elegant. After finishing the hot pot in a few bites, he immediately turned his attention to the box of instant noodles he had bought not long ago. Like self-heating hot pot, instant noodles also originated from the catering department of Sihai Pavilion, and were initially proposed and developed by Ling Yi. Unlike self-heating hot pot, instant noodles come in a covered wooden bowl, which contains a noodle cake, a seasoning packet, and a wooden fork. To make this bowl of instant noodles, Tiger King even ordered a psionic kettle from the official Sihai Pavilion store. Following the instructions in the live stream, Tiger King quickly prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Before even tasting it, he was already salivating just from the aroma. If it weren't for this phone, I would never have known that the human race was living such a good life. They live so well, yet during the war between humans and demons, they still beat our demon race to a pulp. It seems that the words passed down by our demon ancestors were clearly wrong. What was that saying I just saw on Douyin again? If you don't suffer, you'll suffer. Yes, that's right, if you don't suffer, you'll suffer. And you've suffered for hundreds of years for nothing. How can eating and drinking well diminish one's fighting spirit? I haven't seen my fighting spirit diminished at all. As he spoke, he used the fork that came with the instant noodles to roll up a steaming clump of noodles and stuff it into his gaping mouth. As he ate, he felt unsatisfied, so he opened a self-heating hot pot, boiled the broth, opened 3 buckets of instant noodles, and threw the noodles in. 20 minutes later, his throne was surrounded by instant noodle containers and beer bottles, and his once muscular belly was now bulging out. Hiccup. Awesome. Humans can enjoy this, and now my demon race can enjoy it too. This phone is truly a wonderful thing. Let me see what other good stuff is being sold on TikTok. As soon as he finished speaking, he started watching live streaming e-commerce, placing orders for anything that caught his eye, seemingly trying to make up for the hardships he had endured over the past few centuries. At the same time, all the tiger demons of the tiger demon tribe also started using mobile phones. From initial disdain to later addiction, it only took an hour. Short videos, novels, TV series, games, shopping, there's always something to attract these tiger demons who've had enough of their miserable lives. The same thing was happening in other demon cities at the same time, with rat demons who were good at business knocking on the gates of demon cities one by one with mobile phones from the Four Seas Pavilion. The sparks of the demon race's revival flickered at this moment. Under these circumstances, the number of mobile phone users, which had previously stagnated, surged instantly. Lin Yi, who was playing Black Myth, Wukong in his luxurious office, suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host!
Your Douyin user base has surpassed 50 million.
Reward, a brand new app, Peaceful Nikki.
Chapter 168 Peace and Warmth, Lu Ruyan's Transformation Path Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Douyin user base has surpassed 50 million.
You are rewarded with a brand new app, Peace and Warmth.
You will have full access to this app and receive a 10% commission on in-app purchases. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Lin Ye's expression froze for a moment, then turned to great joy.
Holy crap, it's this game. I'm rich. I'm rich now.
This is one of Tencent's top stars, a notorious money-making monster.
It's no wonder Lin Yi was so excited.
Although Qiuqiu Flying Sword was also a pay-to-win game, it was nothing compared to Peaceful Nikki. Before he traveled to Tianyuan continent, Peace and Nikki had always held the second position on the mobile game recharge chart. It was not until another Tencent game appeared that it was pushed down to third place. It is unknown how many listed companies' annual revenue is less than what it earns in a month, which shows its terrifying money-making ability. Lin Yi played this game for quite a long time when it first came out, and it did have its charm. However, as the versions were updated, the gameplay became more and more complicated, and the number of recharge points also increased. Skins cost money, vehicle skins cost money, special effects guns cost money.
Just a click will redirect you to a recharge link, which is very convenient.
You no longer have to worry about kids not knowing how to recharge you. Moreover, the new skins are getting more and more outrageous.
You can even see Guan Yu fighting Ultraman in the game.
After quitting the game for a few months, when you log back in, you wonder if you've entered the wrong game. Of course, Lin Yi could tolerate that if it were just that, since the game could be played without spending money. But he really couldn't stand the increasingly worse game environment. Cheating was rampant, and there were more and more low-quality players who would start cursing at the slightest disagreement. In addition, some young people like to find partners in games, turning a shooting game into a dating app. After typing YP into the App Store, it immediately asks if you are looking for a dating app called Peaceful Warmth. Despite its many flaws, it is undeniable that it is a successful game, otherwise it wouldn't have made so much money. I wonder if this game will change after it comes to Tianyuan continent. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Yi immediately took out his phone and found the game Peaceful Nikki. After browsing around the game, he had an I knew it expression on his face. Just as he guessed, after being ported to Tianyuan continent, some of the game's content became more localized. For example, the game's background is no longer about countries holding joint military exercises regularly for world peace, but rather about major sects fighting endlessly to compete for a divine chicken in a secret battlefield, with the ultimate winner receiving the divine chicken. In addition, some items in the game have been slightly changed. Firearms have been changed into special long-range attack magic weapons, and close-range attack magic weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds have been added. The starting plane has been changed into a celestial boat, vehicles have been changed into ground-based man magic weapons, energy drinks have been changed into elixirs, and grenades have been changed into explosive tags. Overall, the gameplay remains unchanged. You can enjoy both long-range sniping and close-quarters combat. It's somewhat like an integration with a martial arts battle royale game from a previous life. It can be said that it combines the characteristics of Tianyuan continent without reducing the game's playability, and most importantly, it doesn't skimp on any of the pay-to-win elements. Seeing this,
Lin Yi's face showed satisfaction. Excellent, very excellent.
I hope this game can continue the glory of its predecessor and thoroughly drain the storage bags of the cultivators of Tianyuan continent.
But we still need to find someone to help promote it. Let me think about who to ask. Oh right, I'll ask her.
After a moment of thought, a figure quickly appeared in Lin Ye's mind, and then he opened Douyin and found a contact at the top. At the same time, in a live broadcast room within the charming maiden sect, Lu Ruyan, dressed in a revealing outfit, was scrolling through Douyin videos on her phone with a worried expression. As a former top influencer on Douyin, she, like the fire dragon immortal, has recently hit a bottleneck. She once received tens of millions in tips during a single live stream, and countless upright young talents fell at her feet, willingly supporting her on the charts. She only needs to wear a sexy outfit and wiggle around every day to get a lot of likes, which greatly satisfies her vanity. However, as more and more cultivators flocked to Douyin, the borderline track gradually became overcrowded. In the past, only disciples of the Chanu sect were involved in this activity, but later some female cultivators from righteous sects also started doing it, just to earn spirit stones, which wasn't shameful. They danced, sang, and included all sorts of girls, innocent, cute, and alluring. In the past 2 days, a large number of female demons have also joined the ranks of those flirting with the law, including the pure and lovely rabbit demon, the naturally charming fox demon, the cute and lively cat-eared girl, and the fishman race from the seas. Some chambers of commerce even recruit women from other ethnic groups and train them. In one live streaming room, 7 or 8 women with different styles switch between different styles of dance to music and dance for a whole day. Her regular viewers were immediately drawn to these new live streams, so much so that she can only get a few thousand spirit stones and gifts per live stream now, a stark contrast to before.
This can't go on any longer. If it continues, I'm afraid I'll end up like Master Fire Dragon, completely dead.
No sooner had Lu Ruyan finished speaking than she came across a video of a fire dragon true man bravely charging forward against male and female cultivators. Watching the video of the fire dragon immortal, who, despite his advanced age, was still dressed in the Monkey King costume and wielding the golden cudgel, desperately racing on the track but ultimately falling into the water in the first stage.
A hesitant expression appeared on her face. Do I have to act like a clown like him to regain traffic?
By the way, Black Myth, Wukong is so popular lately, maybe I can dress up as Spider Sister and stream myself playing Black Myth, Wukong.
That might give me another boost in popularity.
Just as she made up her mind to enter the gaming industry, another phone lying to the side suddenly rang. When she saw the other person's profile picture, her relaxed expression instantly turned serious.
It's the sect master. Why would the sect master call me at this time? Is there some important task to assign?
Although she had doubts, she didn't dare to be careless and immediately connected the video call. The next second, Lin Ye's face appeared on his phone screen, and Lin Ye on the other end of the phone naturally saw Lu Ruyan's current appearance. Lin Ye glanced at him and quickly turned his head away.
Ahem, put your clothes on properly.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan realized that she was still wearing her pajamas, and quickly found an outer garment to put on.
Sect Master, is there something you need to tell me? Indeed, there is something to explain. I've noticed that your traffic has dropped significantly recently. You must be stuck in a creative block. Perhaps you should consider a career change. Transformation? Upon hearing this word, Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Yes, stop being a borderline streamer, become a game streamer.
I have a new game here, you'll stream yourself playing it.
Your goal is simple, attract more people to this game. After Lin Ye's explanation, Lu Ruyan finally understood. Peaceful Nikki, this game can't possibly surpass Autumn Flying Sword, can it?
Filled with curiosity and doubt, she immediately opened the game and started a duo match with Lin Ye. Chapter 169. This game shouldn't require spending money, right? Under Lin Ye's guidance, she gradually got the hang of the game, starting from being completely confused, and mastered some basic game skills, for example, looting crates, picking up airdrops, controlling vehicles, and some advanced skills, such as sound positioning, body control, recoil control, and smoke grenades. At first, Lu Ruyan didn't experience the fun of the game, but after she shot and killed a robot for the first time, she gradually got a taste of the joy, and her expression became more and more excited. After playing several rounds, she finally figured out how to play the game thanks to her clever mind. Although she would still be considered a novice in the game environment of her previous life, she could already be called an expert in the Tianyuan continent. Seeing this, Lin Ye also spoke to her through the game microphone. In that case, you should prepare to start your live stream. If anyone asks you what game it is, just tell them directly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Lu Ruyan nodded quickly. Don't worry, Sect Master, I will definitely complete the task you assigned me. That's good. I'm logging off now. Oh, and remember to buy a few more skins. After giving his instructions, Lin Ye logged off, while Lu Ruyan changed her clothes and started her livestream. Although she is no longer considered a top influencer among the many borderline female streamers on Douyin, her legendary status as the grandma still remains, and a considerable number of perverts entered her live stream the moment she started broadcasting. In just 2 minutes, the number of people watching the live stream reached more than 2,000. At the same time, a large number of bullet comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Xian Yuanzong, Li Shang, why is Ruyan starting her broadcast so early today? Is she going to sing or dance today? Tai Sect, Wu Qiong, compared to singing or dancing, I care more about black stockings or white stockings. Master Huaguang of the Seven Treasures sect, although many new fairies have recently appeared on Douyin,
I still think Ruyan has more charm. They are far inferior to you.
Ruyan, don't worry, I will always support you. Seven Treasures Sect, Zhou Yuan, Master, so this is what you're like. I've already taken a screenshot, and I'll send it to the sect's main group chat later. Master Huaguang of the Seven Treasures Sect, good disciple, farewell. Seven Treasures Sect, Zhou Yuan, then we'll have to see if you're sincere, Master. Faced with the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lu Ruyan did not respond to them immediately. Instead, she opened Peace Nikki and started a classic mode match. Before long, she became immersed in the game, controlling her character to leap off the fairy ship and land in the secret realm. She immediately began to skillfully search the secret realm. When this scene was projected onto the live stream screen, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the live stream room.
Ha! Is Ruyan playing a game?
It doesn't look like Chocho Flying Sword.
This is definitely not Chocho Flying Sword.
I just finished playing a game of Chocho Flying Sword, and the interface is completely different.
Could it be a new game? It is indeed a new game.
I just discovered that there seems to be something called Peace Nikki on my phone.
Could Ruyan be playing Peace Nikki right now? Peaceful Nikki? What's that game about?
Just as everyone was wondering, Lu Ruyan also found a magical assault rifle that looked exactly like an M416. She picked up the rifle and found a spot on a rooftop, then easily took down a bunch of bots with the weapon. When the viewers in the livestream saw this scene, their eyes immediately lit up.
I see, so this game is a combat game. But what exactly is that thing the game character is holding that can kill someone from such a distance? It's probably some kind of magical artifact. It makes me want to try it out.
A dozen minutes later, Lu Ruyan successfully won and lifted the Divine Rooster. Only then did she remember the task Lin Yi had assigned her.
Oh no, I got so into it that I forgot to interact with the audience. I hope they all left.
When she looked at the live stream screen with such worries, she was surprised to find that the number of viewers in the live stream room had not decreased, but had increased by more than 10,000, and the barrage area was unusually active.
Fairy Ruyan, can we play another round?
This new game seems really interesting. Yes, Chocho Flying Sword is fun, but I prefer this kind of combat game to racing. Ruyan is probably playing the Peace Nikki game that just came out on the phone. I just tried it out and I had no idea how to play it.
I got killed by the opponent right at the start of the game, and I didn't even see the opponent. Me too. I've already played 2 games.
In the first game, I got killed at the start and turned into a small box. In the second game, I finally managed to kill someone, and I wanted to see what was in that little box, but I got killed again. Seeing these comments, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief but also didn't forget to say something to fellow Taoists. The game I'm playing right now is called Peace and Nikki.
You can find it by simply opening your phone. If you don't know how to play, you can add me in the game. I can help you rank up. Don't worry if you can't get a spot with me. I will give you a simple explanation of how to play this game. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan switched to the game's main interface.
The main gameplay of this game is to survive to the end in a secret battlefield. At the start, 100 players will be dropped into the secret battlefield on a ferry boat. Various magical artifacts and spiritual medicines are scattered in this secret battlefield. Magic weapons are divided into ranged magic weapons and melee magic weapons. Ranged magic weapons are mainly something called guns, which are further divided into assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, pistols, light machine guns, etc. These firearms use spirit stones as their energy core to fire powerful magical bullets, which can kill enemies at a distance. Melee weapons include common swords, spears, and halberds, each with its own unique skills and finishing moves. In the game, we can even use our fists to fight. Besides weapons, there are vehicles. With Lu Ruyan's patient explanation, the viewers in the livestream quickly gained a general understanding of this new game they had never played before, and at the same time became even more eager to learn about its content, because from any perspective, Peaceful Warmth seems much more fun than Autumn Flying Sword. More importantly, all items in this game are found during matches, which means you don't need to spend money. Upon realizing this, many cultivators in the livestream were overjoyed. Autumn Flying Sword requires too many spirit stones, and Black Myth Wukong requires buying a computer. Now they have finally found a refreshing game that does not require spirit stones. Chapter 170. The Holy Land disciple addicted to PUBG. Chilan Peak, the main peak of the Kanglan Holy Land, serves as the main venue for this Holy Land Exchange Conference. Today, thousands of elite disciples from the 8 Holy Lands, along with a group of sect leaders and elders, have gathered here. On the platform hundreds of meters high, a group of Mahayana stage sect leaders and elders were engaged in lively discussions, exchanging scriptures and expounding the Tao, while elite disciples from various Holy Lands sat down below. In one of the areas, the group from the Luofu Holy Land, led by Yang Lin, was prominently displayed, unlike the disciples of the other major Holy Lands who listened attentively. The people from the Luofu Holy Land all lowered their heads, covered their hands with their wide sleeves, and occasionally whispered to each other using telepathy.
When will this exchange conference end?
It's been going on for 2 days already, and my butt is numb from sitting so long. Yes, these old folks talk a lot and can spout grand theories, but I've never seen them ascend to the upper realm.
Let's be patient a little longer.
According to past practice, this exchange conference will last for at least a few more days. Later, we might have to go up and compete with the disciples of other Holy Lands.
Ugh, I'm so annoyed.
I've only gotten to Chapter 3 of Black Myth, Liukang.
When am I going to be able to go back and finish the game?
How come the disciples of the other Holy Lands nearby are so patient?
Don't they get bored?
Disciples from other holy sites aren't as lucky as us.
I've heard that mobile phones aren't even widely available in many holy sites yet.
Really?
They're so pitiful.
Just as the disciples of the Luofu Holy Land were whispering amongst themselves, a slender nascent soul disciple suddenly whispered with delight, "Hey, fellow disciples, look in our group chat.
I've found a fun new game."
Upon hearing this, everyone immediately opened the Douyin chat interface and found a video. When everyone opened the video out of curiosity, they were surprised to find that it was actually a game video. However, this game video was neither Chocho Flying Sword nor Black Myth Wukong, but a completely new game that they had never seen before.
Peaceful Warmth? What kind of game is that? It looks quite interesting. Fairy Ruyan is playing too? I have to check it out. 100 people fighting together in a secret realm, with only the last survivor winning?
It sounds pretty exciting, and it should be more fun than Autumn Flying Sword. Of course, with Chocho Flying Sword, it's very difficult for you to beat those who have spent spirit stones without spending them now. Chocho Flying Sword is fun, but it costs too many spirit stones. I've spent several thousand spirit stones on skins and flying swords recently. But this game called Peaceful Warmth is different. All the items are picked up during the game, so you definitely don't need to recharge spirit stones.
We're bored right now, how about we all play something together? We absolutely have to try it. Let's go.
As they spoke, the disciples of the Luofu Holy Land opened Peace Nikki with curiosity and started playing it. Having watched Lu Ruyan's basic strategy video, they quickly mastered the basic gameplay of parachute, search houses, evade calamities, drive vehicles, and engage in combat with others using firearms and magical artifacts to eliminate them. Of the gameplay, so different from Chocho Flying Sword, fascinated them. The sense of accomplishment from searching houses and obtaining various magical artifacts thrilled them. Driving vehicles across the wilderness was exhilarating, and engaging in gunfights with enemies lurking in the shadows got their blood pumping. Before long, they were completely immersed in the world of the game, enjoying it immensely. Of course, most people will become loot boxes as soon as they land because they are not used to the game's controls or are not familiar with the game's map and mechanics. But this only fuels their competitive spirit.
Ah, I killed one, and he dropped a box. Don't pick it up, don't pick it up. Damn it, I got beaten to death.
I told you not to pick them up, but you wouldn't listen.
Senior brother, save me. I've been shot. Senior brother, do you have a gun? Could you lend me one? I only have a frying pan. Come here, I have a lot of guns. What's this? A 4x scope?
Holy crap, you can see really far after you put this on a gun.
I've discovered a problem. Can I just hide and stay hidden until the end of the match instead of playing against other people? No, I'm being struck by lightning. There are people on that roof over there. Let's go around them. Ha! What's this? A smoke talisman. Let's try throwing one out. It's fun. Wow. Melee mode is so much fun. You can actually knock your opponent's weapon out of their hand and even block bullets. Damn it, I got ambushed and killed again. I refuse to believe it, let's try again. Damn it, after this guy knocked me down, he actually came over and punched me to death. That's so insulting. No way, I have to get revenge. Maybe they're just trying to save bullets. Then why is he still dancing in front of my box, that bastard? In match after match, the disciples of Luofu Holy Land not only found the fun in the game, but also developed more and more ways to play, and many disciples have even won the game. The moment they win the game is also the most exciting moment for them. In this situation, they were completely unaware of the passage of time. The Mahayana venerables from various holy lands on the high platform seem to have concluded their discourse. The venerable Lingxin from the Kanglan Holy Land, who was the main speaker, smiled slightly, then cupped his hands to the other Mahayana venerables present and said, "I have gained a lot from discussing the Tao with you fellow Taoists today, and I thank you for your help." No sooner had he finished speaking than Venerable Dui from the sacred land of Luofu laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoist Lingxin, you are too kind. Your insightful remarks just now have greatly benefited us, and even my realm, which has not improved for a long time, has begun to loosen." Yes, fellow Taoist Lingxin's words just now were truly enlightening. Brother Tao, you flatter me. It just so happens that several of you are here today, and I have a few bottles of top-grade spiritual wine. Why don't we all have a few drinks together? Of course, I also have a few packs of special edition cigarettes and premium 5 spirits liquor that my apprentices have given me as a gift. Special edition cigarettes? Premium 5 spirits liquor? What are these? It's nothing, just some new gadgets that have recently become popular. Let's go, everyone, come with me to my cave. Venerable Lingxin said, about to pull the group of Mahayana venerables on the high platform away from this place, but before leaving, he seemed to think of something else. I almost forgot about these disciples below. Don't worry about them. Let them talk to each other. They are about the same age and have similar cultivation levels. They might be able to learn from each other and improve together. That's true. In that case, I'll let them know. After saying this, Venerable Lingxin walked to the edge of the platform and loudly addressed the disciples from the 8 Holy Lands below. Disciples of the 8 Holy Lands, listen to my command. We are returning to our caves to comprehend the secrets of heaven. You may exchange ideas among yourselves. As soon as the words were spoken, the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands below stood up in unison and shouted, respectfully bidding farewell to the Venerable One. Seeing the reaction of the disciples from the 8 Holy Lands, Venerable Lingxin nodded slightly, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the location of the disciples from the Luofu Holy Land. Ha! The disciples of the Luofu Holy Land are so focused, not moving an inch. Could it be that they are trying to comprehend what we just discussed? No wonder that outstanding disciples have emerged one after another in Luofu Holy Land over the years. Without much thought, Venerable Lingxin led the other Mahayana venerables present away from the platform. After they left, the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands immediately gathered in 2s and 3s. Some were reminiscing, while others were exchanging their experiences in spiritual practice. Only the disciples of the Luofu Holy Land remained motionless. This strange sight quickly attracted the attention of the disciples of the Kanglan Holy Land due to their unique location. There were no cities surrounding the Kanglan Holy Land, so they naturally had no way to access mobile phones. When they curiously gathered around the disciples of the Luofu Holy Land, they were immediately drawn to the games on everyone's phones. It's like a good student who's never used electronic devices seeing a group of bad students playing games. When the people from Luofu Holy Land finished the game and looked up, they were greeted by a series of innocent and clear faces. Chapter 171. The Kanglan Holy Land dragged into the water. That feels great. We finally killed that bastard who was hiding over there shooting in the dark. The divine rooster is mine. Senior brother, how can you shoot so accurately? Can you teach me? Why do I always feel like I'm missing something every time I shoot? That's easy. You just need to learn how to control recoil, like this. Sniper rifles are so useful. One shot to the head and they're dead. I can't imagine how awesome it would be if we could create such magical artifacts in the real world. Within the area where the disciples of the Luofu Holy Land reside,
many Luofu disciples have become fully immersed in the peaceful and warm game world. Chi Tian was one of them. As a former inner sect elite of Luofu Holy Land and a holder of the Heavenly Spirit Root, he had represented Luofu Holy Land in the Holy Land Exchange Conference several times. But now he looked like a typical internet addict. He only put down his phone after leading 3 fellow disciples to a successful victory in PUBG.
This game isn't that hard. I'm the MVP again this time. I easily eliminated 20 people. Come on, let's play the next game.
I'll carry you guys again and try to reach that invincible God of War rank as soon as possible. As he was saying this, he prepared to start another game, but at that moment he suddenly realized that someone seemed to be watching him. When he looked up, he saw a circle of heads surrounding him, with the closest one almost touching the top of his head. He was immediately startled, but breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the people surrounding him were disciples of the Kanglin Holy Land.
Holy crap, you guys almost scared me to death. Isn't this senior brother Sun Xiaoyu from Kanglin Holy Land?
We fought each other 20 years ago. As soon as Chi Tian finished speaking, a handsome young man dressed in the uniform of the Kanglin Holy Land bowed politely and said, "It is indeed me. I dare not accept the title of senior brother, just call me Xiaoyu."
Xiaoyu, is there anything you need? If not, I'll continue playing the game.
Chi Tian said, then looked at his phone again. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoyu quickly spoke again, "Fellow Daiwas Chitin, the Venerable One has instructed us to exchange our cultivation experiences." Before Sun Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Chi Tian interrupted him impatiently, "No need to talk, we're very busy right now.
Xiaoyu, why don't you go find the people from the nearby Heavenly Dome Holy Land? They're quite skilled in cultivation." After saying that, Chi Tian suddenly seemed to remember something.
He looked at his phone, then at Sun Xiaoyu, and asked somewhat uncertainly, "Are you curious about what I'm playing?" Upon hearing this, the innocent-looking Sun Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly.
"Do you want to play?" Chi Tian asked again.
Sun Xiaoyu nodded again, then a hint of worry appeared on his face. "But the Venerable One asked us to exchange cultivation experiences. Hey, we're also cultivating. It's a unique cultivation method from our Luofu Holy Land. It can temper our mind and hone our combat skills," Chi Tian explained patiently. After speaking, Chi Tian turned his gaze to the other disciples of the Kanglin Holy Land. "Our Luofu Holy Land and your Kanglin Holy Land are of the same lineage, so good things should naturally be shared.
You've been watching for so long, you must want to try it too."
As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of Kanglin Holy Land exchanged glances and then nodded repeatedly. "Alright then, fellow disciples of the Luofu Holy Land, please let the brothers of the Kanglin Holy Land play with their phones for a while, and teach them how to play Peace Nikki." As he spoke, he handed his phone to Sun Xiaoyu. The other disciples of Luofu Holy Land hesitated upon seeing this. They're having a great time right now. Asking them to let someone else play with their phones would be like killing them. Just as they were hesitating, Chi Tian's voice came from their sea of consciousness.
"Don't hesitate, do as I say. Senior brother, why? We haven't had enough fun ourselves, why do we have to teach them how to play? Yeah, we're not that familiar with these people from the Kanglin Holy Land, are we? What do you know? I asked you to let these people from the Kanglin Holy Land play with your phones because I wanted to drag them down with me. Although the Venerable One is not taking care of us now, do you think he will still treat us like this once the sect leader comes out of seclusion? But if we drag these people from the Kanglin Holy Land into this mess, no, not just the Kanglin Holy Land, but all the disciples from the 8 great Holy Lands, then we can avoid being punished by the masses. If any problems arise, we can all share the burden. Another point is that if everyone is playing on their phones and shortens their cultivation time, it won't seem like our Luofu Holy Land disciples are progressing slowly. If we're going to delay everyone, then it's the same as not delaying at all." After Chi Tian's explanation, everyone from the Luofu Holy Land suddenly understood. "Wonderful.
No wonder you are the most talented disciple of our Luofu Holy Land in the last 100 years.
How come we didn't think of that?
If we drag all the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands into this mess, and they don't allow us to use our phones in the future, we can all cause a ruckus together.
There's strength in numbers. The main problem is that we haven't been cultivating properly during this period.
If other disciples of the Holy Lands also spend their time on their phones, then there will be no difference between us. First, get them interested in the game, then encourage them to buy a phone, and teach them how to secretly play on their phones without being caught.
Is it wrong of us to do this? What's wrong with that? We're not harming them. We're helping them find the true meaning of life and bringing them happiness.
Look at them, they're all so young, but their eyes are like those of old men. They've wasted all their time on cultivation.
They might even be reflecting on their lack of effort in cultivation before they die. Yes. We're helping them. After some private communication, the disciples of Luofu Holy Land finally reached a consensus.
Come, fellow Taoist, let me teach you how to play.
Fellow Taoist, this is my phone. You can use it and play with it. I'll teach you if you don't know how. Click here to enter the game. This is to control your movement direction, and this is to fire. Yes, aim before you shoot. Not bad, you almost hit it. It's okay if you die, you can come back again. Brother Dao, you played really well. You killed someone in the very first game. You're a gaming genius. I suggest you go pro in the future. What is playing professionally? Playing professionally means being one of the best players in the game.
I heard that the signing fee is tens of millions of spirit stones a year now.
You've knocked this guy down. Don't waste bullets, just punch him to death. Great.
With the patient guidance and encouragement of the people from Luofu Holy Land, the people from Kanglan Holy Land gradually found the joy of the game and soon became addicted to it. Hee, this is so much fun, 100 times more fun than cultivation. It's a pity I won't be able to play it after the exchange conference ends. After killing several people in a row, Sun Xiaoyu said excitedly, but at the same time, a trace of worry appeared on his face upon hearing these words. A wicked smile flashed in Qi Tian's eyes.
Does Xiaoyu want to be able to play on his phone forever? Chapter 172. Life isn't just about cultivation. A friendly match between Sun Xiaoyu, who was sighing, perked up instantly upon hearing Qi Tian's words. Senior brother Qi Tian, what do you mean by that? Are you perhaps going to give me this phone? This is unacceptable, this is such a precious item. As he spoke, he gripped the phone tightly with both hands, and upon seeing this, Qi Tian immediately cursed inwardly. You shameless bastard. I finally managed to buy the Supreme Edition, and you bastard just want to take it for free. I'll blow you up, you dog. After he finished cursing, a smile returned to his face. That's not what I meant, brother Xiaoyu. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with the phone. The main thing is that this phone is already bound to my consciousness. Besides, this phone isn't anything rare. You can easily buy it for just a little bit of spirit stones. If brother Xiaoyu needs it, I can buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Great. If I had my own phone, I could play it too. How many spirit stones would this phone cost? Not many. Sihai Pavilion is selling the first generation phone on its official Douyin store. It only costs 2 spirit stones to buy one. Alternatively, if you want to buy the second generation Supreme version, you can also buy it from scalpers, but the price will be a bit higher. I think the first generation phone is enough. As he spoke, Qi Tian opened the official Douyin store of Sihai Pavilion and bought a mobile phone for Sun Xiaoyu without any hesitation. Brother Xiaoyu, consider this phone a gift from me. The moment he took the phone, Sun Xiaoyu's face showed a hint of disbelief, as if he couldn't understand how the phone had appeared. Senior brother Qi Tian, where did you take this phone from? Hearing this question, Qi Tian was not surprised at all, and answered calmly, of course it's sent by the store. It's the same for buying anything, not just phones. There's nothing new about it. Oh right, we're out of cigarettes. I might as well buy a pack while I'm at it. While they were talking, Qi Tian bought a pack of premium cigarettes on Douyin in front of Sun Xiaoyu, opened the cigarette pack, and took out a lighter from his storage bag. Bite. The moment the lid was opened, a pale yellow flame ignited the cigarette in his hand. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. Call, that feels so good. I'd been holding it in for days. I finally managed to get rid of the venerable one and the others today. After saying that, he took out another cigarette from the cigarette box and handed it to Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu was a little dazed at first,
but after Chi Tian repeatedly gestured for him to accept the cigarette, he finally did. After examining it for a moment, he hesitated slightly before saying, cigarettes are for refreshing the mind. When you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, you can smoke one and maybe get some inspiration. Is it really that useful? Of course, here, let me light it for you. It might be a little pungent at first, but you'll get used to it. Come on, take it in your mouth, suck hard, yes, take it slow. Cough cough, exhale, inhale. 2 minutes later, under Chi Tian's tutelage, Sun Xiaoyu successfully learned to smoke. Huff, hiss, after taking 2 puffs, it really refreshed me. It's good stuff, really good stuff. After taking 2 deep drags, Sun Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the cigarette case in Chi Tian's hand. Noticing his gaze, Chi Tian chuckled and then stuffed a pack of cigarettes into Sun Xiaoyu's hand. Senior brother Chi Tian, take it, I'll just buy another pack. Then thank you, senior brother Chi Tian. Could you also teach me how to buy things on Douyin so I can buy cigarettes myself? Sure, no problem. A few minutes later, Sun Xiaoyu had mastered the other uses of the phone, including online shopping, watching TikTok, reading novels and TV series, and so on. At that moment, he was like a child who had received a new toy, or an explorer who had discovered a new continent, his face full of excitement and anticipation. He touched this and looked at that, unwilling to put it down at all. His favorite game is Peaceful Nikki, and after trying out all the new features, he immediately started a game himself. The other disciples of the Kanglin Holy Land were no different. At this moment, all of them were focused on the game. Occasionally, some disciples realized that what they were doing was wrong, but they were quickly persuaded by the various reasons given by the disciples of Luofu Holy Land. Oh, it's okay to play for a while. Cultivation isn't something that can be done in a day or two. You need to relax when you need to, otherwise you'll develop inner demons. Being too obsessed with cultivation will lead to obsession. If your obsession is too deep, how are you any different from a demonic cultivator who will stop at nothing to improve his cultivation? Cultivation is not only about increasing your magical power, but also about stabilizing your mind. This mobile phone is the best tool for stabilizing your mind. Cultivation is not about shutting yourself in, but about going into the mortal world and experiencing life. Look how convenient this mobile phone is. You can meet all kinds of people without leaving home. People from tens of thousands of miles away can make you so angry that you vomit blood. How can you understand the wickedness of people's hearts if you stay in the Holy Land? But you can experience it in the game. Go ahead and play, don't feel guilty. Everyone's playing. Just play with a learning mindset. Playing on your phone can be a form of self-improvement. Are we playing a game? We're honing our combat skills and improving our reaction time when facing enemies. Only in this way will you not be caught off guard when you encounter members of the demonic sect in the future. See, you got killed again. You can die 1,000 times in a game without fear, but in the real world, death is real. Where else, besides a game, can you find a place to learn from your mistakes and improve your combat skills? At this moment, the disciples of Luofu Holy Land were like devils, leading the people of Kanglin Holy Land into hell. If Ling Yi were to see this, he would probably be tempted to recruit them on the spot and incorporate them into the demonic sect's Strategic Deception Bureau. And the words of the disciples of Luofu Holy Land did indeed have an effect, making the disciples of Kanglin Holy Land even more at ease while playing. Soon, hundreds of disciples each had a mobile phone. The vast majority of them were playing Peacekeeper Nikki, while some were scrolling through Douyin, shopping, reading novels, and watching TV series. Smiles they had never seen before appeared on their faces. Many people even learned to smoke under the guidance of Luofu disciples. Seeing this, Chi Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. I knew they couldn't resist cell phones. Now it's all the same to them. After muttering to himself for a while, he immediately shouted, "Brothers of Kanglin Holy Land, since we've all gathered here today, it must be fate. Traditional competitions can be a bit unpleasant. I think we should do this instead. Let's have a friendly match in peace and warmth." The suggestion immediately drew enthusiastic responses from everyone present. Soon, a showdown between the Kanglin Holy Land and the Luofu Holy Land unfolded peacefully, creating a lively scene. This scene quickly attracted the attention of the people from the Heavenly Holy Land not far away. Chapter 173. Senior brother was just being too pretentious. Senior brother, what are those people from Kanglin Holy Land and Luofu Holy Land doing? Within the area where the Heavenly Dome Holy Land is located, a nascent soul cultivator with a baby face looks curiously at the area where the Kanglan Holy Land disciples are located. Upon hearing his words, another young man standing next to him, with striking features and an impressive demeanor, glanced at him indifferently before turning his face away with disdain.
They're playing on their phones. A cell phone? What's that?
The baby-faced man asked, puzzled. A peculiar magical artifact that has recently become popular, with many uses. I've heard that almost every cultivator in the outside world has one nowadays. The last time I went to Nanjing City with my master to purchase supplies, I saw these things everywhere on the streets of Nanjing City. However, master said that this thing is just a strange and ingenious skill.
Once a person gets hooked on it, they can't get rid of it.
I've seen the cultivators in Nanjing City playing with it while walking, while flying on their swords, and even while eating and drinking. They often just stare at their phones and giggle like idiots.
It's really a waste of time.
As he spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on the young man's face. We cultivators should have lofty aspirations and not be misled by such trivial external things. These people are already unable to extricate themselves and are even enjoying it.
But they seem to be having a lot of fun. Senior, what do you think is on that phone? The baby-faced man asked curiously again.
I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'd rather comprehend the great principles that the venerables just spoke of. Such opportunities are rare. After speaking, the young man closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, the baby-faced man kept glancing at the locations of the Kanglan Holy Land and the Luofu Holy Land, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, he closed his eyes, preparing to follow his senior brother's example and start cultivating diligently. Just then, a unique fragrance suddenly wafted from the direction of the Luofu Holy Land. He twitched his nose twice and looked in the direction of the fragrance towards the location of the Luofu Holy Land. With just one glance, he saw several disciples of the Luofu Holy Land making instant noodles, while several other disciples of the Kanglan Holy Land watched longingly from the side. Brother Ma, let me tell you, don't underestimate this instant noodle. It tastes really good. Just pour boiling water in, let it steep for a minute or two, and smell the aroma.
You probably don't get to eat these things normally in the Kanglan Holy Land, right?
Here, have this bucket first, there will be other food later. After speaking, the disciple from Luofu Holy Land handed the instant noodles he had prepared to the disciple from Kanglan Holy Land standing next to him. The disciple who received the instant noodles was immediately flattered. After swallowing hard, he finally took a small bite. Having not eaten for decades, he suddenly felt his dormant taste buds instantly awakened. Only then did he remember that he was a person, a living person with emotions, desires, and needs, not a cultivation machine. Realizing this, he immediately started eating heartily, taking bites of instant noodles and sips of soup, and soon finished the whole thing. At that very moment, a disciple of the Luofu Holy Land also finished cooking a self-heating hot pot, and the aroma of the hot pot instantly spread everywhere. Glug, having witnessed everything, the baby-faced man swallowed hard. After hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered up his courage and walked towards the area where the Kanglan Holy Land disciples were located.
Fellow disciples, what are you eating? Is it delicious?
When he walked up to Chi Tian and the others and asked them this question, Chi Tian and the others, who had just finished the battle and were preparing to make themselves a bowl of instant noodles, immediately looked at each other with a faint, unusual smile on their faces. The next second, Chi Tian turned his head and said, "Oh, delicious, of course it's delicious. Judging from your clothes, you must be a brother from the Heavenly Dome Holy Land.
Come, sit down. This cup of instant noodles I'm holding is just ready.
I haven't had a chance to eat it yet, but I'll give it to you. I also have some spiced peanuts and melon seeds from Sihai Pavilion.
Let's all eat them together.
I also have a snack I bought yesterday. It's called potato chips. I think it's pretty good. It's crispy, everyone should try it. I still have popcorn here." Led by Chi Tian, the disciples of Luofu Holy Land took out all sorts of snacks they had bought from the Sihai Pavilion online store. What was supposed to be a cultivation exchange conference instantly turned into a picnic. The baby-faced girl from the Celestial Holy Land had never seen so many strange and unusual foods before, and her eyes immediately lit up. In his excitement, he didn't forget to ask Chi Tian,
"Senior brother, may I ask where you bought all these things?"
Upon hearing this question, Chi Tian didn't even hesitate before taking out his phone and pointing to his screen, saying, "Of course it's on Douyin." Recently, the official store of Sihage is having a promotion in the snack section. You can get a 5 spirit stone discount if you spend 50 spirit stones.
Senior brother, you caught Guanzi? You even triggered a combo.
Another disciple from Luofu Holy Land teased. I'd like to take it, but I don't have any fans, Shi Tian said, pursing his lips.
Junior brother Yang Lin has taken on several advertisements recently.
I really envy him, he became a legend with just one book. After saying that, he turned to look at the baby-faced man again.
In short, as long as you have a mobile phone, you can buy anything you want on your mobile phone. Upon hearing Chi Tian's words, the baby-faced man's eyes almost lit up instantly. So this phone is really amazing, not as harmful as my senior brother said. So how can one get a cell phone?
When the baby-faced man asked that question, Chi Tian's smile immediately became even brighter.
Let me help you.
A few minutes later, Babyface returned to the gathering place of the disciples of the Heavenly Dome Holy Land, holding the phone that Chi Tian had helped him buy. His phone screen was still playing the Naruto anime, and his other hand was holding the snacks he had gotten from Chi Tian and the others. While his fellow disciples were earnestly exchanging cultivation insights, he was happily munching on potato chips and looking at his phone. Not long after, the young man he called his senior brother frowned and broke out of his cultivation state.
Xinghe, what are you doing? Why aren't you cultivating properly?
No sooner had he finished speaking than the baby-faced man exclaimed with delight, Senior brother, try this, it's delicious.
By the way, senior brother, didn't you want to buy a new magic weapon recently?
I just saw that it's being sold on Douyin, and it's 3,000 spirit stones cheaper than in the shops in Nanjing City. The young man was about to get angry, but his expression changed immediately after hearing those words, and he then noticed the cell phone in the baby-faced man's hand.
Where did you get this?
My senior brother from Luofu Holy Land bought it for me. It only cost 2 spirit stones.
Senior brother, is this the magic artifact you've always wanted to buy?
This thing is so convenient, you can get it right away after you buy it.
Ha! It really is.
Well then, I'll make it clear that I'll only use this thing to buy magical artifacts. The young man's tone softened slightly.
Of course, senior brother.
Look, I'll check it out for you. There are a lot of live streams selling magical artifacts, and maybe there are even cheaper ones. With a casual swipe, a group livestream appeared on his phone screen. Inside the livestream, various types of beautiful women stood in formation, dressed in fashionable and sexy outfits, with exquisitely applied makeup. Human race, cat demon race, fox demon race, fishman race, rabbit demon race. Accompanied by the music playing in the livestream, they took turns dancing gracefully.
Senior brother, this isn't for selling magical artifacts. I'll go to the next one.
The baby-faced man was about to swipe up on the screen when a large hand grabbed his wrist, followed by the young man's voice.
Wait, don't swipe away yet. Let's not rush to buy the magic artifacts.
But senior brother, you just said that looking at these things is a waste of time and energy. You were a bit too pretentious just now, and you were only looking at it with a critical eye, which is different from the others.
10 minutes later, the Heavenly Dome Holy Land had a second mobile phone.
15 minutes later, the number of mobile phone users in the Heavenly Dome Holy Land increased to 20. Half an hour later, more than half of the disciples of the Heavenly Dome Holy Land had their own mobile phones, a speed faster than the spread of a virus. At the same time, inside the cave of Venerable Lingxin on the main peak of Qilin Peak, Venerable Dui, who had been drinking several rounds of wine, also mysteriously took out several items from his storage bag.
Fellow Taoists, although that spirit wine was very beneficial to cultivation, it was a bit weak. Why don't you all try my 5 spirit liquid? And these special edition cigarettes.
Chapter 174 Top Grade 5 Element Liquid worth 100,000 spirit stones. Inside the cave, the moment Venerable Dewey took out the 5 spirits elixir and the special edition cigarettes, all the Mahayana venerables present turned their gazes toward him.
5 spirit liquid?
I heard you talking about it when I arrived.
What exactly is it? An elderly man with half black and half white hair and a blue robe couldn't help but ask.
Yes, could it be that you obtained the spirit wine from somewhere?
Another young, handsome Mahayana venerable asked curiously. Is this 5 spirits elixir even better than my purple cloud immortal wine?
This time, it was Venerable Lingxin from the Kanglan Holy Land who spoke. Faced with the questions from the group of Mahayana venerables, Venerable Dui also picked up the exquisitely crafted wooden box beside him.
Ha! This box is actually made of 7th grade spirit wood. The box itself must be incredibly valuable, Venerable Lingxin exclaimed in surprise after examining it. What kind of wine would warrant a box made of such spirit wood? No, it's not just a box. There's even a restriction on this box. This restriction is extremely complex. If we force it open, I'm afraid we'll destroy everything inside.
Another venerable who was skilled in formations said with a look of surprise.
Could this box contain the 5 elemental elixir you mentioned? This time, Venerable Dewey nodded. That's right, this box contains the top grade 5 elements liquid.
This bottle can sell for 100,000 spirit stones outside, and it's currently in high demand but not available.
You can't buy them without a certain status and position.
It's thanks to my disciple that he managed to get a few bottles through inside connections.
At this point, Venerable Dewey was full of pride.
At the same time, he also rummaged around on the packaging box for a while. After some manipulation, the mechanism of the wooden box opened, revealing the contents of the box. Inside a box lined with golden silk, there lay a crystal-clear glass bottle. The bottle was exquisitely shaped, its surface shimmering with precious light, and adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. It was also a magical artifact. The moment it was taken out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Venerable Lingxin also glanced at the jade bottle he had previously used to hold the spirit wine. Compared to it, his bottles of spirit wine were immediately inferior by more than one level, and his expression became slightly unpleasant. He was the one who hosted the dinner, but the Venerable Dewey stole all the limelight. Just then, Venerable Dewey carefully took out the bottle of 5 spirits elixir, which looked incredibly luxurious, from the wooden box.
This is the top grade 5 spirits elixir you mentioned? TSK, I've never seen such exquisitely packaged wine before.
Yes, the packaging alone looks extraordinary. The wine inside must be incredibly delicious.
Dewey, why did you only bring out such a good thing now?
Listening to the crowd's words, Venerable Dewey smiled faintly, his eyes revealing undisguised smugness.
I was thinking that since Brother Lingxin was hosting this time, if I were to take out the 5 spirit liquid first, wouldn't that be usurping the host's role?
By the way, I've heard that there's a way to distinguish the authenticity of this top grade 5 spirits elixir.
I wonder if it's true.
As he spoke, he tried to infuse a wisp of his magic power into the bottle.
As the magic power seeped into the bottle, the dragons and phoenixes on the bottle seemed to come alive and swam on the bottle.
At the same time, a beam of white light shot out from the bottom of the bottle and reflected on the ground, eventually condensing into a line of text. The 5 spirits are bathed in the brilliant spring light, their fragrance intoxicating the world for 3,000 years. Upon seeing this line of text, everyone present, including Venerable Dewey himself, had their eyes light up. Before they could react, the text changed again. Enjoy life to the fullest when you're successful, don't let your golden goblet stand empty before the moon. After a few seconds of pause, the third line of text appeared: drink today's wine and be merry today, tomorrow's troubles will come tomorrow. After the 3 lines of text were read, all the strange phenomena disappeared, but the faces of the Mahayana venerable ones present showed an expression of utter amazement. Enjoy life while you can, for tomorrow you may die in vain before the moon.
What a beautiful poem.
Drink today, for tomorrow we may die, tomorrow's troubles will come tomorrow.
This saying is quite true.
Even we Mahayana practitioners cannot predict what will happen tomorrow, so we might as well enjoy ourselves today. Yes, cultivators fight against fate, and they may die at any time.
If they cannot enjoy the present moment, it will be too late to regret it when the heavenly lightning strikes.
Putting everything else aside, these 3 lines of poetry alone are enough to make this wine worth 100,000 spirit stones.
This is truly a good product.
The scene was filled with praise. Even Venerable Lingxin realized the difference between the spirit wine he had taken out and the 5 spirit liquid in front of him. Spirit wine can only slightly improve their cultivation, while the 5 spirit liquid is in harmony with the great Tao and is not even in the same league.
Come, everyone, let's all taste this wine.
After showing off his treasured premium 5 spirits elixir, Venerable Dewey waved his hand and took out more than a dozen small glasses from his sleeve. After opening the caps, He poured a glass for each person present. These Mahayana venerables, as if they had never seen the world before, carefully picked up their wine cups and began to sip. Whether it was the impressive display of the cards, the cultural depth conveyed by the 3 lines of text, or simply the fact that they had never tasted this kind of grain-based liquor before, a look of amazement appeared on the faces of the group. This 5 spirits liquid is indeed unique in taste. It has a long-lasting and mellow aroma, a fiery taste upon entry, but leaves a slightly sweet aftertaste that is truly unforgettable. Yes, ordinary spirit wine can improve cultivation, but its taste and flavor are completely incomparable to this, and it is rather bland. I feel that this wine is like our lives, which are full of variables, with both spicy and sweet flavors.
That makes sense.
The second bite felt different from the first bite, so I'll try it again. While everyone was savoring their wine, Venerable Dewey opened his specially supplied cigarettes.
Come, fellow Taoists, try this one again.
This cigarette, like the 5 spirits liquid, has a unique flavor. I like to have one when I'm deep in thought but can't find the answer, and I also have one when I can't calm my mind and enter a meditative state.
I feel it's more effective than the mind-concentrating incense.
Upon hearing this, the people who were tasting the wine immediately became interested. A dozen minutes later, under the guidance of Venerable Dewey, more than 10 Mahayana venerables from the 8 Holy Lands present all learned to smoke. Sitting on the futons, they took a sip of wine and a puff of cigarette, their expressions gradually becoming more relaxed in content. This was a feeling they had never experienced before. At this moment, Venerable Dewey, who had just finished smoking a cigarette, suddenly stood up and looked at the futon with the power to gather spiritual energy under his buttocks.
I'm getting old. My legs went numb after sitting for just a short while. Fellow Taoist Lingxin, you don't mind if I take out my own prayer mat, do you?
Upon hearing this, Venerable Lingxin, who was smoking, was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. The next second, Venerable Dewey took out a genuine leather sofa from his storage bag.
When he nestled comfortably into the leather sofa, the other Mahayana venerables present were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 175. Buy me a cell phone too. Ah, my futon is still the most comfortable.
Brother Lingxin's enlightenment futon is certainly good, but unfortunately my old bones are not fortunate enough to enjoy it.
Isn't that infuriating? The Venerable Dewey sat on the genuine leather sofa he had brought, lying down on it, taking a puff of a cigarette every now and then, looking extremely comfortable. Seeing his expression, everyone present immediately looked at the sofa he was sitting on. Brother Dewey, this is your futon. Why is it like this?
Upon hearing this, Venerable Dewey carefully flicked the ash from his cigarette on the left side of the sofa, as if afraid of burning his leather sofa, before slowly and deliberately replying, "This was given to me by my good-for-nothing apprentice, Yang Lin. It's called a sofa, and they say it's comfortable to sit on, but it's really just a so-so. Why don't you guys try it?" After he finished speaking, he stood up. The Mahayana master closest to him hesitated for a moment before sitting down, and his expression changed the instant he sat down. In the past, he would usually sit cross-legged on a stone platform when he cultivated, and occasionally he would choose a futon with special effects, but sitting on either a stone platform or a futon would be very uncomfortable. But this sofa was different. It was so soft it was unbelievable, and with the supportive backrest, it
was incredibly comfortable. Fellow Taoist Yuzhu, is this sofa comfortable? A short Mahayana venerable couldn't help but ask. Wait a minute, let me feel it a bit more.
Venerable Jade Bamboo shifted his position.
It's really quite good. Then hurry up and move aside so I can try. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. A dozen minutes later, all the Mahayana venerable ones present took turns sitting on the sofa for a while. Like Venerable Jade Bamboo, once they sit down, they don't want to get up. After finally managing to separate, everyone turned their gaze to Venerable Dewey. Brother Dewey, how come you have so many good things here? Your disciple is too filial. Your disciples from the Luofu Holy Land are not only studious, but also so filial, unlike the disciples from our Tianxian Holy Land, who are not only bad at cultivation, but also lack virtue. Yes, when I left earlier, I saw that the disciples of your Luofu Holy Land were still engrossed in their cultivation, and they were not disturbed by the outside world at all. The wine is good, the cigarettes are good, and this sofa is even better. I'm thinking of getting a sofa for my cave dwelling. Brother Dewey, could you ask your disciple where he bought all these things? Listening to everyone's words, Venerable Dewey became even more smug. He had clearly succeeded in this round, and had done a great job of it. I have to tell you all about this. You probably don't know what's been happening outside lately. The Tianyuan continent of today is not the same as the Tianyuan continent of the past. Back then, if we wanted to buy something, we had to travel thousands of miles on a flying sword. Now, all we need is a mobile phone to buy anything we want. Cigarettes, alcohol, sofas, magical artifacts, elixirs, they're all the same. Mobile phone? Upon hearing these two words, the expressions on the faces of the assembled Mahayana venerables changed in various ways. Some people looked blank, clearly having never heard of it before, others frowned, seemingly not having much affection for mobile phones. The Venerable Dewey was not surprised by the crowd's reaction at all. He picked up a cup of wine and poured it into his mouth. You guys are all quite old now, don't be so conservative in your thinking. Enjoy life to the fullest while you can, don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I think this saying makes a lot of sense. Can you guarantee that you will be able to successfully transcend the tribulation? I certainly can't. In the past 10,000 years, more than 100 people in Mailuafu Holy Land have cultivated to the Mahayana stage, but only a dozen or so have successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to the upper realm. The others either became rogue immortals and retired behind the scenes to protect their sex, or they died and their souls were erased and they fell into the cycle of reincarnation. My senior brother was undergoing a tribulation. He began a secluded retreat 500 years ago and never stepped out of his cave for 500 years. He thought he was fully prepared, but when he was undergoing the tribulation 20 years ago, his inner demons attacked him and he turned to ashes in front of me. At that time, I wondered what the point of cultivating immortality was. Was it to gamble on a chance that was less than 1 in 10? As he spoke, Venerable Dewey poured himself another cup of wine, tilted his head back, and drank the whole cup down in one gulp, his face revealing undisguised sorrow. Those present who heard his words exchanged glances, clearly having had similar experiences. The situation is basically the same in the 8 Holy Lands. Once a disciple advances to the Mahayana stage, they will generally enter the sect's ancestral land to begin a closed-door retreat to prepare for the tribulation. Usually, only 1 or 2 Mahayana cultivators will be left outside to oversee the work. Although it wasn't said outright, they all knew that the reason they were left outside was because they had the worst aptitude and the lowest probability of surviving the heavenly tribulation. Entrusting them with the sect's mundane affairs was the most beneficial approach for the sect's development. This is why their already slim chances of ascension have become even lower. While others have a 1 in 10 chance of successfully ascending, theirs is only 1 in 100. Which is basically equivalent to certain death. Thinking about this, the atmosphere inside the cave became even stranger, but at that moment, Venerable Dewey raised his cup again. Drink today, for tomorrow we may die. I don't want to think about it anymore. With our level of cultivation, even if we don't cultivate, we can still live for at least several thousand more years. We can do whatever we want during these few thousand years, as long as we follow our hearts. Even if we die and our cultivation dissipates, we should do it without regrets. Come. Let's all drink this cup to the brim. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so Mahayana cultivators present immediately raised their glasses together. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a bottle of 5 spirits elixir was finished. Seeing this, Venerable Dewey took out his phone and opened Douyin, TikTok. You're all curious about where this wine and sofa came from, right? Today I'll show you. Take a good look. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so Mahayana masters present immediately gathered around him, looking at his phone screen with curiosity. Venerable Dewey originally intended to buy a few bottles of wine from the official store of Sihai Pavilion to continue drinking, but as soon as he opened Douyin, a beautiful female cultivator dancing a hot dance appeared on the screen. Embarrassed, he quickly swiped the screen, but after swiping through more than a dozen videos, all of them were suggestive or borderline content. The atmosphere at the scene visibly became increasingly awkward. This is my son's phone. He usually likes to look at these messy and morally corrupt things. Please don't mind. Forget it, I'll just buy a new phone. While explaining, Venerable Dewey found the official store of Sihage through a search and placed an order for a new mobile phone. At this moment, another Mahayana master suddenly spoke up. Brother Dewey, since you've bought a new phone, why don't you give me your old one? Upon hearing this, Venerable Dewey quickly refused. No, 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 this phone isn't mine. I only have the right to use it.
If Brother Bentley wants it, I'll buy you a new one.
That's okay too. Brother Dewey, could you buy me one too? I want one too.
Chapter 176 The Eight Holy Lands completely fallen. A few minutes later, Venerable Dewey bought a mobile phone for each of the Mahayana monks present. After receiving the phone, these elderly people, whose average age is over 1,000, acted like children, their faces full of joy and curiosity, touching and looking at everything. I had only heard of cell phones before, but I had never seen one. I never imagined that such a small thing could be so amazing.
Yes, even I can't understand the internal structure. Who researched and developed this? This Douyin is really convenient.
You can know what's happening in any corner of Tianyuan continent without even leaving the house, and you can buy all kinds of things you need anytime, anywhere.
Why didn't Brother Dewey tell us about such a good thing sooner? Since taking over the sex affairs, I haven't known what to do all day. Now I finally have something to do. Brother Dewey, besides Douyin for watching videos, what are the other apps for?
For example, Jocho Flying Sword and tomato-free novels. Yes, I would be grateful if Brother Dewey would be so kind as to offer his guidance.
Upon hearing the group of Mahayana venerables seeking his guidance, Venerable Dewey couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on his face. I wouldn't presume to ask for your advice.
Aside from Douyin, I don't use many other things, but I generally know what they do. Take this tomato-free novels for example.
You can read all kinds of novels on it.
This novel, Rebirth, I Am the Immortal Emperor, was written by my disciple Yang Lin. With this one novel, he is now famous throughout the Tianyuan continent and has earned tens of millions of spirit stones.
I highly recommend you take a look. Then why didn't he come to this Holy Land Exchange conference this time? He's too busy.
Countless cultivators are urging him to update every day, so we simply let him stay in the sect to write. As he spoke, Venerable Dewey stroked his beard and then continued to introduce several other applications. After he finished introducing all the applications on his phone, the group of Mahayana cultivators present became even more excited. However, several Mahayana practitioners expressed their concerns.
This phone contains so much information. If we spend too much time on it, wouldn't that interfere with our cultivation? Upon hearing this, Venerable Dewey prepared to explain, but before he could, another Mahayana cultivator spoke up first.
We are assigned by the sect to manage sect affairs, and we don't have much time to cultivate on weekdays, so it doesn't matter if we do a little more.
Besides, with our talents, what are your chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation? What difference does it make whether we cultivate or not?
After working hard for the sect for over 1,000 years, only to be abandoned in the end, it is understandable to enjoy some pleasure. These heartfelt words instantly resonated with everyone present. Brother Zishu is right. We live for the immortal path and for our sections. Now it's time to live for ourselves.
Let's drink and be merry today, and worry about tomorrow. I've come to buy some wine. Let's all get thoroughly drunk today.
After saying this, Venerable Dewey purchased dozens of bottles of premium 5 spirits elixir from the official store of Sihai Pavilion, as well as some snacks that are allowed to be sold online and pre-made dishes such as self-heating hot pot. Finally, they even spent a lot of money to buy a sofa for each of the Mahayana monks present. A dozen or so Mahayana cultivators sat on the sofa around a large table, eating various snacks and hot pot, and drinking 5 spirits elixir, perhaps thinking of how they had worked so hard for their sect only to be abandoned, or perhaps thinking of how they would one day perish under the heavenly tribulation. None of the dozen or so Mahayana cultivators present used their cultivation and magic power to suppress the effects of the alcohol. The small wine cups were replaced with large bowls, as if to vent all the bitterness in his heart.
Come on, everyone, let's all have a toast.
Let's have a drink. Before long they were all drunk. To hell with the immortal path, to hell with the sects.
Let them be the immortals and ancestors, we'll do the dirty work. Wine is truly a wonderful thing. Come on, let's have another one.
More than an hour later, this group of Mahayana cultivators from the 8 Holy Lands had each drunk 7 or 8 bottles of 5 spirits liquid, and they were all lying on the sofa, grinning foolishly. As he laughed, Venerable Lingshin of the Kanglan Holy Land seemed to remember something.
All right, I almost forgot about those little brats. We're all gone, will they be all right? How could this be? What could possibly happen on Qilin Peak? I mean, what if they don't cultivate properly? That's even less likely. They are the most talented and disciplined disciples among the 8 Holy Lands. They know how to be self-disciplined. Right now, they must be seriously exchanging cultivation experiences. That's true. The restrictions on Qilin Peak have been lifted, so they can't get out. They have nothing else to do but cultivate. Putting everything else aside, I am very strict with the disciples of my heavenly vault Holy Land. They will never do anything I forbid them to do. If that's the case, then what's there to worry about? Come on, let's keep drinking and smoking. 2 hours later, the dozen or so Mahayana venerables present were completely drunk. They abandoned all thoughts of immortality and sex, and started drinking from bottles and scrolling through their phones. Meanwhile, on the other side of Qilin Peak Square, the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands were completely integrated into each other, intertwined, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. The 8 holy sites have more than 2,000 people, almost all of whom have a mobile phone. Some are scrolling through Douyin, some are watching TV series, and many more are playing Peacekeeper Nikki. Gunshots rang out all over the square. In the very center of the square stood 8 groups of disciples dressed in different holy site uniforms, all of them tense and ready to fight at any moment. Chi Tian was standing directly in front of them with his hands behind his back. I've already explained the rules, is everyone ready? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands nodded in unison. In that case, the competition among the 8 Holy Lands shall officially begin. The moment the words fell, the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands sat down cross-legged at the same time, and then each took out their own mobile phone and entered the custom room created by Chi Tian. A thrilling and exhilarating battle unfolded in this custom match. After the match began, other disciples from the Holy Lands also joined the spectators. Whenever a player from their own faction is knocked down, they can't help but sigh, while when a player from their own faction kills a player from another faction, they cheer with joy among the spectators. A disciple from the Heavenly Vault Holy Land suddenly couldn't help but ask another disciple beside him, a senior brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The Venerable once asked us to share our cultivation experiences, but we're just playing on our phones here. What's wrong with that? This is also a form of communication. The Venerable One has indeed set many rules for us, but there isn't a single rule that forbids us from using our phones or playing games. As long as we're not prohibited from doing so, then it's fine. Besides, all the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands are playing this game and participating. So what if they find out? Will they all be expelled from their sects? Your Excellency is really something. You didn't even tell us about such a wonderful magical artifact as a cell phone. It's only thanks to the brothers in the Luofu Holy Land that we know how to use it. Meanwhile, as all the disciples of the 8 Holy Lands became addicted to the internet, the popularity of the newly released game Peaceful Warmth also rose rapidly, almost surpassing Autumn Flying Sword. By evening, the number of registered users had successfully exceeded 2 million. At the same time, another event also pushed the popularity of Peace and Warmth to a new peak. Inside the Fire Cloud Cave of Crimson Flame Mountain, looking at the magical rifle in front of him that was almost identical to the 98K in Peace and Warmth, Fire Dragon Master's face showed a hint of satisfaction.